Yo, walk on. Yeah, mate. G Block in this bitch. Come on. Now we do. Big up man like King H, first one in the building. Yeah. Oh, mate. Now we do. Yeah, we start this one. Started a little bit late, but come on. All the people then will come through in time. You got me? Forget me. So, what is human rights? How are they? I'll tell you what we're going to do, yeah, first of all. Yeah. Let's get the people there. Um, let's get the people there with the chat, yeah, first of all. All right, one sec, fam. And we'll get into the topic a little bit later still, but we're going to try and get a little bit more crowd interaction and even crowd participation around you get me? Jeez. But, yo, yeah, man. Does it hurt, baby? Yeah, man. So I was like, everyone that's in their feelings about G Block, man. Like, loving that, man. You know, like, they're getting a lot of free promotion, man. So we need to hurt feelings more, man. Man, man. Oh, mate. Just see. Yeah, old type Nigella, you get me? James Jones, old type Ultra Funky. Yeah, old type 90 for 99, Lady Divine, Melanated Goddess. Yeah, we got the G Block family. Old type man like Cool, Sniper Brown. You got yourself, gang. Old type King H, Mr. P. Big up yourself. Yeah. So, yeah, man, we need to know what this human rights are. What are human rights? How are they applied? How are they applied? Who would you notify? Yeah. But like say, first of all, yeah, differently, we want to start putting getting suggestions for topics of the week, questions of the day. We need that, man. We need that interaction. You get me with the family tree. Yeah. So don't worry about anyone's feelings, fam. Don't worry if man get vexed. People start barling or they want to make fucking streams about video. That's alright. It's free promotion, innit? People don't realize it's free promotion, innit? If you make a stream about someone else, that's free promotion, mate. If you put someone else's name, do you know how much people respect Bus when he's made streams about irrelevant people, and then they've gone on to jump on this panel, that panel, so and so, and now get their own YouTube channel. Yeah, man. So yeah, I think that man tried to do racist style. That didn't kind of work though. Yeah, and can't style it. Yo, they can't beat me like we beat me. Why I say, fuck, God, Jacksonville, we there, anywhere we there. Everybody know our guys always say, it can't be me like my parents. There's like, I don't have no disappearance. Sure. Never feel them. Yeah, 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 man. Yeah. Say nothing though, man. Got to shout out the script writers for Love and Hip Hop Season 4. Yeah, I mean, Love and Hangout. Yeah. Season 4, you get me? Bad boy script writing. Yeah. Outside surfers, Sabida, Big Odds, saying your part well in the in the program, you get me? Jeez. Yeah, you get me. Dry cry, even tears, even my it's a dry cry, even tears, even my who cares? It's no for no one but myself. You hear me? Big man of Mars. You hear me? Hello, oh, say big man never ball. Dude, oh yeah, man. The man TJ Jones, man. Country fam. Let's have a little chatting. You get me? Yeah, man. Like, it's not exclamation mark surfers, it's exclamation buzz. Can I get a gram of you know what? Sid, Sid, Sid. Can I have some money? Dead. Man, up to something. Yo, feelings. Hey, you know what, yeah? I'm the worst anyway, man. I'm like, yo, don't give me attention and don't try and troll me, cuz I will go back and forth with your trolling for ages, cuz. But the only thing I won't do is put your name in the title, though. You don't get a boost. I'll just issue the. I'll use my roadman streamlabs to this you. You get me? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, cock call. Mm.
Yo.
What's popping? You telling me, man?
No. Right.
Say another body, yeah?
Boy, listen, man. I'm fucking. What do you call it, bro? I'm like, I feel someone as humble as me. I feel like I'm getting too popular. I feel like I need to take a step back.
Oh, from the limelight.
Yeah, man, it's too. I need like we need to give other people a shot at this thing here, innit? Because
no, man, don't worry, man. You hear me? Yeah, that's me. What you gotta know though, yeah? Yo, James, if banks keep filing out your name, yeah, show your calls you paid in the right place because you asking questions that banks can't answer, and man don't like it. I want to just issue instead. Bruh, you got man in it, like saying, bro, if if you're in a place where you think the people are taking the piss out of you, and you keep going back there, whose fault is it?
Facts. Facts. Super facts, man. Like all of this, anyway, yeah, I don't mean this like all the conversations we have on here are sick. Like even now, obviously, I'm gonna fly out in a sec here, like in a bit, but and I'll be back on later 100%. But I bet you there's gonna be bare sick. Everyone that jumps on is gonna have sick conversations on this topic. You know what I mean? It's like all the other shows, man. Even some of the real one shows, yeah. It's just stupid at this stage, man. Because like, how you gonna review 3 individual shows on this show but not jump on any of them? Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. But that's how you know, man. We made it, B. We made it. You hear me?
Nigga, we made it. Nigga, we made
it, B. Yeah, trust me.
Hey.
We going all the way up. You hear me?
Yeah. Say this about Jedi as well. When I was speaking to him yesterday, yeah. Like, we shouldn't hang on to we shouldn't hold on. And don't get me wrong, like you should always be wary, yeah, but you shouldn't hold on to every single injustice that you face to the point where it clouds the positives or the benefits you have. And only because you know what, like, for example, what me and Dark are talking about.
Yeah.
But does it make sense to just be upset, or does it make sense to go, you know what? If there's a shot, I'll take it. There's a chance, I'll take it, bro. No,
man. Take your shot, man. You get me?
because
You have to take your shot still
exactly,
because
it makes
you never
no
know what's
sense
gonna
to
happen.
be. Sorry, my boy. Yo, you saying something?
Yo,
Was you done or was you still talking? Come on, like, and then but the only way is to definitely to be aware of all of the sort of social injustice, but then to be aware of to also be aware of the benefits that you possess. And I'll give one of the most interesting things about this argument or this cultural one thing. Have you seen, you seen that Dave Chappelle skit where he's like
but
what it's like to be a woman, and he set some scene about being on a train at night. Like a woman being on a train at night is like a man being on a train at night, hugging a bag of like a $10,000, and everyone knows the money's in there. Like he's talking about pussy and that. And he's saying how it is for a woman to have a pussy in a yeah, like but, but as an example of like how different it is for us and them, you and I could be on a train. Let's say we're not rich, we're a regular another broke motherfucker out on a train. Ain't nobody watching us like that, especially because we're not like. Let's say you don't look like a victim, man won't really pay you no mind. Will look at you and be like, oh yeah, that's that guy. But when it's a woman, especially a sexy one, blood, the wolves are out. You get me? And that's another good way to look at these stuff like human rights. You're all arguing about human rights, yeah, because you know that there's laws that prevent a 6-year-old from fucking knitting Nike shoes in a sweatshop. You know that there are laws that allow a woman to drive here, or or there isn't a greater culture of oppression. There's equality culture for women now, so much so that some people think it's gone too far. But that's because and you have to look at it from a woman's perspective. If me and you both fly into Iran, yeah, there's a if you and the woman fly into Iran, there's a distinct change in the culture that the woman's gonna have to adopt and the man's gonna have to adopt once they get there. You're gonna observe some customs, but there's gonna be an actual impingement on that woman's liberty. She's gonna be forced to wear something. You know what I mean? So like all this stuff, like it's easy to talk human rights because we're men, but for women, for minority groups and stuff, it's different, bro.
so yeah, forget, man. I'm not even gonna ask that question, man. You know what's gonna happen? Man, they're gonna start bawling. You get me?
And then also,
so you're basically saying, a secular society, religious people have the right to follow their rights. Yeah, a secular society where religious people have the right to follow their rights, non-religious people have the right to follow their rights. What is better than what?
yeah, like I'm saying like this is the thing. When you talk about human rights, you can only really talk about domestically because it makes no sense to say, this one's foreign policy, that one's foreign policy, because the reality is you don't know, given whatever power, what another country's foreign policy is going to be like. So the best measure to compare them is how do they treat their citizens and how do they treat the occupants of their own country, innit? That's the best way. And then when you're talking about secularism, not even secularism, yeah, because that's the religious thing. When you're talking about culture, some cultures are savage blood to their people. And there's countries like this, people will argue are savage, but I would have to say are far less savage than the other ones.
You know what? Sorry, let me just say something, James. That's a very good point, except if the nation you're talking about, which treats its citizens okay, have established that culture based upon race. So, for instance, England might treat other people of the same race fairly well, but when they've established it based upon the fact that they're superior and others are inferior, etc., then what your instance, they might treat the collective of whites here good, and they might treat the collective of blacks okay. But once they've established it based upon that racial superiority thing, and they're consistent about that, where blacks in other countries or non-whites in other countries are kept down, then I would say it's not a good sign. Do you get what I'm saying?
But and I'd agree. The only thing I'd say to that in the context of a discussion like this is, but do they treat their minority group better than other places? Fuck yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a Muslim
yeah.
in India, are you seeing what the Hindus are doing to Muslims in India?
Yeah. Now, this is my whole point, and it's interesting you're disagreeing with me, coming at me for Jada and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, bruv, I'm agreeing with you 100% because I'm saying even where I was hearing what's going on in South Africa, where certain people that are not from there are being treated a certain way.
But that one's a fraud thing because they did all that Nigeria stuff, and when I actually Googled, because I was listening to some right wingers try to say that to Raspek one time on someone's show, and like he got sort of set upon by them. And when I Googled half of the facts they were talking about, it was all just waffle and fucking bullshit propaganda because no Nigerians died. The 12 people that died were actually South Africans. Yeah, they were definitely targeted. There's a lot of xenophobia in South Africa, but mainly based on the economic status of
not the death. I'm not talking about the killing. What I'm saying is they definitely have a sense of
xenophobic.
These foreigners coming to our country and blah 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 blah. And I'm kind of like that type of thing where you would have thought under the circumstances you'd been like, oh, our black brothers come, let's do our thing. We've all been through the same problems with people. So again, this is what I say when what's his name Ansar comes on here and talks about he's being atheist, but he still has the anti-black Pakistani culture. Do you get what I'm saying? So
I haven't seen that, if I'm honest. But yeah, you can have you know better than me.
No. What I'm saying, there's certain things he says which says that. But my point is that it's a norm for the culture. It comes with the language, the food, the whole lot is intertwined. Yeah, of the complexionism, where the darker is inferior, etc. And the fact that a lot of them don't talk about it is part of the proof that they know about it and they're part of it. Otherwise, they would have been like, yeah, I corrected this family member and we're trying to remove this, and I've got a cousin who's dark and was treated this way. The fact that he don't come and talk about that is a sign that he's of that mentality too. But he does give it away in various aspects. But I think, put it this way, coming back to what is human rights and how are they applied? Yeah, I mean, how would you come to that? In fact, from an atheist, let me give this to you lot. From an atheistic perspective, how would you come to the conclusions that humans should have rights?
Well,
in the first place.
Because it starts off with the simple one is like you want to treat people how you want to be treated. So just in that, obviously, you started with religion, bruv. You're coming up with religious philosophy, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying. All you've got is the law of the jungle. How's that religious philosophy? That is before religion's even invented.
Bruv, listen to what I'm saying. Treat people how you want to be treated. Show me anywhere that's said outside of religion, fam. You want to others, you want to
obviously not. So you're saying that? So are you trying to say that?
Yeah.
Not before religion, there was no laws to stop people in the societies that they was in harming other people.
Right. So amongst yourselves, for instance, yeah, when people evolved, if you believe in evolution, there would have been that kind of general tribal survival custom, right? But then, this thing which you call human rights, there wouldn't have been the human rights factor because of the way that they saw. I'm saying if you study ancient languages and culture, this whole thing of you being a human being and so on, and you have rights. No, what you have is that, how can I put it? What you have is, this is the way that we've learned to survive, and these are our customs, and that's it.
Yeah, I think what you don't realize about what Belly, I'm speaking for myself, Belly can agree or disagree, but it's like we believe religions are man-made, isn't it? So we don't believe there is any interaction with some supernatural creator of the universe there. So whatever you will point to in your religious corpus, we obviously know that this kind of philosophy would have preceded the actual codification of it. So we're like, because these ideas were good, therefore they said that they came from God. But the reality is these ideas came from human beings. To say,
but even if you go with that, how does that change what I said?
I know it doesn't. So just let someone else make their point, and then you can understand. And if you point out in history, let's say, point to a time where atheism was most prevalent, that makes no sense because it's a gradual it's an upward curve, isn't it? So atheism has been achieved now, or secularism, and historically there's always been a theonomic principle governing every civilization and society. So in my opinion, it is a bit counterintuitive to go, all right, now finally where a non-religious civilization said that. We know that.
No. That wasn't my point, bro. This what I'm saying is,
hold on, but philosophy, generally speaking, has always will always like any kind of introspection. Once you establish like some solid, like some individualistic sense of the mind or the soul or whatever, then it's almost a consequence of that kind of logic of, well, if I'm a human and they're a human, if I'm conscious and they're conscious, if I'm alive, they're alive, then we should have similar wants or whatever. So, and then the human rights being established in the way they are now, the freedom of liberty, the not to be enslaved, the right to work, or all that shit, all of that stuff is, in my opinion, the most advanced form, is the form that doesn't even exist in your book. And one of the main reasons is because all you have to do is be married to someone who has a war with someone else, or have a child by someone who has a war, and you could be enslaved under the modern human rights concept. This is what I'm trying to say. Under the modern human rights concept, that is a grievous miscarriage of justice. However, back in what you preached, in the kind of in those,
it's not though, bro.
Yeah, it is though. It's a grievous.
No, it's not, because I'm saying when you talk about foreign policy, as you call it, it's still, once it's done, by the system itself, it doesn't matter whether it's foreign or domestically. That's how they treat people, right? So that's you can't get away from that.
What do you mean?
I'm saying once they have, for instance, let's say diamond mines, and they're benefiting off children suffering and dying and whatever else, and dying by the age of 15 or 20 because they got all the dust and whatever in their lungs, etc. Digging, and they're forced to dig these diamond mines, etc., and whatever else, natural resources. I'm saying that's slavery there. And the West knows about this. Britain, America, they all know about it, despite talking about human rights and all this other stuff.
They do the bad stuff. Like Britain contravenes human rights. Like, so I feel like people don't understand that. Even Jedi last night and Ras and all them, like, Britain contravenes human rights daily. They are right now, even if they're just what's the word?
No. You mentioned slavery, bro. So I'm sticking it to what you said. You brought that subject up.
I can't help you, bro. Are you dumb? I've got fucking 10 pairs. I got 10 pairs right in front of me now of fucking trainers that were knitted by a little Vietnamese child.
Right then. You dumb. What are you bloody talking about then? How can you say?
Listen, we're all complicit. And that's what I focused on. If you heard me, I said let's look at it domestically, because that's the only real comparative study we can do. Because other nations, their abuses of human rights abroad, is all varies dependent on how much influence they wield. But isn't to say that they are any morally superior in that. It's like if you give Albania the amount of resources and the amount of control and power America has, is there any what are the clues that they will be better or worse in the world? The clues is their domestic policy, isn't it? So we can say, all right, if they had power, look how they treat their own people. Look how the fuck they're going to treat the rest of the world.
Not necessarily, because
right, but it's all guesswork. But what we can look at as a comparative study is what people are treating people in these individual nations. And one of the best ways.
No, that's not true though.
But
you keep saying that.
It is. Okay.
No, hold on. Well, let's put something else. Let's put something else.
That's my postulate.
You have. Oh, bro, listen to what I'm saying. Because you keep saying that.
Okay.
You got to let me come in on that point you keep repeating.
Go on.
Which is, I'm saying, yes, you could look at a culture or how they're behaving at the moment. I'm saying that is based upon whatever trajectory their thing was changed in whatever direction. And I'm saying it can go either way. If somebody came to England or America in the 1920s, do you think they would have thought that England would have been the way it is today and America would have been that way it was when they decided to have integration in America? Look how it is now, where they're shooting down black people still on camera.
I mean, right. So this is the thing. Yeah, even after the human rights was established, there was still segregation, and black people still didn't have rights. And however, what was it, like 20 some odd years after, or 15 something years after? I can't remember precisely. when black people finally got rights. But this is why I have to be honest, why you would make an argument, number one, for secularism, but number two, just for the concept of the modern concept of human rights being preferable over any kind of religious human rights, or at least they're like from the Abrahamic perspective of human rights, because there is the level of progressiveness within it, and then there is a clear emphasis on equality regardless of race, creed, sex, whatever. Whereas in yours, there's literally the whole.
All right.
But the main motivation behind the book is to create a distinction between people who believe something and people who don't believe in that thing.
Hold on, brilliant. So you've now hit the nail on the head of what I'm getting at, right? What I've been gonna say the other time, but when you're interrupting the hell out of me, right? So what I want you to understand, brother, is Islam comes with the reality that all human beings as groups will have their own moral values. And once you're saying these things are good and you hold to them, anyone who's opposing them in whatever shape, you're naturally, whether you say it out your mouth or not, naturally going to see them as inferior to yourself. That's just how the human nature works. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Islam is blatant about it, right? But you lot lie. You secularists, you damn lie. What you do is you come along and say, no, we have these high principles of human rights, but sneakily behind the scenes, you've got this this caste system that's worse than the others. That's the problem. Because what I've noticed is you look in all societies, my brother, and they've always got a class system and a caste system of some form.
Qualify that claim. How is it worse than the other? That's what we're doing here now. So you just
right. All right. Okay, hold on. All right, so I'll demonstrate. You said based upon belief. It's not quite that, because obviously Jews and Christians, because they have certain book and principles and laws that they give allegiance to that govern their society, they would be treated slightly different maybe than the Hindu, who can shapeshift all the time. So I'm saying with us, we would say, right, those who have...
That's literally sounded like belief. You said a Hindu, you said a Jew, you had a Christian. You said the laws for the Jews and the Christians, and you said a Hindu, I'm assuming no laws, just a different belief. So three different...
No. Bro, have you seen the laws of Manu?
3 different treatments. That's what you just did.
No. Right. I'm saying the Muslim will see the Jew and the Christian, who are not Muslims, different to themselves, but they will, let's say, be on a higher level than the Hindu. That's what I'm telling you, based upon their book. Okay.
Yeah,
no, bruv, listen to what I'm saying. You just keep, bruv, I said the laws of governance. Listen to these words.
What's the Hindu's laws of governance? Do you know what
bruv, get in there. Bruv, if you listen, I'm saying the Jew and the Christian, they will follow, let's say, for instance, in their society, you can say, right, you have the 10 commandments and the 1613 laws. The Hindus have the laws of Manu and others, right? If you've read them, you will understand why they would be...
Follow that belief. Those laws.
You what?
Why did those Jews follow those laws?
Why did they follow them?
Yeah.
Bruv, what's that got to do with it? We're talking about the justice in society in the class.
A simple way of distinguishing a Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim is their belief. Because without their belief, they wouldn't practice in the way that they practice.
Don't try and divert, bruv. We can say, why do people believe in secularism? We're talking about the practicality.
Yeah, but we're not. I'm saying that the creed is the distinguishing factor, which is what you're trying to argue now. And I'm saying, in the modern concept of human rights, you should not be able to treat. I mean, letter of the law. I'm not saying it's enforced. But you should not be able to treat people differently based on their creed. That was how we got to.
Brother. No, you're talking. This is what I'm saying. So when you say creed, now I'm glad you used the word creed rather than belief.
Yeah, belief. I'll say belief. Their belief. So let me. I'll on that. Belief. I'll say belief.
We're talking. Remember, I put in there. Notice everyone that's listening. I put in their moral value system. He's now tried to go way astray from that to belief.
But that's what you're responding to. I don't like. That's what you're actually responding to now. You're not willing to at all acquiesce on the point of belief being a distinguishing factor, which I don't.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because there are many people that might be atheistic in that they don't really believe in Islam.
Yeah,
but their cultural. Hold on. Let me finish. But their cultural identity and what they come under in the law of that society is a Muslim. So the belief of this thing is irrelevant. For instance, the Quran lets you know there are some people that come under the banner of Muslim, but they don't believe. That's the bit you don't understand.
Yeah,
it's more.
This is what you don't understand, right now.
Oh my!
I'm saying that based on a modern system. So we're comparing so we're saying in the Quran it dictates whatever about different believers. In the human rights
in relation to law.
Yeah, in
law.
Right, just bruv. Just like you're in this war mode constantly. Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying
because you keep saying things other than what I'm saying.
Right, so listen to what I don't care what you're saying. Listen what is being.
You don't care what I'm saying. All right, so respond to yourself. Go on.
Listen to what is being said. You can say anything you want. You can talk about pink dragons. Listen to what I'm saying, and then you'll know if you're responding.
Let's see.
There is a distinction between two of these different corpus, two of these different charters, if you like. One being the Islamic one, and the other one being a what do you call it one? A fucking the Human Rights Charter, the United Nations one, or whatever. In their charter, they're saying doesn't matter what someone believes, yeah, they should be treated equal. In your one, literally, it's saying if you believe something different, you should be treated different. Whether or not that's right, I mean, I just.
Where does it say it though? Don't tell me that. Where does it say that? What you're saying?
So there's different. You said it yourself about zakat for different ones. Do get this one get this one. Non-believers get this one. This happens to non-believers. That happens to believers. Carrot and a stick. That's in like.
No, I didn't say that. You're lying, bro.
You're lying. You're not Allah, bro. You're not God. Yeah, I'm saying.
But where does it say it in the Quran? That's what you're just making stuff up.
I don't need you to verify what it says or doesn't say. I'm telling you that is a core precept of your religion. That there are different.
No, it's not. Well, I'm telling you, it's not.
Oh, so everyone gets treated the same. So God don't even care. Why does He send the message? It's just so dumb.
No. Not everyone's treated the same. But based upon what you're claiming is not true. That's the point you keep. I've noticed. It's interesting enough. What is put on the table? You want to ignore that, make another table, and talk a lot of garbage. So let's get back to reality. Hold on. Let's get back to reality. Let's get back to reality, where we know how it works is each group of people will be governed and govern according to their own community. So, for instance, in England, you have the overall government, and the Jews have certain governance over their own community, right? We know that. And that is recognized by the law of the UK. Even the Sikhs are allowed to carry knives according to their ritual thing in this society. So they even have certain exemptions to their law based upon people's belief or religious culture, or however you want to put it. You get what I'm saying? In your secular society. But what I'm saying to you is, which you seem to want to ignore, is simply this, where Islam is saying that regardless of your belief, if you have a contract under the Islamic law, the law of governance of society, you will be treated differently to someone who has a different contract of law. And I'm saying this system is exactly the same, but on a global scale, because it runs the flipping world. What's wrong with your head? Can't you see that? Like, it's pretty straightforward. They treat other people who do not want their democracy nor their white supremacy, they treat them very different. If you submit to the concept of white supremacy, you want to teach your people them all kind of thing that benefits them and sell out your people, then you get favored and you get all of these possible human rights. But if you don't, then what, bro? That's the thing. If you don't, then what? Exactly. Thank you very much. Veli, come back, because James Jones had to go to the gym. Now, while I'm holding down your channel, Veli, send some funds to my GoFundMe or whatever it is, and let me speak a bit on this human rights issue. So Veli has asked, what is human rights and how are they applied? Human rights in the UK, in the Western secular society, is simply this. Something put up in the air for everyone to look at, like a billboard. We look at this thing and we say, yes, this is something good to look forward to. They then make an example within their own society and say, yes, look how good we're treating our people. That's how they projected it before we had internet, made it look so lovely. So the world, other countries can dream to have that. We're going to go, this is what we're going to look to have, the same thing that they've got over there. All the while not knowing their own governments are taking them in a different direction, whether it be the Caribbean, whether it be Africa, whether it be Asia, wherever the hell it is. If you ain't black, if you ain't white, that's what they've got a goal for you. So there are no human rights under their thing. They have not become more moral and decided, oh, you know what? We no longer think blacks are 3/5 of a human being. We think they're equal to us. If that was the case, they would have made sure that they upped the value of our natural resources. They would have made sure that the standard of living, the economic standard of living, in the countries of the Caribbean and Africa, etc., were well high, so that we could evolve and develop technologically as fast as we should be. And we would obviously be way ahead of the Western world because of its decadence and its demoralized and devalued society, damn it. So let me just answer two sis, well, a sister Lady Divine and the other one melanated. So, Sister Lady Divine, you said that's a moral thing, not religious, Brother Isa. The thing is, the situation we're in is that religion has been there all the time, so to speak. And the fact that we got it through that means, and morals and religious belief or tradition has always been there, it can't really be separated. What I was suggesting that James Jones does is that he looks back and thinks, how would an atheist, if you started off in the bush as an atheist, just in nature, no belief in any higher power, nothing, how would you come to the conclusion of human rights? You would be like the animals. That's as simple as that. They don't really have a concept of human rights. They have a concept of their group, how they came here, their survival. That's it. That's how they get here. And this whole thing, you know, you have melanated. Treating people with kindness is not religious, it's just normal. Well, obviously, that's an ignorant hell statement, because if you look at the history, even down to ancient Kemet, this whole thing of treating people with kindness, it didn't really exist. So, you know, people evolved and developed via tribal means. That was the way that they existed, and they sought to keep their tribe alive. Simple as that. So yeah, I mean, if people haven't studied history of the human mind, the human race, the human people, etc., yeah, I suggest you withhold and you learn more than you speak. Simple as that. Big up to my brother Awa Yasharala. Shalom alaikum, my brother. Yeah, we need to get, what's his name? Brother Ezra Adair. At some point today, inshallah, come and speak and let us know how this is going to work in regards to the Torah and your human rights in that regard. Base Welsham, what do you mean victim complex? No, we're talking about human rights, bruv, and reality, observed reality. Victim complex, no, wrong person for that, bruv, wrong person for that. So yeah, let me just go and have something to eat, and inshallah I'll be back. That's what you like anyway. So Melanated says, just listen to yourself speak. That's what you like anyway. Yeah, Melanated, at the end of the day, I speak from the perspective of knowledge rather than guesswork and being wrong confidently, like people like yourself. You know what I mean? So yeah, I suggest people out there, study before you speak with confidence looking silly when you're wrong. Speak with confidence when you know what you're talking about. And that's the best way to go about things. Saves a lot of the problems that we have in society and all the problems that we have on these platforms. So yeah, big up to E, so the Black Telect. Big up to all the people that are down with truth and justice and righteousness. Salam, shalom, peace and love. Hold on, brother Issa. Jews have hospitals and can only be treated by. Okay, so it seems that I don't know, Veli. I don't know if James Jones is fell out. He said shout you, and we got somebody called Jack Jim. Jack Jim lad. I would have thought that would have been James Jones actually. So Jack Jim says in the back chat, brother Issa, Jews have their hospitals and can only be treated by a Jewish doctor. The Jews have their police officers. Ideally, they have to be arrested by Jewish police. I mean, I've heard that before. I've seen their actual police cars, so I know that's true for sure. But yeah, how are you going to go from there? Well, he just bigged him. You're damn right, big. No, we say over here, big yourself up. Big yourself up. You got a problem with that melanated? You're damn right, big myself up. Unlike you trying to tear real black people down and cooning and caping and all that garbage. 3/5 of human beings declares you do not know what you're talking about, Issa. Well, my point is, Mr. Proc, what's that? What? Letigi? Bruv, when you, Mr. whatever your name is, come on here with a name that people can pronounce, bruv. Like Mr. Proc Letigi, right? Get an easier name. We don't need so many different messed up syllables in your name, bruv. Yeah, Issa, can you define what NG is? Shivite Jagnaf. I mean, I gave a little breakdown on it yesterday, but yeah, that's for me and the brothers. I mean, I'll give you a little basic one for the common one, which is the potential and capacity to do work. But obviously, when we're getting into the thing, you get me? That's something for me and the brothers and the sisters that are part of the team. Other than that, big up Sister Spice. Blessings, sis. It's far too early. I know what you're saying, but, you know, I don't know. It's like, boy, there's a lot of heat coming right here from all the devils. You get what I'm saying? All these devils on the other side, you know? Can you say the word Sunni? Yeah, there's a lot of them stinking anti-black Sunni devils hating on G Block. Hating on G. Look, we got Jordan PCM. He says crack to it. This guy. Oh, yeah, from you police officer devils. You stinking dirty sodomite, doo-doo batty finger having Jordan M nasty freak. Get out of here, bro. You see, just before the comment of Jordan M and these people come up, I start to smell something out the speaker of my laptop or wherever else. This is the problem. I just smell, and then a comment comes up all the time. Doo-doo fingers, because they're touching the freaking laptop or their phone, and you can smell the goddamn doo-doo finger. You stinky, dirty kaffir rat. Get out of here. You smell, Jordan M. You stink. Even the Hebrew brothers that were giving you that work, you can see the brother kept turning left and right because you stink. You smell, Jordan M. Do you notice how the Hebrew brothers did not turn their back on Jordan M? Did you notice that? Why? Because they like their behind being in place. They don't want their batty to be punctured by Jordan M, that nasty, stinking sodomite devil. Jordan M, the batty finger sodomite. Get out of here, bro. You stink. You dirty. Oh. In person, I wouldn't say a word. Jordan M, let me make it clear to you, bruv. When you tried that little white supremacist thing, I was ready to knock you clean out. Bruv, understand the difference here. When me and my black brothers are having an argument or something, it's very different than a peckerwood monkey like you. I will bust your face, bruv. Trust me. Remember, you're coming at it from a white supremacist perspective. Yeah? I will spin kick you in your freaking jaw, bruv. Shut your mouth. You nasty little dirty germs, coronavirus having Sunni batty fingers, stinking rat. Get out of here, blood. Dirty little. Anyway. Yeah, see time. Big up, family. Salam alaikum, my brother. Damn, you stink, bro. See me soon? Well, not really, bruv. I ain't coming. I know you lot like this cold weather, bruv. I see you lot stand up in there. It's cold, it's raining, wet. Nah, that's all right, thanks. I'm not, you aren't in my weight class. Bruv, once my foot lick you in your jaw, you're not going to be talking about weight class. Forget that, bruv. About weight class. Anyway, you know what? Nah, stop the violence. Forget about the violence. You can go fight with the other Sunnis and everyone else. I don't want to catch any germs from you, Jordan. I mean, why you keep addressing me in the comments? Now I got to go find a spray. Hold on. You know what I'm saying? You stink. Stinking Jordan M. Dirty doodoo finger. Jordan M. Sodomite. Get out of here, punk. Anyway, human rights. Yeah. So this human rights will never be achieved from the Sunni stinking kaffir rats because they think they're superior just by being Sunni. Simple as that. They think because no matter what you do, they think they're superior because of that. Jordan M, I believe you need to go back to the police station and sort yourself out. Jordan M, you stink. Your white supremacy stuff does not work over here. You're a dumb kaffir dog devil. Get out of here. The only thing you're going to be through with, Jordan M, is that initiation of getting batty fingered and sodomized by your bloody Sunnis. That's the only thing you need to be worried about, is how your rituals. This is the thing. Most Muslims go to the masjid on Friday to pray. Jordan M and his nasty people, they go over there to get finger batted and bulled. You sodomite nasty people. That's not what's supposed to happen on Friday, bruv. They get confused between bowing to Allah and bending over for their nasty other Sunni batty fingers, nasty sodomites. That's the difference. Friday is a holy day to pray to Allah. You nasty, Jordan M. You stink. You a kaffir rat. Yeah, stop talking to me, bro. Don't come in the go find Coon Spec and Surf Funky Faz and all these nasty people. Go over there, Jordan M. We don't appreciate you. We don't want your comments. We don't want you around here. You already see how many people dying of coronavirus. We don't want a Sunni virus around. You stink. Doodoo finger nasty. Badfinger cockroach. How's that Muslim? Why that Muslim talk to you about? Awaiting wisdom. He's not a Muslim. Stop it, lad. They're two different religions. Yeah? Oh, Rich Porter up in the bloody house. I'm supposed to be going, goddammit. Rich Porter, guess what? Because of your big mouth, I intend, in fact, because of your big mouth and because of Shaka Ra, I intend to debate both Shaka Ra and Coon Spec together, goddammit. Okay? So they can tag team each other, but watch the annihilation. He said the Black Telect was going to just debate. It was actually going to be Shaka Ra and what's the other one? Scattered Minds, Captain Scarlet. Yeah? But Scattered Mind, Captain Runaway decided, oh, no, I'm not interested anymore. Okay. But Coonspec apparently loved this stuff, so yeah, he can represent at least the Sunni side of the debate, and Shaka Ra can take the Pan-African side of the debate. And let's see how that goes. Yeah, this would be a good one. This would be good. James Jones better join a gym. No, I'm blessed, bro. I'm blessed. It's not about religion. Spice, I hear you, but unfortunately, what do you mean I'm shook? Rich Porter, I just said I want to debate both of them. You can't really say I'm shook. Yeah, where was it? Spice 36. This is not about religion. Sister, unfortunately, it always is. And that's why, you know, before I even got on or said anything, James Jones referenced that. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, it's gonna be said, whether I'm on here or not. Yeah, fuck, what was that? Fuck off you, right? Yeah, big up to fuck off. Sorry, I don't know. I'm thinking that's some Eastern European name, but I think he's spelling the word FARKOV space U. Yeah, Coonspec is definitely a boy in a man's world. Captain Rambo says, shut up. Nah, Captain Rambo, you got to use more U's. You can't say shut up. You got to be shut up. Yeah, Veli Vision says, join the panel, have your say. Yeah, have your say on this. If you're retarded, like some of these people, don't join the panel. Just stay in the comments and have your say from there. You get me? If you're Captain Rambo, come up and mumble all you have to say to the people. Really, let me mute up. Salute, Captain Rambo. Salute. In it, what a name. Fuck of you. I don't want to swear. I don't like swearing. So, you know what I mean? That name. Yeah. Where's Jordan Stinky M? Is he gone? Did that spray make him run? Poor guy, man. Jordan M stinks. Dirty little rat. Neo-Nazi rat, blood. Seriously. Stinky devil. Okay, let's see. So Marshall Mathers, aka Ansar, says, Shia Isa, do you think Allah would be okay with all these nasty names you call Sunni Muslims? They're not Muslims, they're Sunni pagan infidel Kafirats. And I mean, you asking that when you're a Pakistani anti-black racist, I don't really, whether you're atheist or not, you still got the culture of anti-blackness. You don't believe in Allah anyway, so forget your question, bro. I'm only to you about Malcolm X. Rich Porter, if you want to have that work about Malcolm X, let's do it. All right, Rich Porter versus E, so the Black Telect. He wants to claim certain things about Malcolm X. Let's see, brother. I'll break you to, bruv, please. You know what? This would be like, let's have a 15-minute debate because you'll be over in the first 5 minutes and then you can waffle and cry for the next 10 minutes, bro. So, yeah, Rich Porter got big mouth all up in the comments. Where's he? You know what I mean? Veli, share the link again for Rich Porter because he might not be able to find it under, you know, where it says subscribers and stuff. Yeah, so put it back in the chat for Rich Porter to find it. The Black Telect Raspet stream last night was G Brock replay. Yeah, you know, you can't do with Coonspec. Just, I feel sorry for him. I really do. But at the end of the day, the reason why I can't hate the guy is because apparently he does good work in the community, black community and others. So, you know what I mean? It's just that he has come out against me with his Sunni cockroach cyber mercenaries. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh, no. Captain Rambo says, so don't let me jump on the panel. I got to go and have breakfast. See you later. Not really. Bring your Captain Rambo. Listen, Captain Rambo, you can bring all of your cyber military weapons that we see Rambo have, all of that. I don't know where Captain Rambo comes in, but yeah, I don't know why you name yourself after that idiot Peckerwood in America, Sylvester Stallone, but that's what you want to call yourself, fine. Yeah, not now. See, he running. Look, Rich Porter. Nah, not now, but soon. Bro, when you look at him, bro, when you're ready first. Then he says, nah, not now. See, he had to double check. So he says, Carr went very anti-G Block. Khan is an absolute idiot anyway. He's a devil. He's an anti-black. Listen, once it is a Sunni, it's anti-black. It's not about religion. This is about black politics. What's wrong with black people? Carr is a snake. And they will always come against black people that they feel are coming against the pro-black agenda. Because you see Koonsbeck out on one side of his mouth, Pan-African, pro-black. The other side of his mouth, totally against pro-blackness. Crazy as hell. But then I'm realizing this is Pan-Africanism. And that's what I have to do with Shaka Rah, because unfortunately Shaka Rah has been caping and cooning for Sunnis for a while. But I didn't see it as clear as that. But yeah, unfortunately, he showed that. And when we go back into history, I never forget what he said. When I said we, the true Muslims, use the Quran as a criteria to measure hadith, he said, so do the Sunnis. But they do though, but they do though. But they do though, bruv. But they do. How the hell would he know more than me? Goddamn. Exactly, because he caping for the goddamn Sunnis, unfortunately. And yeah, so Koonsbeck and Shaka Rah together against the Black Telek. I think this is going to be a good debate, or sorry, a good wiping the floor with them. So inshallah, we'll set that up soon, and I will demonstrate how Pan-African Sunni capers need to be taught a lesson intellectually, so that other black people and other people will realize there's nothing down there. Oh no, we got the lips of resurrection, Sosa or whatever her name is. Oh, we got Shaka Rah Speaks up in here, Zaga Zaga Zaga. Sosa's lips of resurrection. Yeah, that's a problem now. See, she said something yesterday, and every time I see her picture now, it's like, now I understand why Rasnet deletes his shows. Exactly, because he don't want you to replay his shows and show where he chat a lot of rubbish. Shaka Rah Speaks is in the house. Yeah, Shaka Rah. So E to the Black Telek suggests that you and Mr. Koonsbeck get your work together, and you'll get that work. Pan-Africanism. Is it outdated? Yes, it is. Has Pan-Africanism become anti-black? Yes, it has. Did you see Malcolm X documentary? Vortex Light says, the Black Telek. Did you see Malcolm X documentary on Netflix? Yes, I did. I did indeed. And it was made by a damn stinking Sunni pagan infidel Kafirat. A lying, stinking Sunni Kafirat. Imagine that. Bias as hell against Nation of Islam. All the time. Nation of Islam growing, getting big. And look, Malcolm X documentary. Who really killed Malcolm X? Da, 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 da. What a load of garbage. Bro, you diss Sunnis but read the same. Oh, here we go. Rich Porter says, bro, you diss Sunnis but read the same Quran. Rich Porter. We read the same book. We recite the same book, but they attribute different meanings. They go astray and try and say words mean this and that. And I refute them all the time, Rich Porter. Would you like to try and do a pro bono case for the Sunni pagan infidel Kafirat, Rich Porter? And I will smash the Sunni through smashing you. You got a lot to say, Mr. Rich Porter. When you're ready, you can get that work. Everyone else tried it. Shaka Rah tried it. Koonsbeck tried it. All kind of people tried to cape for the Sunnis, whether directly, blatantly, or indirectly, and hidden. Hell, they got that work. End of it, they say, well, I'm not really a Sunni. I'm not Sunni anyway. Oh, Captain Rambo, Valley Vision. Captain Rambo says, Adam, shall I stay or should I go? God damn it. I don't want Captain Rambo come up in here and start spitting some lyrics. Then I have to get flipping subtitles and translators and stuff. I don't really. Big up to big up Captain Rambo. Blessings, Captain Rambo, man. Woo. I have 12 minutes. Melanated says I have 12 minutes to leave the house. I need to work for myself so I can sleep late as I want. That's exactly it. People get a job where when you work, like you can work for a week and you have a week off. That's the best type of job ever. Trust me. Especially when you work for yourself. Like when you get a job where you can just work at them hours And next week, boy, man's nice. You know it. This thing where you only got evenings because you're working 9 to 5. No. Forget that. I thought actually that they showed that Elijah Muhammad was the good guy, Malcolm X wasn't, and later begging to get accepted back. Vortex Light, I mean, they gave Elijah a few bits and pieces, but overall, he kept making comments like, what did he say? He said like a racket. He was basically saying that the Nation of Islam is a racket, a money-making racket, bro. Yeah? So Rich Porter says, bro, so that shows that everyone has their own interpretation. No, Rich Porter, it doesn't. And this is the problem with you not having the necessary intellectual prowess to deal with the subject. Once you understand how language works, brother, you can then make sure that the real meaning and the true meaning of words in a sentence are as they should be. But because you don't have that process and whatever else, there you go. Unfortunately, my brother Rich Porter, you have to rely on everyone else, especially Coonspec's Sunni slave masters. Coonspec is the freed slave that's been promoted. Remember, he talks about, as a slave, you get promoted to ruler, you get promoted to commander. Of course, if you fight their interests against black people, they promote you. Sunnis will always free you as a slave, if you're black, when you're fighting their agenda, just like Coonspec, especially fighting against black people. You see? That's right. That's why he believes in Sunni slavery. Because he's what? Coonspec, free slave. I have to go and have something to eat. How are we going to have unity in our community when we have fences? Someone got some nani last night. Got some nani. If that's me, look, that's the norm. I don't know any black Afro-Caribbean converts that are single, and if they're single for very long. Islam encourages relations, right? So any Shia I know, muta is an option if you can't get, if you're not ready for a permanent marriage, so to speak. Like, remember, Islam says that every time you have relations with your wife, you get reward. It's not like Christianity where you're guilty if you have too much relations with your wife. No, Islam's like, yeah. You get me? So, Nanifa, well, I don't even know if you're talking about me, but I'm assuming you are. You're laughing your head off. Right, where we go? Hey, Veli, what? You don't want Captain Rambo's ass? Captain Rambo look like Veli don't like you, fam. He's not letting you on, bro. Right, so he says, Rich Porter says, you diss Sunnis, but you read the same book. You're going to keep saying the same thing, Rich Porter, so,
Yo. Oh, shut up, man. Fuck's sake, man. First thing in the fucking morning, you want to call out people's name. Shut your fucking mouth, man. Teacher, yeah? Do you share the same makeup? Do you share the same Kaaba as the Sunnis?
No, I don't, goddammit. No, I don't.
Shut up, man. Fucking liar. Get the same Kaaba, same Quran, same prophets. Yeah?
Stop.
Same Sahabas. Yeah? Where? You look at one buckle out. Where? Yeah? Sakura, welcome, man. Yo, fire for you. Yeah, yo, mute yourself, lad. Yo, fire for you. No. Fire for you. Stop disrespecting your Quran, your Mecca, your Medina, your Sahabas, your prophets about Bomba Clout City. Go ahead. We had the CM King. Go ahead. Yo, Sakura, put up yourself. Quiet yourself down, man. Go ahead. Let me talk now. You up yourself. Yo, you can't bud me up with a wood boy. You can't bud me up. Go ahead. You have no argument for me, blood. You have no argument for me. What you go try to do? Yo, shut up, man. Go drink some more coffee, bro. Calm down, man.
Captain Rambo, my brother. Sahaba.
Big up, man.
So, big up Captain Rambo. Came in here with that forceful spirit. I hope you have that forceful spirit for them.
Yo. Don't try to put me under none of your umbrellas. Yeah, please. Don't do it. Yeah? I'm cool. Yo, Isa, please calm down. Yeah.
You need to calm down, bro.
Calm down. Shakara, welcome. Ultra, big up yourself. Yeah. Continue.
What, is Shakara
Isa. No, I'm trying to big up everybody, man. Like,
big up to all the family, them. Yeah. I don't know why Veli let all these people in at once, but anyway, that's fine. The unholy spirit of atheism. We come back from holiday, and like, you know what I mean? Yeah, big up to the unholy spirit with the crazy face on his what do you call it? His profile.
Thank you, kindly, sir. I did indeed have a good time. We got Cat.
Where did you go
We got
again?
Shakira.
Where'd you go?
Estonia.
Estonia.
Yeah.
Where they have that spring water thing, the hot spring or something like that?
No, that's Budapest, Hungary, I think. Yeah. All right, listen, Issa, I jumped on to tell you.
Oh.
And I'm telling everybody.
Oh.
Sunnis ain't the problem. Shaitan ain't the problem. You know what the problem is? Absinthe.
Who?
Absinthe is the real fucking devil.
You need to tell people what that is, my brother.
Yeah, it's just like liquid fire poison. Right, it's like 80% proof, and it doesn't matter what kind of a big man you think you are, or how much you love God and all this shit. Absinthe will turn you over.
It's an alcoholic drink, right?
Yeah.
Which, comes from, is it wormwood or something like that, and it has thujone in it, right? See, Black Telect knows a lot of stuff. So it has something called thujone, and this alkaloid, thujone, causes you to convulse. So it can give you a little boost of energy, but yeah. So maybe you overdone it, Ultra. That's why you feeling mash up,
Yeah, because I don't. You know what I do for a living, so I never drink.
Yeah, exactly.
So the absinthe just turned me over, bro. And I'm a big lad. Yeah, I'm a big lad, and that little drink there got me moving like a big pussy, right? Fucking hell, bro.
I've seen the truth I spit make that happen anyway, so maybe I should call myself Issa Absinthe upon Ultra Funky. But anyway, that's fine. Yeah, just think those water.
Welcome back, Ultra. Welcome back, Bab.
All right, big up 9.
Oh, here we go.
We got 9.
Here we go.
What do you mean? Oh dear, gosh. What do you mean? Here we go.
Oh, no, it's not that. No, I'll tell you why, gosh. No one has ever called Alpaca, Surfaz, and all these nasty people my brothers, except you. No one said that. So, yeah, that's like the biggest insult anyone's gave me for like years and years and years. So, obviously you were vexed. Right, yesterday when you came up, you were coming with fire for them Sunni pagans. Then when I spoke, you said for me to get my brothers on the panel, and then you said Surfaz, Alpaca, and all these other people.
Look, man, look, I'm not trying to get involved in your thing. I thought you lot was all Muslims. I thought you're all one done. You know what I mean? I don't want to. You know what I mean? So whatever.
It's nothing about Muslims. It's about Sunnism being anti-black, but them specifically. You get me? It's not a Sunni Shia thing. I'm saying they're anti-black. And I hate them for that. You get me? So I'm saying, according to my brothers,
I don't disagree. Anyway.
I'm just saying,
that's why. You know what I mean? I just want you to be a bit careful still, because I heard you say something about one of my sisters, innit? And I don't even want you to. Sorry. So just be careful. Yeah, you mean? Yeah, talk, bro.
Yeah, all day, every day. After what she said about me on Coon Spec channel, all day, every day. All day, every day. Yeah. It's over. That's over. Yep.
Which was what?
Okay. Well, she could come in and say it, but basically, she was bringing me up with Coon Spec and how I'm. What was it? Something about Sunni Shia division, blah blah blah. I don't talk about that. I talk about Sunnis being anti-black. Coon Spec says it's a Sunni Shia thing. I've told you all it's Sunnis versus us, as we can see in Libya. Because if you're a Sunni, they still enslave you. So how is it Sunni versus Shia? You understand? So
Borderline. Yo, Issa. What's all this borderline business? I thought you look the same people, bro. Why are you coming off and doing that? You gotta educate the people in that. Hey, Sister Nanifa, could you mute your mic, please?
Okay, so very simple as this.
Hold on, Issa. I'm talking to you now, right?
Yeah.
Before you go around and say Sunni this, Sunni that, Sunni this, Sunni that, Sunni this, Sunni that, have you ever educated maybe the black people on the level of showing them the difference between Sunni and Shiites belief. What is the Shiite belief? What is the Shiites view on the Hadiths? What's the Shiites view on the Quran? What's the Shiites view on Prophet Muhammad himself? What's the Shiite view on things, bro? Still, hold on. I'm not cutting you off, bro. I'm just
I hear you, bro.
Yeah, listen.
But let's do it now. Captain, hold on.
What I will do, let me finish. Let me land. Then I'm going to explain, and I will mute up my mic, and I will not cut you, fam. Yeah, because one thing about us up here, yeah, when we cut each other, it's like
there's no progress.
People can miss out certain vital gems and shit. Yeah, and I don't want to cut you. I want you to narrow it down and show the people the difference between Sunni and Shiite, because when we see it on TV, we only see blood clot bombs and pussy clot killings. Yeah, that's the only thing we know about Shiite and Sunni, and that's a fact. I can't see no man doing anything fucking good out of it.
Let's go through. I hear you.
And you them dying and all of this shit. So big up yourself, Issa, and explain to me, bro.
All right, family. So I have done it many times before, but I'll do it again, my brother. So basically what you have here is it kind of begins the whole of Islam, but it starts where the Prophet, peace be upon him, is close to his death, and he appoints Imam Ali. So this is both Sunni and Muslim. So I don't deal with the Shia thing in terminology. I'm dealing with true Islam as I've clearly studied it while I was a Sunni to come to this point. So there was a time when I was following the Shia, and I was kind of like, why am I following other people when I can start to read this for myself when I was learning Arabic? So the basic first point is the Sunnis say that a person called Abu Bakr, a person after him called Umar, and a person after him called Uthman are rightly guided caliphs or rightly guided successors after the Prophet, whom you should take Islam from, and you should follow their sunnah as well as the Prophets, according to Sunnis. Sunnis' own books tell you that Abu Bakr was a liar, a thief, a traitor of the Prophet. He burnt the Prophet's daughter's house. He stole the Prophet's daughter's property. In their own books, it says this. Bukhari, the most authentic book, it tells you how Abu Bakr fabricated hadith on the Prophet to steal the Prophet's daughter's property. Now, people see this as religious. That's fine. My point is, certain beliefs translate into political actions. You understand? So that's why it's important. It's not just a belief system. We're talking about when it translates into physical action on the ground. That's why it's important. So whereas Islam is concerned, which is also in their books and our books, the Prophet appointed Imam Ali, his first cousin, as a successor. But it's not just a leader after him. It's somebody who is divinely guided as a prophet. But we don't call them prophets because the prophet's the last prophet. But they have similar knowledge, or they have the same knowledge of the Quran as the Prophet. They have the same powers. They have revelation from Angel Gabriel, but they don't have another book. They're using the Quran to guide the people. So they have that sacred wisdom. And after Imam Ali, there are another 11 people. They're mentioned in the Sunni books. When I dealt with Ziryab, when he tried to debate me on the subject, and I smashed him to pieces, he said, according to history, there's only 11. But the hadiths in Bukhari and in Sahih Muslim, the Sunni books, says there's 12. The Prophet said there's 12, according to them and us. So Ziryab obviously got dusted very quickly. So that main difference goes down to where the Sahaba in the Sunni religion betrayed the Prophet and ran for the wealth. This is why Sunni Kun Isa or Sunni
Yo, Isa, I beg you, keep it clean, yeah? I want to understand this thing, you know, fam. And if you go fucking drop names in it, bro, I know you're a big man, you know. Don't do that. That's one thing I hate about the youths. Them love call people's names out. I beg you, don't do that with me, fam. I'm asking you what's the difference, fam. Yeah,
just for you, brother. I will do it another time, but just for you, I will not.
Yeah, just explain this thing first, then you can do what you want afterwards.
No, it's not that. What it is, because people might be aware of the debate I had with him, that's what I'm referring to. But okay, so in relation to the Sahaba and the companions, they went astray. According to the Prophet's prophecies about the companions in Sahih Bukhari, they would go astray. That's in their own books. And when you read history of their behavior, they went astray. This is how Sunnism was spread under the banner Islam, where they conquered. They went to Egypt. They went all over the place, killing, murdering, raping, brutalizing. So this is how Muslims have got the reputation. And Islam has got the reputation of being such a religious thing of terrorism, etc., because of these Sunni pagans. Now, any black man understanding the history, within 200 years after the Prophet, they established black slavery, where they put black people in the consciousness of the people to be inferior. They started.
Look. I will ask you a question on that then, right? Because last week and the week before, that was the big subject, yeah? A big subject was about slavery. Now, my question to you, was the Shiite and the other sects of Islam was involved in the in slavery also? Because we do understand not just Eastern part of Africa who speaks and who's under the influence of Islam, it also spread into places like Sudan and going to the bowels of Africa, yeah? So I want to ask you this. When we talk about that Muslims enslaved us as well, would the Shiites also be involved in it? Or was it just called Muslims at that time?
No. This was definitely, you definitely had Muslims and Sunnis. So what you call Shia, I just call Muslims. And the others are the Sunnis. Okay. I'm giving you the facts now. So the facts are this. Okay. The Zanj Rebellion, which is the biggest black slave rebellion in history, was led by a Shia, descendant of Imam Ali. Okay? Led by a Shia against the Sunni pagan Kafirats for 15 years. Don't forget that now. We, the true Muslims, so-called Shia, led the biggest black slave rebellion against the Sunni pagan Kafirats for 15 years.
Look. And when you say that, yeah, right? So you say that these Africans, yeah, were not a part or under Islam, and these invaders, Muslims, came in and took them, yeah? Because the whole problem is this, yeah? Tell me the difference in the dress, because according to the Sunnah, Muhammad wore whites, yeah?
Yeah.
White, and according to you as a real Muslim or Shiite, do you also wear whites as part of your Sunnah? Like the white robes or clothes, you call them.
Bruv, wearing black is also black turban is a sign of the Sayyid, and wearing black garments. Wearing white is generally for Hajj. That's the Hajj thing. So yeah, if you go on Hajj, but other than that, bruv, you just wear whatever you're wearing. It's bruv. You have to remember this. It has nothing to do with clothes. It has to do with your ideology.
No, but it's traditions. No. Don't forget to have a slave.
We're talking about slavery.
Yeah. No. I'm saying that's a part of the Islamic culture, innit? Your dress, your tradition.
But bruv, if they put a slave in the same garment
and what you eat, that's a part of your traditions, bro. So if I say to you, I'm used to seeing Sunnis wear whites. You said, fam, them in there is really, you really meant to wear whites during the Hajj.
No. Yeah? Traditional dress is irrelevant, bruv. The Arabs, you really think the Arabs had enough money to get pure white all the time? They're living in the damn desert, bruv. You think they got time to wear white when they're on flipping camels and stuff? Their clothes are going to be nasty all the time then, innit? Bruv, listen what I'm saying.
But look, this is the difference. You also ride on camels. Like, you're a big fucking hippie. The same thing you play
Wait, brother. Rambo, the conversation was not about the riding of camels. The conversation is to refute your idea that the Prophet wore white all the time.
No, I'm saying to you. No. The topic was this. What's the difference between Sunni and Shiite? Stick to that topic. Don't
interrupt me, bro. So I'll get back to the topic now. So what happened, as I was saying, the people that the Sunnis follow and how Sunnism was established under the banner of Islam was via the conquest of the Black Lands, of other lands elsewhere. So they conquered Persia, they conquered Egypt, they conquered all different parts of places under the banner of Islam taking some garbage called Sunniism over there. Do you understand? So that's the difference. So because they got in there first, people think that's Islam. They made up bags of hadith for their stupid religion, and they tried to supersede the Quran. Remember, people didn't all have access to the Quran. They didn't have access to all of these books and this history and the commentary on the Quran. So they just had village scholars that told the line. Do you understand? So now we're in a time where we can read for ourselves. We can decide whether religion is true, God exists, and he don't, etc. Those who've researched the thing, i.e. myself and others, we know what the facts are. The history is that Sunnis have been enslaving black people from ever since, and they're still doing it today. They're enemies of black people. The Imams, I give you this again before you interrupt me, Rambo. The biggest black slave rebellion, the Zanj rebellion, was led by a Shia named Muhammad Ali. Where do you hear that from your Sunni pagan friends? They won't tell you that. There you go. That's a major difference. So this is a thing.
When I keep no blood clot friend, yeah? Because this is coming like some gang thing to us, clot, yeah? Or some borderline thing. Listen to me, right?
Don't be shook, Rambo. You sound like you're
scared. No, listen to me, Issa, fam. Listen to me, Issa. Listen to me, fam, Issa, right? I gave you a chance to talk and explain your thing, right? Please, don't fucking do that to me. Yeah, I don't need to argue about Islam. Furthermore, I don't even need to argue about on the religion. Yeah? That's straight up.
You brought it up, bro. Yeah? You brought it up.
All I'm doing is fucking answering you a question, bro. Yeah?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's it. Don't come and do that, man. I don't know fucking, as I said, I don't have nothing to really talk about.
You didn't just ask me a question, you made a statement.
Question. The Ali ibn Muhammad, yeah. Where is the evidence of the fact that he was a Shia?
Corey, you broke up. Where is the evidence? Yeah, you broke up. You said where is the evidence?
Yeah, where's the evidence of the fact that he's a Shia?
What, you can't see that?
See it where? Sorry, see it where?
Oh, you could just Google it, bro. Just go Wikipedia, wherever. I mean, you didn't know that, or?
But what I know what Wikipedia says, but Wikipedia doesn't say that he was a Shia.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Right. Let me just find. From what I know, it says it's something I've known for time, but let me just. I'm sure I read it on Wikipedia recently, but yeah, I might have to actually try and get the books if they're translated. If not, get brothers to translate them. So what's his name? Ali ibn Muhammad, an individual. Yes, so it says. Right. So it says here. Now look at the wording, right? So it says, regardless of his origins. Let me back up. Actually, let me read this bit. So it says Ali himself claimed. Look at the wording that they use. Claimed to have been descended from Ali ibn Abi Talib, which is the first caliph, the son-in-law of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, and the fourth Khalifa of the Sunni Rashidun Khalifa. But this was largely rejected by Muslim, Sunni historians of the era. Look how they say Muslim historians rather than Sunni, right? Then it says, regardless of his origins, Ali appears to have spent at least a part of his youth living in the area of Ray, and at an unspecified date, he moved to the Abbasid capital of Samarra, where he mixed with some of the influential slaves of Caliph al-Muntazir. In that's 861 to 862. In 863, he made his way from Samarra to Bahrain, modern Eastern Arabia, where it's, look at this sentence here, where he pretended to be Shia. Hold on. Why would somebody be so confident that he pretended to be Shia? This is where the Sunni pagan Kafirats are trying to separate the two. Just like Kumspek, trying to separate the two, where you have a black power ideology movement and liberation from what we call the Shia. Look at that happening again.
All right.
Pretended to be Shia and started to rouse the people into rebellion against the Caliphate. Now let's just look at that. If he's pretending to be Shia and started to rouse the people, which people? The Shias, because he's pretending to be Shia apparently into rebellion against the Khalifa. So obviously
Where is the evidence?
Brother, hold on. Let me finish this bit. Into rebellion against the Khalifa, which must have been Sunni, because if it was a Shia Khalifa, you couldn't rouse the people pretending to be a Shia against the Shia Khalifa. Do you get what I'm saying?
But are you aware of the fact that that there is also in the narrative a suggestion of Ali ibn Muhammad claiming to be a Khawarijite?
I've heard of this before, but do you know what that term refers to? Do you know what it is?
From my understanding, it's a group of people that fought against Ali.
All right, but do you know what their principle was? Like why they're called that, etc.
I don't claim to be an expert on. I have read it before. I have read it before, but I cannot recall the specifics of the terminology.
All right,
but
basically what.
But I'm still asking because you've put forward an assertion that obviously this, because you've told me to go Wikipedia and this is what Wikipedia says. Yeah. So I'm saying when it comes to, because I do know where some of these things are documented. I haven't read all the sources, but I'm saying where is the evidence of what you're saying? So that the fact that this Wikipedia entry is the result of Sunni revisionism, that's cool. So where is the evidence then of Ali ibn Muhammad being a Shia?
Okay. I would suggest to you the fact that they say where he claimed to be. Okay.
That's not evidence, though.
No, listen, brother, listen to what I'm saying. Because, like I said, this has been old news to me, and no one's really come with the thing that you're saying. Because are you proposing he was a Khawarijite as instead of a Shia?
I'm not proposing any of the above. I'm just asking for evidence of the fact.
All right, listen. He claimed to be a Shia. That's the evidence. That's what I don't get your point.
No, that's not evidence, bro. You're making a statement, and that's fine. And he may well have been a Shia if he was a Shia.
Listen, bro. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. The man is in history. We have no video evidence or audio evidence, right?
Yeah.
If the people are saying he claimed to be a Shia, how would me and you know today whether he was or not? The facts are he made that claim, and the people knew him as a Shia.
But I'm saying there are also those that say he claimed to be other things, and there are reasons.
Yeah, bruv,
but not just Khawarijite. So I'm saying to you, there's a couple other terminologies that are not in my head right about now. But I'm saying to you, I'm asking you for evidence though. So yeah, he claimed to be this, but there's also, if you're saying to me the fact that people say he claimed to be this is evidence in and of itself. My point is that would be insufficient based upon other claims that are associated with him.
Bruv, this is what the problem you're having is. I was gonna say to you that whatever else you want to attribute to him, does it still come under the banner of him being Shia? Because I think the point you're missing is that for him to have get the people to support his thing, he couldn't be claiming he's down with Sunniism. That's the point. I mean, we have to remember the Khawarijite thing, yeah.
Are the Khawarijite Sunni or Shia?
No, they're neither. That's what. But right. This is my point. Yeah. So, no, hold on. It's like saying he was a Shia and a Sufi. What I'm saying to you is focus on what it says. While he was gaining followers for his rebellion, Ali adopted slogans of egalitarian doctrines of the Khawarites, right? Adopted slogans of the egalitarian. So the what he was dealing with at the time.
Where was he just reading from?
Yeah. Just go further down where there's two.
Oh, you're reading from, I'm not on Wikipedia, so you're reading from Wikipedia. Okay. Yeah. To be fair, where I got the Khawarijite thing from was not Wikipedia.
Okay. No. There are other books. I'll try and find them still. But what my point is that this alone, if you just use your mind on what's happening, what's being said, right? There's no disputing that the leadership is Sunni, right? There's no disputing that the Shias had big issues with the leadership. There's no disputing that there was a Zanj rebellion. So if the man is claiming to be Shia, and based upon that claim, he's getting people to support him who are who? What were they, Sunnis? Is he going to adopt a Shia narrative?
That's cool. But what you're saying is all well and good. It's still not evidence of the fact that he was a Shia, though. It's just
what would evidence look like? Tell me what evidence would look like that he's a Shia.
Well, because at best, what I'm saying is, at best, what you're relaying suggests that he used Shia rhetoric. You see what I'm saying? Like he made a claim. Yeah,
right.
That's it. So the source that you actually sent me to, the only source that you actually sent me to is Wikipedia, and Wikipedia said he pretended to be a Shia.
Where does it say? Okay, so so listen to what I'm saying. So no, brother, I want you to listen to what I'm saying.
So hold on. So what I'm asking you for now?
No, but hold on. The bit you're missing also. It says Ali himself claimed to have been descended from Abba. It's not
but claiming to be descended from Ali is not necessarily claiming to be a Shia.
No, bruv, listen to what I'm saying. Bruv, forget what you think I'm saying. Listen to what I'm actually saying. I'm saying to you, throughout the Sunni narrative, yes, they're going to put claimed, pretended, all of the things to separate the Zanj rebellion from being interlinked with the Shia rebellion. Don't you get the point? I'm saying to you, when they talk about other people with their Sunnis in history, he was a descendant of Abu Bakr. He was a descendant of him. It's not he claimed. And then when they say he pretended to be Shia, then what the hell was he? If he wasn't a Shia, what was he really then? Why are they not telling us that?
I'm not saying that he was anything though. I'm asking because you're making claims in it. So and your claims might well be completely right and completely plausible. I don't really have a doubt that I don't have a reason to significantly doubt that he was a Shia or was not a Shia. I am saying, from a personal point of view, I am saying that I have not come across definitive evidence of the fact that he was a Shia, and you make that claim. So I'm asking you for where that evidence is. Now I know of, for example, the book which I haven't read, but there are some books, that make various different claims about the man, so and because of that, a lot of his history is in obscurity, but you're making a definitive claim, and not so I'm saying to you, well, seeing as you're definitive in your claim, where is the evidence of
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Shakara.
I hear what you're saying.
Me saying, Shakara, I've got 15 toes, and you would say, thanks, Ultra, that's great. Put your camera on. Simple. Yeah,
but it's not as simple as that, because you could do that with almost anything in history. No, it's not, because you could do that with, when you say about even, I don't know, Mansa Musa and what he did and what he said, how can you prove that definitively? There are certain things we have to go by. We read between the lines. So I'm saying to you, if he wasn't, I can't tell if the man actually was anything, right? But I'm saying, based upon the evidence that even the opponents present, yes, this person himself presented himself, they say pretended, so therefore he's telling them he's a Shia, right? What do you want me to do? Like, he's using slogans from the Khawarij, and the point I was going to make with the Khawarij is that the main point about the Khawarij is that the Quran is the decisive thing when it comes to right and wrong. That's what it is. So, in other words, he could have come with that slogan, but that didn't make him a Khawarij to say, well, he's against Imam Ali. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the problem which I think you're having there. But my whole point to you, my brother, is which people was he rousing up by claiming to be? Let's go with the narrative that he wasn't really.
No, but I would challenge the idea that the Zillion was a Shia uprising, because that would contravene the actual evidence of that there is. You know what I'm saying? It was a black uprising. Yeah, no, because the idea of that they were fighting against the Abbasids, that's clear. But the people that were involved in the rebellion were not waging were not doing so with a Shiite agenda. Like, this was a black rebellion of enslavement.
I mean, you really love hearing something and just spinning the whole thing and putting all kind of thing on it, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I said it was led by, predominantly, it would have been black people, right? Whether they're black Shia or black, voodooists or Ifa or whatever else. It wouldn't have been
Ifa or voodoo, because most of them would have come from East Africa.
Bruv, whatever the hell they were practicing, I'm saying that the leadership in this thing. Okay, let's just use logic. I want people to listen to the basic logic. And this is why sometimes you don't need to read books upon books upon books when you've got an intelligent brain to work it out. Those people, do you know, Shakara, what they were enslaved to do? The majority of the Zanj.
Yeah, so the focal point was the salt mines in Basra.
The salt marshes in Basra. Do you agree? People in salt marshes way out there do not know the workings and the inner workings of the society of the Khalifa of the Abbasids to know how to.
No, that's a claim, and it might be plausible. I'm not in a position to say that definitively. No.
All right. Fair enough. If you want to, if anyone out there wants to believe that you're out in some way out place away from the society of the people working, that somehow you would have a grand knowledge without the internet and maps and Google Maps to see where things are, to know where things are, to know how the society works, for you to have a rebellion that lasts 15 years. I suggest to you, they were people who led the rebellion that were part of the society. Now, I'll say to you again that they weren't the Zanj working in the salt mines. So they had other people doing that rebellion. There were Shia. There were some other, I can't remember what they're called. There were several other groups amongst them. But I'm saying the people that were vehemently against this government because they were saying that the family of the Prophet should be ruling were the Shia. I keep saying leading the rebellion. He then wants to tell me something else. I don't know why.
No. But again, so where is the evidence of that? We have a suggestion of the fact that Ali ibn Muhammad was a Shia. Is there further evidence of the leadership beyond him being predominantly Shia or exclusively Shia? Where is that?
I'll say it again, and I want people to listen because obviously Shakra is not paying attention to this, so I'll say it again.
I'm asking you a question, bro.
No, I heard but I've already answered it.
Just answer the question. Like you don't have to make.
I've already answered it. So I'll say it again. Hold on.
You don't have to make a judgment on my attention or
No. Hold on. In 863, he made his way from Samarra to Bahrain, modern Eastern Arabia, where he pretended to be Shia and started to arouse the people into rebellion against the Khalifa. Now, anyone listen to that sentence, which I've already quoted, if you're pretending to be Shia and started to rouse the people into rebellion, what people are you rousing? If I have to pretend to be something, so let's say I'm an atheist, am I going to go to Salafi Wahhabists, Sunnis, and pretend to be Shia to rouse them against the government? Really? What kind of blood? Anyway, so as I said, the people he were rousing into rebellion against the Khalifa were Shia. This is obvious. So let's actually go with the narrative that he wasn't Shia, because it proves my point even more. So now he pretends to be Shia because the people that are already looking to topple this Khalifa are Shia. And obviously the Zanj enslaved people are not happy with their status. So obviously they're like, you know what? You having a rebellion, Mr. Shia? Yep. You know what? I think we're going to join you. Yes. Very simple, very straightforward. Because these people would have been part of the society. Simple as that. So, yeah, go and read the history. Very straightforward. I mean, damn, that speaks for itself. That sentence is very clear. If they were, you wouldn't convert or pretend to be Shia to rouse people into rebellion unless those people that you're seeking to assist you in a rebellion are Shia themselves. Just common sense. I read it already. You know, there you go.
Yeah, that doesn't mean, however, that the leadership of the rebellion were Shia. Like, so yeah, what you're saying as a logical deduction could very well be plausible. Just what I'm saying. But so you like it's a.
So what else could they be, Shakra? Let's just go for the process of elimination.
There could be anything, bro. It's a plausible explanation.
So the aliens. All right, let's go with that.
But it fails to meet the standard of evidence of the fact that the leadership of this rebellion were Shia. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not what you've outlined. Doesn't
forget that. Put something. No. Forget all of that. You keep doing that.
But you're asking me to put something in its place. I'm not trying to put something in its place. Right, I'm asking you for evidence to put in its place. If that makes sense.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. It's very straightforward. Shakara claims he's who he is. He claims that's his dad. He claims that's his son. I'm saying until a narrative comes along which can prove all of that wrong, why should we keep going against it? I'm saying the Sunnis say the same thing that we're saying, except they say he claimed to be Shia. This is a solidified history. Like, I'm saying, you're not even saying, well, the Zanj led it. You're not saying that. I've already given you logical reasons.
But I mean, the Zanj. So you're suggesting the Zanj didn't lead it?
I'm suggesting that yes. How the hell are they going to do that when you've been in a flipping salt mine for flipping years? That's what you know about. How do you know how rebellion works, bro? Like, how can you fight for 15 years when you don't know where the police are, the type of military weapons, you don't know their strategy, you don't know all of these things? How can you keep up a rebellion for 50? You know how long 15 years is for a rebellion? Bruv, do you know about how much blood of the Abbasids said to have been a river apparently was red?
The issue is right. Like what you're doing is kind of drawing conclusions based upon a line of logic that may or may not suit the situation. So the fact of these people just being in the salt marshes and therefore they wouldn't have known the layout of certain things, like it contravenes. For example, if you ask me, do I know about rebellions? There's
15 years.
But that's the point I'm trying to. Well, that time frame, like there are so many factors, within a time frame like 15 years that could lead to people knowing the layout of this, that, and what next, and you know what I'm saying, all kinds of different things. So the idea that they just wouldn't have known, so it must have been led by.
Can you mention these factors? So many.
But that's the point. There's any number, bro. It's 15 years. So 15 years. Hold on. In 15 years, and first of all, like the focal point being the salt mines of Basra. My understanding is that the rebellion, it wasn't the epicenter of it wasn't Basra and the salt mines for the duration of the 15 years. It was quite a widespread rebellion that began to encompass various different aspects of the society. So it wasn't confined to the salt mines for 15 years. So there's any. I know you never said that. I'm not suggesting that you said it.
I am. Why would you put it in there then?
Because I'm making a point. You put bare things in things that I haven't said. So
no. I'm not claiming you said something.
Allow me to speak. I never claimed that you said anything. I'm addressing the point that you made, which is how would they know this, that, and what next? What I'm saying to you is that based upon the fact that the rebellion was not confined to the salt mines of Basra, there's any number of ways that intelligence could have been gathered to continue the rebellion. Any number of ways. So that claim that it doesn't. Like
what, bro? You can't keep jumping over any number. Give us some. Give us 5.
What, bro? It's a rebellion. For example, what's it called? In the rebellion that was led by Chief Taki in Jamaica in the 1750s, what's it called? God. What's the problem? What's the problem here?
I'm not talking about island, we're talking about Khalifa.
What's your point? My point is this. What's your point? We're talking about a rebellion. No, but you can't. You asked me for an example. I'm giving you an example. The example may or may not apply because it's on an island. Doesn't mean that the example doesn't apply. Okay, so please listen. Right?
Go ahead, please.
Right. So in relation to Chief Taki, the first thing that they did, well, first of all, a whole heap of intelligence was gathered prior to the rebellion itself, and as with many anti-slavery rebellions in the Americas, intelligence was gathered from a collaboration between those Africans who were in the house of the so-called master and those Africans who were in the field, right? And so what they gathered that intelligence. They begin, and what the first thing they did was take over the army barracks, to get weaponry and them kind of things there. Okay, and the rebellion spreads from there. As they're going from house to house, there are there are other plantations who are rebelling, and intelligence is gathered among the leaders from the various different quarters in which this rebellion begins to take place. There's kidnappings of officials, and plying them for information. You see what I'm saying? So there's any number of ways that information can be gathered to continue a rebellion for that length of time. And based upon the fact that this rebellion in specific, the Zanj rebellion, was not confined to the salt mines of Basra, then the ways of gathering intelligence to sustain that kind of a rebellion are innumerable. Like, they're just innumerable.
Yeah. Okay. So what we maybe need to do is go through the details, because apparently this is the most detailed slave. Hold on. Slave rebellion history. So inshallah, hopefully that's translated. But not just that. As you're talking, I'm actually thinking this isn't really something that's my major point. My point is that the Sunnis were enslaving blacks. So if your whole point is to me that it may have been the Zanj, let's just say he was a Zanj.
No, that's not my point, bro. That's not my point.
Wait, let me finish. Let's just say that it was the Zanj at the top. Whoever, not even Zanj, whatever there's a space there for the people of rebellion. That's fine. But the people who are enslaving the Zanj are Sunnis. That is my focal point. Do you have a dispute with that?
No, I wasn't disputing anything. All I was really doing was asking for evidence of the fact that the brother was a Shia. You began to question whether the Zanj themselves were actually in the leadership of this rebellion, and so that's where we went down that road. I am aware of the fact that there are many revisionist historians who have tried to either reduce or deny the significance of race in relation to the Zanj rebellion. Yeah. So some have said that, well, it wasn't a black uprising. You know what I'm saying? Others have said that it was an uprising among certain other sectors of the society, and the black people just happened to be involved at a certain point, and all kinds of different things. So the attempt, yeah, to belittle the blackness of the rebellion is not a new one. So yes, I would be guarded against that. Yeah, like to be honest with you, when Africans rebel against enslavement, you know, like I don't celebrate it any less because they're Muslim, right? Just what I'm saying, like, you know,
bro. Let me just say this. My main point, brother, was never like, I only say that as a thing because it's generally there. Like, for us, to be honest, it's solidified. So I've never really had anyone question to say, where's it? It's just been something that's normal. When you read it and you're talking to people, and that's just a thing. And that was Sunnis and Rastas and whoever else I used to talk to back at the time. But back then, Shia didn't really mean it unto me at the time because I was a Sunni. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is when Rastas were telling me about I'm an Arab slave and and I'm saying, well, look, black people, you know. But my point to you is, bruv, my whole thing is that the Sunni pagans, stinking Kafirats, were enslaving black people for so many years, and here's a major rebellion that took place, and black people were rebelling against these people for 15 years. Now, I'm saying the Shia were black, the family of the Prophet were black, who are among them. Now, if, bruv, anyone else wants to come in and tell me they're Khawarij, fine. My point is Sunnis were enslaving black people, and these Sunnis, the Abbasids, were promoting the white complexion over the black complexion. Okay, so you've heard of what's his name? Al-Jahiz, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Al-Jahiz, people, he wrote a book. Imagine this.
Yeah, so C time done posted that in the thing, but I was waiting for you to mention either Al-Jahiz, well, because and the book of the book of the glory of the blacks over the whites, and then
I'm just about to.
What the point is that C time done put that in the chat a long time, and obviously these are books that I have, which so some of them I have, but I haven't read.
Let me finish the thing. I was talking, just switch me off. So, as I was saying, my brother what's his name? Oh, flipping, he made me forget his name. But anyway, our brother who wrote the book called "The Glory of the Blacks Over the Whites" was. Have you read it? Of course, bro. Back then, it's like we couldn't even get hold of it. So the one brother that had it, I photocopied the whole book. Right, that's what I did. Anyway, and I still got the photocopy somewhere. Anyway, so as I was saying, in relation, if you read the introduction, you basically got a thing of why he wrote the book. So people were saying, you writing on animals, you writing on all kind of thing, but you ignoring this black thing. And he said, no, I was coming to this now, bro. So he goes in there and writes, you know, generally about the superiority of black people and black sheep, all kind of thing. He praising blackness and who comes under black, and the Arabs originally come under black, and because the Prophet said,
I'm very aware of the context of the book. That's
no. This is for others. Hold on. This is for others.
That's a question. Was Al-Jahiz a Shia?
No, he was a Mu'tazila, which were, in fact, you know what? Here's the problem. The Mu'tazila like to separate themselves from Sunni and Shia, but they would be inclined to one or the other. So they were more about philosophy. The Mu'tazila were people who a lot of them would base their stuff upon logic to the point that some of them rejected verses of the Quran. Right? I don't know if did you know that, Shakara?
No, I didn't know that. Okay. I'm just asking you if people in with Sunni or Shia or not.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying to you that's what I mean. It doesn't work the way you were trying to say it. It's like Ahmed. Is he Sunni or Shia?
You're saying it doesn't work that way. But whenever I've asked you about people that are, I've never heard you. Like, for example, the Sufis, as far as you're concerned, are the Sunnis in disguise, because they accept Abu Bakr.
Shias. I'm saying that they were. No, listen to what I said.
They were originally Shia. Yeah, and then they accepted Abu Bakr. That makes them Sunni, right? I've had a conversation with you, right, about this, and I'm saying, well, how can you just call them a Sunni? Like they're not just Sunni. And you said, of course they're Sunni. They accept Abu Bakr. Yeah. So
no. Hold on. A bit more than that, bro. Like they accept them as rightly guided caliphs, etc. Right? So that's the problem where they're ting, but then they're going to tell you how Imam Ali is the most knowledgeable, brave warrior.
As far as you were concerned in the conversation that we had, that made them Sunni. There wasn't any ambiguity in the statement that just made them Sunni.
Yeah. Of course.
Can I just say, because C-Time was talking to me. I'm aware of those sources. C-Time. My understanding of the sources that you mentioned was not that the evidence was definitive, in that regard of the fact that he was a Shia, but it was suggested. So I was asking for a kind of a definitive. But if you're saying it is definitive, then I'll look into it more, and I'll come back when.
So what I was saying was, in relation to this thing, it's like I don't. My whole point is not to really prove to black people these things about whether they're Shia or not. My main crux is that the Sunni pagans have not changed their stance on black people for over 1,200 years. That the Sunnis were enslaving us then, and we had a rebellion. Whether you want to say Shia led the rebellion, voodooists, whether you want to say they were Somali or whatever the hell you want to put in there as rebellion, as long as you agree they're black and they were enslaved by Sunni pagan stinking Kaffirats, that's fine. And I'm saying they have not changed their stance on being anti-black up till now. That's the main point.
That's a different argument. I mean, in that sense, no, it's not, because to simplify things in that way, like is to belittle a whole heap of history, in that regard. Like when and not that these people were enslaving I. Like, you know my position on these things already, in it. So like, so try.
So what was that? I didn't get that bit.
I said, you know my position. You know my position on these things already. So trying to characterize Shakara as a defender of Sunni Islam is joke business of the highest order. But we will leave that to one side for now.
No, it's not, because you were there telling me, but they do know.
No. But Isa, disagreeing with you on the point is not necessarily a defense of Sunnism. Yeah, so like let's no,
because you were trying to pretend they follow the Quran.
I wasn't trying to pretend anything. I in one conversation, one sentence, means that I'm a defender of Sunnis. Like, this is joke business. So let's leave it alone. Because you're better than that, and so am I. Isa, you're better than that.
No. You were defending.
No, the statement I made was that Sunnis and Shias claim to follow Quran and Hadith. That was the only statement that I made.
That wasn't all right. Let's go back to it. No. This is not true. Now, the statement you made was that Sunnis also use the Quran as a criteria to measure the Hadith and reject Hadith based upon the Quran.
No. Hold on. I did not say anything about rejecting Hadith based upon the Quran. The statement that I made was and we can go back to find the audio and bring it to me. The statement that I made. Because you're making the claim. I'm not interested in this. Yeah, I told you already. Let's leave it alone, because it's job business. The statement that I made was that the Sunnis would also say the Quran is the primary. Yes, the Shia is secondary. What's it called? That's what I said. Yeah, that it would be the Quran that validates the Hadith, and not the Hadith that validates the Quran. Yeah,
right. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Hold on. So your processes would be different. That is my understanding, but that's neither here nor there. That statement That's for you to take that statement and make it Shakara Kates for Sunniism is joke business. Like that's I was sharing with you my understanding of
you were not sharing. You were going on and on and on. Yes, they do though. Yes, they do though. Yes, they do though.
You can say what you want, bro. Yeah, I'm really and truly.
Listening gonna think you were talking truth.
Really and truly. That this is a minor point to me, right? Because the reality is, like, what I'm saying to you is that statement as a criteria for Shakara being a caper for Sunni racism. What's it called? And these things. It's a joke. Like, so let's like I said,
it's serious reality, bro.
You're better than that, innit? And I'm better than that, innit? Or maybe I'm overestimating the thing, but it's one statement, and me bringing my understanding of what people believe is not a defense of the people. It's me being honest about what I think they believe.
No.
We don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. No. But we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this because the reality is
you just talk and I don't talk. Is that what it is?
Do this. We don't have to do this, Isa. Yeah.
Exactly. So you didn't need to go on and on and on.
It's
silly. Let me just say my piece and then we'll leave it. Hold on. So
no, but we're having a different conversation.
You're not going to throw it in there. And then just say, no,
you threw it in there, and I made one statement in response, and I said, by the way, trying to paint man you've been on and you spent about 5 minutes talking about how man capes for Sunnis.
That was way before.
I made one statement and I said, by the way, trying to paint man as that is job business, so we're just going to leave that alone and move on. You want to stick on the point. So I want to finish saying what I was trying to say before you interrupted man to stick on that point. Yeah, if you don't mind.
I didn't interrupt you. You brought up the point. I'm saying you did cape for them.
But you did. Because in the midst
you was a Sunni, you're in a position to speak.
In the midst of
I studied it, and Sunni will tell you you're wrong.
In the midst of in the midst of me making a statement, yeah, right? You've come in and tried to make this the thing in it, and I'm just not on it. Yeah, it's job business. It is.
Yeah, of course.
So let's move on. So let's leave it alone, innit? Like, because that's
you don't speak already on the thing. If you just said it and left it, but you're going on and on about the thing. So it's as simple as this: when somebody who's been a Sunni, studied Sunnis, and been around Sunnis, know what they're saying, and Sunnis at the current time are saying the opposite. How can somebody who speaks for a community and has so many people listening be so forceful? But they do though, because what you think. Just think about that, people. If you're not sure, you just say, well, I don't know, I'm not a Sunni, and leave it. Why are you going to keep going and say, but they do though, but they do have the Quran as the primary measure for hadith? Not true. Even from their own mouths. Not true. So there you go.
And you know what? Shakara, one second with this. All right, let's say I was wrong on the point. I'm wrong on the point. Okay? Yeah, let's say that's the case. I'm capable of being incorrect or misunderstanding or having flawed information. Okay.
It's not about being flawed. You can all have flawed information. It's about going against someone that knows the subject, number one.
No, but Isa, I'm saying.
Hold on, wait. That's not these two points are not separate from each other. I'm saying not only knows the point, but also why would you want to do that? What would be the intention? What's the benefit of somebody saying, but they do?
Isa, if you want to,
say not, it's not the case.
If you want,
it's like somebody saying that Shias love Abu Bakr and Umar.
When you say that they themselves say it's not the case. It's not like there was a Sunni in the conversation that was challenging.
It's a general thing.
We were having a conversation, and I made a statement. All this going against stuff is you hyping the thing. Like, really, like, it's not that deep, in it. The conversation was not that.
No, it is that deep. No, it was because people come back and quote you, bro.
It's that deep for you. It's that deep for you. So if you want to make that a defining factor, yeah, like in man's entire perspective, yeah, on certain subject, that's up to you. Like, I can't.
I will do because it's not the only piece of evidence.
I can't legislate for that. Fine, bring all of it. I'm not really like.
Anyway,
it's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there to me. Like, so.
Anyway, back to what I was saying about our brother, relating to writing the book. Al-Jah is his name. Go check up the book. The book is called "The Glory of the Blacks Over the Whites."
Yeah, I'm familiar with the book.
Writing about the Sanj, right? So people, it's a small book. But in there, you have a black man known as Al-Jahiz. It's an insulting name because it means goggle-eyed, right? Now, this black man was a genius to the point where right now in Medina, they use his writings on Arabic grammar as part of the curriculum. That's how deep this black man was. And guess what? Sheikh Abdullah Faisal, the terrorist, when I was a Sunni and liked him, I was the one that told him he was black. And he goes, what? He was black? He said he learned about him when he went to study in Medina. Imagine that. Sheikh Abdullah Faisal, studied in Medina, knew about Al-Jahiz, and didn't know he was black. Should show you how.
I'm aware of these things in it, so I'm trying to figure out what the point that you're making.
No, that's not. There's also people out there we're talking to, innit? So my point to you is, anyway, the whole point, we more or less finished the discussion, because I've said to you, as long as people are not telling me that the rulership, the Abbasids, were not, number one, Sunni, and number two, they weren't promoting the idea that light skin complexion is superior to dark skin, then there's no debate. I don't care what people want to say that the Zanj were. As long as you agree that they were black, after that, if they led it, if they didn't, if they use voodoo or atheism or Judaism or Christianity, I don't give a damn. As long as you're not telling me that the people who were the Abbasids were not Sunni, number one, and number two, that they weren't promoting the light skin over the dark skin. That's it. So
yeah,
just concentrate on the caliphate. Who's that? I didn't even want to get into that Islamic thing. I find Islam quite boring. But I mean, the other caliphates that were enslaving black folk.
I have questions still, but yeah.
So you
have another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention before the chance goes, it was just that thing I was talking to you about, Shakara. I found the details on it.
Oh no, are you talking about the moon thing?
Yeah, moon. Yeah,
no, I know about it still. Yeah. But go ahead. Break it down.
Yeah, it was just the Saifawa dynasty up in Nigeria, led by some guy called Dunama Dubalemi. And that was in near Chad or northern Nigeria, and he was the one who he's credited with destroying the moon, a mysterious object believed to possess unknown powers, possibly a symbol of divine kingship. It was probably destroyed so to cancel an important symbol of pre-Muslim beliefs and to prove his determination in contrasting what he saw as the lax faith of his predecessors. The action generated some reprobation, as it is reported that the destruction opened a period of civil strife within the kingdom. But then it gets weird with that symbol, though, because then some people start saying that particular symbol, they're associating it with the Israelites, which is like really, really weird. It's like there's a guy here, he was saying they were trying to, in view of these references to Canaan and Israel, it seems reasonable to interpret the moon name etymologically. I can't even say that word.
Etymologically.
Yes, as a slight transformation of the biblical manna. There was said to be a big jug of manna in the Ark of the Covenant or something. For some reason, they're associating this symbol with the Israelites, and they're believing that it was brought by the Israelites to that part of Africa, Nigeria, and then it was destroyed. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's what they think this moon symbol is.
All right. Well, what's the source that you're reading from?
The first source is from this German who studied it called Dirk Lang. The moon as the Ark of the Covenant between Duguwa and Sefua in ancient Canaan. Dirk Lang, D-I-E-R-K space Lang, L-A-N-G-E. Dirk Lang.
Oh, that's probably why you're getting the Hebrew references, because that is about the Ark of the Covenant, isn't it? So yeah, there is a lot of that stuff that is trying to Israelize the whole of West Africa. Apart from anybody that was selling somebody, and then they were just pagans.
But the funny thing is, it's part of the Borno Museum Society newsletter. So somehow it's weeded its way into there, where they're
that happens. There's a few ways in which that happens, but yeah, it's covered in the book, briefly in the book When We Ruled as well.
Because it says here, real sorry. It goes, the chronicler Ibn Furtu compares the moon with the Sakina of the Quran and attributes the same religious potency to both sacred objects. He also makes it clear that he sees moon as the Ark of Israel inherited from King Saul.
Yeah, and it's not actually completely unusual for people to take like traditionalist things and try to weave them into, you know, whatever new Abrahamic understanding they've developed. It wouldn't completely be it wouldn't be a new thing.
So, Witness, did you say somebody said that the moon is the Ark of the Covenant? Is that what you said?
He says he says, as this guy called Ibn Furtu, he says he sees moon as the Ark of Israel inherited from King Saul.
Yeah, but I mean, inherited from King Saul. So Saul carried the Ark of the Covenant. The golden box, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the moon, so it transformed. I mean, it's kind of weird because the moon was there before Moses built the Ark of the Covenant. It was there while they were doing their whatever they were doing, and Joshua was conquering Jericho. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how they come to their conclusions, but yeah, we need to remain using logic, reason, and rationality, just like the Mu'tazilas. So yeah, yeah. Does anyone want
somehow? They believe somehow he was transported there. Hello.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm almost at work. And I wanted to address Issa, if that's okay. But good morning, 90 sir. Good morning, Brother Shakara, Witness,
morning.
And Issa. You know, everyone in the chat. I just wanted to, before I got to work, and then more stuff was said about me and my absence. You know, while you guys were talking, I really was thinking about how I wanted to go about addressing Issa, right? Because of his temperament. So I'm gonna greet you in peace, Issa, right? Because I don't have no malice against you. You know, I tried to coexist with your disposition, and I let a lot of slick things that I believe I do not deserve that come out of your mouth. I let it slide, right? It's like having that cousin who's just a wild person, and you just be just like, oh, that's just Jimmy. That's how Jimmy act, you know. You just ignore Jimmy. You know, Jimmy can't stand the Sunnis. Jimmy hates the Sunnis. Jimmy want to talk about the Sunnis all the time, and you just ignore it.
Yep.
So when you heard me talking about division, that is my perspective or my perception of your disposition. But the same way that other members of the family, I have my opinion about their disposition as well. But that wasn't what was the conversation. But that doesn't mean that you're somehow in isolation, and that doesn't mean that somehow I don't understand. If I say, oh, I don't like the way Issa talks, oh, she loves Sunni. What? I don't understand how you equate all of this to me now being a sellout to Black people. If I have a problem with you personally and how you speak and I don't even understand how you could take that and say I am a sellout to Black people. That is very offensive to me because one, you don't know anything about me personally. You don't know anything about me and where I stand in my community. For you to say I'm a sellout to Black people is you talking out. No, let me at least finish my sentence. How you gonna tell me to hold on?
Because you're wrong.
I'm gonna let you respond. So when you respond, then you can tell me I'm wrong. But for you to say that I'm a sellout to Black people and use the word coon, this is the second time that you use the term coon when referring to me. And all I'm saying is that you have me very, very mistaken. That's it, brother. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. So I suggest anyone else that would like to make any complaints about what I say about them, generally don't assume and make up stuff as to why I'm saying what I'm saying. Ask me, why did you say this? And I will tell you. Melanated on the channel of Coonspec while she had her, while he had his conversations about various people and she had her conversations. So what she said was, and this is the problem, this is really where it gets, you know, her example was, if she get licked down by somebody who is a Muslim, you know, physically look like a Muslim, she said she ain't got time to deal with whether he's Sunni or he's Shia or he this or he that, Ahmadi. She says he Muslim, that's it. She ain't getting into all of that. Now, that number one, it would make it very clear to you that she's biased. Because when if somebody was to say about in Nigeria, all these brothers telling me when they used to go up there in the 80s, how they used to see body parts all over the damn village road. Head here, an arm here, bloody torso here, of children, of men, of women. So, hello, if I were to put you in that camp and say, oh, well, all of you believe in African spirituality, but not just that. I make the distinction of not talking to black people in regards Sunni versus Shia. You lot end up asking me questions about Shia, so I answer. And as I've said so many times, it is Coonspec that's pretending that I'm calling you into that. I'm saying very simply that Sunnis and Sunniism is anti-black. So because you lot want to go along with Coonspec and follow the Sunnis in that route, because only they benefit from calling themselves Muslims and we the Shia, I'm saying to you, whenever there's a discussion on what's going on with black people and these so-called Muslims, we need to be able to distinguish, because it's very serious. These people will come up in here and pretend they're your friend, and as soon as something happens, all of a sudden, look at how many of them. We've got at least 2 years of footage of them betraying us. They're all up in the G-Word, they're all up here, they're all up there. And as soon as something, all of a sudden, they turn with their racist people against black people. But then you want to say, I'm calling you Sunni Shia, Sunni Shia.
But how does that make Melanated Goddess a coon, though? How does
Did you hear what, by her saying, this was the main point. In the talk about me, where I'm talking about Sunni versus black people, she totally removed what I say and put her own thing to undermine me, that I'm ain't getting black people involved in Sunni versus Shia. That's not, never. My whole point has been, and I've made the distinction. So I'm saying the coon element is where she goes along with the anti-black Sunnis like Khan and speaks so well with these devils, right? And to submit to them pretends it's a Sunni versus Shia thing. That's their narrative. That's Coonspec and their narrative.
Wait, sorry, Melanated Goddess. I know this is so because she's talking to Khan, you mentioned that as an example. You said that was an example of being
not talking to. I'm saying when she talks to him with respectfully and bigs him up, and I'm saying the collective of behavior where the people who are anti-black in their speech and so on in their approaches, she has this great love for them, but then want to call me, who's demonstrating that Sunniism, not Sunni versus Shia, Sunniism is anti-black. But then I'm causing division. I'm pointing out a reality, historical fact.
Can I respond?
I'm causing division. Do you understand? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so one, I live in America. And I mentioned this yesterday as well. I do not have a whole lot of interaction with Muslims, right? So when I meet someone, I see a woman in hijab, I do not know what denomination she falls under. So I am a non-believing person, and I'm just being honest that this is the paintbrush that this person. I'm just gonna say this a Muslim person. I'm not gonna be like. People don't wear name badges, Sunni, Shia, but it's not like that. I don't know. Somebody says Salam Alaikum. I'm just gonna say that person was a Muslim. That's all that's gonna equate in my mind. I am not in the UK. I'm not immersed in this Muslim world. I'm not. So that me making that statement makes me a sellout, makes me a coon. That is fucking. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You want to give an example.
Listen. So if somebody from Alabama drives up and they get robbed in New York, they don't know if it was a person from Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, the Bronx, Staten. They don't know. They're gonna say them fucking New Yorkers robbed me. That you feel me? They're gonna say them New Yorkers robbed me.
What's that? We're talking about discussions online. You keep talking. I'm talking about discussions online.
What I'm saying now is, 1 second, Issa.
Hold on, one second. Wait. Melanated, you've never met me. So this whole thing about meeting people, all our conversations are online. So therefore, all you would know about me was either on YouTube or what we discussed here. So all you're working with is information that I speak, and I'm saying to repeat something.
Your title of your name says
melanated. No, melanated. It doesn't work that way because I've distinguished this so many times and
what I'm saying is that no.
Can I say one thing though, melanated?
Listen, if the majority of Sunnis were non-black people, then I would feel like your statements are racially driven. That you're saying Shias are black, Sunnis are non-black, and I'm over here picking up non-black people.
I didn't say that, melanated.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that's why you don't listen. You don't listen. You listen to respond instead of listening for understanding. You need to listen for understanding. If you listen, let me rephrase my statement one more time without interruption so you can hear me. What I'm saying is that if the majority of Sunnis were non-black and the majority of Shias or the real Islam or whatever you call it, I don't even know, right? The Islam of the Quran, if the majority of the Islam of the Quran people were black people, then I would feel like your stance was racially driven. And then I would say, oh, melanated is taking the side of all of these non-black, right? But if the majority of Sunnis are black too, right? What I'm siding, if you want to call it I'm siding with a group of black people who believe differently than another group of black people. I don't understand where this comes from.
But this because you're not listening, and I'll say it again for you. It's very simple. You're repeating back to me garbage because I never made a point of what the majority, where they stand. I'm saying to you the teaching, the ideology, and the behavior. So if the majority of Sunnis are black, and there have been a majority of people that assisted black slavery from Africa over to the Middle East and wherever else, what difference does that make? I'm saying to you the ideology, when you're talking to Kunspect, you didn't bring up, the majority of Sunnis are this and the majority of that. Your point was, again, and you keep bringing up Sunni. Hold on. My whole point is Sunniism. It makes no difference if 90% of Sunnis were black. That doesn't change the factor of the religion being a thing that is promoting the enslavement of black people, because the Sunni blacks in Africa were the main people to assist in the enslavement of blacks when it came to the Zanj and after that. So it's ridiculous whether they're majority or not. That has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the teachings, and you just repeated back to me exactly what I said is the opposite of what I'm saying. I didn't say Sunni Shia. I didn't say focus on what I'm saying in regards to my beliefs. I'm talking about Sunnis, and if they, in their position, are coons and anti-black. Historically, that's been proven.
Okay. I don't mean to be rushing you, but I really am almost at work. So my stance is this. Do I take on your fight with these Sunni people that you feel are anti-black, right? No, I do not take on your stance. I live in America, and guess what? The Christianity is responsible for the transatlantic slave trade, and it's these 45 million black people here. The majority of them is Christian. Am I walking around here calling all of them soon Kaffir Christian Jesus worshippers? Let me finish. Why I don't know understand. Let me talk my rubbish, because you see, you disrespectful. I could have said all of that stuff you said was rubbish, right? But I let you talk your rubbish. You're disrespectful with your mouth. You are disrespectful with your mouth.
And so are you.
Melanated, quick thing, yeah, because I do think here.
My ideology is about America.
Issa, give me a sec, please. There's because I was listening when you called the sister a coon, yeah, and
which
I think no, I'm no, sorry, not you, Melanated. I'm saying I was listening when Issa called you a coon and that, and I think that in spite of everything that was said. Yeah, and I know the two of you have had your differences previously and whatever. But I think that when Melanated started speaking, and she opened, yeah, I think the spirit that she opened with was enough for the conversation to not be what it is right about now. Yeah. And so
you're right, brother. You're right.
You're gonna say that because I'm saying, hold on.
Let me finish, innit? Yeah. So I'm gonna say this and leave it alone because what I'm about to say may not have any influence on the conversation, and if it don't, then it don't. Yeah. But what I'm gonna say is that because of the fact that how she opened up here was enough to allow the conversation to not be what it is right now, I'm gonna humbly suggest, yeah, that spirit kind of influence and govern the duration, the rest of the conversation. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I think that after being called a coon, if somebody else can come on and bring that spirit to the thing, then that's a lesson for everybody in the conversation right about now. Yeah, and we could all humble ourselves to that wisdom. You know what I'm saying? So let's try to do that.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
okay. Right, so let me just respond to what he said, which is beautiful. The problem is that's exactly what Sunnis do. They come to you, salam alaikum, come over here, I got some food, I got some, we want to do business. You see them that group over there that are not Sunnis, you see them? Yeah. Can you put them in this boat for me or put them in chains? This is the problem. So she came in with all them greeting, but insulting the hell out of me when I've made it very clear. This is not about what you see in America or what you see anywhere in regards to the conversations online, because these are online discussions. So when you're talking about me, it relates to what you've seen online, not what you've seen in America. I'm saying it's about research. Hold on. It's about research in regards to an ideology. So if I'm causing division, you would need to know about the ideology, or whether you're saying you can't join me in my fight against Sunnis. I didn't say to join me. You can have an opinion, but don't pretend I'm saying something I'm not saying. I'm not saying to you to stand with the Shia against anybody. My point was to point out, as I have been doing, that these Sunni pagan stinking Kafirites have been enslaving black people for longer than the white supremacists. Anyone who claims to be a Pan-Africanist somehow finds it with their chest to say they're Pan-Africanist, but they can ignore the Sunni pagan stinking Kafirites and their slavery continuing for 1,000 years.
All right.
There's been no hold on. There's been no big apology or seeking to reform or change amongst the Sunni pagans. They continue to enslave us. They continue to promote the idea we're inferior. They continue, as you heard the other day, this idea of buck breaking, as they said to Coonspec. That's what we call it. They call it whatever they want to call it, sodomization, whatever. But that's the same as buck breaking. And that didn't come from a slave master status or upper class. That came from a normal Sunni. And that's how they treat our people. White people got it from them, but you don't want us to ignore them. No. All I'm asking is, if you want to say I'm causing division, at least quote me correctly. Don't tell me I'm calling you to Sunni Shia or I'm making it Sunni Shia. I'll say it again for you, all of you. It's about Sunnis versus blacks. If you disagree, fine. But don't accuse me of saying something I'm not saying. Simple as that.
Melanated.
Yes.
Yeah, because I sorry. In fact, you know what? Because I just wanted to address the issue that he just raised in terms of Pan-Africanism and these things. But I don't want to. If you're not finished, I don't really want to.
No. Listen, I'm about. Let me just say this really quickly. You know, because this is a show, people are listening. So guess what? Shia, Issa, or Black Select. I'm gonna call you by your name. The Black Select. I respect your opinion about me, and that's your opinion about me, and that's all I can say is it's an opinion about me. I'm done.
Melanated, before you go, this is Ultra. I love you.
Love you too, brother.
Ultra, and you married? Ultra, and you married? I swear you must be a Muslim.
Is it wrong for me to love a black sister?
Ultra's a Muslim. Like Ultra flirts with all.
Hold on a second, Issa. Hold on. Pause. Wait, don't get out of control. Hold on, Issa. Hold on. Don't get out of control, Issa. Listen to me. Despite your many flaws, Issa, I love you too.
And you know, I'm gonna say the same thing, you know, because at the end of the day, I think that calling the sister a coon.
Bang out of order. Bang out of order.
I hear that.
Hold on. Especially for what has been said, she said that I'm not seeing it. I think that
the punishment doesn't fit the crime.
Let me just add one thing. Let me add. Hold on. Let me just add one thing.
I want to finish saying what I'm saying. Please do not interrupt me. With all due respect.
Oh,
yeah. With all due respect. Go. Yeah. Right. What I was going to say is I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to say the same thing that Ultra Funky just said. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, I think that's out of order. I think what's it called? How you came at me the other day, was out of order as well. But I'm still gonna extend love to you, my brother. Yeah, that fully. Yeah,
because that's how we do. Shakira, tell Issa about what real men are able to do.
I wanted to ask you a question, Issa.
Yeah, that's fine. One second. And I'm humbled, yeah. I really am, yeah. Like by the example that Melanated just set in it. You know what I'm saying? And all around, yeah, even heads that are not even listening, that may not even be listening on this panel right about now, like can learn from a bit of that. You know what I'm saying? Because the reality is
big facts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So however man feels about this, that, and whatnot of things that are being said, there's a certain I'm gonna this is where I was before, but I'm even more convicted about it right now, just based upon this example. And I hope that we can all learn something.
Let me say something quick. I've been trying to talk.
You're gonna go off on one. What
it's gonna be quick.
Do in a situation like this, Issa? Because apparently, it's about
I'll show you what it's gonna
manners, do. This and that.
It is
so
brilliant.
Let me see what
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing that exactly that. So what we find is our community have been hoodwinked into this belief that when somebody says it's love, it's this, it's that. One of the things I love about Islam and the Quran is that we get straight to the point. We don't just listen to the words. We look at the.
Are you going to apologize? Are you going to apologize?
Hold on. I'm talking.
No, we're getting straight to the point, man. Are you going to apologize?
No. I'm getting to the point. Not upon.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Are you going to apologize? Yes or no?
I'm not answerable to you, and I'm continuing what I'm saying.
Are you going to apologize? Yes or no? We're getting straight to the point.
Guys, this is the problem. The energy's confrontational right now. Wait.
No, the energy's fine.
Wait. Nine. Listen.
Ultra, I'm
trying to have a confrontational. All I'm saying is, Issa, listen. Like, it was a bit mad.
Ultra, you're going to make it worse. You're going to make it worse.
No, I don't do that. I make things better. That's what I do.
Brother, wait. Ultra, wait. Because the reason why it can get frustrated is because when somebody's remembering what they're saying, then people are saying more information. You now have to remember more information. So it gets you frustrated and so on. So let me just say my piece. The bit that of evidence that was not taken into account was when I was saying that it was on Coonspec's channel. What you lot don't seem to understand is because Coonspec's majority of followers and supporters and cheerleaders are anti-black Pakistani Sunnis, Bangladeshi Sunnis, Arab, or whoever else. They're not black. If he had a whole people in his chat who were West African Sunnis,
I don't care about all of that. Yeah,
I'm not talking to you. This isn't about you.
How you address?
No. I'm talking. I'm talking.
Yeah, well then I'm not going to talk about that, innit? I'm talking about how you.
It's not about you. I'm talking. And the more you interrupt me, the more I'm just going to ignore anything you've got to say.
That though, Bridging. You're not addressing that. You're going into some other.
I'm talking about. I'm talking because Shakira made a conclusion, and so did what's his name? Unholy Spirit. Sorry, Ultra, I forgot his name. Yeah. So my point was in relation to you lot saying the punishment didn't fit the crime. I'm saying if she has said that, let's say on a black show or black channel, maybe it wouldn't be that far as the Coon thing.
You're not gonna apologize, are you? Yeah, so let's move on, man. Nah, man, because you're just making excuses, man. It's either you're gonna acknowledge and apologize.
Let me address you now. Let me address you. Listen carefully. You and your opinion and whatever you think and your criteria and value system does not govern what I do. My intellect, my black intellect, and my system of justice govern what I do with my knowledge. Whatever you think of that is irrelevant. So I'm saying, in relation to her behavior on a escaping Sunni Coons channel, a free slave anti-black Coons channel full of anti-blacks to disrespect me, that is a Coon move. You getting disrespect too. You can coon all you want or suck up to them. So not coon. You can suck up to them and bow down to them if you want to.
That you're not going to apologize.
Whatever you name, Aoife. You can bow down to them and submit to them.
That's a no, that you're not going to apologize. That's all I was trying to get.
No, in other words, you're no one to question me about that. If me and Melanated have a conversation of reasoning where we get to that, it's not for you to come in and try and force it on me. I'm saying if we have a conversation
listen, man.
Where she reasons something. No. You're not going to force me to do nothing.
Yeah, I'm the one that called it out. So look, is either going to apologize to the sister or not in it. Now clearly you're not, so we can move on. It's a simple thing.
We are, but you're not going in the conversation.
So let's move on. You're not going to apologize.
It's not moving on or going backwards. It don't make a difference.
You get me?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Issa.
What are you saying, Witness? You're right, Bob.
Yeah, afternoon. 9 Ether 99. I was interested in what you were saying, Issa. You were very specific. You were talking about the incident where you felt Melanated Goddess was being friendly with someone you believed was racist and anti-black, and you mentioned his name, one of his names, Khan. That was it. I remember you saying that. And you said that was one of the.
Him, though.
Yeah, not just him, but I remember. Yeah. So I remember that, and I thought that's interesting. So you were unhappy with her talking to someone you felt was anti-black, and I thought, well, hold on, because you were. So what? So I thought you said you were unhappy that you saw her being polite in the chat with certain people who were Sunnis and anti-black.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you that whole point and respond. Yeah. What I'm saying is, in general, she will hear these people disrespect us, but then have this nice way of talking about them to them, etc. And I'm saying, when you hear me talk about these devils that they be all nice, and then all of a sudden another Sunni shows his real colors, and you hear that for 2 years, but you won't learn. That's fine. But what my point is, don't come at me and accuse me after Kunspect tells you so that I'm trying to bring you into Sunni and Shia when I'm only talking about Sunnis versus black. I'm not inviting you lot to Islam. Have I told you lot come to the Shia, come to true Islam? No, you lot ask me questions and I answer. But my point has always been that these people, through demonstration that you witness yourself and the history, have been shown to be anti-black, and it's rooted in the ideology.
Okay, so they were anti-black, and she was showing respect.
Right.
Yeah, which I'm not disputing that. So they're anti-black, and she was showing respect to them.
Friendliness. After their
friendliness. Okay, so let me make sure I've gotten this right. Part of that was you were unhappy that these people are anti-black, and she was being respectful and friendly to them, right?
After many of them, yeah.
So then, basing what I'm about to say on what you just told me, yesterday in the chat, I saw you being friendly with Ali Khan, who has actually been barred from coming on here because of his anti-black racism. He's been barred. He can't come on here. And when he was in the chat and you were communicating with him, and I was leaving messages in the chat saying that he's a racist bastard, you still continue communicating with him. So according to your standards,
that's because he wasn't racist towards him. Hold on. He wasn't racist towards Issa, because it's been multiple times when the known racist, what's his name, Dave, or any other people that you would call far right or whatever, when they're on the panel, right, Issa says it's his strategy, right, to kind of get to information from them, right, and he has his methodology, so he treats them with a level of respect. Even if I say, "Oh, Issa, don't be nice to him because he's racist," he'd be like, "Well, he wasn't racist towards me." So this is, but yet, I'm the coon. But anyway, I got to go to work.
Good. So most of what she said was kind of true, but she missed out the main points. She missed out the main points. But yeah, Witness. Isn't Ali Khan a little squeaky guy? The little squeaky guy that comes on and interrupts everyone.
He's actually been barred for his racism, but you still communicate with him.
Hold on. Listen to what you said. Been barred for it. How would I know that, bruv? I thought he was barred.
This is why I mentioned that I was in the chat. I was in the chat with you when you were talking to him, and I kept leaving messages that he's racist. So I made that pretty obvious.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm saying to you, bruv, when you're talking about you and leaving, how do you know I'm reading your messages? Unless you highlight me, and even then, somebody else highlighted me twice and said, "Am I ignoring him?" So I said, "Can you repeat it?" Bruv, I was doing stuff while that. If you was on, I'm talking about with me and Melanated. I'm talking about what I witnessed on the panel, what she was saying with these people. You tell me what goes on in the chat. I have never heard Ali Khan was banned for racism.
I tried.
Okay, I'm telling you now. Are you still gonna talk to him?
Hold on. Wait. Listen. I brought out all of these. Hold on. Wait. I brought out all of these people who are Sunni. I've already said anti-black. Now, because Ali comes on with his thing, I can't tell Veli who to ban and who to bring on. If it was my choice, a lot of these people wouldn't see the light of day on here. That's the problem. So when you're telling me about Ali Khan, he keeps. I don't know if he's 15 or 19. Like, I don't know what the hell he's about. Like, he means nothing to me.
Wait, Veli, when was Veli talking about this? I'm feeling like it was yesterday when he was talking about how he had to tell Ali that he's not welcome on the channel. Am I wrong in thinking that, or was it the day before?
You're right. Yeah,
was it yesterday, right?
Really,
was it yesterday
evening as well? He's done it more than once.
Was it yesterday evening or yesterday morning?
I was there for the evening when he talked about it for a longer, but Veli might have spoken about it before then. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Can I ask a question? You see, when it what's it called? The people that if it was up to you, they wouldn't come on the panel. Yeah. Is Jupiter included in
that? No.
Okay. Cool.
That's blessed. So definitely we have a lot of the Sunnis anyway, because for my point is black people somehow are deluded and hoodwinked by the fact that Sunnis have brown skin and some black people are Sunnis. But I'm saying we're seeing how they really work, how black people will betray you because of their love and this, loving to be enslaved by the Sunni pagans. Whereas when it comes to Jupiter and these other white people, black people are really not hoodwinked by them at all. If they're racist, we're expecting it from white people, but they're obviously hoodwinked by the Sunni anti-blackness. Now, if we approached it that way so they knew how to approach us, that would be different. So Shakara's point is thrown straight in the garbage bin because he is one of them. This conversation.
Can I say one thing though?
Wait, let me just quickly ask Issa. So Issa, we had the Fatimid Caliphate, the Zirid dynasty, the Hamudid dynasty, where they had slaves as black people, and they were Shia. Am I supposed to have a problem with you now because you're Shia? Because those dynasties.
Hold on, wait. Listen to my words, witness, and I want you to pay. And this is the problem: you don't have to pay attention.
Okay, I'm listening.
I said right. So they established the Abbasids, the anti-black, because the ones you're talking about Ismaili anyway. So you talk to Hassan Bassa, whatever his name is, Hassan Sabra about that. There wasn't 12ers, but anyway. So back to what I was saying.
They were Shia,
my point. I don't class them as Shia because if you're not a 12er, you're not down with the thing. But anyway, my point is very simply this. The Abbasid, in other words, if there was a period of 200 years or 300 years that it got back to normal, my point is it's continuing and black people are paying more attention to white. Don't you understand it? In other words, you don't have a continuous Shia enslavement going on. Do you not understand the continuation for 1,200 years? Random garbage in history.
Can I say one thing though?
One second. I'm gonna make one statement.
We know about that.
I'm gonna make one statement quickly. There's a book here that I know my Muslim brothers and sisters very much dislike, and it's called Destruction of Black Civilization. It was published in 1971, and for Pan-Africanists, many Pan-Africanists, an entire school of nationalist Pan-Africanists, it has informed our perspectives since that time, right? That time until now, in terms of the enslavement of African people, and with Islam as a tool, So I just want to make it clear that that it is not the case that Pan-Africanists ignore that aspect of the history, and that book is one of the more prominent texts that prove that that to be a fallacy. So I just want to make that very, very clear.
Right. Let me just quickly respond to that. Yes, on paper that's fine, but in all of these conversations, where's the reality? You understand?
Can I ask a quick question though?
I agree.
Can I ask a quick question quickly? Issa, let me ask this quick question because I've been waiting.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, obviously do what you like, innit, brother, bro? Fucking hell, man. Ease up the brothers and sisters, man. Because there's people that you don't know. Like, you don't know me from nowhere. And I feel like I have to address you when I see you. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're getting out of character with the bringing down each other. Like, obviously, we have a joke, but Kuhn ain't a joke. Do you know what I'm saying? Kuhn is not making fun or banter or anything like that. It's a serious
telling the wrong person, bro. But you're telling the wrong person.
You use willy-nilly, that's all. That's all I'm saying, you know. I'm not having an argument with you, you know, brother. I'm not trying to say nothing bad about you, innit? Do what suits you. I'm just saying, do not throw around this word too willy-nilly, bro. I'm not trying to defend no Muslim, no fucking body. All I care about is God. Yeah. You know,
let me ask you a question.
I don't care about humans.
Let me ask you a question back, because you like to ask questions. Let me ask you a question back, yeah? In relation to the continuous misrepresentation of what I say and the straw manning of what I say.
Not everyone's at the same level of education as you, bro. You're assuming that everyone's supposed to follow your thought pattern. How can you assume these things, my friend?
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you,
family, man. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing.
You want me to listen to you, but you don't want to listen.
Doing. Fuck it, I'm gone.
All right, cool. So, as I was saying, very simply, when these people are quoting other people, they want to quote them right. When it comes to me, they want to follow this garbage that Kuhnspec has put up there. Oh, we're not involved in the Sunni versus Shia. But the man's caping for Sunnis all the bleeding time, trying to debate me as though he's the Sunni friggin' scholar, the mufti of the Sunni pagan Kafirats. But then he's not involved in the Sunni versus Shia. If I'm talking about Sunnis, it has nothing to do whether I myself am a Shia. If I become an atheist tomorrow, am I going to say all of that history I've read and all of that stuff that I'm telling people? Are we really going to say, oh, no, that doesn't really matter anymore because I'm an atheist? If I turn Buddhist tomorrow, will that change? Will all that history just magically change? What difference does it make what I am? The point is...
I'm not going to lie, Issa. I'm not sure if Team Atheist is ready for you, you know. You might have to stay in Shia camp. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to kick you in your backside. Yeah. Remember, I rent the G block to you lot. Get me there, you know what I mean? I didn't allow you lot to put... I didn't allow you lot to put godless block so that people would understand they could interpret it as godless block or God block. That's why I said put G block instead of godless block. You get me? So that tells you who rent the thing to you. But big up anyway. Ultra funky or unholy spirit is a better name for you actually.
Issa, would I be able to have a quick conversation? Would I be able to make some constructive criticism? But is that permitted or not?
By all means, my brother. By all means.
All right, and I want you to know that, like, obviously, you know, I'm not deep in this thing, but something I've noticed, if you'll forgive me for being so bold, and believe me, I'm not attacking you, but I think, my brother Issa, it's difficult for you to take criticism. That seems to be a thing. Now,
slander. I think you should say slander.
No, wait.
Funky. I just wanted to say, I think Raspec's in the chat. I'm going to come off. Maybe there'll be room for him, and if he wants to, he can come on and address certain accusations.
Hey, can I say, let's not do that, please? I was going to answer the question. No, I no disrespect to Ras, yeah. Like, if absolutely wants to come on, I'm not going to suffer. He's a grown ass man, innit? But I'm because I was gonna actually go on to answer the question, and I don't think this should go down this road for the next hour or two. Like this long, innit? Like what I'm saying. That's my personal opinion, and I know that if that goes, so like I said, the man's a grown man, innit? If that actually wants to come on, man ain't gonna stop him because he's a grown man, innit? But the fact of the matter is, I'm just advising against it, innit? Like personally.
Right. Let me ask you a question, Shakira.
You know what I'm saying?
In relation to
if it's on this subject, I'm not on it. No. I'll be honest with you.
Stop. I've already said let's go to the subject. So I'm asking you, from an African spiritualist perspective, are there clearly defined aspects of human rights and how they're applied in relation to, for instance, the claims of body parts being used, albinos being used, etc.? So in the system...
Wow.
Sorry?
Sorry, go on. The framing is mad.
No. What I'm saying is human rights, yeah? So James Jones brought slavery to art and whatever else. So I'm saying in relation to an African spiritualist, right? Because I just wanted to come back to the subject. Unfortunately, this negative thing came, so that wasn't planned, obviously, but I agreed with you. Let's stick to the subject. So I'm saying, is there anything that would say that those people, like, you know, is there any defined human rights in African spirituality? If you don't want to answer and you want to have a general topic by it, no problem, my brother.
Yeah, there is defined human rights. There is defined human rights in African spiritual systems. But more to the point, when you're dealing with human rights, you're dealing with an issue of culture, and how culture informs political systems. It just so happens that when you're talking about African spirituality, the spiritual system, the social order, and the governing order are not, mutually exclusive. They don't exist in isolation from each other. So the two concepts that I would flag up in relation to this subject is that firstly Ma'at, which is ancient, it's pre-dynastic. In terms
can we get in the Ifa system and the Voodoo, please? Ifa and Voodoo, please.
Why must we confine it to Ifa and Voodoo?
Oh, that was my specific request, because when you've talked about yourself, you referenced that. So
no, I'm an African spiritualist.
Okay.
Yeah. So right, and I also reference Kwame Anyaneteru as well. So yeah, and like Tendai Mwadi, which is the greeting that I'm most known for, is not either in the Ifa or the Voodoo system.
Specifically, does it exist in the Ifa and the Voodoo? The human rights that I spoke about in the Ifa and the Voodoo.
Let me finish, and then we'll come to Ifa and Voodoo.
Okay, brilliant.
What's it called? So the principle of what's it called? Yeah, is Ma'at. Yeah. And that is ancient Kemet. And then you have the tradition of Ubuntu, yeah, and Ubuntu in the so-called Bantu languages loosely translates. So who's got their there's bare noise on someone's mic?
Somebody joined, but I'll mute up anyway, just in case. Somebody just joined.
Their background noise, yeah. So.
Hold on, Malik, it might be yours. A lot of the time you're on mash up, bruv. Yeah, Malik, everyone mute up except Shakra.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, it was Malik. Yeah, sorry, Ras, I'm not like I
said, bad. I didn't even know I was in the chat. Right?
Nah, it's fine. What's it? Yeah, Ras, yeah. I hope it overs where I was going with it, innit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like, yeah. Anyway, it's long.
I mean, no, Shaka, just say it. Respect and Shia Issa on the same panel is always going to turn into a fucking shit show. Yeah. That's just how it is, man. Just say the thing, man.
No, but it's not even just that.
True, though. That's not true. He's come on several times. That's fine.
Yeah. If man, yeah. Anyway.
I'm just saying, if we can stick, Shaka, can we stick to the subject?
But yeah, so you have Ma'at and then you have Ubuntu. Ubuntu loosely translates as people. You know what I'm saying? A peoplehood is a system of values that is concerned with serving the interest of the group. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, is that absent of a supernatural deity, Shakara?
We couldn't say absent of, but the concept of a deity wouldn't be regarded as necessarily supernatural, because in these spiritual systems, the dominant kind of concept of a supreme deity is life itself.
I like this. What's this called?
No, well, this is just a principle in African spiritual systems. As one Akan brother put it, it's not that God is the source of life from an African perspective. It's that God is life.
Okay, do you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you, my bro. We got my African spiritual systems, man.
Yeah,
that's his life too, bro.
So
life, here's what I'm saying. This is the thing. You see life, yeah. You see life.
That's in Islam too, bro.
No, I'm here. No, but I hear you. But this is what I'm saying. See this African. Wait, listen carefully. It's in the name.
Hold on, where did you go for holiday?
Spiritual systems.
Where did you go for holiday? Sorry, Africa. Where did you go?
I've been to Africa, but I went to Estonia. I went to Europe. Europe. I went to Europe, but it's because I can afford it.
You drink yourself to death.
Exactly. Yeah, but you gotta let your hair down when you can, innit?
You poured libation down your throat, didn't you? Poured libation down your throat. You put
stupid.
That. Sorry, Shakara. Let Shakara come in. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Shakara, you see these African spiritual systems, like one of the reasons I'm drawn to them is because they are African spiritual systems, meaning they are inherently ours. Shots fired.
That may not be true, but okay.
Yeah. So
should we start again? Shakwa, do you want to start again?
No, not really. So
okay.
Wait. Sorry. 1 second, yeah. 1 second. Big up yourself, Shakwa, yeah. Ubuntu, man. Bless up yourself. You know your holy place, Issa, yeah? Where is it?
Sorry, say that again.
Your holy place, yeah?
Yeah. I call it so-called Africa. I don't like to call it Africa, but I call it the Holy Land of the Blacks. That's what I call it. So
okay, yeah. So Mecca's not your holy place then?
Well, that's all part and parcel of it. But I'd say the whole land. Like I don't follow what white people, the slave master, drew as his boundaries. Do you get what I'm saying? So I say this is how I refer to the place you lot call Africa. I'll call it the Holy Land or the Blessed Land. You get me? But my boundaries and borders extend to the so-called Middle East. So yeah, that's what I deal with. Shakara?
Yeah, so what am I saying? Right, so there's I was at Ba'at and Ubuntu. So Ubuntu is a principle that deals with people. It's a social order, and can be encapsulated in the statement, I am because we are, since we are, therefore I am. So within that,
you said that a bit fast, bro. Can you repeat that again?
The concept of Ubuntu can be encapsulated in the statement, I am because we are, since we are, therefore I am, or as it would be said in the Zulu, untu ungumuntu ungabantu. Yeah, a person is a person because there are people, and so this is a social order that values life and human life. What's it? Yeah, above all, in it. You know what I'm saying? And so the social order is about preserving the human rights of the people. So a collectivist society whereby land is not owned by any individuals, because land is considered a gift or the preserve of the creator, life force itself. So it would be an oxymoron to own land. Land is shared by people. You know what I'm saying? And these kinds of things. And so
can we discuss that bit there, or do you want to go further?
Go on.
Yeah, I was saying in relation to that, yeah, and this is why I say certain things are outdated, because I'm saying yes, these principles are really good when you're of the mentality of those types of people and you haven't been forced to go forward, so to speak, or adapt to a new reality. So I'm saying when it comes to owning land, do you not agree that principle probably would not work in today's time as we know it? So in other words, if we went back there, the way the governments are set up right now, at the very least, and the way the people think, it would be good to say, right, this is my property, it extends from here to there, these are the boundaries, and we're going to do what we have the right to do on this land. Do you agree with that?
The principle of owning land is not is about challenging the idea of private ownership. Yeah, so collectives can have custodianship over land. So among each other, we don't claim to own land because we want to ensure that everybody has land, that everybody has access to resources. So the resource of land is distributed with egalitarian quote unquote principles, for lack of a want of a better term, in the community. So that idea and the concept of we do not want oppressors to be able to have ownership of our land are not in competition or not in conflict with each other. Yeah, it's one is how you relate to an enemy, the other is how we relate to each other.
Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying when you say each other,
the point is that we don't use the enemy's enemy system and implement it among ourselves.
Mm-hmm. I hear that. I'm just saying I think our people have been indoctrinated with that system as a norm, and I'm saying to get back to what you're talking about probably would take a very long time. So, but I hear you.
That will be the same for any belief system that is currently not the norm. So it would be the same for the true Islam Quran.
Shaka, what if your enemy system has like something positive that could benefit your own system, would you take it or would you still reject it?
So the something being positive in the enemy system that like would not be based upon, would not be, if there is something positive, it would not be based upon the fact that it is a part of the enemy system, if that makes sense. Something that is positive, objectively positive, is positive wherever it stands. You know what I'm saying? So to take an aspect of it,
Shakara, I am so sorry for interrupting you, my brother. And I please forgive me and accept my humble apologies. But somebody just raised a poignant, salient point that I think you actually might have to address. And once you have, I've been asked to go back to question of the day. The question is, how is it that Shia Isa can have opinions on what needs updating in Ubuntu, but not Islam?
Right, so let's actually read the question. So Veli Vision G Block says, Ultra Funky, how is Isa able to say what needs updating for Ubuntu, but not Islam?
I literally just said that, Isa. I literally just said that.
You added bits to it, so I read it out verbatim. Thank you very much.
What bit did I add? I said Shia. The only bit I added was Shia Isa.
No, there was something else later on, but that's fine. That's fine, my brother. That's fine. What I'm saying is we'll deal with that. So yeah, it's very easy in relation to what he said. Yeah. In relation to Islam, my brother, it's adaptable anyway. So for instance, let's say we're supposed to pray in the masjid, unlike the previous nations like the Jews who had to pray in the temple, we can pray wherever. We didn't have to find a masjid to pray. Do you get what I'm saying, Veli? So there's various other things that make the Islam of the Quran and its principles very adaptable, and the foundational principles actually they're eternal, they're universal, similar to my art in principle. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, you misunderstand what Islam is, Veli. So yeah, try and understand what Islam's saying before you make such questionable comments or caution.
Yeah, that was a complete politician's answer. You didn't say anything for like a minute and a half. You said absolutely nothing, Isa. But listen, forget that. Question of the day is, what are human rights and how are they applied?
Yeah,
I'd like to go first.
He's answering that, bro.
We're actually on topic, Ultra, because he was
perfect
in relation to
perfect.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Shh. Stop typing, Isa.
Sorry, one second. Yeah, Shakra, you finished?
I can't remember who was speaking to it. So if there's more to be said,
I was asking you a question. I said, if me being your enemy, I have something positive to offer you, would you take it or leave it?
No. So okay. So lessons can be learned from anywhere and all things, including our enemies. If we learn a lesson from our enemy, then we learn it. But what we make sure that we don't do is as Amos Wilson puts it, we must be about the business of Africanizing information. So if we learn something from the enemy, let's say, for example, because of the fact that European civilization has the resources to advance science and technology in this day and age, if there are certain scientific principles that are given, that are brought about within the context of European civilization, there is no contradiction in learning those scientific principles. What we have to do is make sure that we use them in ways that suit and benefit and uplift our own culture. So except for the idea of being able to protect oneself from invasion, we do not want to build technology in general, we don't want to build technology that destroys the environment, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? Because that would be anti-African. Because African spiritual systems and culture is essentially nature-based.
Do you encourage technology like phones and weather, how to check the weather and all of that?
Yes, the idea of telecommunication is there's nothing wrong with that. Checking the weather, this is something that Africans have been doing for centuries. I think the taboo would be in relation to tampering with the weather, if that makes sense. And this is a conversation that I know happens in African spiritualist circles, isn't it? But the idea of like tampering with nature on certain levels, I reckon would cause certain debates among spiritualists. You know what I'm saying? The idea of like a mobile phone is not necessarily taboo. The question would be, to what extent, in terms of having to create the mobile phone, are we having to destroy the natural environment, and how do we replenish the natural environment? And is the mobile phone harmful to our to our physical structure, if that makes sense? That's what I'm saying. So can we create this in a way that is renewable and replenishing as far as our relationship with nature would be the primary concern.
You done, Malik?
Yeah, it's cool.
Good morning, respect to the man, then.
This is bro.
What's up, Mordecai?
Man like Mordecai, man like Malik. Goddess is like 9. My brother Shaka. See Esau are gone. Listen, big up yourselves. Anyone that's new to the panel, you want to have a crack at the question of the day?
Mordecai. Oh, actually, Malik, that's a good question for you. What are human rights and how are they applied?
I would go after somebody else.
I mean, I guess in its simplicity, human rights, obviously the rights of human beings. And I would say how they are applied would then depend on where you are in the world.
Well, there's a lot of censorship. There's a lot of censorship also going in the world. So what people may consider their human rights or their First Amendments, or however it's worked out, there's a lot of censorship. So human rights right now, it seems like the world can care less about the human, or the human can care less about the human himself, if that made sense.
Yes, it does. I would say human rights only really works for the rich people. It doesn't really apply to women and children and poor people.
Well,
are you saying there's none really then, brother?
There is, but it's always a partiality. Like it's like if you look at things that the rich people could get away with, the poor people and women don't never get away with such things.
What is a human's really right? Like, what's the right of a human? You know what I mean? What?
Okay.
You know, we're all.
I think it's whatever applies to a rich man applies to a poor man.
Let me throw some out there. Sorry, brother. Brother Mordecai. Let me throw some out there. So you got a right to life, yeah. You got a right to gather.
No, I don't. You said a right.
No. I'm not saying that we really have these rights. I'm just throwing them out there.
Okay.
That is suggested to be human rights. Mm-hmm. So a right to life, a right to gather, a right to earn your living, a right to freedom. Do you get what I'm saying? Right. So that's the point I'm making. So from that perspective, where when we say human rights, when he says what are they, I guess maybe that's how we should have started by listing them. How are they applied? It would be dependent on the society, isn't it? But the West clearly speaks to rhetoric.
Right.
So yeah, go on. You go on, my brother. Go ahead.
How is human rights applied? To me, it's applied by race. So as brothers, we all know our plight. No matter what the religion is, we can all sit down and know that because of our skin tone or because of something that's opposite of their established mindset, they already have a right. That's, you know what I'm saying? So what are they? You feel what I'm saying? I don't believe we have our own. Now, if we were to set up our own self-governed rights, then we'll know what they are. But we're living in someone else's establishment. And, what right do I have as a human? Because I believe in this so-called equality or in this so-called polarized world, we should all be walking on an even plane. But that's not the game.
All right.
But yet I'm a human.
My brother, let me ask you this then. If somebody came to you and said, right, we want you to write down some governance ideas for an island that we're going to be allowed for the next 10 years to govern by ourselves, what would you put down to be the human rights and how would you apply them?
No gods.
That's a great question.
Yo, get Ultra Funky out here. This bloody clown. You're like the Black Ali. Seriously, Ultra, you're like the Black Ali. I swear, bro. You just come up with
No, you know what? Wait, pause. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's the biggest disrespect. I'd rather you call me a coon.
I take that back.
Yeah, I'd rather you call me a coon sellout monkey beast than compare me to that.
I take that back.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, my brother Mordecai. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, please respond to that.
Yeah,
Mordecai, sorry to cut you off. Can you get to your mic or give it a little volume?
Right here. Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, it's cool.
You can hear me now?
Nah, we'll cope.
It's still a bit quiet. We can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, like I was saying, yeah, these laws, those are laws we're gonna still have to sit down as a collective people, man. Like, yo, we black people, bro. You just gonna leave them laws in my hand? It's not that simple. These are laws we dealing with. You feel me? And
but listen what I'm saying. Sorry, listen what I'm saying. If somebody says to you that just basic community stuff, wouldn't you agree that the right to life would be something on the cards?
The right to life? Yeah, but
to be alive.
Now, when you say the right to life, meaning as in living a good, free life, living a life amongst my brothers and sisters and things like that, well, yeah, that would be great. But the right
to be alive. To be alive, meaning
the Most High is in charge of that. I'm not in charge of
that.
No,
hold on, Prof. Wait. Hold on. Okay. In relation to laws, right? So, for instance, the reason why you'd have the right is because if somebody took that right from you, there's some resort to law and they've contravened something. Do you get what I'm saying? So, therefore, if you're going to set up a society where they say you have a right to life, therefore, if someone takes a life, you have to face the punishment of the law.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yes.
So that's what I'm saying. If there are no stipulated rights, for instance, apparently 1980 was where in the UK a woman had a right, if she's married, to complain about her husband raping her. In 1980, right? So prior to that, she could go to the police and say, you know what? So in 1975 or 1970 or 60, she could go to the police and say, last night her husband raped her, and they would say, well, it's not against the law. Do you get what I'm saying to you?
Totally, guys. So that's some shit. If that's a fact,
you get my point.
That's why we know that the laws are man-made, just like them books.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's your opinion.
I would say the laws is made by the Most High, but men have always found a way of going back and forth with the law.
Let's not go down that road. Malik, that was
made.
Okay, good.
What did you say? That the Most High said every time you have sex with your woman, you're gonna get what?
Yeah, that was a previous topic. We're now sticking to the topic, and we would like
intervention for 5 seconds. Yeah, quick thing. Anybody who's interested in the Pan-African position on the incursion of Islam into Africa, I know Veli won't mind because it's his brother. There's a video premiering right now on Content Over Everything with a conversation featuring myself and Uncle Dan Juma, whereby we're discussing these particular matters. So you can go check that out if you want to actually know what the Pan-African or Afrocentric position is on Islam and Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that little 6-minute piece yesterday. It was pretty good. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, give thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that would be who is it? Mordecai Malik. Malik, try to stay away from the whether the books come from Allah or whatever, God or higher power. I'm saying as we are on earth, we're not constantly asking Allah, and angels are not coming out of the sky. So regardless of how the book is here or the principles are here, they're on earth and we're dealing with it as we are, my brother. So brother Mordecai. So going along with that,
the point, Isa, as you're trying to brush me away, that clearly a lot of these rules are man-made. That's all.
But even if, I hear that, but I'm saying for us to respond to that becomes a different argument. But fair enough, that's your opinion. So I'm just saying, brother Mordecai.
Many of these laws apparently come from the books.
90.
But you don't disagree. Hold on, you don't disagree with all of them, though, Nanifa, you don't disagree with all of them, do you?
90.
All of the what? The rules.
The laws.
I mean, after the 10 Commandments, I'm good after that.
Okay.
Yeah, even with the 10 Commandments, you would find that even though it's explicit, you will see the rich people get away with certain things that the poor people wouldn't get away with. That's a distinction between those in authority who would sit down and enjoy life better than those who don't have basically women, poor people, and children.
Malik, are you saying there's no human rights in reality then? Because you keep mentioning that.
I wouldn't say, yes, there's human rights, but at the same time, it's not equal. It's not perfect according to the way it's supposed to be.
No, that's fine. That's what we're observing. But I'm saying in a discussion, what are human rights? So human rights to you. So here's an example. Somebody might say, Brother Malik, that no human has a right to own land. I think it's communists or some people like that. That no human has a right to own land. But we might say, yes, I do. This is what I inherited from my forefathers. This piece of square foot and these acres here, whatever it is, this is my land. Do you understand what I'm saying? So somebody might say you don't have a right to land. Somebody might say you do have a right to land. Do you get what I'm saying, Brother Malik?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead.
So what my point is, my brother, after you've got a right to it, you can say somebody has transgressed or the transpass, whatever the word is, yeah? They've come onto your land. For instance, I know of an incident where certain people's goats came into another man's land and eat up him flipping crops. So then he was now having issues with that guy and say, well, you have to pay for my bloody crops because your goat them eat up man crops. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
But is so that if human rights though?
Yeah, of course. That's part of the human, the right to own land. Of course, the right to own, because you have to remember on the opposite side of that.
Hold on, slow down. Okay, so you've got the right to own land. Fair play, I got that bit, yeah? So now we've got a situation where the goat has gone and eaten up the thing. Fair play. My only question is, does that now still remain in the category of a violation of human rights? That's my only point.
No, I hear you. It's not in the sense of a violation of human rights. It's because of the human right to own land and property that someone else has taken or destroyed your property. And therefore, they would have to rectify and compensate that situation.
And that's why I'm saying human rights is going to be different to different people in different parts of the world.
Right.
All right, sister, listen. You bought some chicken, right? You bought some chicken and whatever else. You're about to go season it up for your family and whatever else, yeah? You put down a thing to maybe get your bus pass out or whatever. Someone's dog come up and eat your chicken you paid for.
Right. That's a violation of whatever rights that may be.
Nanifa, what are you saying?
That is a violation of them eating your chicken or whatever rights that.
Because I said dog, she probably said yeah.
That was a phone. Say that again. Select. I'm not happy with you.
Okay. So if you bought some chicken, right? You're gonna take this home, season it up for the family. You're gonna cook this chicken. You put it down at the bus stop, get in your bus pass or your car, whatever. A dog comes up and eats your chicken. Now we know they don't have to eat the whole thing. They just have to bite into it or even put their nose too close to it for us to say, "Man, I eat that at all," right? So they take a bite in the chicken. Do you not agree the owner has to pay you back for the chicken?
Hell yeah.
I mean, if I was feeling that pedantic for the day, then I would, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? What I'm saying, though, big and serious, though.
It costs £10.
Wait. The point I'm trying to make is, all right, you use a kind of, you know what I mean, facetious example, whatever, fine, innit? But the only point the only point I'm trying to make is that at the end of the day, human rights can be different to different people, depends on where they are in the world. Right, but right now, there's people in certain parts of the world that really, you understand what I'm saying to you, have very little rights in it, or certainly less than we have. You know what I'm saying to you, especially as women, in it. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. So let's go to that then. As a female, would you say that females have less rights, less human rights, because we're both human, they have less human rights than men? In practice, at least.
Universal, as in all people, or are you talking about?
No, it's for Naifa, because I'm saying Naifa can talk from experience, innit? Because it might say on paper, we got equal rights, but I'm saying, how are they applied?
A man's world, and that's why I'm saying, because it could be argued that a lot of the basis of these rights and laws and whatever are based upon the books, depending on what part of the world you're in. You know what I mean? And these books are very, very male dominated. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And that's why it was always going to be in Mandem's best interest to keep these books alive. But that's another thing. That's another thing. What I'm saying is, you see, from we start from the standpoint that God is a male and that God is a man, done. You get, there's people walking around in there with, especially men, within their head that God is a man is dominant. Their book backs it up, this, that, and the other. We're in situations in 2020 where you can't even have women preaching the word or whatever, or can't lead a sermon and all these type of madness. You understand?
So how would you have it? Let's change it to a female god.
We are God, or both God's people. Then why can I not lead in the sermon too? I want you.
Oh no, but this is the thing. You can though. But this is what I'm saying. I agree with you. So we have institutions where women would teach women. Like, for instance, Nation of Islam.
No. Not some women will teach women. No, that's that same bullshit separation. Why must women only teach women? And women bring up the community. We are taught about. No.
Okay.
If I want to do it, I want to be able to. Man should be able to teach man and woman. Woman's supposed to be able to teach woman and man. If we're both made equally.
Okay.
I'm saying the Most High has given us each other. Yeah. Then why is it after that original makeup, and after that it's just bare separation?
Okay, so let's look at what you said, and you are presenting exactly the opposite of what you're claiming should be. Because once you're saying that men can teach women and women can teach men, then the man says, you know what? I got more physical power and might. I'm going to teach both of you, and I'm going to teach what I want to teach. I put to you a balance and harmony. You threw away the balance and harmony, and now you've put might is right, which is basically nature to a certain degree, on top, where the man is obviously going to do the things within his interest and his perspective. Do you see what I'm saying? So if the man's going to teach me,
how the hell?
Sorry now, yeah. Question, yeah. Can we validate that might is right is a natural law or concept?
But Shakara, did you hear what I said, Shakara? Did you hear me say that?
No, I'm saying by nature.
I didn't, but this is.
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah,
well,
right.
So I'm gonna
get it. I didn't say that because these men, they've got this habit of saying shit I ain't saying.
No. Nanifo, what I'm saying is, let me clarify. Nanifo didn't say that. Shaka, I'm answering your question as well. I'm saying by extension of what you're saying, the way of nature. So if we go and we see the lions and we see the way of how nature works, you have groups preying on other groups, insects preying on smaller insects, birds preying on insects, This has been nature. When we go back in history, we find in general human beings of doing that to others. Now, Shakara has a different point. He says upon it not being part of the nature of various aspects.
No, I'm asking you to validate the idea that might is right is a law of nature.
I just gave it, bro. You heard of a lion? Yes. You've heard of insects. You've heard of birds of prey. What is being preyed on and so on. I mean, and you heard of nation conquer nation.
Okay, but nature is nature in its totality is not the lion, and the lion itself alone. So there are other examples, in nature, like ants, And if we're gonna deal with the lions are not necessarily the best example to use because the lionesses within the realms of the lion have a serious leading role in the pride. Yeah,
brother said might is right, brother.
I'm saying if you're gonna use a nature-based analysis and use the lion, then you're gonna come into problems if you're trying to validate any kind of male dominance. The lionesses will have something to say about it, but the point is that
that's not true, bro. How many the lion, when he takes over and beat up the older lion, he becomes the male dominant one in the whole thing.
That within the context of the pride, the lion has his role, and the lionesses have their role also, right? The lioness, the lion can't come and tell the lioness what to do, right? It's
bro, hold on. All right, lion, tiger, hyena. Hold on. So let's go through the whole blasted jungle.
But that's might. But that's not necessarily the principle of might, is right?
Hold on. If you have to, let's look at this now, people. If the very way in which you survive before human beings is that you have to take the life of other things, and those things are trying to escape and survive, is that not the best example of might is right according to nature?
No, because nature has a balance. No, because nature has a balance. So if animals eat other animals, then the animals that are eaten also are replenished by the earth in which the animals, when they die, you know what I'm saying, they eat from the earth as well. So there's a balance within that.
No.
Hold on. There are also other animals and creatures within nature yeah, that don't have a system that is based upon that dynamic. So to take that one dynamic, there are lessons to be learned in nature from that example, yes, but there are also other lessons to be learned in nature from other examples. So that so the idea that human beings now must take this example, right? I'm saying to govern our male-female relation.
I didn't say that, bruv. I didn't say this. Is what I mean, bruv. You know, let me try and be as, because if I don't spell this out like I'm, you know, right. So I'll say this. When we go to the ocean, we find what them call them predators and these other things, and you got one of them big whales, and its big mouth will gobble up hundreds of fish one time. Those fish are trying to swim away. Likewise, the rabbit and all of these, they're trying to get away. Now, if we look at the totality, the big thing, yeah, the big picture, things balance themselves. You can say the same about human beings with the big epochs and cycles of nature, of human nature, and how it's going to balance itself at the end. But if we're talking about human rights, we're talking about individuals in relation to the collective. Likewise, I'm saying, if animals are made to survive, so the individual animals in their collective groups in relation to those they're preying on, they're running away, right? So they don't care about your philosophy, your African spirituality. They don't care about no Quran. They're trying to get away from the bloody lion. They're trying to get away from the hyena and all the other blooming animals. That's all they care about. But they get yam. They didn't put that in themselves. That was nature that instilled that in them. Nature made that the way to survive. For them to exist is to eat and kill others, right? And that's predominant. If you've got something more dominant than that, please present it.
So is your argument that, hold on a sec, Bob. So is your argument that man is here to dominate women? Is that what that whole rant was about?
Right.
No, not at all.
It's not really all about.
Do you not notice? Yeah, hold on, Malik. Let me just say something. Yeah, if I was to say something back, they would blame me. But notice she said, "Is that what that whole rant was about?" Do you see how people fire shots subtly? And if I say something back, then you call them this, you call them that. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, I'll let that pass. No, I won't. I'm just saying people notice it. Not for you. I'm just saying for other people. But anyway, it wasn't a rant. It was a response to Shakara's point. And I'm saying when we observe nature, that's how it works. So I'm saying the fact that we come from nature and we are similar to animals, we bleed, we need food and so on. And we were hunter-gatherers and we still have hunter-gatherers. Those animals are running. When you're putting bow and your arrow through them, when you're throwing your spear and your poison dart in these, they're trying to get away from you. You're killing them for you to survive.
Like a point. Quick thing.
You know what I mean? Holy book that.
Quick thing.
So hold on a minute. What's the problem? Sorry, bro.
Quick thing. The first of all, rant is a very mild word. Yeah. Like,
oh my God, you're not going back there, Chakra.
It is. I'm sorry. I don't like, especially with the morning that we've had. I don't think you're in a position to challenge anybody.
No, I definitely am. Because it's bigger than that, bro.
Leave that alone, innit? Let's not do that, innit?
Exactly. So bring it back up, bro. We're moving on, and then you want to try and talk a little half point, bro.
That they're chatting nonsense and garbage and them kind of things there. So like, let's not do that, innit? Like, why are you getting?
No, I say that after they disrespect. Chakra, no. If you want to make the point. It's because of the disrespect. I say that.
No, it's not.
No. Forget that.
No, but you cannot call it disrespect. Yeah. Anyway, I can't be bothered. Like the double standards are
exactly. So why bring it up? I'm saying they keep disrespecting and making assumptions of Sunni this and Sunni that with me, and then you're telling me I say what I say.
Anyway, what about animals? What about animals that don't eat meat?
Right. They're the ones that are preyed on. Right. I'm flipping out. Like, hello. They're the ones that are preyed on, and they run the hell away. So they're the example. Thank you. Anything else?
You notice what you've done, though? I've asked you, what about animals that don't eat meat? And you've given me an answer that relates to them being eaten. But how do they eat?
They eat grass and they eat vegetation and they run away from the predators. Hold on. Are predominant. Hold on. The point was
they don't all run away. They don't all run away. So you're wrong, right? For example,
all right. So some stand there and get eaten. Here you go. Some stand there and get eaten.
This is the point I'm trying to make. If we're going to make a nature-based analysis, right? For example, water buffalo tend not to necessarily run away. Yes. When a lion is approaching. What they tend to do, is they make sure that none of them let's say there's a group of water buffalo at the watering hole. Their job is to make sure none of them can be caught alone, in relation to the lion. And so what they'll band together Yeah.
So they're trying not to be caught, yes? The bottom line is they're trying not to be caught, yes?
Put up a united front, yeah, against the lion. And in many instances, they'll actually subdue, yeah, the lion or the group of lions in some cases that come at them. But the point is, but again, your analysis, though.
Well, if I'm looking at the structure of a man and a woman, I might be wrong, but we definitely have an edge over women. But that doesn't mean that we can't 50-50 work together. But
hold on, bro. Before we get there, we're examining nature. So a simple thing.
Man and woman is also part of nature.
All right, Malik. In nature, is it predominant that there is a prey that preys on others? Is that predominant? Right. So obviously there's different things, there are different aspects to it, but predominantly you're finding other groups preying on others. So you can say grass.
Yeah, but listen. At that point,
that's not the case, though, Isa. How much is animal kingdom?
The thing about animals is just too far away. Let's go back to human beings.
People talking.
Let's try to animals, man. Like, what are we doing out here?
Exactly. Let's talk about men and women. I see men having an edge over women.
You're out here trying to compare us to fucking animals, man. What
of course. Do you believe?
Why are you putting? I don't understand it. Why
the reason why you got healthcare? The reason why you got healthcare with animals? Because of nature.
The nature is different.
The reason why.
Isa, are you aware of the fact here?
The nature is different.
Are you aware of the fact? If we're going to use a nature-based analysis here, are you aware of the fact? Yeah, because you use the word predominant. Are you aware of the fact that most animals are herbivores?
I'm aware of the fact that the influential and dominant animals I know the majority of those in existence, yes, are what such. Hold on, let me finish.
But you're wrong again.
Hold on, bruv. Let me finish to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, nature has it balanced where there are millions and millions of billions of insects that are so small and they get destroyed just by people walking or animals walking, and they're replenished from the bigger picture of nature. What I am talking about when it comes to dominancy, okay? Dominancy. So we find that the cow and the buffalo do not have this dominancy. We do find the lion, the hyena to a point, the tiger.
But you're wrong.
Oh, bro. All right, if you say so, bro.
Let me clarify what I'm saying.
Human beings at the pinnacle of that.
Let me clarify what I'm saying. No, because what you've got is and I'm unfortunately my brother Isa has been indoctrinated to Eurocentric ideals. And dominance is exemplified in your ability to eat other people, right, or eat other animals. The reality is that there are many dominant animals. There are many, but you use the word dominance, and the predominant ones are the ones who eat other animals. So you've used lions and hyenas and so on.
You said humans, bro. You said human.
One second.
One
second. I'm using the nature. I'm probing this idea of the nature-based analysis. Yes. There are many animals who are dominant in their environment that do not eat other animals. For example, gorillas and great apes. Yes. For example, elephants. Yeah. And giraffes. Yeah.
Right.
These kinds of things. You think a lion's got anything to say to an elephant, my G? Right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I've seen elephants take down. I've seen lions take down elephant. I've seen lions take down giraffe. I've not seen an elephant and a gorilla. But what I'm saying to you is, clearly, in predominance, you will see, bruv. You know what? Just watch some nature programs.
I have watched nature programs, though, bro.
I don't know why we keep going back to the animals.
You know what the thing is, though? The same system he's talking about, if you look in Kemet, the same system they're talking about.
What you're
Hold on, Kemet. What is the purpose, bruv, of the two crowns on the head of the pharaoh? What is the purpose?
What you're failing to realize is that you're not factoring in the criteria that you're using to make the judgment. What you're saying is you're using the quote unquote food chain as the marker of dominance, eminence, leadership, and the pinnacle. Yeah,
no, that was Ronnie,
I'm saying no, because you're basically you're saying because these animals eat other animals, they're the predominant people in animals in the thing.
No, that's not what I said. That
was what I'm gonna say. Go on, repeat what I said.
Right. I'm just saying that there is that there was not the whole thing, but we got spiraled out of control with religious books and whatever else. So what I'm saying is simply this. Hold on. Simply this. I'm saying to you, one of the signs, as I said before, is the fact for the survival is that we don't have grass running away or gathering together, seeking to get away from the animals that are going to eat grass, or a banana. It doesn't throw itself at the top of the tree when a gorilla tries to get it. But damn right, a gorilla will fight if lions come against it. Do you get what I'm saying? So there is something in nature.
They'll never be in the same area together. You never see a lion.
But hold on. I'm just making a point of, brother, that's fine. What my point is there is a seeking to survive. If things just stagnant, it's just a plant growing there. I'm demonstrating that things are seeking to survive, and in nature, there is a major way in which these creatures are dominant. So, for instance, I'm saying humans now.
But it's not a majority.
Hold on, bruv. I'm saying, all right, maybe let me phrase it another way. Humans, in their main way of surviving, was using technology, a spear, a bow and arrow, using herbal knowledge of poison darts, etc., to kill other animals, the hunter-gatherer, and so on. Right? So that's where did they get that?
That's not a majority.
Where did you? What do you mean that's not a majority?
You're using an analysis here that is not factual based upon nature or history. Yeah, hunter-gatherers, as they call it, like farming is as a farming. The consumption of herbs and even the way our bodies are made up, it relies upon our ability to eat more vegetables, yes, than meat. And there are some people that say we shouldn't even be eating meat in the first place.
Let's go to the oldest people then. Hold on, let's go to the oldest people.
At all, because meat is not meant for human beings to eat. Meat is meant to be eaten by predator animals.
Eric, wait.
Who, in order for them to survive, they eat animals of prey.
Eric, I don't know. We are going too far. Let's just
guess what?
On the man or the woman.
Malik, the oldest people on the planet were they hunter-gatherers?
I want to finish my statement, please. Thank you.
Were they hunter-gatherers or were they farmers?
I want to finish my statement, please. Right? What's it called? Now, there is that aspect of it, yeah. But there is also the aspect of, because what you're doing is you keep using words like predominant, yeah, in nature, and I'm saying to you, but that's not factually true. Most animals, one, are not carnivores, and two, it is not the case that animals that dominate in a particular environment do so based upon the fact that they eat other animals. There are many animals who have predominance based upon all kinds of different things, or we might call it predominance based on all kinds of different things that is not based upon their capacity to eat other animals in their environment. So we can see examples of that, and there are examples to learn from that, but that is not the predominant. The ones that you mentioned, lions, all the carnivores, basically, yeah. The carnivores do so via hunting and so on and so forth. Yeah, that's a fact. And so there are lessons to be learned from that. But the argument that this is a predominant
brother, listen to the sentence. Dominancy. Let me forget the word predominance as you're understanding it. Dominancy. And I keep saying this, the lion does not run away from one hyena. Do you get what I'm saying? Or one other animal. But the rabbit, as soon as it sees the lion, is gone. Do you get my point? I'm saying dominancy, the domain, who's dominant. Then I went to the human being. And I'm saying, with weapons, when the lion learns that these lot come with weapons, they run. So I'm saying dominancy. So when it comes to the first human beings, were they hunter-gatherers or farmers, Shakara?
The point that you're missing, just
answer that question and we can move to the point I'm missing.
The point that you're missing is that you're defining dominancy by hunting. And I'm saying that in nature, dominance is not necessarily based upon hunting. And and there are more animals who we may say dominating their environment by not hunting.
I didn't say environment. You're not listening to the point. Listen to what I'm saying. I'll say it again. If this animal's having to run, then the other animal's bloody dominant over it. Don't you understand? Brother, if there's only 10 of this animal and 200 of the other one, and the 200 is running, I'm saying that this 10 is dominant.
But again, you're proving my point, which is that you're using the eating other animals as the marker of dominance. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
All right, let's get rid of the eating. Right, let's say they never catch them.
Can we try and get back to the topic of human rights?
Exactly. Let's go back to human rights, men and women.
You know what? Yeah. Let's leave this. Forget this. All right. Yeah, human rights. Let's make it very simple. Eric Ingram. What are human rights and how are they applied, brother?
What are human rights? Me myself, I think human rights are any rights that human beings have in order to survive on this planet Earth, in order to attain the creature comforts that human beings need to live on this earth without interference, without external or internal interference from attaining such creature comforts. And the means by which we attain those creature comforts, whether we're talking about, for example, housing, education, healthcare, all these things. All humans need these things, and there's no human being that is in less need of these things that I've mentioned than any other human being. Unfortunately, because depending on how you're determining how we're determining what human rights are, the Eurocentric view or the non-Eurocentric view. Okay, because the same Europeans who came up with this idea of human rights going all the way back to the 13th century, back to 1215 with the Magna Carta, going all the way back there. Okay. These people who brought up their idea of what human rights is and what liberal democracy is, these were the same people who fought horrific wars against each other.
All right, so let's try and stay in the 21st century, yeah? Because we know
about The point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is this, okay? Like I said in the beginning, in my beginning statement, okay? I think human rights are those rights that human beings need in order to sustain life on this planet. Okay, statement. Now, if you want me to go into all the details and things like that, no, read books on your, but I'm just giving the general statement.
So can I just make a quick point here? The issue, sorry, the actual point that I was trying to make before though is in relation to this man-woman thing, and there are many examples in nature of the female leadership and in some cases female centrality within the organization of communities of different species. Yeah, there are any number of examples of that. A couple of them would be ants, bees, spiders, and all kinds of different things. So yeah, that's actually the point I'm trying to
give thanks, man. But you know, Black Select's not even gonna hear that, man. But,
don't lie. Don't lie. Hold on, Malik. Don't lie on me. I know that's a fact. It's actually teaching in the Quran. However, I'm talking about nature. In the Quran, what, man? In relation to the female rulership and the bees and so on. What I'm getting at though.
Hold on, wait. That sounds interesting. So what does it teach in the Quran about female leadership?
We have Queen of Sheba and a woman who rules over her kingdom who does not want for anything. We have a brilliant example there.
But what does it teach? What does it teach? They sound like stories.
Yeah, well, what else? It's going to be stories to you, isn't it? What my point is, we already have the idea.
Wait, because I'm gonna get back to
I'm trying to get to the bloody point. Every time
I think take a moment to appreciate what was just done there. Yeah.
Hold on. No, I'll get to my point and come back because there's always this thing of stop. Right. So my whole point was this: when we look in these systems that Shakara so wonderfully presented, when he's using Kemet and Ma'at in the Kemet systems that we have, there was a famous female that was ruling that had to pretend she was a male under Ma'at. The vast, overwhelming majority of rulers of Kemet, were they male or were they female using Ma'at and justice and so on? So let's really think about that when people want to bring Ma'at in the scene and avoid talking about Voodoo and the Ifa system. So what we have is the predominance of the males ruling. In African spiritual systems, we have the predominance of males ruling and governing.
Do you know what frightens me? Sorry, I've made a point, yeah. Like, you know, I heard James say this earlier. Like, you asked me a question, I was giving you an answer based upon the question that you're asking. I was not in combat mode with you, bro. Like I'm not always in combat mode when I come on.
I didn't ask you what question. You weren't talking to me.
You just come with all this when man's talking about this and don't want to talk about that.
You weren't talking to me, so stop lying.
Hold on. I was answering a question. Yeah, based upon putting it in an African-centered context. Like, what's all this energy about? Like, I don't understand.
No, hold on. No. Nyanifa came with hurting, and then hold on. Nyanifa came with hurting in relation to you. So the energy is back at Nyanifa that said, "Yeah, it's black to lick."
No, I'm sorry, I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting that. The fact of the matter is, yeah, when I gave the example. And first of all, you need to name names, innit? When you're talking about a queen who was claiming to be a man, yeah, because there was any number of queens, and I said Nile Valley. Ma'at is not Kemet. Ma'at is Nile Valley. Yeah, let's get that straight. All right.
Ma'at is Nile Valley. Yeah.
Yes, it's before Kemet. Ma'at exists as a concept before the coming of Kemet. Yeah,
bro, we know that, but you don't have the example.
No, we don't know anything. We don't know anything. I'm making that point. I'm just making the point that I never said Kemet. I said Nile Valley.
Well, I know. Right? So you're right. I know.
Right? What's it called? Right? But I never said Kemet. I said Nile Valley. Yeah. Now.
Where do you know about Ma'at?
When you make statements like man, when they don't want to do it, what's it called, Voodoo and Ifa, when that's what they talk about, like, what's that got? Like, why? We don't have to do that, bro, innit? Like,
no, we do. We don't. Yes, we do, because when Nyanifa wants to point after you speak, and then point at me,
we don't.
Hold on. So what did I say now? Select. What did I say?
Tell us what are you saying? As soon as he's mentioned what he said about the female dominance, whatever he said about rulership and centered around the female, what did you say about me?
I said, let's move on because you're not going to have a bar of it. That's what I said.
Right. Well, you said something different, but let's say you said that, and I'm saying
that's what she said.
Okay, good. So I'm saying to you, how would she know? She ain't read my mind. And she don't know what I would say or have a part or not.
You won't even apologize.
Hold on, Nine. One second, Nine.
So now why are you going to go against the whole?
One second, Nine. But what's that got to do with? What has that got to do with? Whether man wants to talk about Ifa and Voodoo or not, and whether man's hiding the thing and talking about her statement ain't nothing. But her statement has nothing to do with Kemet and the Nile Valley and Queens in the Nile Valley. It has nothing to do.
Yes, it does. Because I'm telling you why.
She said that you're not what I just said. You can't come at me.
It doesn't matter what you're not getting it. You're not the center of this thing. She made a statement, and I'm responding to her statement in relation to the whole conversation. Right? Stop pretending you're the center of the whole damn thing. I'm saying very simply. Hold on. I'm saying very simply. There have been several things that have been said here, and the general reason why you know Ma'at is Nile Valley is because it was found in Egypt first, and then they started to see where else we can find this thing. Because I would like you to show me the definition of Ma'at among systems of this Nile Valley that you're talking about. But anyway, going back to what I was saying, my whole point is when I asked you to show about human rights, etc., you didn't go to Ifa like you normally do, or you didn't go to Voodoo. You went straight to Kemet and Ma'at. Fine. So I'm saying that's been said in light of this.
First of all, I didn't. This is nonsense.
See what I mean? As I was saying, I did ask you specifically about those two, and then you said what you said in my art, and I didn't.
You asked me a question, and when I started to talk about my art, you asked me about Ifa and Voodoo. Yes, and I said, yeah, I'll get to that. But right now,
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
I want to deal with.
That's not what you said. So don't lie.
But this is the point. But what I'm realizing now is you wanted me to focus on Ifa and Vudan, yeah? Because hold on, but that's what you tried to get me to focus on. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what you just said. You asked me specifically about Ifa and Vudan, and for some reason, you're in your mind, I didn't want to do that because you're in a combative mode with man, and I was not when I was asking the question. Hold on. Right, hold on. The reality is, hold on. The reality is, yeah, the fact of let's say that there are people in African traditional systems or systems that did not adhere to what we might consider human rights, or there are systems and societies that committed human rights violations. Yeah, the question that was asked to me was, do principles of human rights exist in traditional African systems? And the answer to that question is yes.
And who asked you that question?
That's what the question. When I first came on,
yeah, who asked that question?
You did.
Hold on.
Of human rights in African spiritual systems, and I made the point that we can't deny it. We can't just make it about the spiritual system because the culture and the governmental order is related to the spiritual system. And I use the examples of Ubuntu as a principle that governs society, and also Ma'at. I didn't just use Ma'at. I used Ma'at and
I didn't say you did. Oh my gosh, brother.
Isa, I'm not saying all these things that are things that you said. Again, I'm not.
Are we just going to continuously go around?
Let me repeat. I am not in mode. Okay, so please take that out.
Me neither.
Please take right. This is not any jihad on any level. Yeah, personal.
Yeah, it's any juju. On any level, bro.
That is getting that. There's no child.
Tribulation. Not the enslavement of the Hebrew Israelites or any others.
There's no trial. There's no tribulation. I'm not putting you through nothing.
No, you can't do that. But let's get back to the subject.
It's a conversation. Let's reason, my brother. So let's reason, my brother. Like, I'm not.
Anyway,
I am not challenging Islam.
Ridiculous. Right. So as I was saying, there's an evidence of the predominant thing.
A little go now, Ezra. Thank you. All right, big up yourself. So just so we can concentrate our minds back on the topic, etc. I've just gone to a little website. I don't know how, you probably won't take it, but I'm going to give it a bang anyway, yeah? And this is just a list of what it's saying is the worst countries violating human rights. And this is of 2017, yeah? So it's not what's wrong, man?
Nothing. Go ahead. I can't wait for this.
Did I say something funny, Shakara?
You said you probably won't take this. And I'm saying
it's like, it's not like the World Health or so, you know what I mean? It's actually called inside.
No, it's fine. It should be some facts. I'm happy for you to bring it. I'm laughing, but yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Cool. So on this, it's number 8.
I do suspect that you're going to open the door to the word Sunni, but let's see what happens.
That's definitely a must.
That's why I laugh. This is why I laugh, yeah. And Shakara already.
Hopefully we'll be able to just. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he is the select, yeah. So we're gonna.
That is why I laugh. I'll be honest. That is why I laugh. So Shakara's on point there. Go ahead.
All right. So number 18 is Mexico. Okay. Now I don't know if you want me to go into the little blurb that it's saying by each country. Would you like me to do that, or are you in a rush? I know some of you can't hold the thing.
This is totally up to you. I'm working as I'm speaking, so yeah, it's all good, sis.
Okay, well let's see how our patience is. I don't know what's the chat saying, you know what I mean. But anyway, let's quickly go. So number 5. All right, I'll read out the last 5, but I'll just quickly go through the thing, Bob. So here they've got 18 as being Mexico. They've got 17 as being Ukraine. They've got 16 as being Nigeria. 15 as being Mali. 14 as being Lebanon, 13 as being Pakistan, 12 as being Myanmar, or Burma, now known. Number 11 being Afghanistan. Number 10, Republic of Congo. 9, Burundi. 8, China. 7, Yemen. 6, Libya. Hold on. 6, Libya. Hold on.
This is why I said the last 5, you know. This is why I said the last 5. I just know who they are. Go on.
All right. So
you got money for this. I love this. Go on.
5 is Central African Republic. Okay, and the little blurb that they have here goes as follows. In this country, sectarian violence and attacks on civilians are mostly reported in the central and western regions. Moreover, armed groups raped and sexual assaulted women and girls. Around 384,000 are displaced. Okay, Central African Republic. I'm going to go to next one, number 4. Number 4 is Somalia. As a result of long-running countries' conflicts, civilians in Somalia are enduring abuses and are in severely bad humanitarian conditions. There were many targeted attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, particularly by the Islamist armed group Al-Shabaab. Over 1 million Somalis remain internally displaced with insufficient access to basic services. Okay. Number 3 is South Sudan. It says third spot on our list of worst countries violating human rights in 2017 is South Sudan. A civil war that started in 2013 and continued in 2016 with abuses against civilians, both by government forces and opposition fighters. Moreover, according to Human Rights Watch report, government soldiers killed, raped, and tortured civilians, as well as destroying and pillaging private property during counter-insurgency operations in the southern and western parts of the country. Around 2.4 million people are displaced. Number 2, North Korea. North Korea is considered to be one of the most repressive authoritarian regimes. The government led by Kim Jong-un curtails almost every human right, including freedom of expression, assembly, and association, and freedom to practice religion. Moreover, it prohibits organization of political opposition, independent media, free trade, unions, and independent civil society organizations. And the last one. So number 1 in this list is Syria, and it reads, on the first place on our list of the world's countries violating human rights in 2017 is Syria. The long-lasting war in the country caused many atrocities. According to the Syrian Center for Policy Research, the death toll in 2016 was 470,000. This conflict led to a humanitarian crisis with 6.1 million internally displaced people and 4.8 million seeking refuge abroad. According to HR Watch report, more than 117,000 have been detained or disappeared since 2011. This is all followed by targeting civilians with artillery, kidnapping, executions, and the use of chemical weapons. All right, so that's the end of that report. You know how people feel about it. So yeah, I just want to bring
I have a question. What happens to a woman if she keeps having female children for a man?
Brother, hold on, bro. She just read a list. Let's at least dress the list, bro. Come on, you can't just pretend she didn't just read out a list. Yeah, Nanifa, I think, you know, maybe Saudi Arabia's money influenced it not coming on there. Like, you know what I mean? But what year did you say it was?
So, like I said, this was 2017. So obviously, there's maybe more up-to-date ones, like I said. But I just thought I'd go back to, you know, something where. But
would you agree, Nanifa, though? But from what we know, Saudi Arabia chop it. Have you seen the video where they chop off that woman's head on the motorway?
No, I don't watch them sort of things, you know.
Okay, so it's just shared on Facebook or wherever. I'm saying I've seen a lot of human rights, and if you watch any documentaries on it, I'm just saying I'm quite surprised to a degree, but not surprised on the other side because obviously they've got influence and holding hands with America. So. Yeah, like, I mean, how did Israel sort of escape that when they're shooting? Snipers are videoing themselves shooting children and posting it, and the general Israeli public are commenting on Facebook, well done, you shot a cockroach or a rat. I mean, I do think, you know, maybe we can't trust some of these lists. But fair enough, you know, you've actually gone for...
Try to go to a more recent one still.
I don't know how to get accuracy anyway, but no, that's a good idea. You've actually done good things.
What indicators they're using for doing it still. But I mean, just within, you know, that, because obviously I'm a woman up in here, and you know, my thing is that just coming from a female point of view, like that's why, you know what I mean, in some ways living in the West, as fucked up as it could be, certainly I know that as a woman I could be in places that are far more fucked up. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So
what's on top, did you say?
Sorry?
Far what? On top?
I'm saying as fucked up as England is and all its fuckery, this, that, and the other, yeah, of which that we spoke about many a time. I still have to acknowledge, and I'm saying to you, and give thanks whereby I know at least as a woman I've got rights in England. You know what I mean? Like I fully tell a man to go fuck his mother, and he can't. You get me? I can reach home. There's certain places in the world I do that. It's, you know what I mean? To be the best thing. You see what
100%.
So yeah, man, and I just think I do feel sorry for many women around the world in 2020. Do you know what I mean? When it comes to their human rights, do you know what I'm saying? And then at this point, what I want to do is express in terms of how women are treated. You get me? It seems like it's mostly religious countries where women are treated the worst, and I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying to you? Because if we have a country that's so religious and that, you know, they're following the Most High, this, that, and the other, then why is it that the women are still getting fucked over? You see what I'm saying to you?
I would say I totally agree with you. I totally agree. No, I'm not going to come with that. I'm saying I totally agree. And I think it sort of goes back in history, where there's been times it's sort of up and down. But definitely, I would say we do have this freedom, or women do have this freedom over here. But I think the way that it's been made is to our detriment. So, for instance, women should have had more freedom. However, the example of freedom, I would say, is wrong. So, for instance, the example was now you can sleep with as many men as you want. Now you can,
No, don't do that. No, you see, don't do that. Yeah? No, don't do that. Because that's just cheapening the thing, you know. Don't do that.
And I'm telling you what happened.
This is what, no, you see, so of all the things you could have mentioned, you got to be mentioning sleeping with fucking man. When you're the one that relayed the fact that it was only in 1980 that a woman could even report her husband raping her. Like, just
exactly.
So then
no. I mean, so you want to cut me off?
Example,
you want to cut me off and see value what I'm saying?
Wait, man.
Wait, when you cut me off. Like...
All right, go on then. You finish. Go on then. Go in.
Right. As I was saying, I first said I agree. So you missed out that bit there.
No,
first bit, I agree, right? And I'm saying, but in other words, after I've already agreed with the oppression mainly being religious historically, and terribly in England, for instance, right, where they couldn't inherit and so on and so forth. They were literally like slaves to the husband, etc. I'm saying the freedom should have been pushed in relation to their authority, intelligence, etc. The focus I'm suggesting is that it was more put on their sexuality and their freedom for sex. And I'm saying that to me was a European thing where they was Christianity and whatever else squeezed them in that way and made sex look like an abhorrent thing. And then they come out with that thing and other women followed them. That's my only point.
Even if you need to use that example, yeah, which, you know what I mean, I don't even think you need to go there in it, but you are the intellect and whatever, so you've gone there. But at the end of the day, what I would argue is that even still in that situation, it wasn't women that were pushing for the sexuality and all the rest of it. You see what I'm saying to you? Because what is it? It's a man's world. You know what I'm saying to you? So stop all of that, man.
No, you didn't understand what I was saying. Yeah, I said to you that the way it was said. When you're saying women were pushing,
stop thinking that people don't understand what you're saying. I'm not stupid, man.
You repeated it back to me wrong.
You understand me? You first said, yeah, I agree. You get me? But you know what I mean? The extreme of it is that basically women's out there taking too much coffee. You get me?
No. That's what I'm saying. You missed the point. I said the example that they gave. Who gave?
The first example, then?
No, I said the example
that you could have made. Why was that the first one?
Because I already praised it already. Then I gave.
If you praised it or not, I am asking you of all the examples that you could have had, especially as a religious man. Why was that the first example?
I'm not religious. I deal with science. Okay, so anyway, So back to this, back to your question. The reason why I gave that example is because of all the good that I see could have happened. What's the word? Saddened, and I think it's really sad that is what a lot of women have been focusing on for a long time, and now we're dealing with the results of that, especially in our community, with black women following white women in their so-called freedom and their rights, not knowing that the white woman's equality movement was for them to be equal to the black man. So at the end of the day, when they were saying, well, let's have equality amongst the races, if you kept the man dominant, that would mean the black man is dominant over the white female. So they said, no, that can't be happening. We're going to talk about the equality rights. So white women will get up and be above both the black woman and the black male. That's what I'm suggesting that movement was about. But I do agree with you. Obviously, it benefits loads of women in different ways. But
we were just talking about human rights. Yeah. Women are being raped, this, that, and the other. And that's what you can't do. Like, seriously.
I'm dealing with all of it. That's what I'm saying. I like to deal with the whole thing, not just romanticize the reality. Yeah. So we should speak on all of it.
So when I'm here saying as fucked up as England is, this, that, and the other, as a woman, I still have to give takes, because at the end of the day, at least, yes, sir, you know what I mean? I'm affording certain whatever. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah? And then I come to you now. You see what I'm saying to you? And the first thing that you say is, yeah, I agree, but boy, too much sex. Like, seriously. Oh, you know what it is? No problem.
As a black woman, you say as a woman, I say as a black woman. I can't never forget you're a black woman and black women out there and what they're facing. So when you want to say women, that's fine. You can say women all day, but you're a black woman and that's it. And that ain't going to change. So at the end of the day, you have got various freedoms that you ain't got elsewhere. But, you know what I mean? There's some big drawbacks, and a lot of our black women have been led into this thing where they like to think that they're going to use that thing that they got from the white woman against black men. Do you get me? So a lot of them do that.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying that this specific thing that they got, this equality thing, which you can say Beyonce is the major prophetess.
Hold on. This equality thing, break that down, please.
This idea, this fake idea that women, regardless of color, are equal in society is garbage. It's not a reality. They've given you the fake illusion that you have equality, the same as a white woman. Not a reality.
So listen. Okay. There's no woman. Yeah, like that's why I say you don't actually listen. You know, I think you just talk.
No, you asked me a question and I'm answering. Listen, it's not a response to what you said.
If you heard me say X amount of times, we've already said it's a man's world. So which woman do you think is out here under the illusion that there's equality, this, that, and the other? Like, which woman?
Right. Hold on, no. The movement. You didn't even pay attention to your own question. You asked me this. Hold on. This is why I said the equality thing, right? So I'm saying they think the thing itself actually means that, but it's never a reality. That's my whole point. So you're the one not listening, not me. You get me? So yeah, it's very simple and straightforward. I'm saying.
You heard what I said, Bab. I said there'll never be equality. You get me? Because many of the rules and laws are based on those books. Yeah, and we see how those books deal with the women. Did I not?
And when you were asked, what would it look like under you? You seem not to answer. When we said, well, okay, if you put a female god or not ever a female, how would you do it?
It will look like equality, but that's not the point, is it? But that's not the point, is it?
Right. I would argue that there is something to be said for the idea of being able to see the female in the ultimate divinity does have an impact upon how you organize a society in terms of human rights of women.
Definitely, 100%.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, isn't it? So the countries with the least human rights in the world, or the countries where women are treated the worst, are religious countries. So what does that mean?
Big up Iran, where the majority of university students are, although I don't support their version of Shia or Islam, big up Iran. I think 75% of their students in university are females. Okay. So yeah, big them up still, even though you know there's issues. But obviously Saudi Arabia, How do you
say that in their language? Big up Iran. Say it in their language. Go on.
I don't know their language. Do you?
I didn't big them up. No. And my people, they must
have to speak their language. If I pick up a country, I have to speak their language. No, that's rubbish.
No, only because I thought that your man was over there. Anyway, let's not get even sidetracked with that. So what do you think to the fact that the most like I said, women who are treated the worst are in religious countries. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I agree with you from the get-go. And I'm saying that religion has been used to oppress, and what's the other word? Depress, restrain, all kind of things, the female. Fundamentally, societies in general, atheist, communism, whatever. Man, I believe personally that men come with a insecurity aspect about them. And they use whatever means to dominate and control women.
They misinterpret the scriptures.
No, but I'm saying even outside of scripture, there's you think atheists aren't insecure about their women, bro? Think about it.
Yes, they are. That's why I wasn't gonna say only religious people. Men in general.
No difference.
Yeah, okay, that may be the case, men in general. But the thing is, the atheists aren't saying that their thing is based on God, the most perfect system, this, that, and the other.
And that's a big lie.
What I'm saying to you now is that
what happens to a woman?
That's true. You can't argue with that.
And anything that ain't got any fundamental system that hasn't got balance of man and woman, it's not going to work, is it? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're not explaining what that looks like, though, Nanifa.
Sorry?
You're not explaining.
Yeah, bruv. What do you mean?
What? Listen, what I'm saying, Nanifa. When you say that, yeah, it's not going to work. If somebody comes along and said night should always be male dominated, because there are some people say wherever a woman rules, there will be injustice or chaos or something like that. Whichever people have a woman ruling over them, something like that. Yeah. So my point to you is,
what happened to balance, man?
No, I agree. But all I'm saying is, the example. Hold on, no. The examples I've had in history.
Dominating the other.
Hold on, no.
Talking about going forward is balance, isn't it? Because if it's not balance,
it can't just be talk. I'm saying it can't just be words in thin air. I'm saying if somebody put that to me and I say I agree with Nanifa, I now put that argument to someone else. What do I use with substance to demonstrate that when they have history that shows it's been males predominantly? And you know what can I use as a female now talking? I'm now saying you're the resource, you're the evidence. How would that work? How would it look?
So I haven't thought of that in it. We're just having a thing with me right now in it, and I'm just reflect the point I'm just really making in it is at the end of the day, yeah. I remember this was based upon human rights. You know what I'm saying to you. So I just read a list. You see what I'm saying to you? And amongst and like there was a few blurbs about how women are treated, this, that, and the other in it. You understand? And my only point is if we can have situations whereby we have countries that are ruled by books, you understand me? And that's how people can be treated, then we're on to it, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, man. Anyway, off on one. But
I think in relation to, I mean, it's interesting because when we look at human rights, what we know of human rights, you could say was put in place by males and possibly for the dominancy of males. But I don't know, because it's
man-made rules. Books are man-made. The rules are man-made. Everything's just man-made. So that's what I'm saying. So back to what you said this morning. That's why it's so interesting when you said that. Is it the Quran or the Hadith? Because I don't even want to get it wrong. Which one?
What's that? What did I say?
Something about one of them said that every time you have sex that you get rewards, right?
What, I said that today?
Yeah.
Was it yesterday?
No,
okay.
This morning,
Hadith.
It was Hadith, yeah?
Yeah.
So how does it go now?
Yeah, no, the men and the woman, both of them. It's not just the men. So when a married couple have relations, right? It's written that they, that's written down as a good deed, right? So if you have your
up now, Bab.
No, what do you mean I'm showing it up?
This morning you said that the man will get his reward. You didn't say
I'm a man. Right, the context of the conversation was in relation to, I'm a man, I'm speaking from a man's perspective, but I'm saying the whole thing, this is what, kind of well known by those who know.
No, but you're a man, but if it was a thing, if the book said, and we would get the benefits, then that's what you're going to reiterate, innit?
No, you're not getting the point. A lot of it said, for instance, when it says, oh, you who believe, it might be a masculine thing, but it's referring to all of them. That's just the way it talks, whether you like it or not, whether you disagree, whether I disagree. I'm saying to you that both people are engaged.
Exactly. No, I don't like it.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Whether you like the expression or that, that's fine. What my point is to you, that both the Muslims, the husband and the wife, they get, how it's related is this. If you were to commit this sexual act outside of marriage, you would get punishment. So therefore, when you're doing this act within marriage, you get reward. Because they said,
they said, "Oh, Prophet, how is it we get reward for something where we're deriving pleasure?" So he said, if you committed and derived the pleasure outside of marriage, you would get punishment. If you do it inside of marriage, you get reward. So that was the explanation for both. But I'm a man, I'm talking from the perspective of the conversation. But it's for both. So
not commit adultery then.
Of course, yeah. It says don't approach. Don't approach. It didn't even say don't commit. It goes even further. It said don't go near it. So yeah, because obviously you know what it's like, innit? When you go flirting and there's only you two in the room and blah blah blah, it's going to be much more difficult. You get what I'm saying? You know how the magnet is. The closer the metal gets to the magnet.
Yeah. They were floating about before the Quran, weren't they?
The Bible, indeed. Well, I wouldn't say I don't know about the Bible itself, but I know the traditions were.
I said the books of the Bible. I didn't say the Bible. The books.
Oh, the books. I mean,
were they floating around already? Like,
I believe scrolls. I believe there were scrolls around, which were protected by the rabbis. I believe that. Yeah.
So, do you think there should be any?
Also, though, it's my understanding, but because when was the Quran actually written down?
The earliest one I think dates between, I think before Prophet Muhammad's birth. When they do the dating, the carbon dating before his birth to after his death. So it's like 100-year gap, I think. Like, you know, the carbon dating can't be accurate, so they're giving this range. So I think it's even before him to after him. So
no. The Quran couldn't have been written down before Prophet Muhammad. So
listen to the point. Listen to what I'm saying. When they find these things, they carbon date them. So I've given you the range of the carbon dating. Yeah.
Well,
so
then something's wrong, then, isn't it?
No.
Yeah,
you know carbon dating
I don't know why I get so easily. I'm asking a question about when it was written down. But I would have thought though, that the answer to that question would have been within the teachings of the faith and the history of the faith.
You mean time of the Prophet? Is that what you mean?
No. I'm saying that the Quran being written down, I wouldn't have thought that Muslims rely on carbon dating to figure out when the Quran was written down. I would have thought that in the narrative of the people of the religion, there would have been a story. So
amongst us, Imam Ali compiled his within the first 6 months all by himself. Amongst the Sunnis, well, they agree with that as well. There was others, Ibn Masud, Ka'ab. There was about at least, I think, 4 Sahaba who compiled the Quran within the first year of the Prophet's death. Abu Bakr compiled his. He was.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry. Say that again.
Right. So within 6 months of the Prophet's death, Imam Ali wrote the Quran. So it was memorized. Yeah, there was several Sahaba who memorized the whole thing. Not all of them wrote it down. So there was a.
You're telling me that the Quran was. So it wasn't even Muhammad himself that writ it.
Nope. I think you know that anyway, but
no, I swear down. No, hold on a minute. I thought. Oh, so are you saying that it's gone from Allah to Muhammad to another man?
No, to men. It's a recitation. That's what I'm saying. It's not a Bible. It's a recitation.
From Allah.
Yeah.
Muhammad.
Yeah.
And then to another guy that's now remembering what Muhammad has said, and then he's writing it down, right?
Well, there are many people memorizing it. Yeah. And this particular one, who is, you can say, equivalent in status of Prophet Muhammad. So that's Imam Ali, in position, in role, in position.
So you think there's an element of, because, isn't there an element of a lot of trust in there in what these guys remembered about?
Not at all, because if I, who's not an Arabic speaker, and before I could even read Arabic, memorized 10 chapters of the Quran and didn't know what a lot of the words meant, if I can remember that, then I'm quite sure people who spoke the language and heard it from him could memorize it. Yeah, I don't see that. It's not that big a book neither. So there isn't that much to remember. And we're talking about great intellects like Imam Ali. So it's not a big deal. Like, you know what I mean? It's, for you, when you're looking at it, that might be the case. But I'm saying you're talking about a culture that was based upon the recitation of the Arabic in poetry and so on.
9. So you say you don't have the intellect to memorize the Quran, innit?
No, knowledge of that culture. I mean, there's certain people, for instance, there are certain people, I think even today, for instance, who can track animals by smelling air and by looking at their feces. Now, the average person could not do that. These people, there was a certain group apparently in South Africa that do that. So, I just say, oh, well, that's what they say, that's tradition, because we haven't seen it and we can't do it. So, because maybe you can't smell air or smell the differences in air, that doesn't mean other humans can't do it. Do you get what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, let's leave the Eurocentric viewpoints and paradigms out of it and deal with reality.
What do you mean Eurocentric?
That's the chakra. That's the chakra.
Like, why do you do that, Bab?
Like, he came in and said you haven't got the intellect. Yeah,
it was at me, man. I was ramping still, and if you take a mild shot at Isa, he can't resist having to get back at Isa. I take it. So
of course, because it's not mild, is it? You know what I mean. But anyway, as I'm saying,
you always.
I'm saying this is the point I'm trying to make. Like, why is this guy always? He's always on this energy. He thinks that everything is deep, like, and the fact, you know what's funny, yeah, is that if everyone took, man, as personal as like he takes people, yeah, it would be a mazza, you know, Maggie, because this man is out, yeah, is not soft. Like, man will get, like,
but that's what I'm saying. If everyone pays attention to what's being said, no, that's not true. That's not true, because I pay attention to what you actually say and respond to what you say. And that doesn't seem to happen on the other way. But anyway, as he said,
bro, the reality is, yeah, you said nothing's to and about, man, yeah, and I've never responded to you in kind, yeah. So to go out that say man's on some next level thing against you right now is just next level stupidness. I've never the worst of how you spoken to me, I've never ever returned it in kind. So let's stop it.
But you don't need to say. This is the problem with this community. You lot keep saying, "Well, I've never said these words." When people say things that imply things or they lie on you, they're just as equivalent as the insults. They're just as equivalent.
All you're doing now is finding justification for a certain manner. Like, so you're gonna find a way. Like, I'm on some clandestine.
Not at all. I'm trying to keep to the topic.
I'm not saying it openly.
We're having a serious topic.
Man's
serious conversation. Exactly. So louder foolishness. We're trying to get back on topic. Anyway,
I've never done it in it. So stop trying to go out like saying.
You have. You've done worse, bro. You've done worse.
Stop trying to go out saying on some kind of agenda. I've never done that, fam. Yeah, I'm about, and people like people say to me every time man calls up my name. I don't call up man's name, fam. I've never been that way. I've never.
Every time stop.
Do it in it. Like, I'm not.
Wait. Did you just like?
I'm not on what. I'm not on what.
What's this guy saying? Oh, you know what, louder, Malik. I'll tell you, this is some immature thing. Malik, my brother.
No, it was actually your sister that was talking to you, Bab. Yeah. So now that
but go ahead.
So you always talk about reason. What is it?
Logic, reason, and rationality.
That's it. Logic, reasoning, and rationality. Okay. Logic, reasoning, and rationality. Okay. So from what you just said to me now, then that the Quran is being written via first from God to Muhammad, and then from Muhammad to whomever over a span of how long?
It was revealed over the span of 23 years.
Okay. So are you saying to me that you can rationally accept that the words in that book come straight from Allah and that there's been no interpretation, this, that, where, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's easy. But you have to remember, my concept of Allah is slightly different than a lot of people think. So
So are the words in the Quran the words of God?
Yeah. I would say the expression. I would say the expression, but you can word it how you want. I would say expression.
The expressions of God.
Or manifestation,
Muhammad, then via. So what you're saying is that for 20 odd years or whatever, these persons who've had to just constantly recite this in their head before they write it down. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the thing is a recitation. That's what the Quran is. It's not a book which you write down. No one's stopping you from writing it down.
It's a recitation.
Yeah.
It's the word of God, and it's what you live by, right?
Yeah, it gives you the science of life and the various sciences. Yeah.
Words have come from Allah via Muhammad.
Yeah.
And Muhammad in his time is doing what?
What do you mean in the time? I don't understand.
What's he doing when he's getting all these words and that? What's he doing? How is he living? Is he just sitting back, kicking back? Is he nice and comfortable so we can make sure he can You know what I mean? Retain information. Like, what's going on?
I don't know what you mean, but I'll just say he's getting the revelation and he's telling the people, and they're reciting it and they're saying it in their prayers 5 times a day. So people are reciting it. They're living and building lives based upon it. I mean, yeah. I mean, is this relating to human rights, or is this, because like I said, my whole thing is not to teach you all about the Islam of the Quran. My whole thing was to tell you all about Sunnism being anti-black, take it or leave it. So back to human rights, and specifically with you.
It could be argued that it's still on human rights, and maybe this is just from my female perspective. You know what I'm saying to you? So it is still on track, in it, because that.
Okay. So you're going to brilliant. Okay, good.
Whereby the worst human rights are happening are in religious countries. Where
you say religious? Yeah, go on.
Islamic countries, then.
Yeah. So Sunni countries. This is what I'm saying. This is why Shakara said, by you reading that list, you're going to bring it up. So when you say Islamic, you're going to hear me say Sunni.
Yeah, but
right?
At the same time,
and Jews too.
Do you read a different Quran to everybody else, bro?
The Quran is a book that we take to be the word of Allah. The Sunnis take the Hadith over the Quran. So it's irrelevant whether we have the same book. It's how we treat the book. That's what's important.
No, they don't. They don't take the Hadith over the Quran.
Bruv, how are you telling me, bruv? You want to do it right now?
Do you know what? Do you know one thing I don't understand is how we just glossed over the fact, that all the shittiest countries in the world are super religious states. How do we just gloss over this?
Gloss over that, bruv, that's the main point the sister's making, and you're there saying we glossed it. That's her whole point. She's saying that the human rights thing is religious country. That she said it clear as day so many times. So how you missed that, Ultra Funky? I don't know what you're doing. But anyway,
but I'm saying we just glossed over the fact. It's like all the shittiest countries in the world to live in, where human rights are just being violated, women are just being violated, are super religious states. Now, for me, if you check it, that's telling.
All right. North Korea. Here's the problem now, Ultra. North Korea. Hold on. North Korea is what country?
What do you mean? What country is North Korea? North Korea is North Korea.
No, is it religious or not?
The communist regime is a non-religious communist regime.
All right. So Ultra Funky. What number was that?
Teachers is horrific. No doubt about it.
Hold on. Ultra Funky. What number did North Korea come up as?
I think it was number 3, 2, 1, 2.
Okay,
no,
so
it was on the podium. Put it this way, North Korea's on the podium, innit? It's on the podium.
All right, so a non-religious, hold on. So right near the top, you have a non-religious, atheistic, anti-religious culture. All right? So unfortunately, your idea is blood out of water. But I do agree with that.
Wait a second, bro. You're concentrating on the one that's not really.
No, you're not getting the point, bruv. I'm saying regardless of atheism or religion, human beings. Now, this is a bit you're missing. We've already said human beings are predominantly oppressive. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But you
and I agree.
But it's disproportionate in the religious community.
Huh?
It's disproportionately overrepresented.
But Ultra Funky, the point that Black Tillek is making is that whether it's a religious regime or non-religious regime, people are oppressed. People are enslaved. Okay,
but that's a ridiculous point to make. We all know this. That's a ridiculous point to make, Eric. Everyone knows that. That goes without saying.
The point I'm making is this: it goes both ways. Okay, I ain't caping for Black Tillek. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. All right. Before you make it clean, okay? The point of wait a minute. Let me make a point. Can I make a point, please? Please, can I make a point?
Go on, Bob.
Please, can I make a point? Okay. What Black Tillek was saying is this. Okay, he agreed. In predominantly religious societies, yes, women are oppressed the worst. Women and children are oppressed the worst. No doubt about it. Okay. It's a matter of degree. Because people in North Korea, people in China, women and children are treated the worst. The Uyghurs, in northern China are also they're encaged because they're Muslims. Okay? So what we're saying is, the point that we're making is this, that in general, people are oppressed by other people, whether they live under a religious regime or non-religious regime. That's the point that's being made. Now the matter of degrees is detail.
So Boyd, you're mentioning the two places that are non-religious and using them as the rule. That's an idiot thing, that's an idiot thing, man.
No, it's not.
You don't make sure. Yo, that's what I'm saying, man. So you're saying is that a religion. So you're saying that a country that actually is supposed to be following the religious orders, which supposed to be the foundation, the this, the that, and the other. Are you saying that they're not supposed to be doing better than the non-religious countries? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying. No. See, you're taking my point out of context. I'm making a general naive general point. All I was doing was making a general point. As I told you, I'm not caping for black to lay. But the point he made, is general was factual.
All right, so let me ask you a question, Eric.
People are oppressed under non-religious regimes. Now,
Eric. Go on, Eric.
Go on, Eric. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else other than that. Okay. Now, do I think being a theist myself, do I think that people living under religious regimes should be treated among the best in the world? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Do I think they should be held to a higher standard? Yes, I do. I agree 100% with it.
So then why now we need to discuss potentially why that's not the case then, Eric. Do you not agree?
Why
everybody's supposed to be down here.
I agree with you on that. And one big reason why it's not that way is because when you look at the people of the book, not the book, the people of the book, how they practice, how they interpret,
right?
Okay, what is written, what is taught, what the laws and tenets of the book are. Okay, they do not follow them the way they're supposed to. It causes confusion, it causes rancor, it causes divisiveness, it causes dissension among people who live within. Okay,
that's what I've been saying.
A theist society.
Okay, these people are not perfect. Doesn't negate the facts, bro. It doesn't negate the facts that these religious countries are the shittiest places to live. Whatever the excuse is that you want to come up with, not following the book.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. No matter where people are being, wherever people are being oppressed, that's the shittiest place on earth to live. Period. Okay. Okay. Let's not. No. Let's not pigeonhole. Okay, and say because it's a religious person, a place that's run by a religious regime, they are oppressed. Okay, and for example, people who are run by non-religious regimes, say communist regimes, such as in North Korea. Okay, let's not pretend that these people are not being oppressed. Also, oppression. Okay, is oppression. No matter the means by which it comes.
Right. It don't have nothing to do with religion.
Eric, that's not their point. Eric, what their point is this. Hold on, Malik, wait. What they're saying is this. If somebody claims they've got a book from God that guides towards a more moral, a more civil society, and somebody else uses the human intellect, comparing that to the Most High All-Wise God, they're saying, shouldn't the religious society be better, more supreme, civilized, etc., and human rights and justice? It should be, but as you rightly pointed out, do they follow the book? And that's the thing where all their argument is shut down.
Thank you, Esau. Jesus.
Yeah, I understand. But we understand that, though.
The point of the matter is this, okay? People, I don't know why it is that people who claim they are of faith or are of faith, right? Why are they put immediately on a pedestal above every other group of human beings? This happens all the time.
All the time. Eric, listen, hold on, Eric, let me put something on you. If somebody says, they're reading a science book written, let's say, by Einstein, or they're reading a science book written by Bishop so-and-so, who got his ideas from praying, which one would you, if you could only read one to live your life and wherever village it was to build it technologically, would you absolutely trust and follow? You could only choose one.
No, I can't do that then because I don't live my life that way. So I can't do that.
Okay. Let's leave it. My point is, my brother, is that with the reality that what religious people preach, right, and what we claim, if a Most High God, an all-wise, all-knowing source creator of everything, sends you down a book, if you are practicing that thing, whatever you produce should be the supreme of all what human beings can think, even if they gather together. Do you understand my point?
I get your point. I get your point, and I agree with your point. From the point of view of a theist, yes, we are in agreement, Black Collect. But we know also there are people who are not people of the book. They're not people of the faith. They're atheists, and they're not going to take that point of view. They're not going to come at religion from the point of view of a theist. They're not. And either one of us on either side, wait. And on either side of this coin or way of life, okay, the theist is not going to be objective. It's the atheists or Gnostic, so let us not pretend that they are.
We can't. Well, I think we can be objective.
What does that have to do with this list?
But we're not. We always say we can be, but we're not.
I don't get it either.
Yeah, we can.
Right now. Listen how we talk right now.
Brother, I understand it, but Eric, you smashed it down. Eric, you smashed it.
We're not objective. We can be objective, but we're not. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you. Eric, listen, you smashed it already when you said they're not following the book. Eric, when you said they're not following the book, these countries are not following the book, the argument was done from there. Because if they're not following the book, they're following
is there any religious spot that you can point to that we could say, yeah, they're doing it right?
Is there any religious what?
Is there any religious spot on the globe that we can point to? Not just Islam, but like any religious theocracy that we can point to where we could say, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'll be honest, I don't think any group are free of colonialism and the impressions of the West, so I would say definitely no. I think if they tried to, I think there would be.
And my question, China, hold on a second. Let me ask a question, Shakara. My question is this: is there any secular society? Wait. Let me ask my question. Is there any secular society in the world that are doing it right? Because if there were, why? Wait. The reason why I asked this question is because
you can't do that, bro. You can't expect human beings' mind to equal better than God. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work the other way around, bro. They're not claiming to be the all-knowing and so on. So you can't throw it back at them and say, "Well, where is your perfect society?"
But what I'm saying is this. Okay, if they're saying theocratic countries in the world are the places where people are oppressed the worst, right? Okay, they're the shittiest places on earth to live, right? Okay, well then, what about the non-theocratic countries? What about communist regimes such as Russian Federation, such as China, such as North Korea? I mean,
Issa, you're asking you kind of like made it clear to Eric that when we're not all knowing, all perfect, wise, like unfathomable creators, you can't really throw the question back at us. However, I'm sure if somebody just Googles a happiness index, then we can compare to see where people around the world are most happy.
Where was that? Norwegian or Sweden or something?
Yes. You already know the thing, bro. You already know. You already know. Come on.
I've heard about it. And it makes sense. But remember, that's in a post-colonial era because we might be able to go back to time when Ibn Battuta went to, I think it was Mali, right? And that's basically a Sufistic type of country. And he said people will leave their stools open and no one steals anything. Do you get me? So clearly we've had in history places where...
just quickly run through the list of the
sorry,
countries in the world.
You know what, Chuck, I've been waiting for time, you know?
Can I say
sorry, man.
on that last point, one of the things that Batuta did say about Mali, and Mali, yeah, it had Sufi, but it also had like more fundamentalist Sunni elements as well, as did Songhai. But what Ibn Batuta said was that one of the things that he said about Mali is that he was shocked by the standing of the women, yeah, like how forthright and how forthcoming and what's the word? They had positions of prominence and leadership in the society, which he was not used to coming from where he was coming from, and he didn't associate. Basically, like he'd never seen a society that under Islam that has that much, you know, forthrightness in terms of women. So yeah.
But that weren't what you were going to say, though, was it, Shakra? That's just off the back of the last thing. What were you going to say before that?
Yeah, sorry, I agree. The question then becomes, to what extent what becomes the primary judgment in terms of assessing an ideology, be it religious or otherwise? Is it what's on paper, or the deeds, or what is produced out of the adherence of the ideology, which is primary? So, for example, do we judge secularism by whatever principles are associated with it, or do we make primary what the society itself produces? Do we judge Muslims by what the Quran says, or are the acts that and the societies that are produced by Muslims more of a factor in terms of assessing the validity of Islam than just what the Quran says?
So I would argue that it's always the deeds. It's always the result.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. So here's the factor now. And again, we have to refer back to obviously what I've been talking about before. You would have to then, to do the assessment, you would need to look at what the thing is actually saying, because in points you're making, you're actually correct. Where in this instance, if you're actually following what it says, you should most definitely see the produce. And if that's the rulership that's supposed to be in place, the right people in place ruling, and they're ruling the right way, then there could be nothing else other than the results. So, but then the people also have the free will to collectively obey that righteous ruler. So if you have, for instance, in history, King Solomon or whoever else, the masses might go astray. Do you get what I'm saying? What do you do then? So it can be the people. Once humans have free will, it's kind of a random thing. So yeah, simple as that, really.
Huh?
I'm saying humans have free will. So for instance, Nanifa, if you design
the issue is there,
the people can say, you know what, Nanifa, we'll follow that. And within 5 years of following what you want, they all agreed at the beginning. 5 years later, they could say, you know what, Nanifa, we actually want to change it to something else. And when they've changed it, it could go into decadence. But they're still referring to what you originally wrote, Nanifa.
The issue is, I'd say, because I think there needs to be there should be a balance of both of those things, yeah, and we see where what is actually produced based upon the balance of the actions, and the extent to which they're adhering to the ideology. At the same time, it would require us to be consistent in terms of how we apply the judgments, yeah. So it can't be that when assessing that we exclusively look at the deeds, but when we're assessing something else, we look at what's on paper, and vice versa. So it can't be that when we're discussing Ifa, we exclusively look at what's on paper or the deeds. You know what I'm saying? But when we're discussing Islam, you say, well, the Quran says this and the Quran says that. What's the word? Khalas. Yeah. So I'm saying that there's got to be some consistency in terms of how the judgment is actually being applied and assessed across the board.
Well, of course, this is the point where, of course, there's always consistency. I don't know if you're referring to Eric or me, but since you mentioned it,
again, I'm not combating anybody, so I'm not referring to anyone in particular.
So what I'm saying is, I don't know anyone that's not doing what you've suggested. Where,
yeah, and I'm not saying that anybody is not doing or doing
everything.
Like, it's not that in it. I'm making a point in.
I'm getting there. What I'm saying is, where we have a situation where We're looking at the human rights claims and the laws and what the society claims they want. For instance, England, we're an inclusive society. They used to be multicultural, and they want this and they want rights, and they're evolving and developing, and they're tolerant, and all this other stuff was their talk or rhetoric. However, when it comes to the society itself, I would generally measure it via their justice system and their police. That's really how you know. How do they treat those people when it comes to them being arrested, when it comes to them being the collection of evidence, when it comes to the trial, when it comes to the sentencing? All of that for me lets you know what really, really go on with their society. So there's a lot of talk, human rights, this, that. But obviously that's not the case. Likewise, I suggest with any religious text where the claim is that they're following it and you're looking at their behavior. You look at what they're presenting and if they're contradicting it. But the worst part about it is those who produce a text or a bunch of texts, and some texts, hadith, i.e. literature for some people, literally contradict the holy book that they're claiming to follow. So unfortunately, they're also taught that you shouldn't go against the scholars. You're not trained. You shouldn't question the scholars, and you should follow. So they go along with these contradictory ideas, and you find the human rights abuses of these people, just like Nanifa read out. So there you go. But anyway,
when it comes to the issue of scholarship, is not the argument that the scholars know they have studied this thing, so why would you question them if you have not studied this thing?
The argument to a degree, but it's more, and it became an institution. You had something called the door to ijtihad is closed, where they said that the 4 Sunni schools of thought, and these 4 imams, what they set up, that's it. Once they've set that principle, you have to work within their framework and evolve from them. That was kind of what it is. The Salafis now and said the door to ijtihad is not closed. We're going to follow the ways of the Salaf, the predecessors or the pious predecessors. So generally, you've got different views of them, but in general, that's how it manifests. Even with Salafi, if you look at it as a 5th school of thought, that's how that manifests, because they say exactly the same thing. Who are you to question the scholars? The great so and so said this. The great so and so said that. You get me? When they're wrong,
but the principle of not I say not questioning. Questioning is one thing, but is it not like a can we not all agree with the principle of that you seek guidance from those who have studied in this field? Like, isn't that like
100%? But the problem is, how can I put it? When you are encouraged in the very book we're talking about, the Quran, to reflect, to think, and you've given the example in the Quran of the Jews and Christians taking their rabbis and priests as lords besides Allah, as gods besides Allah, and the explanation of that, both Sunni and Shia, is that when the rabbis and priests made that which was lawful, unlawful, and that which was unlawful, lawful, etc., and you followed them, you took them as lords and worshipped them besides Allah. So therefore, that also guides us to say, well, we must think for ourselves. We must be able to question. We must make sure we don't follow them blindly. That's part of the reason why we collectively recite it. I've never heard of the Hebrew Israelites as a collective, individuals having this thing recited individually. I only know that they had priests who had access to the temple and they had access to the Torah, and the priesthood was the people of knowledge. Where in Islam, every individual is kind of responsible, and that's where things sort of go wrong.
To cut you. So you don't think that there's not one mistake in the Quran, man?
I definitely do not accept that in the original Quran given to Prophet Muhammad and compiled by Imam Ali, there's any mistake.
Well, okay, what about the one that you're reading today, man?
I would say I have not studied it from beginning to end in Arabic, so I can say
that's a surprise.
I don't know. No, because trust me, I've spent days and months on, let's say, not even a chapter when certain things get really, really deep. So yeah. It becomes,
so here's the issue, sorry, now quick statement, because this is one of the things that I see as part of the issue, in the sense of the fact that those kind of claims are very high claims, isn't it? Whereas not all religions or not all systems, whether they're religious or not, make that claim. You see what I'm saying? Like, make the claim of being perfect. You see what I'm saying? And so when you make the claim of being perfect, it does lend itself to the idea of not being able to question within the order, within that particular religious order. You can't question it because this is perfect. You can't, whatever it is, because if the Quran is a book, for the principles in it to be implemented, it takes for people to do it, right? You see what I'm saying? So to whatever extent they're building this system around what they consider to be this perfection, with that idea inherently builds a certain mentality. You see what I'm saying? As associated with it, and so it's difficult to crack that particular egg, like, if that makes sense. Like, when you're telling man, you know what I'm saying? Whereas systems that recognize that they can be flawed are more inclined to correct. You see what I'm saying? When they discover.
This is my point, where I said what I said, where in the Quran itself is telling you to question the Quran. You have to verify it yourself. Otherwise,
no, but there's a difference between questioning because that verification doesn't come at the idea that the Quran is perfect is not in question. You see what I'm saying? Like, perfect is not in question. So asking you to verify it is just about
No. You're not. You're always trying to say what it is. Well, let me explain to you how it works. The person is told this information, but you are the ones that have to prove it for yourselves. Don't you get it? So in other words, I can make the claim and I'm saying so, right? Then it's for you to come and prove it for yourself, especially if you're going to go and tell someone else it's perfect. Do you get what I'm saying? Or it's the word of Allah. Whatever the hell you're telling people, you have to be able to prove that. So that's the whole point. So I hear what you're saying, but that's not the case with the Quran itself. So yeah.
You know, you said you spent days, weeks, and months on one chapter, yeah? Do you think that the word of the Most High is supposed to be so complicated in that? Because sometimes when I listen to some of these debates, this, that, and the other, seemingly you need a whole PhD and a little bit more. Do you know what I'm saying? Matter. So my question, why should something so simple, why does it seem so hard? Because
like, no, when I say I'm studying, like, I spent, because the reason I mentioned that was because I'm
talking about genuinely.
I'm getting there, sister. Don't worry. I heard what you said. I'm directly answering. So the point I'm making is, when I say I'm studying that thing, that's me. In other words, to basically know what the Quran's saying, you don't need to spend that much time. But I'm talking about, let's say, the mysteries of the universe and the human system and the human psychology. I'm saying that's me personally going in depth. So, for instance, somebody might just translate the hieroglyphs for you, and you basically know what they mean, right? You basically can read them and so on. But to go into what's really in there on the different layers of meaning, I'm saying this is where I'll be going deep. Whether that be the hieroglyphs, whether
this is a question for you now, you know, Isa. If you haven't read the book cover to cover like that, how do you know it's perfect?
No, bruv, did you not hear what I said? Oh, what do you mean? The Quran from... right, so I'll answer...
What you said was, you couldn't answer Nanifa's question because you haven't read it cover to cover in Arabic. So I'm saying, that respect, how do you know it's perfect then if you haven't completed
it? So let me... maybe you missed the first questions that she asked. So what my answer was. I said, what was given to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I accept and believe that was perfect, i.e. everything was the right words, what was given to Imam Ali, what he wrote down, all of that is perfect. What I have before me, in my investigation on the basis of how much would have been inaccurate and so on, I found very little except for vowel changes. So I'm saying I would not go about saying it's perfect in relation to other people. That's why when you lot hear me talk, you hardly hear me talking saying come to Islam. You don't see me doing dawah. I'm just telling people, as I tell you, black people be warned about Sunnism. My personal belief, I've read it in English several times, but my knowledge of it is in the Arabic. So I'm saying when I've gone into the Arabic, I get so caught up in that study and write pages upon pages upon pages that it would take me flipping a hell of a time. I mean,
if you're saying the verification of the exact words that were in Imam Ali's Quran and what the Prophet recited, are they exactly the same? I would, in my investigation, when I was looking to see if I can do that, I was looking at what would they need to change, what would they want to change, etc. And I found there's very little. Like, for instance, the Sunnis have gotten out of that door via saying that the Prophet had the Quran revealed to him in 7, I think, or 11 different dialects. So the Sunnis say that it's acceptable to recite the Quran in 7 different dialects, and some of those pronunciations actually make the sentence have a different meaning. The meaning is not off or against anything. It's just different. Do you understand? So, for instance, the common example.
All right, wait. Before you go any further, wait. Just take time with me, yeah? Because you know I'm learning, innit? So, what language or dialect did it come down in first?
So they say it came down in the Qurayshi dialect of the Prophet, Quraysh dialect.
And what does that mean today?
So that's a specific tribe of the Prophet who spoke there. So, for instance, it's similar to accents in the Caribbean, where the majority of what they're saying is the same, but then there'll be certain words they use that somebody on another island don't use that word. So you would then say, right, say it in this particular dialect, and that will be the standard, but it's also acceptable in the other Caribbean islands' pronunciations or the words that they use.
But you see that word you use, where do they speak that today?
No, they don't really. I mean, Jordan, they say Jordan is where the Hashemites are, but they generally don't speak Quranic Arabic. Like, how many people speak Shakespearean English? It's ancient, it's old Arabic.
So the language that it was revealed in is no longer in use.
No, the upper class speech. Like, you don't say, how art thou? And all these, you don't talk of that English. We don't talk like that in society generally. Maybe the Queen and them other people might talk like that, but even they don't talk Shakespearean. You know what I'm saying? So,
so it didn't come down in a common language of the time then.
No, it came down in Arabic. That's what I'm saying. The standard language is Arabic,
right?
And there are different dialects of Arabic.
Okay,
and all I said was Sunnis,
okay.
So I said the Sunnis, the way how they got around the differences. So, for instance, certain people were reciting it in a different way. So let's say there's 10 words in a sentence. There's one word that they pronounce because you didn't have the vowels in it originally. So they would recite it differently. You have the same original letters, but different vowels. Example. Here's an example that I use to show that Sunnis don't even...
No, I understand still.
Okay.
I don't need to go. But let me just quickly ask you something here. Is the Quran for everyone in the world, bro? Like,
Indeed.
Wait, I'm not finished. Was it meant for everyone in the world? Like, when in your mind,
yeah,
when the Most High was sending down this book, you want it to go to the 4 corners of the world, bro?
Yeah, definitely in the sense of it being available to human beings that want to join. Yeah. So, for instance,
wait. Okay,
go on.
So, why didn't the Most High send down the same book in a few different languages or whatever, so it touches the different places all at once, as it were? Because remember, this is the baddest thing since sliced bread, in it. So so him can do anything. Yeah? So why would this message not come down simultaneously? You know what I mean? To the, whether you want to call it like the main, humans at the time, whatever.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you? And take it from there. Why is it that it's come down in this very specific, seemingly language?
I can only give you what I, as a normal human, can surmise via my study of history and prophecy in the Old Testament and New Testament, and give you the context of humanity and the change and the shift of power and how destiny works to a degree from a human understanding. But the ultimate thing is the all-wise, all-knowing Allah sent it down. If it's approached from a science book perspective, it would be understood differently. If it's approached from a religious paradigm, then I suggest that is it becomes very problematic. But I mean, if you're asking the question of why not send it down to everybody, then why not just download the information in the first place? Why send a book? You know what I mean? So yeah.
Well, even that again, you know what I'm saying? That's why you hear the 9 say man-made. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get no argument with you there. And then hearing what I've learned today, because I didn't actually know that, man. You see what I'm saying to you? Because I don't study these things, but I didn't even realize that it actually went from Allah to Muhammad, then to a series of persons. You see what I'm saying to you? I thought it was just I thought it was between it went from Allah to Muhammad, and then somehow he writ it down. I know I've heard the fact that he couldn't read and write, but I didn't even think about that bit too tough still. You know what I'm saying to you? But so now to know that, you know what I mean? Yeah. Boy, that's a lot of faith, man. I'm not gonna lie. So you don't think it's perfect in the Quran.
But here's the problem, Nanifa. Here's the problem here. Because you don't understand the context of the role of the 12 successors of the Prophet to be prophet-like people. It's kind of like if they're wrong or if they're flawed, then so is Prophet Muhammad, because they're coming after his station. So, for instance, if you have the position of manager of all shops, each shop might have a manager, but you have a top manager over all shops. He goes away. Someone else replaces him. He has the role of top manager of all shops. So that role, he's the same in capacity, right, of the authority over the Muslims. So if the same way Prophet Muhammad can memorize it, and we can trust him the same way Imam Ali and so on. So these 12 individuals, they all have this status. And no offense, a lot of you ask these questions from the perspective and paradigm of Sunniism. I know generally you can't help it, but I'm just letting you know anyway.
You see, you shouldn't do that, Issa. Yeah? Because I don't want to say we have a similar mind, but we're both human beings,
Yeah.
So I'm just asking you a question from my goddess status, You see what I'm saying to you? Because right now, you're trying to, I'm not finished. Because right now, what you're trying to let me believe, or not even believe, but what I now know that you believe is that the book, you believe it to be perfect. Yeah, because I asked you the question. You said, yeah, it's according to what you studied, this, that, and the other, it's perfect. Okay. And remember, you're a man that's talks about using reasoning, rationality.
Rationality,
Yeah. You know what I'm saying to you? So now I've got to sit here in my goddess state, and know that my brother Issa believes that book is using them 3 things, You know what I'm saying to you? And still, and even with you knowing that apparently some got burnt or some goat ate some, and all these other things that I don't know if
that's Sunni narrative, though. That's what I'm saying.
Even if you take that out of the team, Issa, yeah, you know how Chinese whispers is and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? It might be a bit of a, you know what I mean, lazy sort of analogy, but you know how the team's set in it. You see what I'm saying to you? Because that's why me, at least, anyone that tells me that the Bible is the word of God, I just tell them stop right there. You see what I'm saying to you? Now, if they start saying things like inspired, whatever, then, you know what I mean, I'll take that in it. You see what I'm saying to you? So now, coming back to the Quran now, that's what I'm saying. When I'm hearing that it's perfect, that's what I'm saying to you. And now I'm getting to understand how it actually came down and how it was delivered and this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? I'm just like, question mark.
No, but there's more to it. That's what I'm saying, sister. Listen what I'm saying.
That's the next thing, You're going to say that there's more to it and this, that, and the other. I'm like, cool. But this is what I'm trying to say. I don't understand why a religion or whatever, or theory or whatever you want to call it, has to be so complicated. I mean,
it's not complicated. All right. Let's flip the script.
It wasn't so complicated.
Hold on. You got a question after me. Let's fire it back at you, Nani.
It wasn't so complicated. Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't need to go to a scholar or scholars.
I didn't say you did. You don't need to.
What I'm reading just should be so evident and just so, you know what I'm saying to you?
But that's not true. All right. Let's deal with you then. Because it's not true. Hold on.
If you get this thing wrong, apparently you can burn forever and ever.
I didn't say that, sister. So, no, this is what I'm saying.
I am saying though, right? Just give me a chance. How come you love presser, brethren? Well, don't you get pressed?
You love the presser, because you're there telling me and asking me questions and telling me. Now when I'm trying to ask you something, we can ask you a question. Like,
you know what, go on, talk. You know what, Issa, talk.
Okay, my simple question to you is,
rhythm, but talk, man.
I don't have what? Rhythm.
That's right. You know, to and fro.
Yeah. No. But what I'm saying to you is,
I'm gonna let you talk, man.
Exactly. No, it's not talk. I'm saying, since you love firing questions at me and say this don't make sense to you and why it's so complicated and and while I'm trying to explain to you that because you've been indoctrinated with something first, then coming from that angle of the indoctrination, it now becomes complicated. So, for instance, if someone believed 9 Ether was a title for a Nuwabian, all they've ever heard was 9 Ether relates to Nuwabian and Dr. Malachi York and Rete. And no matter how much you try, you tell them you're not a Nuwabian. Then I have to come out of that indoctrination because they can understand somebody can call himself 9 Ether and not be a Nuwabian. So I'm saying the indoctrination has to be untied first. That's why it's complex. But coming back to you, 9 Ether, why don't you tell us what you see as the system, whether it be goddess, God, she, or no God, or whatever you believe, and the system of how it should run. If there's a god or goddess, how would they communicate as to how we live? Forget the book thing.
Why? Why must we do that?
No, I'm asking you because I'm saying
why must we do that?
Somebody's going to criticize. If somebody's criticizing, they have to come with something better, innit?
You get me? Why must we do that? We were having a conversation. So why do you want to divert now? What's up?
No, I'll tell you why. Because I'm saying, when I'm saying something, I'm trying to answer your question. You're telling me something else. So I'm saying, since you have so many
questions, and it's either up to you if you want to answer them or not, innit? Because what I'm saying is that you taught me 1 or 2 things today, innit? So I'm just asking.
No, I agree.
Questions.
I agree.
On the back of that. So if you'd rather not, you know what I mean, I can go to the chats and maybe ask a couple questions from the chats because I think there's people in the chat.
I'm asking you a question now. So what are you saying? You don't want to answer that question?
The question about my goddessness.
Whether you believe in a higher goddess who created the universe, and if that goddess, has something to reveal, or that male and female, whatever it is, source, or if it's just human beings, or there is no
in the plural God, man and woman thing. Yeah, they made themselves in their own images and simia and see you there. That's what I believe.
Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I probably won't get much more in regards to how human beings, their purpose. Do you have any ideas on the purpose of human beings, their existence, why they're here? Anything like that?
They're here to live life, man.
Okay.
They're here to live life, reproduce, die, and keep it moving.
Okay, brilliant. That's brilliant. Okay, that's simple. That's very simple. Yeah, I understand that. Woo. Right. So, brother Beefy,
having free will.
What do you say? Whilst having free will.
That's right.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, I would say limited free will, or I would say free choice, limited free choice. That's what I would say. So.
No, free will.
Well, if I asked you what will is and how that's free, what would you say? So that's why I just go with choice, because most people don't know what will is in relation to having a free will. So the factor is choice. That's what's really going on.
Free will to me is you've got the will to do what you want to do in it, whether it be good or bad in it. It's up to you in it. You're governing your journey in it. To me, that's what free will is.
Right, but I'm saying this is why I say free choice, because you can make a choice, but your will is stunted. So, for instance, you can make a choice in your head. You can form something and say you want to fly. That's your choice. But will you actually do it? Hell no. Unless you get an airplane, you're not going to levitate. So that's why I say there's a will.
All right, man. All right.
So when it comes to us and predestination, yeah. So Beefy out there, my brother Beefy, and who's that? Rich Porter. Yeah, Rich Porter. Let me explain to you. Yes.
One more thing. Do you want to jump on Neef Killer? Yeah, cause I heard you want to spray me, man. So come and jump on. Or in fact, write in the chats why you want to spray me, Neef Killer. Please let me know.
Najaf.
I don't know, man.
Najaf. NJF Killer.
Yeah. One of your Muslim brothers.
Yeah. Pardon me? That's what I mean. You're coming with insults, yeah?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's because we was on a good roll when it comes to Islam or whatever. My apologies.
They're dirty, stinking Catholic. Well, I don't know about him personally. I don't know him, but the others that you mentioned, Surfaz, Al-Kaka, yeah, they're dirty rats. So they're subhuman.
Sir, is he? Woo!
Yeah, they're dirty, stinking, subhuman, anti-black, seek to enslave black people rats. Simple as that. So Rich Porter, he says 90.
90 for I'm a troll. Is that right? But you're a troll that wants to spray me, man. And I want to know, because right now I'm very scared to leave my house. Yeah, because I know that your lots of networks reach far and wide. You get me? So right now I'm hauled up in my yard, scared to leave my yard, man. Yeah, spray it up. I got between coronavirus and getting sprayed up. Imagine, can't leave my yard. Talk to me, NIS. Are you saying that it's safe for me to leave my house, please? Please let me know. Real talk, killer. Even your name, frightening, man. And you know how much it's smelling. You know how much it's smelling in right now, Select. Yeah, you know it's not a joke out here. And my organs and shit, and my skin, my lips. People want to be taking me out. Nah.
No.
You know how much money I'm worth. And I've got man saying they want to spray me in a Select. Oh, now that's what I've done.
Hold on. Analyze, Dunya. What do you mean by spray the 9? What is that? Oh, he means the gun, the 9mm. Okay, I hate it. Yeah, I think that's different. I don't know if that's the same thing that NJF Killer said.
No, I read it as his chats. He said he's gonna spray 9 ether.
Okay.
Right now I'm hauled up in my yard bedroom. Who wants to get out there and get sprayed?
Wait, 9 ether. Just quickly, the person saying they want to quote unquote spray you. Is this person of a religious persuasion? Shots fired.
This killer, I don't know.
He's saying big up 9 now. He's saying big up 9 ether. He's saying big up 9 ether now. So where we go from there?
Oh, look at that. More contradictions, man. I tell you, it's a mazza. Ah, dear.
I don't know. This is what I mean when they type stuff in the chat. Like you requested the man come on the panel. Whoever it is, it looked like they ain't gonna come on the panel. So for all you know, it could be a black somebody trying to, chat rubbish to you. Who knows? But Rich Porter says 9 ether. Ask him when you're going to put down the Quran because the Sunnis read it. Well, brother, the Sunnis don't follow it. That's the difference, bruv. So yeah, Rich Porter, you were challenged to that debate. When you're ready, my brother, let me know and we can arrange a debate for your absolute annihilation of your ridiculous ideology against the Islam of the Quran. Calling Rich Porter Mr. Troll in the comments, Mr. Big Mouth in the comments. Yeah, Rich Porter. Yeah, they don't follow the Quran. They use it as a backup just to pretend they're Muslim, but they go against it. So yeah, learn your lesson. Yes. You're right.
Actually, you know what, Issa, while I've got you, this whole thing about Wal Bara Al Bara, is that in the Quran?
I would say the concept is definitely sourced in there. So it means the love and hate for Allah. So definitely.
Issa, hold on. Yeah. This is what I want to talk to you about. Yeah.
Oh God.
Loving for the sake of Allah and loving and hating for the sake of Allah.
Yeah.
The fucking hell does that mean?
Okay, so what it means is justice. So basically what it means is if somebody like ISIS want to come to your country and enslave your women, rape them, and chop off your men's head and stuff, you are supposed to absolutely hate and despise not only their principles and practice, but them. So it's basically about loving justice. Yeah, so it's enjoining the good and forbidding the evil. So it's that angle. It's not this, I belong to Club Shia or I belong to Club Sunni. It's talking about the principles of justice and righteousness and right conduct. So, in other words, is somebody loving? Is somebody's actions motivated by their desires or the principles of justice? Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where you've got Allah being the central concept and the principles of justice manifested through the true Islam. So that's really where that's coming from.
Right, yeah, because I'm seeing it now being used as a tool to kind of rile people up.
Now, bruv, they've been doing this for bloody over 1,000 years, bruv. Yeah, so I mean, it's not new, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. It's new to you lot, and I've been telling you about it. Bruv.
Let me quickly, sorry, gentlemen. So with just trying to bring it back to the topic, yeah. So with the little research that we've done, yeah, with the worst countries for human rights in the world being religious, yeah. Are we saying that we're not putting that down to the actual teachers of the books, etc., but we're just putting it down to the people? Is that what we're saying, or are we putting it?
I would say it's the manipulation of the text and the fabrication of hadith. So, in other words, the book itself will say something, it will be ignored. They will make up hadith. The people will be made to follow hadith over the Quran. and from there you have a society of oppressive dogs. Simple as that.
Okay, and
Very
why
simple.
hasn't the Most High done anything to stop that happening?
I'd say it's both.
Why hasn't the Most High done anything to stop it? Because the Most High.
You're saying that he's getting muddied up, innit?
Yeah, I'm saying because the Most High is giving humans free will, and inshallah, I mean that's just nature, innit? I just suggest this.
I'd actually argue that it's both. I think that all religions are born out of cultures, and so they're shaped around the cultures of the people. I don't think any religion is an exception to this rule. So to some degree, or one degree or another, you're going to find the characteristics of the culture in the religion. I think that part of the process is the fact that there are some religions that have a superiority complex, and so and an expansionist ideal.
That's a fact.
You mean Abrahamics?
And when you put those things together, I think for the most part, these are Abrahamics religions. But when it comes to actually, let me a superiority complex in its one, mostly, I don't know too many other religions that consider themselves to be the exclusive right and true way with the exclusive book or word of God. Like this is not a universal principle. Like not all religions have that principle. So I think that what's it called, when it comes to those ideals, it's easy to exploit those ideals in the subjugation of other people. So I can't divorce that from the teachings of the religion completely, although we can make the claim that there are things within the text that people may not be abiding by or misreading for the sake of a personal or what's the word, an agenda that may not go by the text in its entirety. Do you know what I'm saying? But I do think that both of those things can apply in different ways at the same time.
Let me just respond to that. So we generally have most of the societies on Earth, whether you have shamanism or the Hungan, they still have a point at where there is a connection to some divine source that is an authority over the community, whether that be in a book form, whether you are possessed by the Loa, however it is, or Ifa, divination system, wherever it is, we generally find amongst the others this source where they're saying, look, the divine has said something. In relation to superiority complex, the Islam of the Quran says the superiority is about your justice, or how just you are in your character. Sunniism presents that you're superior because you're a Sunni. So two separate religions. So obviously when Shaka's speaking on that, he's talking specifically about Sunnism without him mentioning it. But yeah, in general,
I'm not. I'm sorry. First of all, on the subject of what is that? What is the Hungan and speaking from the divine have to do with what I said? Sorry,
yeah. So I'll explain again. When you mentioned about it coming from the perspective of the books being perfect, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm saying being perfect is not the concept of a human produced a perfect thing. It's perfect and from a divine source. Likewise, when somebody believes that the divine source or sources are giving the people in a voodoo ceremony, etc., information, it is generally taken to be totally accurate from a divine source, and they don't have a book, but it's still believed to be, yes, this is it. We were told by the Loa.
Yeah, but that fact is not the same thing as having a religion that claims to have the exclusive word of God. They're two different things. They're not the same thing. So well, you said it's perfect, and the revelation and it's his
exclusive. No, you just said it claims to have the exclusive word of God.
Yes. So in that sense, I don't know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that the Quran gives credence, to other traditions as the word of God. Yeah. So which traditions does it give credence to?
Those who are the people of the book, so to speak, and those are of that pattern.
So the people are Muslims, Christians, and Jews, but the Quran does not claim that Jews and Christians, but the Quran does not claim that Jews and Christians have the complete word of God. So it also claims that the Christians and the Jews have deviated and have diverted, and it is claimed among Muslims, and you can let me know if Shias or true Muslims or however are factoring this as well, that Jews and Muslims have their teachings have been corrupted, and so the Quran has come to correct those corruptions and confirm what was true about them. So again, is that the case? Is that the case? First of all,
hold on. So you said this is what I'm saying. I'm responding to what exactly you said, which was the exclusive word of God, and I'm saying to you, definitely the Quran is saying that the Jews or whoever else tampered with the book, so they wrote with their own hand and said this is from Allah. However, there is no dispute that they do have the word of Allah with them. So that's the point I'm making. It's
but again, but again, the Bible is not considered to be the word of God. Then is it? It's considered to have the words of God within it, but it is not the word of God.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So a Muslim would not pick up the Bible and say this is the word of God. So the Quran is the word of God.
No, but what does that have to do with
I'm saying that when it comes to religions that have claimed to have the exclusive word of God, which is what Abrahamic religions claim to have. So those who do adhere to the Bible believe the Bible to be the word of God. They would dash with the Quran and all other books. Then you got some who are deeper than that. They dash with the New Testament and they believe that the New Testament is stripping this and the word of God is strictly the Torah, or the Old Testament. These are also I'm saying that these sensibilities. Now that is a different thing from you're in a ceremony and the spirit of Ogun possesses the individual, drop some knowledge and ducks, and the people in that environment take what was revealed by Ogun in that circumstance and apply it to their lives and so on and so forth. This because Ogun in that circumstance is not considered to be an entity bringing the exclusive word of God to the exclusion to us again. The exclusion of all other words of God. So if the person who deals with Ogun in this setting goes to somewhere else and a person is dealing with Azili, then there's the person who deals with Ogun can also accept that the person who got the revelation from Azili also has a revelation from the divine. But also the fact that the God concept in one is different to the God concept in the other also is fundamental to this idea of what the word from the divine is and how it's translated and so on and so forth.
Unfortunately that doesn't manifest in reality. If for instance certain people are told that the Loa have sent a message, etc., those people will accept that, just like in the Hindu traditions, etc. And if somebody else comes along and says different, they reject it, because why? They believe that their traditions are the exclusive ones that are correct, and what opposes it is wrong.
So, but then you have to give me an example of what it is that you're talking about right there.
So if, for instance, somebody comes along and says,
I'm asking for an example, not a scenario, not a hypothesis.
I'm just giving what I'm giving. You can accept it or leave it. So what I'm saying is very simply, is this: when we have the ceremonies where people go to get information or revelations about something from people that they trust to be those in commune with the Loa, if somebody says this is jinn you're contacted, no, you shouldn't do it. If they're in this tradition, they're going to say, no, your book is wrong. This is not jinn. Your stuff comes from somewhere else. So the point I'm making is, in exactly the same way that some people believe that this word of Allah and the word of Allah to the Jews, Christians, and Muslims is something that they should hold tight to, and therefore they build a society on it, the same way that people in the other traditions do the same. So let's not stop playing these games.
Nah. That's
excuse me. I'm talking that they don't build a society based upon that. Now, when we talk to people that are from Nigeria and elsewhere, and they tell you about their traditions before they converted to Christian, mainly Christians I've met, right, that tell me this, they will tell you that they had the little god in their yard and these various other things they used to carry with them in their pocket and whatever else, the little, So at the end of the day, this was the system that they were living. So it's a lot of
who has argued that they didn't live under a system though? I'm failing.
No, the system where I just get no. See, I'm pointing out something. He uses the word system. Anyway, let me get back to it. So I'm saying there is a system. Hold on. I did, but that's the issue. The issue is not the word system. The issue is a system in which, this is the important thing, a system in which the community or the people that are part of the community hold the word given to them as being authoritative by a divine source.
I have not argued.
Just like Jews, Christians, just like
the word of God, Issa. Yeah, like you stop this nonsense. Like,
how do you know? How do you know, Naniva?
1 second, Nine. Because
I told you.
It's very interesting, yeah, because I made a statement in relation to Nine's question, innit? And obviously I've said something in relation to Abrahamic religions, and so this is a man now has seen it as a cue to try and make African spiritual systems the same as these religions here, which I don't think can be done, which is a very interesting strategy to use. However, the claim was not made that African spiritual traditional systems do not have an authoritative word that they consider to be divine. Yeah, that claim was not made. Just what I'm saying. So what we're said is when you factor in the claiming to have the exclusive word of God, yeah, like this.
But where are you getting this from?
Once again, right? This is the exclusive. This is what I said. This is what I got this from my mind because this is what I said. Yeah, factor in having the exclusive word of God with an expansionist sensibility. Those two things can create a dynamic and a justification for exploitation. You can that can be true. That comes from the teachings of the word. But at the same time, you can also have situations whereby people exploit and they do things that go against what their book says. So I would say that the answer to Nanifa's question is it would be both. Both of those things can exist at the same time. You cannot compare the Bible and the Quran and the Torah to the Oduifa and these things because they play different roles, yeah, in the lives of people, yeah. And so I never argued that the divine, that other people don't claim to have words from the divine. That's not what was claimed. But not all traditions claim to have the word of God to the exclusion of others, and not all traditions have an expansionist intention.
And neither did I, but we clearly see this is what I'm saying. So you want to pretend that I didn't say the other thing connecting to it and just say, well, you didn't claim that these people didn't get the divine or whatever else. I connected the divine to the people and what they do. So let's connect it to expansionists.
Yeah, but I already know, bro. I never claimed.
No. You're trying to say.
How we get back to a time when we used to reason?
We're reasoning fine. What I'm saying is, in relation to ancient Egypt, right? We generally find a big expansionist culture there. Okay, and I'm saying us, a lot of Pan-Africanists and others will use Ma'at and the system of Kemet as a main preserved example of African spirituality manifested. I suggest we use that when it comes to criticism or whatever, or examination of what they're about. And clearly, it goes hand in hand.
But no African spiritualist would claim that Kemet or the Nile Valley was perfect, that they had the exclusive word of God, and that the Medjugorje is the infallible word of the Most High. Like nobody would claim. Claim. Nobody would claim.
People themselves. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about you today. I'm talking about those people.
The only claim that you'll find, in that regard, is that nature itself. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So how we interpret or how we interact with may be flawed, but the universe as it you might find the idea that the universe is a perfect balance, for example, or you know what I'm saying, and so therefore within our being we seek to achieve that kind of balance in our character, in our societies, in our right, you know what I'm saying? That's what you might find. But to what extent you're going to tell me about Kemet, again, you can't make the same claims. Like the
focus on what actually rather than going off.
Kemet did not have a Bible or a Quran in that respect. There is no book in Kemet that performed the same function.
We've already said that. We're saying there is a tradition which performs the same function. So instead of repeating yourself and saying there is no book, we've agreed there is no book like that. What we are saying is there is a tradition among them which holds the same authority amongst the people's minds that will allow them to do what they want, whether it be expansionist, conquers, whatever the hell it is. So
no, but you can't, the authority is different from the ideals, though, the actual ideas. So the fact that and by the way, you'd be incorrect in the sense of the fact that the Nile Valley civilization and Kemet in particular, because Kemet was a hub for a lot of these things, was not a mono-religious society. Yeah, so there were various.
I know that.
Right, so there were various different. I'll explain. There was more than one quote unquote religious system that existed at different times, and at different times there were more people adhering to this particular temple or that particular temple. And
what do they have in common?
And at many other times, what used to happen is that as things develop, the systems become amalgamated, with each other.
What do they have in common, bro? Because I know about it. You could say the same about the systems among the Quran and the.
What do you mean? What do they have in common? I don't understand.
We're talking about the simple thing we're talking about is that they believe in this higher authority, the masses, and they will do conquest or expand their empire based upon it coming from a higher source.
Right. So can you show me now evidence of where the people of Kemet, let's say for example, said, Amen-Ra is the one God and all must worship Amen-Ra, and went into other lands and subjected them to the worship of Amen-Ra, and built temples for and destroyed their temples and built temples to Amen-Ra, and said, Amen-Ra, we are dealing with Ronya. That's for them something there. And can you show me that in history?
I mean, I could just bring up the easiest one ever. I mean, Akhenaton going in there and smashing up the place. You got Ramses II, him expanding his thing. You got Thutmose and his various people. So when you understand, hold on. When you understand the system, when you understand the system and of the role of the pharaoh in the system, it does not play the part of the book we're talking about, because they had priesthood among them. They had oracles amongst them. Where when it filtered down to the masses, it now was the equivalent on their minds of it being divine revelation. It had the equivalence to it.
But I never argued that they didn't have divine revelation. I agree that the society had divine revelation.
Motivating factor for them to expand.
So now Isa, let's explore these examples that you gave here. You gave one Akhenaten. Yeah, you gave one Akhenaten. You gave two Ramesses II. What was the third one?
Thutmose III.
Thutmose, yeah. Okay, so what did Akhenaten do?
Akhenaten, he banned and closed the temples and so on that were devoted to the worship of certain other deities, and he called to the symbolism or system of the Aten, so to speak.
Right. And so what was Aten?
Aten was the general disk of the sun. It's a symbol for the sun from another angle, different from Ra.
Okay. Now, did he create Aten?
No, he did not. But that's nothing to do with, bro. Right. Going straight to the point. The point was he enforced something.
I'm asking you a question. We want to know. No, because remember, what I asked you was, we have to now find an example of people in Kemet, that were conquering in the name of God and subjecting people to their God. Now,
no, you said it. No, you're making up stuff. You said expansionist.
No.
2 points on the table. 2 points on the table.
I just asked. When can we find an example of people in Kemet going to another land? That's what I asked, right?
No.
That's what I asked. No, you can rewind the video if you want, but that's what I asked.
I know what you're saying.
Fine. Hold on. But fine, listen, that's what I asked. But we're still going to explore the examples that you gave. So I want to know exactly what each of them actually did. Yeah? No, because you said you mentioned some names, but for the sake of the conversation now, we have to actually identify what they did. Yeah, so you can't just tell me Akhenaten. You have to now tell me what Akhenaten did. And of all the examples that you gave, you may be able to. Akhenaten is probably the best of the three. Yeah, from my perspective. Yeah, so let's explore it. All right. It might actually bear your suit your argument, at least in some way, shape, or form. All right. So what's it called? So Akhenaten takes a deity from among that's pre-existing in Kemet. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
He elevates that deity above all the other deities. Yes. Right.
Yes.
So what does he do in that respect? Though? What does he do?
What does he do? Yeah. The whole point I made was he enforced his perspective and opinion upon the people.
How? What did he do? How?
He ordered the closure of the other temples and the other worship or devotion of those other deities.
Right. Simple. Okay. For the purpose of what?
For the purpose of his perspective. Yes. Of this being the right way to go in a religious cult, if you like.
Okay, and you're saying so this is an example of religious expansionism, yes?
In the sense that he, in a microcosmic way, is coming with his idea of how people should interact with the divine, how they should see things, etc. Yeah, that's his way of doing things. Thutmose expanded it where all the blasted way over to Canaan and so on.
Which Thutmose though?
The third. Thutmose the third.
Right, the third. I thought you said the second before, to be honest.
No. That's Ramses the second. Thutmose the third.
Right. Ramses the second. Thutmose the third. Yeah.
But hold on, bro.
Let's explore what he did. So
No. Let's not.
Let's explore what he did. No, you can't give
Wait, bro. Please. If you disagree, I've been trying to go.
I'm not disagreeing. There's nothing to disagree at the moment. There's nothing to disagree at the moment. You haven't said anything. So
it's not that. Bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, when I mentioned them, the expectation was, oh, I see what you mean. Now you're saying, let's explore.
No, because why would I know? What do you mean?
What do you mean? Hold on. I've been trying to go for half an hour, yeah, and I didn't expect you to say, right, let's go. And I understand. I'm not saying you're wrong for saying that. I'm just saying, I was hoping you'd say, okay, yeah, I understand what you mean in that regard, and we cut and we jump over that and move to something else quick, and then I was gonna go.
Doesn't make any sense. No, if you give names, then we have to look into what they actually did.
All right, if you disagree, right? If you're saying you disagree, then we can.
At the moment, other than Akhenaten, I don't have anything to disagree with. So, and there are elements of what you said about Akhenaten that I do disagree with. But I would need to know what exactly you're saying that they did before I disagree. I'm not going to disagree just to disagree's sake.
But that's bro. Listen to what I'm saying. If you know about these people's lives, yes, and you know the basic two principles that are put on the table, right? Then it's either you would agree or not. If you don't know about them, then
I need to know. No, because my idea of what they did and your idea of what they did may be very different. So the point is, can we identify if we're talking about religious expansionism based upon what's it called? The idea of the supremacy and the exclusivity of an individual or of a group of people's god or deity, then can we match up what these people did with that criteria? I don't recognize that. I'm asking you, what is it about what they did that leads you to this conclusion? Yeah. So tell me the names doesn't give me that answer. I need to know what
they did. But if you know about them, then obviously you would either snap up and say, right, you would have an explanation.
If you know about them, then it shouldn't be difficult for you to explain what they did.
No, it's not about difficulty. It's simple as this. If
because in the time that you're talking about now, you could have told me what Thutmose is the third, did you know?
Thutmose is the third. I gave an example, right, of him conquering Canaan. Okay, we know that Kemet is not Canaan.
I am not denying that he conquered Canaan.
Hold on. And I'm making a point where they found all the way up in Syria, and I think Jordan as well, certain temples devoted to some of these pharaohs, right, where it was considered their land. Even in the time of who we call Moses, they're saying that where Moses went to, Israel was apparently part of the territory.
But we're not going to deal with Moses because I don't believe that Moses.
Hold on, brother. Let me talk. I'm saying in that time when we go by the chronology given to us, right? I'm not saying any of it's correct. What my point is very simply this. In anything that they were doing, when Ramses is writing up on his conquest of the Hittites and whoever else, it's always relating to his role within that system and these deities and gods and so on. It's never separate. So any conquering they're doing is linked to the religion. And that's what I'm saying. We don't need to go into all of that. We just need to know, do you agree?
No.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, let me put it on the table. We need to agree first. Do you agree that anything they would have done, like, for instance, going along and conquering, would have been backed with and based upon their religious beliefs? If you're saying no, then fine, we have to go into that subject before we even go into anything else. Because that's my whole point, is that they were so much into this thing where their conquering would have been based upon restoring order, or, you know, these are the enemies in some symbolic way through religious glasses. Are you saying that's not true?
No, I'm not saying anything at the moment. I'm asking you what they did. Yeah, yes, we do have to go into that because that is the fundamental thing. What it is that they did. Yeah, so we have a model for expansionism and these things, yeah, in history, especially religious expansionism, yeah. And so based on what we know about religious expansionism that we're talking about at the moment, can we say that the people of the Nile Valley, as you're putting it, or these three kings at the very least, bearing in mind that Kemet alone as a civilization is well over 3,000 years old. So Nile Valley civilization in general is thousands of years old, yeah. And so in that context, does this sensibility exist among these people? Yeah. And you've given me 3 examples, so then I need to know what it is that you're saying that they did. Yeah, there's no way around that. Yeah, to tell me that we don't need to go into it.
I'm saying that, you know what I'm saying? They did.
Tell me, but bro, in the time that you're telling me that we don't need to go into it, you could have just given me the example of what Moses actually did. Yeah, what's it called? Yeah, you said he conquered some lands. Yeah, but we're talking about religious expansionism. Yeah, so now you show me.
Listen carefully.
Because you can't just say, well, there was something found in Syria. And this I'm saying, and so are you saying that Tutmosis went to Syria and he built the temple?
No. Hold on. I gave another. Blimey, heck. You know what? All right, you know what it is? I notice you'll go for, if I throw more on the table, you'll just go for everything else. So let me.
I'm being very. You gave me. Hold on. You gave me 3 examples. I'm not going anywhere. I want the example. Hold on. And Ramesses II. That's all I want.
No, you added in your response about me with Syria and about me with in the time of Moses. So I'm saying to you,
examples that you gave. I didn't add that.
No, but you just repeated them back to me. So I'm saying we'll put them to the side, right? Because they were just
things I was saying. If Tutmosis invaded Syria, a temple, that's what he did.
Bruv, I just said in the time of Moses. What is, bruv? You know what? I can't believe this, you know. Anyway, so as I was saying.
I'm just asking a question, bro. I don't know what the big deal is. If you're telling me that Tutmosis invaded other people's land on the basis of religious expansionism, then we should be able to demonstrate that in history. So I'm saying to you now, when you mention Syria, are you saying to me that Tutmosis went to Syria and built a temple and subjected the people that were there to worship whatever god he brought to Syria? You're telling me no, that's not what you're saying. Okay, so what is it that we're saying? What are we saying?
I'm saying these people conquered other people's land and dominated them, because that's what an expansionist is. You don't have to convert them and tell them to worship your religion. You can add that all you want.
But that's what religious expansionism is, though. Religious expansionism is when you wage war in the name of God and subject people to the worship of that God, or the elevation of you in the worship of that God. So I'm saying that where does this exist?
Hold on.
The fact of the matter is, Kemet, Nile Valley civilization was not perfect to me in it. So where they're at, where it's like, I don't have to.
No, you mistake. Anyway, as I was saying, in relation to religious expansionists, we know about the Turks. The Turks fundamentally made sure that they did not try to convert people to their religion. They found that, or forced them and so on. They left them to be Christians and other people like that.
Why?
They just made them.
Why?
Hold up, brother. We're just saying, but they were definitely religious expansionists.
But what did I say though? I said, what did I say? But I agree with you. What did I say? I never said that's wrong. I said religious expansionism is when you subject people to the worship of your God or the elevation of you in the worship of God.
Well, even that, then they didn't elevate themselves. They left them to worship their Jesus and the rest of it. So again, that's wrong. But anyway, as I was saying, what we find with these Turks,
did they impose jizya? Did they impose jizya?
I already said they made them pay.
Might that have been the motivation for not converting heads?
What do you mean the motive? What are you talking about, bro?
Is it not the case that?
Let's not go left or right. No. Let's stick to the subject. Kemet. Exactly. It made people pay taxes, right? So Thutmose is their man there. You know what? It'd be just be interesting to see what you actually are saying you disagree with.
No,
and actually
I'm not bringing you agreement at the moment. I'm not bringing you a disagreement at the moment. I'm asking you what
I'm saying. I heard you, but I'm saying you are responding to certain points and not the others.
I'm not saying to anything. I'm asking you questions. I want to know what this
You just said to me when I'm talking about the Turk, every time I say something, you're asking questions about some things and not about others. So
I apologize for asking the question about the Turks. Let's deal with Kemet right now.
As I was saying, in relation to your definition that you're giving about religious expansionism being something of imposing religion, I'm saying that goes straight in the bin, because when people do religious expansionism, they don't always have to make you convert. So your criteria is wrong. So when we find Thutmose and others, I don't have to bring anything to say, well,
Thutmose do?
I haven't finished. So when Thutmose conquered these lands, that's it. We know these people, when they set up whatever they set up in their temples and whatever else, we know when they conquer land, they're never going to do it without the help of Ra or whoever else, Amen, whoever it is that they're using as their support.
That's okay. Your speculation is not unjustified. Now we want to know what Thutmose did.
I just said he conquered these lands.
Yes, but he conquered the lands. Okay, so where did the God factor into the conquering of the lands, and how did the religious system play a role in the conquering of the lands?
Okay, so in Kemet, you had a system where the pharaoh was generally seen as divinely appointed, similar to the Islamic concept of the divinely appointed imams. And it was seen that between the pharaoh and his viziers or his priesthood, that they collectively were issuing things that come from the divine or the Neteru. As this filtered down, the lay masses would follow this as divine commands. So therefore, if the divine command is we have to invade these people, this would be from the gods or whichever, the Neteru of the people, and that's how it's inseparable from religion. It's very,
so are you saying that Thutmose received the divine command, or the priesthood that surrounded Thutmose received a divine command to invade these lands and conquer them in the name of the divine? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll say it again, and hopefully you'll focus on what I say. The people, the masses, I use the word masses, they are told this because there is a system in place that this person has a role in their society. As I've started off the sentence, and you seem to always ignore the most important parts. And then you have the priesthood, and they now issue the command for the people below. So they are engaging in a religious war, i.e. a jihad, etc. Right? So it does say that he did conquer Syria. And from what I remember, there are some things left over there. But it's been a long time since I've gone through Thutmose and his life story, hoping that you would have just said, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and we get to the crux, rather than me being asked a barrage of questions. At the end of the day, if people don't know, if you don't, you know what, let me make this simple. If people don't know the way how Kemet run, right, at the end of the day, the system, the whole way of life of these people, no matter their different groups and sects and tribes, it was based upon how deities or Neterus affected your daily life, whether it be dreams, whether it be good luck or bad luck, whatever it was inseparable from the Neteru. So if you're going to go teeth people down or conquer or defend or whatever the hell you're doing, it is always in the context of these gods or Neteru. So if there's any conquering done, it is inseparable from it. It's just...
That's not true.
That's not true? Who's this, Brad? That's not true, yeah? I'll bring up... Bloody hell, the whole
but what it is, at the moment, Isa, you're bringing inference and speculation and hypothesis rather than evidence. Right?
Bring no evidence.
Some of it may be reasonable. Some of what you're saying, some of what you're saying may be plausible.
Bullocks. That's what you're saying. Bullocks.
Some of what you're saying may be plausible. Yeah, I'm not going to deny the plausibility of some of what you're saying. But I am because all this story about all this thing about this is how the system did run, is very non-specific and lacking in foundation. Right? I'm saying now. But you've given me 3 concrete examples, that are good. That's good. That's a good start, isn't it? Yeah, we've got 3 concrete examples of religious expansionism now, in terms of names, of religious expansionism done by Kemet, akin to what other groups of religious expansionists have done in history. Okay, so we've had Akhenaten. You given me some examples, and you said to me that he mashed up the temple over here and elevated the Aten and so on and so forth. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, I'd like more information about how he religiously expanded, but you know what I'm saying, whatever. And Thutmose now, you know what I'm saying, great military general and whatever. Now we're trying to get to the point at which what God was he conquering in the name of, and how did the conquering in the name of that God factor into the systems or whatever systems that he put in place when he conquered the people in place, isn't it? This is what we're looking for. Is there evidence, for example, of a priest telling the people of Kemet that the Nusut, which is the head of state, the king, in Kemet, the Nusut Biti has received revelation.
Okay, Shakara, the word.
Ptah, from Heru, from any of these divinities, and the deity has told him that he must conquer Syria or anywhere else and build temples in honor of his name, or conquer Syria and force the people to pay taxes towards the shrine of Amin-Ra or Aset or Asat. You know what I'm saying? Like, does any of that exist?
I will give all of that once you give me the exact things of which priest or which imam and which this told this caliph to conquer here and expand the Islamic empire and so on and so forth, rather than surmising, which you do, that the Abrahamic faiths, they're expansionists and so on and so forth. You don't give no details of which caliph and which done this and which, you just surmise and accept it.
I'll take that as a no, innit? I'll just take that as a no. It's a no.
I'm not gonna go back and bloody find all this research that I've done before.
No, you made a claim. No, hold on. You made a claim. All I was doing is asking for evidence.
So did you, and it's not like I'm going to waste my time asking you, well, which caliph are you talking about?
You can't deny the claim that I've made. You can't deny the claim that I've made. Okay, let me give you an example.
I'll deny the claim right now. In the Umayyad period, Hajjaj, what god did he conquer in? Hajjaj, tell me about him.
But I never gave you a specific example, though. And you yourself. So to bring me an example that I didn't give you, I'm asking you about the examples that you gave, man. I'm not giving you examples and then telling you to ask you to speak on them. But you yourself, Isa, you yourself attest to that. You yourself have said, that the religion that came into Africa as led by the people them at the time who usurped the rightful successors of the prophet, led an expansionist anti-black campaign into Africa. You yourself said that. So I didn't know that we were in I didn't know that we were in conflict on that issue personally. Like you yourself have called Abu Bakr and what he created this terrorist, expansionist and enslaving ideology. These are your words, not mine. Right? Okay. So I didn't know that was a bone of contention in the conversation.
And this is the problem. You like to try and spin and mix things. So get it correct. I didn't say at the time of Abu Bakr and Umar it was an anti-black thing. So when I went to Egypt and Africa,
that's not what I just said. But that's not what I just said. The words that I used just now were expansionist, and what's it called? Terrorist and enslaving.
hold on. Before that, you mentioned about anti-black. So I'm just correcting that bit.
So yes, that the religion that was created by from what Abu Bakr did was anti-black.
Hold on, wait.
Yes, we do say those things.
Chakra, no, I just have to correct it, right? So I'm saying when it went to Africa, because people will come back to me and say whatever. When it went to Egypt, it was under Umar bin Khattab, the second caliph. I'm not saying it was the anti-black thing then. When they came back later, the predominant thing, yes, I'm saying it's anti-black.
Okay, hold on. They were expansionists and enslavement and terroristic.
Right, so as I'm saying, yeah, those people, I give Hajjaj an example. It's clear a lot of them did not regard the Quran as anything. Some of them openly drink. A lot of them sodomizing, all kind of thing, and it's well known what they're into. Do you get me? They didn't like the Prophet. There's all kind of crazy thing, and they were still conquering under the name of Islam. Do you get me? So what my point to you is, when you want me to find which God is conquering and which this, my whole point to you was to point out that when somebody believes, because we're talking about the people. Now, I want people to listen. While Shaka was trying to switch up, we're talking about people that believe. The collective masses believe that the Quran is from Allah. Using that, the leaders have then amassed these people to say, right, under the words of Allah, according to Imam and scholar so-and-so, we now have to fight. I'm likewise saying, when you have a religious society like Kemet, and you have the Pharaoh's position, the priesthood's position, then when they tell the masses, this is what we have to do, it is natural. It's going to be under a religious concept that they're going to fight.
Yeah.
Now, if you reject that, then just say no and let's leave it there, bro.
No, because you're trying to now redefine the parameters of what is plausible in the conversation, and that's not going to happen. The fact of the matter is, I asked you for an example. I asked you for an example of it in Kemet. I never denied that the example exists. I asked you for an example, and you gave me names. You gave me Akhenaten, Tutmosis, and Tutmosis III and Ramesses II. All we're doing at the moment is exploring what they actually did. And at the moment, you're not able to tell me of the religious expansionism under any of them.
You know what? Because I'm not where the specific books are, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to Google and see if that book is online, and I'm going to tell you the information specifically regarding Thutmose III, because if anyone out there is disputing the fact that these people would, say that their God assisted them in conquering, like really, seriously,
saying that your God assisted you in the war is not the same thing as religious expansionism. So that's the we have to be clear about this. If I knock out a brother on the road and say, yeah, you know what, the ancestors guided my hand, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, I haven't knocked him out in the name of the ancestors. It just means that the ancestors helped me in the situation, right? You see what I'm saying? So
hold on. Hold on. This is the thing now, because you like to play slippery slope. So let's deal with this. What do you mean? All
these character judgments that you're making of man are unnecessary. Again, I'm not projecting on your. I am not projecting on your character. Yeah, so please refrain from doing so.
Yeah? Forget that. Listen, simple question. What do you say is religious expansionism?
I've defined that 10 times already, right? The point, what we're trying to see now, what we're trying to do is using the examples, of the example of the Nile Valley, specifically Kemet. You made a claim. You said that Kemet did this thing. I've asked you for examples. You've given me some names. So now we're exploring those examples of the names that you gave me to see what their deeds actually were. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking for at the moment. In fact, so if we haven't got it for Tutmosis, do we have it for Ramesses the second?
Tutmosis is the best example, and what my point is to you is,
so let's lay it down.
Stop this bollocks, man. Every time I'm talking, you keep interrupting me. So what I'm saying to you is simply this: seems you're the one with the questioning and the firing and rear. Give the example of the religious expansionism that you're talking about, with his Muslim, Sunni, or Shia, or whatever else.
No, you just gave the example. Wait,
hold on. And then we'll try and match what you're saying. Because at the moment, At the moment, when you say religious expansionism, I don't agree that those people were doing religious expansions. I believe they were doing political, economic, and enslaved conquering. So what are you?
That's a nice one, except for the fact that you've called it religious expansionism for basically the duration of the time I've known you. So I don't know why how it's not religious anymore. Because you say Sunniism is an enslaver, expansionist, and religion.
No, I say imperialist.
An imperialist religion. Imperialism.
Right.
That's what you're
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to you. There's a difference between the religion and the ideology and the people. What I'm saying to you is very simply, this is the problem. I don't know why you're running from this. When you are making a claim over to me, you make a claim. Stop. I'm saying to you, you're the one that made the claim about the Abrahamics, right? You said the thing that I said, you're talking about Abrahamics. You agree that's what you're talking about. Then you're saying there's a difference with African spirituality. So the point of this is where I'm making a claim that within a different perspective and context, it manifests the same way. That's my point. So if somehow you're saying that I've misunderstood what you mean by religious expansionism, so I'll say my point again. I'm saying that people believe, because it all stems from the fact that you're saying when people have a text that they believe is perfect from a all-knowing Most High God, this becomes the psychological influence on the masses to go
I said it can, yeah, and when that it can, and when that ideology has a principle of expansionism, right. Yeah, it can be said that the people that commit certain acts in the name of that religion get some of that inspiration from the religion itself. They get it from the teachings of the religion. It can be said. And I also said that, but then in that context as well, it can also be said that some of the things that they may do may go against the religion. But the expansion,
agreed.
But the expansion sensibility, yes, it can be said to come from the religion itself. But not all religions are claim to have the exclusive word of God or are expansionist, right? So now, can we find things? So now, can we? That's the point, because you said, yeah, but the people then they go on this way. So when the people then when the Kemitists say that this, that, and what are they really saying? So I'm saying, now you have to find me. I asked you then. Now you have to find me, yeah, examples of this in Kemet.
I'll find it another time. Just leave it, because this ain't progressing nowhere, bro. Just forget it.
All you gotta do is give me the examples. That would be the question. I myself and say, you know what, in those instances, right? Yeah, he was on some shaggery. Yeah, and man, don't rate them actions there, fam. Yeah,
just forget it then, innit? Because you're going on and on and on. Every time I was coming right there, I was saying, right now I remembered why I brought in. Hold on. I just remembered why I brought in a Kenaton, right? And the reason I brought in a Kenaton, I was saying, based upon his behavior of closing these temples and so on, by him coming with an idea as a ruler, he's now doing these things. I'm saying that is an institution. Like, he can present a sunnah. It didn't catch on because they went back to whatever they were doing or similar things after him, right? But I'm saying if it had caught on, it would have been the way that other people would have done their thing. Do you get me? So that's why I gave.
If it had caught on, okay, but again, that's speculation, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I always said, you know, Akhenaten might be the best of the example that you have to go on. Yeah, it might be. There was definitely there was definitely a religious conflict in the time of Akhenaten. I'm not sure it rises to the level of religious expansionism. I don't know if it does that, right? But there was definitely a religious conflict, which was also political because of the relationship between the priesthood and the political order in Kemet. Yeah, but I'm not sure that religious conflict, yeah, necessarily equates to religious expansionism. Okay?
Hold on. Check this now, yeah. So I want you to look at what I'm saying when I say this, and please respond to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the idea of a man coming along, he's in power. He says, you know what? You see what you have here, them gods there? Bam. Close them thing there. Lick down them there. I'm saying this is the way we're going to go. I'm saying as an example of setting this precedent, if that had been followed, I'm saying in a small case, it's like, you know, they started the fire, but the wind blew it out. If the fire had continued, that is expansionism in what he was saying, because he was seeking to impose it.
But you know what? Let's take what you've said on face value. Yes.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah. What you've actually proven is that Kemet actually had the wherewithal, to stamp out even the possibility of religion expansionism.
Hold on, sorry, Ezra Adair. He says,
Say that again, Shakara.
Hold on,
Say
hold
that
on,
again, bro.
hold on, bro. Hold on. Ezra Adair says, Issa, tell him about the Scorpion King conquering Upper Egypt. Laugh out loud, Chuckabug that. What it is? Hold on. Let me deal with this. I already mentioned Nama the other day, and that was the basis of. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm just saying that personally, I don't think there is any need for any of this argument or evidence and so on, because once we know for a fact that Kemet's society was always rooted in what we call religion of some form, whether they be different cults or whatever else. When they're going to war, when you know you've got oracles and these various things, it's always linked. So why do people want me to go and get evidence? I'm just saying, this conversation doesn't need to happen.
I don't know why you're fighting against having to bring evidence for a claim that you've made. This is ridiculous.
No, brother, I'll tell you why. Because I'm not at a place where I've got. Hold on, I'm not at a place where I've got my books, right? And
but
I can't find.
Then just say that. But don't challenge me. But don't challenge me for asking you for evidence of the claim that you've made. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Even with Nama, and the funny thing is, because the fact that he used the terminology.
I've not said that already.
Yeah, but hold on. Nama is the man credited with uniting upper and lower Kemet. Yeah.
By doing what? By doing what? Did he use a magnet and bring them together, or did he bust people head?
No, there was conflict in that situation. Yes, the idea, and obviously it's amazing because evidently, like you brought me Moses a minute ago, and evidently, like the Hebrews obviously got beef with Kemites, and like this is the issue right now. Right? What's it called? Right? Yeah. But
you know, the Hebrews hate Kemet,
but now Nama definitely fought a war to unite Upper and Lower Kemet. There's no doubt about that. Was it a war in the name of a religion? So let's ask this. The question becomes if Nama, in uniting Upper and Lower Kemet, is doing so to impose a religious order, then how is it the religion of the people of that he conquered was a part of the religion of the society that evolved out of
Wait, Shakara, I can do you one better. Herodotus wrote that the culture of Egypt, that the idea that we get from the respect of the dead, the Merakutes and all of that, comes from the people that was supposedly culture. So like conquered. So it's like the people that was conquered really revamped how everything was done in the place that was called. So it's weird how there could be a religious expansion.
Well, put it this way, the
conquered was the reason why the religious expansion.
And the Greeks here who learned a lot from Kemet. The Greeks who learned a lot from Kemet, and adopted a whole heap of the culture of Kemet. Do not speak of religious expansionism.
They did not.
Like
only Muslims do.
Brad, forget what people speak of. What is the
To be clear, I have not made the claim that there was no war in Kemet. I've not made the claim that I haven't even made the claim that there was not injustice, in Kemet. And you know what I'm saying, already these kinds of things. I haven't made those claims. What we're talking about is religious expansionism. Now, whereas I can find those sensibilities within the basic framework, of Abrahamic religions, like I don't think you can't say that for all religions. All religions, when you're reading their text,
we're talking about Kemet and African spirituality.
I know. Right. You want to take it to Kemet? I don't think you'll find it in Kemet. The spiritual system.
No. What was the first thing I said?
Spiritual systems. Hold on. The spiritual systems, in Kemet, unless you're saying to me, you can find, that in among the spiritual order, those teachings that one must go and do, and then what's it called? Right? And then the fact of, because even if you don't find it in the text and you can see it in action, where a man says, you know what, Amen Ra we are dealing with. You see them people over here we are dealing with Zora and all them people and all them something there, and yeah, that's for that. Yeah, hold on. You can find that, then you get me.
All right, let's deal with it now. So what I'm saying to you is the amount of pictures and images that we have of pharaohs holding up people copying the image of Nama, where they're holding their head and they've got a mace, mallet, or whatever else ready to bust this man's head clean open, right? So we know that thing was about warfare of some kind in relation and inseparable.
That's not true though. That's not true though, because because if we look at antiquity,
hold on. I'm talking. Wait. I ain't gonna be long. So the next part I'm gonna say is when you have the two, the blue and the white, or whatever it is, the uniting of upper and lower in Kemet in relation to restoring Ma'at. It is understood that these wars were done to restore what they considered was balance and harmony. Right? Is that true or is that false? Yes or no?
In many instances, and a lot of those times were in relation to. And see, this is the funny thing, because like a lot of those instances, let's say for example with Atmos, yeah, and Amos Nefertari, yeah, when they expelled the Hyksos, yeah, that was considered to be partly the rest in relation to the restoration of Ma'at and them kind of things there, from my understanding. But that it required them to have to delve deep into what is called Upper Kemet and Nubia, yeah. So a lot of the deities that we find in Kemet come from even the people that they had wars with, in Upper Kemet and Nubia, yeah. And oftentimes when Kemet wanted to restore itself, bring itself back to a sense of restoration, they preyed on the wisdom of the deities that came from the civilization that was below them, yeah. So it's evident. Yeah, that even though Nubia and Kemet had wars, that religion was not the motivation for the war. Even if a man might have said, "Well, you know what, Heru guide me in this something." Yeah, you just what I'm saying. Like, no. When the Muslim comes, he says, "1 second." When the Muslim comes, he says, "There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger." Everything for drop, yeah, and it's your God versus my God, yeah. That's
this. Hold on.
When the Christian comes, he says God, or he says Yahweh or whatever, and it's a crusade, even against the Muslims, yeah. In that regard, and it's about God versus Allah, Jesus versus Muhammad.
No. Yeah? All right. Let me come back now. So here's the problem now, people. I want you all to pay attention. I see the problem. The brother does not know how to see the nuance in this particular thing. What I've been saying and what I seem to have to repeat is very simply this. In the context and perspective of those people, what they would deem to be the motivation for why they have to fight is their religious perspective. That's what you have to remember. Regardless of whether they mention it in that way, you know that the way that they see their paradigm of reality, right? So if, for instance, they're saying they have to restore Ma'at in the land, we know it's never, ever separate. So, I mean, I agree with you. It's more blatant from some of the Muslim conquerors, and they go in there and they're saying, boom, either you have to say this, or they're coming to you and they're establishing the one God and there's no one else to be worshipped or whatever else it is. That's fine. What I'm saying to you is that the motivation behind their actions is inseparable from their religion, and therefore it's religious expansion.
Okay, okay, you gonna cape for them? You gonna ghost ride them? That's all right, cool. But Africans,
yeah. Cool. Let me go and make some.
All right, cool. All right, thank you, Shiite Collect. Thank you, the Shiite Collect. Yes.
What was that? What are you talking to me about? I couldn't hear you properly.
No, I was just saying it's weird. It's weird how like the caping mechanism just slaps on. I don't know if Shaka Ross on.
What I'm gonna say is that.
Hold on. The caping for what?
Huh?
Caping for what?
I don't know. Maybe a desert, some dates, locusts, niggas running around with beards. You know them niggas. But not.
Was Kemet not a desert? You see, was Kemet?
Nah. Kemet at the time. Kemet was the mouth of the Nile. It was actually some of the most.
Hold on. Listen carefully. A lot of Kemet, right, was first a swamp, and then very much a lot of it was desert, my brother. So I think you need to understand.
Eventually it became desert. Yeah, that's a fact. Eventually,
what I'm saying is, you know what, Brad? We need to just get Brad out of the serious conversation. What I'm saying is, my brother, Shaka, what I think, actually, let's get serious. Shaka, what I think, is you might be
hey, on a level, you've been talking for like 6 or 7 hours.
I'm gonna have something to eat now. So I just want to say this last bit.
If Brad wants to say something,
I'm not going to be more than 60 seconds. I just want to say, Shakara, in relation to the fact that if people already have, let's say, a more loose form of religion, not where, they're more freer, but it's still part of their daily life, they have divination or whatever else, a little God in their house and all of that. I'm saying it still governs the morals and the yes and the no of what they do. That's where I'm coming from.
I'm not denying that, but that's different from saying that if a people have a God, if they go to war, then their war is necessarily religious expansionism. That's nonsense.
Yeah. All right, all right. Let James Jones and Brad have it out because I want to get some to eat, man. I'm hungry. So
enjoy your meal in the name of
your meal, bro.
Our ancestors. Yeah. and I choose, and I still choose to show my brother love. You get me?
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
I choose to do that.
No, what gotta get Shakara. The thing is, we just gotta get Esau from above the Sahel to below the Sahel. Then he'll be home. He'll be home then.
I said, enjoy your meal in the name of our ancestors, and I still to show my brother love.
Now, big up my brother. Yeah, I will enjoy my meal in the name of the ancestors, Allah, and big up to my ancestors who fought for black people to be free and not be caping for any of the enemies that continue to enslave us right now.
Right
now. So black power ancestors and alhamdulillah, good food with Allah's ancestors to put some licks in them damn peckerwood mugs and put more licks in them stinking Sunni Kafirats that enslave my people right now. Big up to Shakara for that thing. Yeah, big up to the ancestors, brother. Alhamdulillah.
Ashe to that. Yeah, I like that. See, once we get his mind, Shakara, below the Sahel, and he comes home, oh my God, what a black man he's gonna be.
I'm Shaka, I'm onto you, bro.
You're onto man, yeah.
Oh shit, here goes James.
You're onto man. You know what? I left my yard.
Slightly G block, innit?
I left my yard like 6 hours ago. I messaged you out, by the way, in the thing. I left my yard like 6 hours ago.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back.
And he was roughly talking about the exact same shit, and he was frustrated when I left. Yeah, basically, you're an enabler. That's my point.
When was this? Sorry, when was I frustrated when you left?
I don't know. He was like, "What the fuck?" I can't remember what. There's one of those regular Easter people.
No, that was a couple of days ago because you lot was having a conversation and I
today.
I was frustrated. To be honest with you, bro, I don't remember when you left today. So I don't know why.
I left before you was on.
All right.
And then I'm saying that I listened in. I heard you two debating. I can't remember what it was like, but it was some. What was you just talking about just now?
Whether Kemet was a religious expansionist civilization.
Yeah, that's what you was talking about earlier in the day about expansionist shit. About Sunni.
We were discussing well, it almost went down the road of some personal business, and I kind of wanted to deflect from that.
It was like he was saying.
We were talking about the Zanj rebellion.
But you have a Sunni perspective. That's what he's trying to say to you, and you're like, no, buddy, and you was not frustrated, like angry, obviously, but frustrated. But anyway, you're an enabler. Is my point.
Yeah, break it down, bro. Break it down.
You just enable this.
Hey, yo. Excuse me, James. You can't be like, as a black man, I can't let a so-called black man who walks around loco try to question my brother Shakara. Okay, when I tell you Shakara is so black, okay, thought he was abused. That's how black he is. Shakara, they had to light a candle in the daytime just so they can. Okay,
you see any of my comments?
Shakara's so black, they don't even know.
I did. I've been working, so I haven't been reading the chat.
I said Shaka. Issa's the kind of guy to make Shakara hate black people.
Yeah, no, that would never happen. Not
by the way, Shakara.
What I do want it to be understood is that I'm gonna treat him with the love that he does not want me to extend to Rasbek Fayabingi.
Yeah, you don't like the, yeah.
Yo, man, that's where, like, the more I spend time on these hangouts, be it Islam, be it whatever, I realize, and I know this is a real it's not a microcosm, like it's isolated extremes. Yeah, there's a word it's escaping me, but I realize here that like ideological connections are actually probably more important than things that I believe stuff like colorism and that to be far more arbitrary than I once thought it was.
God, you're an agent. I swear to God, bro.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, I heard Rasbek. Yeah, but I heard Rasbek. Like Issa says it. Rasbek said it. Or says it. They both say it. Like, these are two, unfortunately, very unimportant people in the grand scheme of things. So an agent to what? An agent to who? For what? Who are the people that I don't agree with? What importance do they have?
My brother, let me wake you up here. Choice.
You think too much of yourself.
Calling ice cream, you would most likely kick out the brown one just to put another vanilla there. That's what I mean by it. No, I'm joking.
But I'm saying a lot of people do say this, and it's like, what importance does your agenda have? Like, your agenda is firmly under the thumb anyway.
I personally think people just say Asian as just an inflammatory. Like, when people say, like, people said to me, like, I think Chemo has said it one time that, like, I look down on black people and things like, they're just inflammatory terms just to like kind of galvanize a certain response. Like, because we all obviously don't want to be known as a coon or a sellout. So if someone do a coon or a sellout, boom, you're gonna hit.
That's why man weren't rating the thing fam like earlier. Like, I was failing to see what Melanated did that warranted that. Just what I'm saying.
Melanated sellout again.
No, he called it.
Come on, bro. This is what I don't understand why people sometimes. You know that when Issa has something with somebody that's personal, it's difficult for him to move from that particular.
Hold on. What's up, Ultra?
Who's that? DC Brad, yeah?
How you been, bro? How's the family?
I'm all right, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I've been feeling rough since Saturday.
Good, goddamn it.
Yeah, I've been feeling rough, but
good. Because you badmouth me, I hope you feel worse, goddamn.
That guy's video is a real pussy.
Issa won't say that to them Sunnis if they walk up on him. But all right, go ahead. Hold
on. Hey, no.
James, could you imagine if this is all fucking misdirection and Shia is secretly a Sunni?
Son, I can believe it.
It's gonna end
you're
bad.
Probably you're probably a Christian. We're in the Ultra. You're probably a damn Christian.
Isa, I got love for you, yeah, and I'm on your side, yeah. If I come to the park, I'll back it for you and that. But you need to stop playing with Jordan, boy. Did you hear what he said to you in the chat today?
What happened?
What you say?
I said you need to stop playing with that man.
Seriously, the thing, me and him twice I almost had to nearly rock this monkey, right? Because we have to remember his little so-called conversation, it come from a sneaky angle of I'm a white superior over you, but he always does it in a way in which the wording is like, no, I'm advising you, I actually care about you. But deep down, what he's saying is, I'm an authority. I'm the white man that know better than you black people. Do you get the point, James?
And that's you know how bad it is? No, listen. Do you know how much I get the point? Shaka, you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
This is how much I get that point. Jordan converts to Islam. He is the fucking second coming of the Messiah. People pay for him to go to Hajj. Everybody loves him. All the female Muslims on here. Jordan, salam, okay, UK. Don't say nothing to my Jordan. Issa converts to Islam, the whole of internet hates him.
Yeah, but that's a fact. But that's one of the things that Leah Muhammad was looking out against when he was at corner, innit? Like the fact
we got Islam in it for it's not racist, like it's not being racist.
But that's not even the point, though, my brother. That's not the point. What I'm saying is other white people converted. Yeah. What my point is this: it's him specifically, where two black people are talking to Ralph. I've got my way of annihilating Ralph, which is what I did on camera. The man conceded that I was correct when I corrected him. But this monkey wants to come and tell me how I shouldn't be talking to him. And after I've explained why, he's continuing. And I'm saying the interpretation that I have of that is here is Slave Massa sneakily coming along to pretend he's superior to tell me who to speak to and who not to.
No,
I'm saying, stay your bloody monkey albino self out of the conversation. If you're a devil, don't tell me what to do. So I'm saying, to me, that's a very serious violation.
You know what? You know what? You guys got to big up man like Elijah Muhammad, Leo Muhammad, and Farrakhan and that, because they chose the most blackest garb to outfit the Nation of Islam. I mean, like a bow tie. There is nothing more African than a bow tie. You know what I mean? Like, no, what do you mean? Like, that is the most Afro-centric. Like, I've never seen. There's nothing that says Africa more than a bow tie.
But this is the problem you have, James Jones. You don't understand how it can be reclaimed. So basically, what they did, for whatever reason, I assume it's Freemasonic, because those who know, Elijah Muhammad used to be a Freemason. Even the way they stand with their feet at a 45-degree angle suggests that they might be, it might be Freemasonic based. A lot of it seems to come from the Freemasons' system of doing things. But the main point is, bruv, regardless of bow tie, suits, and dressing like white people, as Jordan says, the bloody monkey says, clearly it's pro-black. That's the thing you can't really get past, bro.
What do you mean? Do you mean bow ties? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, Shaka.
Mm-hmm.
What were those stupid clothes you're wearing? Why aren't you wearing a suit and a bow tie?
Oh,
wearing all those white man clothes. You're wearing all those white man clothes.
You want to wear your police officer uniform with your bloody pepper spray, don't you?
Where's your crochet? What do they call it? Is it crochet? What's that? The little side pocket. Where's the?
I only bring it out on special occasions.
Oh, you just be dressing like a white man all the time in the park every time I see you. What's wrong with you, bro?
No.
Yeah, you know what, James Jones, answer the question, bro. Question of the day.
I already did. Me and you started this morning, genius. Look, you've been speaking for so long, you fucking forgot.
I'm hungry, bro. You know what? Let me mute up. I'm still got to eat.
Yeah, mute the fuck up. Spewing nonsense.
Ooh.
What you say about melanated? No, bro. You talked about my sister melanated. What's good, bro?
I don't understand what damn Queen Savages like you say about that, bro. You heard what I said,
bro. I don't play when it comes to my sister, bro. Okay,
you play like a damn Queen, and that's it.
But you know what?
Remember, listen. This guy tried it, yeah. All the time when Sunny Queens are on, he wants to come calling me names, calling me Queens, and let all this around. So find him.
No, but can I just say something about Mel? Yeah,
I would never disrespect my melanated sister. Her thickness should be respected at all times.
No, it's not. You're mad. It's not even about her being black though. But hey, Issa, it's not even about her being black. Yeah, just look at it from this kind of framework.
It is about her being black. She's one of our sisters.
No, it's not. No, but listen, it's an honest person.
See, only a white man would say that, James.
Yeah. I'm being serious here. I'm being serious. It's an honest person and an intelligent person. Why do you believe that they wouldn't? I know you believe I'm an agent, but that's the issue, I think, with that. Why do you believe that someone wouldn't explain their position, wouldn't put forth their position honestly? If someone says they are something, you're essentially saying they're dishonest. Yeah. Why? What reason do you have to believe for them to be? I'm not asking you to have rehash the convo, but that's that's more insulting.
What are you talking about? I don't understand what you.
All this sellout and whatever talk, you can say it to me. It makes no difference because I don't claim to be anything.
Why would you call her sellout?
People that claim to be something, you're saying they're insincere.
He didn't call her. He called her a coon. There's a difference.
Even we're saying
you call her a coon. Esau, no.
Yeah. So the reason why, James.
I'm just saying. That's just remember the ramifications of what
that's
we're saying.
Done, bro.
So someone like me, are different.
In the name of pro-blackness, this is the point you lot don't seem to get. I'm saying the confusion that a lot of you have with what pro-blackness looks like. I'm saying, and again, if somebody has on his panel the majority of supporters, right, where when he says stuff, these non-blacks turn against black people. That's the majority of the freaking supporters on this channel, right? Then you go on there when me and these monkeys are arch enemies, and you further bring me up and then disrespect me and lie on me on what I said, exactly the opposite of what I've said. then I'm saying that's clear cooning.
I'm sorry.
You get it?
You couldn't do the manly thing, the Muslim thing. You couldn't do the Muslim. 1 second, James.
That's two of you talking. I can't hear both of you.
1 second, Issa. You couldn't do the Muslim thing and just say, "Yo, let me talk to the sister on the side and say you're like."
We've done this several times already, Brad. We've done it several times already. That's what I'm saying. So turn up your mic, Brad. Turn up your mic.
Came on, yeah.
I don't like that, bro.
That's my sister, bro. The sister came on to address the brother, and I think that she was very respectful. I think that she was very respectful, and she stated exactly what she said, yeah. And nothing that she said was denied in terms of what it is that she actually said, right?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I did deny it. Don't lie.
She denied anything that she never denied, right? She said that she considers. She never called him out of his name or nothing like that. She said she said that she considers his line of reasoning and how he expresses himself to be divisionary. Yeah, it causes division. Yeah, what's it called? And these kinds of things. Yeah, that's the extent. Like of that was the crux. Yeah, of really what she said. And so, the idea that warrants calling the sister a coon is something that I just can't agree with. Yeah, you could just
if you relay it in your little soppy words and you make it sound nice.
But there's nothing in the third time you're going to explain it now. There's nothing in your explanation that I can hear that said, you know.
But you wouldn't. You're right. You wouldn't.
Calling the sister a coon was warranted still. But you mean
I agree. Your criteria is way from my art, so I understand what you're saying. So
but let's not do Islam. Let's not do Christianity or voodoo or anything.
I hear what you're saying. At the end of the day, I got to that. She mentioned a whole heap of things when she was complaining. She said what she claimed. She claimed all these things, and I said, no. None of what you said was the point. Then when I said the point, that's when it went that way.
And you might be absolutely correct. You know, everything that she might have said may have been false. Yeah, it may have been false, but I don't believe she was being malicious based upon what's it called the spirit that she came. And she certainly wasn't being malicious when she came on in the conversation today. Yeah, she certainly was not being malicious. And if she was wrong in anything that she said, I don't wrong anybody for correcting somebody if they're wrong in relation to them. You're entitled. Whatever justification you're going to give me, yeah. When you, I don't think calling the sister that
cool.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand.
Because the reality is, yeah. What I would say is this: if I treated you based upon that standard, then we'll be having words every day.
Yeah.
But you can't though. That's what I'm saying. It's not possible.
Can I say something?
I'm saying what?
One second, Issa, man. Issa, please, 1 second, yeah? Can I say something, Shaka? Hey, you know, Shaka, you know why that's interesting? It's so interesting that you said that, yeah? Because, no disrespect, Brad, but I'm not sure with Melanated. I don't think I've ever heard her call anyone a coon or a sellout, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, yeah? I haven't listened to her that much, yeah? But you and I are perhaps, at least on this panel, we are the only two people that don't refer to other people as coons or sellouts. Have you noticed that?
Excuse me? Who
have I referred
to? You're the only two?
Also, my brother Ultra, I'm so sorry.
What the fuck?
That is disgusting.
When have you ever heard me call anyone a coon or a sellout?
That's disgusting of me.
I think it's only me, Joe. I don't think
brothers. Brad's called me.
No, who have I called a coon now?
You call people say you call me a sellout all the time, Brad.
Huh?
You call me a sellout all the time, Brad.
Yeah, but I'm joking though. Like you called me the head coach of the White Supremes. Like, come on now. I'm joking. Did I call Issa the Kuntelek because he calls me a savage? You know, like.
To be fair, though, James, I don't usually refer to people as coons. You might hear me say.
Have you done that before?
Yeah.
Correction, Shakarov. You do not. But the ancestors that follow you yell it behind you constantly. Okay, so I will say that you may not personally, but your ancestors yell it. Okay, I've seen way too many machetes fly on COE videos in the spirit realm. Okay.
to be fair, James, coon is not a word that's really in my
No, or sellout though. Have you said sellout?
I've used words like Negro and howdy massa Negro, and handkerchief head, and you know what I'm saying, like them kind of terminology. But coon is not generally speaking. But again, if I'm gonna call a brother or a sister that, like there's levels to which they have to be like selling out the thing. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna call a random brother or sister a nigger or a negro on a whim, and certainly not because they said something about me that I don't like, and even if they're lying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would never, like, I've been told some disgusting things have been said about me by people, and I've never been inspired to call them niggers or negroes or coons.
But this is the point I'm making.
So I'm saying, yeah.
But this is what I'm saying, and because you and I disagree on a lot, on a lot of self.
We're bringing you around, though, James. We're bringing you around, you know.
No, but it's not. No, it's not even. I agree with a lot, but I agree with more than I disagree with you.
Yeah, I know.
Issues surrounding identity, we disagree. But I think the one defining characteristic of our reluctance to use it is we don't feel like we speak for black people. We don't speak like we don't. In my opinion, for me,
I hear that point. I hear your point. But at the same time, you see, when one of the reasons why I'm sensitive to the usage of that word here is because, like, the history of us using words like coon and nigger and negro in relation to each other comes in a context whereby we're describing a sensibility whereby people are consistently and actively working in the interest of the enemy at a high level. Yeah, so like not just any random individual on the street, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about people like Malcolm X here, using it in relation to people that was working with the American government against the interests of the people, or people that were agents of the American government that were used to infiltrate black organizations and these kinds of things. Like, these are not words that I throw around what's it called, willy-nilly. Just what I'm saying, like, you see, like when I understand, for example, that when you see a situation whereby, like, Oprah Winfrey and Gayle, they're running around finding all these black men, these famous black men that are accused of sexual abuse, and they are flagging that up, but obviously not doing the same when it comes to white men who they're even close to. I understand why people say that's a sellout move. Yeah, them sisters, they are cooning. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's like gross. Yeah, like malpractice. Yeah, in that respect, I get why when Kanye West is running around talking about how his marriage to Kim Kardashian is fighting racism, I get why people say, "Fam, that's cooning right now."
But hold on, can we just big up Kim for all she's done for black people, though?
Say again?
Can we just
first of all, she didn't do shit. She did not do shit. There were 2 black lawyers, 2 female black lawyers did all
know me in it.
Huh?
Don't know me in it. But Kim
Go, carry on.
Fam, no, this is now ain't the time.
Disrespecting the system.
Right, what's it called? Yeah, but I get that in it. So words of that kind of gravity, I don't use them willy-nilly in personal things, in it. Just what I'm saying, because I understand the gravity of it. I understand the weight of it. Yeah, and so I just don't think it's correct. I don't care who it is. Yeah, and I think that the term coon is thrown around too loosely.
Say it. Willy-nilly.
Yeah, too willy-nilly at the moment. and terms are not weapons. Terms like coon are not weapons to settle personal grievances. I'm very passionate about that. You get me? So yeah.
Well, Chakara, what do you think? What do you think about this? What do you think about the American let's say urban or ebonic lexicon of using the word nigga, N-I-G-G-A, okay?
Yeah, I've never been with it.
Wait. From the root word nigger, N-I-G-G-E-R, right? And they're saying, okay, we're taking ownership, okay, of this word, this derogatory term that white folks came up with, okay, during the slave trade era, and they pinned it on every black person that they enslaved. And even after that, after Reconstruction in the USA, okay? Jim Crow years after Jim Crow, on up to the 60s, the Civil Rights Movement, this word was used. All of a sudden, wait a minute, all of a sudden in the 80s and 90s, the word comes out, nigga, and you got black young men who are rapping this shit and they're saying that it's a term of endearment, I would never accept it like that.
So I felt like you had to educate me on the history of the word nigger and its usage.
No. What I'm saying is that when you talk, I only said this to chime on to the fact when you say, you know, for example, coon, you know, that you don't take that term lightly. Okay,
no, the same way. The same way for nigger. The difference with nigger and coon is that we've never adopted coon as a term of endearment. Yeah. So there is only one context in which I can see that our adoption of the term nigger has empowered us, and that is when we are describing the actions of people who are working against the collective interests of black people. That's the only context in which that word has been used in any way empowering among us. When we rejected the terminology as a generic terminology for identifying who we are, we were on the road of empowerment. And it just so happens that when we began to adopt it again as a term of endearment, it was in the midst of the degradation of that movement that rejected that term, if that makes sense.
Can I say one thing to you, Shaka? Yeah, like one of the
Well, I'm sorry though, but see, the thing about it, Shaka, is this, okay? Coming from the States, where these two terms, right, are still used, okay? Because nigger is still used by black folks, by white folks, and black folks against other black folks. This is the fact, okay? You got a whole lot of black folks who use the excuse, and they say that, well, nigger is a term of endearment. I'm sorry, but you see, my parents taught me different. My grandparents taught me different. Who went through that shit? Who went through the shit, okay, of hearing that term and knowing what white folks meant by that and how black folks adopted it and tagged themselves with it. You understand where I'm coming from, Shakara?
Yes, sir.
See your name, make your name Indian. But quickly,
from that point of view,
you got proposing it at some stage.
But wait a minute, I'm making a point. From that point of view, I can never accept the word nigger as a term of endearment, no matter how people
you're well within your right to feel like that, Eric. But hey, Shaka, brother, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
And Ultra, yeah. Blood, you see upliftment for black people, yeah. If you speculate some point in the future where that's possible, we get up from under the thumb of the white man or the whoever the bad people are, the man, yeah, we stick it to the man. You know all these people that are running around calling next people coons and that, and what Shaka described as, is the word divisory or divisionary? I'm not sure, but either of those two, one of those two.
Divisive, divisionary,
yeah, divisive, yeah, cool.
It's divisive, yeah.
Yeah, but in who's that?
Sorry.
We got fucking with content, but yeah, no. Do you want those people there? Like, are you helping them as well? Are you making a world for them? Are they going to start the civil war in this new fucking Pan-African black state? Are they going to be a problem? Are they the people you're fighting for?
I can say what my dad told me a long time ago, and I just want to get mine out the way because I'm pretty sure Shaka Raz has like an epic answer. So let me get this appetizer answer out the way. My dad always told me that he says that no matter what, because we went to two country clubs one time. We went to one known as Lake Presidential and another that was known as Chevy Chase Country Club. Chevy Chase Country Club is a white-owned one, but Lake Presidential is black-owned. And my father sat there, what's the difference between the two clubs? And I thought he was joking. And I said, one's black and one's white. He said, the difference is that the black men here do not need the white men at the other club to feel that their success is like validated. Okay.
Right.
When it's all said and done, the black people who cannot afford to be here, the ones who live in the ghetto, the hood, and stuff like that, in the day, white people will see us as niggas with money, and they will see them as niggas without money. So in the day, they're your people, regardless how they behave. So yeah, I know it's irritating. I personally think if we killed every coon in our community, we would move forward leaps and bounds. Okay, everyone that comes in saying that we're not African, we're Aboriginals, you know, we're all this bullshit, but not like who we really are. I would want to kill them, but in the day when it's all said and done, they're still our people. So it'll be like,
so good question. So I missed the
question. Brad, can I say something else? Just one more thing, Shakira, and then you can break it down. I have the mentality of this, okay, DC Brad, and this is my mentality of what's your girl's name? What's your girl's name? The abolitionists. No, the abolitionists for back in the day. Keep. What's her name?
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman, right? Harriet Tubman had a mentality like this. Okay, just like what Ice Cube said decades later. Okay, if you're scared, motherfucker, go to church. Leave us alone. We'll leave you alone. Okay, if you're a down motherfucker, putting work. That means that once you join us, you put in work with us against our common enemy. And if you turn your head around to either look back the other way, I'll take it out. I'll end you right then, right there. That's my mentality.
There we go. That's how ADOS be talking. We be talking like that. ADOS, yes.
So I missed part of your question, James. So I'm not sure if I got it fully, but I can infer from DC Brad's answer what you was asking. In terms of the sensibilities of pro-black movements over the years have been to try to inspire and inform black people, yeah. And so the dominant sensibility is not necessarily to just attack, yeah, but to challenge the colonial or slave mentality that we may have. And so that work is ongoing. Like once we start getting to the point of just mowing down heads, like we you know what I'm saying, like we're gonna have to, yeah, that only makes sense once you've got to a certain level of organization and there are certain victories, yeah, that we've made that we are trying to preserve. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make any sense to just start attacking people and killing people because we consider them to be coons and Uncle Toms. Because the reality is that all of us have an aspect of the colonial mentality within us, and so it's about going through the collective process of kind of exercising ourselves and each other of those colonial demons, which is another reason why I'm slow to just be throwing out words like coon and
wouldn't that mean we'd have to do away with religion as well? Or certain versions.
Let's do that another time with it.
Yeah. Don't mention it again. Listen, just quickly, Shakira. I mean, James Jones.
Huh?
Yeah, just quickly.
I wanted to finish what I was saying. I wanted to finish.
Sorry. Go true, bro. Sorry.
I was gonna say that's why I'm very slow. I'm very cautious in terms of how I throw around words like sellout, and Uncle Tom, and Negro and nigger. And them kind of things. Yeah. Because the reality is,
I wasn't just interested in. I'm saying, how do you know then if you allow those people? So I'm not interested in why you don't say it. I'm saying if you let people like that into your movement because they provide some benefit, let's say, yeah, they're a little bit on message, just a little bit. When you finally get to the promised land, how do you know that they're not going to be the ones to start a civil war?
But that's the point, though. Your question presumes that people are stagnant in terms of their ideology and their mentality. The point is that movements are supposed to evolve.
So you're going to fix them. You're going to fix them. That's your point. You're going to fix them.
It's not I'm going to fix them. It's we're going to fix each other. Just what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's what we've always done. The Black Power movement.
Yeah, that's
the Black
Power.
Don't
worry, James. We're not going to hurt you, bro. You're going to be fine, James. We're not going to hurt you.
I'm not part of this inauspicious Born to Fail movement, bro. What do you mean?
Indeed.
That's exactly what
I'm saying. I was saying that basically, big up the panel and everything. I was saying that basically, man, trust me, all right, once or twice maybe out of anger, innit? Because I ain't gonna be a hypocrite and going like I ain't used the word, but man ain't trying to beat no one over the head with it. Man ain't trying to downgrade no one with it. Because I know, especially people I don't know and their works, I don't know the works they've done or anything about their life. I would rather I'd rather diss them than try and get into the bag and say they're not black, because that's basically what you're saying, isn't it? When you call someone a coon or a sellout, you're basically saying you're not fucking black no more, are you?
Yeah, you're also saying that you are the real black.
Excommunicating that black person.
Go on, sorry, bro.
No, it's like you're excommunicating that black person. That's why it's a very serious offense.
Can I just clarify as well? I don't mean your specific movement, Chaka. I mean people's movements that are inclusive of retarded people. That's not my movement. And my community doesn't include retarded people. Therefore, it's not for my community you're helping.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I hear you, bro, but we wouldn't necessarily see people as retarded. So, sorry, go on, Freddie.
No, sorry. Say now, go on. I was gonna say his community sound like some white aliens.
Why?
But in the end, Shaka, the point of the matter is that you do
white, because sometimes you show white sensibilities.
You have to separate the wheat from the chaff. Do you not? In the end, you do have to do that, right?
But that's why you have organizations. So people that are dedicated to certain principles, and want to subject themselves to the discipline of certain organizations will do so. Yeah, but then those organizations will have programs that cater for the community at large. People that are not necessarily members of their organization, but believe in certain aspects of philosophy will be involved in this way. You know what I'm saying? And that way, and whatever other way. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes.
So just quickly, Freddie, exercise in logic. Quick exercise in logic. Yeah, who are the most oppressed people in the world? People group. Freddie, you there?
Did you ask me that? Oh, sorry, was you asking me that, bro?
Yeah.
Blacks, innit? Black people, Africans.
African
people. Yeah, definitely.
So logic. This is the. It's not a trick question. Yeah, that's the clue. So if I said I was focusing on uplifting the most oppressed people, who would I be focusing on?
You're definitely focusing on us lot, innit? But
I'm sorry. Did anybody read that? The word nigga comes from the Hebrew word negro.
Wait, hold on, one second. In your opinion, did white people invent the concept of oppression?
Yes.
In my opinion, did white people invent it? No.
Right. Did white people invent the concept of being black?
Yes.
Yeah, most def. Yeah.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Most def. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yes. Well, that can give you a little So we're not together. I'm not with you because we're both black. I'm with you because we're both the most oppressed. If you also want to oppress me, you become an oppressor.
No, that's a good way. That's a good way. That's a good way to look at it, still, my brother. But trust me, obviously, how I'm looking at it is not every black person's coming with me on this journey, innit? I'll tell you that for free.
I'm with you. That's me. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. How can they? If you're a snake, if you're the kind of person that doesn't want me to be successful because you're so conditioned, and I want you to be successful, you don't want it for me. If you at every corner want to hate on me or want to what's the word? Like degrade me, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, chastise man. Yeah, bring man down.
Why you're on my team? You ain't on my fucking team. I ain't winning for you.
Nah, for real, man. Trust me, I ain't waiting for someone to.
Makes point.
Me with black toe and everything, the waving. I'm just wanna just stay away from like talking to him until I speak to him face to face. The coon thing is cool, but trust me, it's not cool, man. And when you're dealing with people like the sister, melanated, she don't do nothing to no one. She just comes on, speaks full of she speaks proper common sense as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like you were downgrading sisters. We ain't even got a lot of sisters on there. Do you know what I'm saying? When you see them take time,
like sister that's like socially defended black men on the random. She told a story how she went to this event and there was this white girl came and the white girl was saying something and she just like went off. Like you can't. How can this sister be a coon when this sister? Everybody. That is not down for the black man.
It's about she's intelligent, yeah. Well spoken, as you said, Freddie. But more than that, she claims to be something.
She's thick too. I want that drilled in everyone's head. She's thick.
You what?
She's really thick.
I'm not. Okay.
I'm talking like oatmeal.
I don't even care about all of that.
Okay. But anyhow, DC Brad, beyond that.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying it's a thing of sincerity at this stage, because this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not a positive quality. Like, you saying you're pro-black and I do this for black people and and then running around screaming at people are coon. It's not your pro-blackness isn't your great quality, isn't your defining, in my opinion, a positive characteristic. It's how you carry yourself generally, and then also your sincerity level. What you do you practice what you preach? If when you say something, is your character consistent? And for that, she is. So whatever my man's gripe is, I don't think it's fair to call her that, because she says she's pro-black.
JJ, imagine all my man's disses are some like racial connotation thing, like monkey. Where are you getting all this from? Like coon and like, come on, man. If you're gonna diss someone, like, just, I don't know, try and pick out flaws in their personality or something, man. But don't go for the color straight away. Do you know what I mean? Because you know what the word monkeys is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's
too great. It ain't too great, man.
That's why, this is what I say, I don't claim to be no pro-black nothing, but when I jumped on this thing, outside of the I come here on a Speaker's Corner vibe, like speaking about Speaker's Corner, and then the political, like when I dipped my toe into the political aspect, it was just to go ham at the right wing, because really you're my ops, like you may not say it, but really you're gunning for me. You either want me out of this country, or you want to underdevelop my country. You want to carry on stealing resources, all of them thing there. That's your political idea. Like, that is their ideology. So that you're diametrically opposed to me as soon as you take up that right wing stance and position. I find it difficult to see so many pro-black people who spend the majority of their time arguing with other black people. Like, those seem to be your main opposition, when in reality, the only real people that you should be hunting down and getting onto are the people that control the people that you're complaining about. Because whenever you see a black man that hates himself, guess whose fault that probably is? And there's people that spout that rhetoric all over this hangout gaff and all over this stuff. You could be going and violating, you could be embarrassing and showing them how their ideology is weak, and showing them the positive nature of your ideology of whatever like principles you have, pro-black, whatever. But attacking black people is a joke.
Can I say, I don't think it's a wise idea to dwell on this subject, but I think that it's right that when we if we see the man them not necessarily relating to the sisters them proper, that we should say something about it. I think that for me though today, it was more the fact that when she came on, and how she addressed brother Isa, I felt like could have and should have been reciprocated. You know what I'm saying? Because she came on very, very humble and non-inflammatory, and addressed him as a brother. And she even said, I've been thinking about how to address you, and I'm going to greet you with love. And he found a way to make that insincere. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's a big fact, bro. Because I've been trying to ignore this guy. He's been trying to call me out my name as well, but I'm just waiting to see him, innit? Yeah, because all this rah-rah online, it's long.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, Freddie, is that beyond that, all right, we've got what I would consider to be a not very good example, and I've said that to man, so it's not nothing that I ain't said to me. But I think that we can all learn something from what Melanated did in it, and the spirit that she came to the conversation with. And when she weren't getting nowhere with it, she left it alone and she ducked. Yeah, so I respect Melanated Goddess for that example, and I think that instead of just focusing on the negative of what we consider to have been what Isa displayed, we can do better by flagging up, you know what I'm saying, the positive that Melanated Goddess kind of manifested in that conversation, innit? And hopefully more people will learn from that example, innit? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, something to the
I was gonna come on and say all these different types of shit, but I just said no, leave it. It's better to just leave it until I see the Donny, innit? So I'm just not even gonna say nothing about it.
Chill, man.
Everyone can do exactly what they want to do in life, innit? But just be mindful of the energy you're pushing, innit?
Hey,
That's all I'm saying.
Fred, it might be best sometimes when people are wafflers and you think they chat shit, it's probably best to never chat to them about anything anyway. Cause you're
yeah, that's what I'm probably gonna do.
Yeah, you're not gonna get what you want.
Sorry, fam. Yeah, that's what I'm. No, most deaf because I've never spoke to Hector. I've been on there for nearly 2-3 years. I've never spoke to no one I don't want to speak to be quite honest with you. I'm very selective about my energy because obviously in real life I don't talk. Like I only talk on air, innit? Like if you saw me in real life, I'd be over there. Do you know what I'm saying? I won't be around, man, chatting shit.
Hey, what was it? Oh yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say to you, Shaka. Or a method of or isolate people. You know, you can isolate them because it becomes futile, yeah. To band around these phrases and these ideas if there's no one else to latch onto them. Because once you make a claim like you're pro-black, you believe that identifies you with some community. But the reality is, in my opinion, the conscious members of that community shouldn't really require a label like that. So then when people try to ban that shit around, yeah, as if it's some kind of defense from being called what they call other people, i.e. coons and sellouts and so on, you should isolate them to the point where there is no protection from any kind of conscious community or any type of sort of elite group to compare themselves with. Because number one, those people don't label themselves that, and number two, those people's behaviors and actions are not consistent with what the isolated individual is portraying or espousing. Do you get it? Like
I understand what you're saying. That's the most I'm saying it. I'm not necessarily advocating it. I'm just understanding what it is that you're saying. But except to say that I think that those things will naturally begin to happen. If like the more ones and ones present themselves as unreasonable. Well, actually, I say that, but at the same time, I have to also factor in that as far as what I've observed, people love Pasa. Just what I'm saying. So I don't.
Wait, hold on, check out 1 sec. On that Pasa thing, James Jones, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we read out something. You know, we're talking about human rights, right? We read out that the countries, like the top 10, 20, whatever the fuck it was, countries,
secular,
with the worst human right violations.
Theocracies.
Yeah. The religious spots are the shittiest place to live.
Can you give me a second to let that sink in?
No, take a minute. Okay. Also, wait. Before you let that sink in, the happiness index of the places where the people are the most happy.
Norway, them kind of countries, secular.
Yeah. Now, let that sink in.
Doing it as we speak. I'm doing it.
Perfect. I'm going back on mute. I'm playing something.
Yes, it's not fully sunk in, but also Human Development Index.
Ooh, that's meant to prove a lot, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Yeah, the Human Development Index will probably corroborate that as well, Ultra. I know you're on mute, but if you can let that sink in while you're
no, it's sinking in.
That don't mean nothing. That's just numbers and statistics, isn't it? You've got to go over there to actually experience it for yourself. I could read a book about China, but unless a holiday over there and go to Shanghai, I might not get to full experience of it. So I can understand statistics are a guideline and a help, but they're not the be end all and end all.
Yeah, Freddie, if you're gonna carry on believing in your belief in God, I beg you take that flight to Wuhan.
Man didn't just say go give yourself corona. Fuck.
You can go anywhere on God's planet, anywhere and survive, yeah? I'll be chilling with the Chinese Rasta drinking white rum, yeah? Corona won't touch me.
Hey, you know what I seen today in London Bridge? I seen a hand on my heart. I think he was Turkish. I seen a Turkish Rasta, but like actually speaking like not an English one, fully Turkish Rasta. Like fully dreadlocked out, big beard and that.
Wait, hold on, Princess. James Jones, listen.
Rasta run the world. Rasta run the world.
Teddy, hold on. Listen, just quickly. My daughter just said to me her bedroom is picking her options, and her deity says that she's not allowed to pick drama or music.
What?
And PE. Do we know what
PE? I understand.
What religion is that? Islam.
We taking
sometimes your little Islamic jokes are swag, you know. I'm telling you.
Hold on. What you saying? I understand drama, yeah. I understand drama and music because music is haram and drama is like she can only play one character. You know all the wins and all the props.
All the things are compulsory. But
man, you get Aki Valau in trouble, you know.
Yeah, no, because you know, I'm just thinking, like, can anyone substantiate if that's true or not? Like, where you can't choose music or drama.
Bro, I just told you the reason, bro. Music is haram, yeah, and drama is like, bro.
You can't tell a black man.
Ultra, at this rate, at this rate, you'll have your brother Valal reading the Quran again. So leave it, okay?
Valal, really?
Okay,
that's Aki Valal.
No, wow, look at Kawasaki. Where's Melanated?
Hey, you know what would be harsh, Ultra?
Right.
If they set up like they had like a play or something, and in the play there was a Muslim girl, and she didn't get asked for the role.
Well, Ultra, you're Ultra Muslim.
You'd be like, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? Say, go on.
No, Jay, Brad, you know better than that. You can't tell a black man music is haram.
Yeah.
And expect me to go any further with this.
Bro. That's only one section of Islam, though. You got this, like the Somali Muslims. They be dead.
Facts. Come on, man. I don't know what he's on about,
bro. Like
anyway, what's the subject? What's the subject, Coach?
Hey, look, Freddie.
The subject is I'm about making North Africa black again. Eric, you want to chime in?
Well, say that again now.
What are human rights?
Wait a minute, I can't hear what you're saying, DC Brad. Okay, now go ahead and say what you're saying.
I said we were talking about making Kemet black again. I asked if you wanted to chime in on that. You know,
well, that depends on the people of Kemet want to be made black again, right? Right? You got to deal with the people in Kemet, right?
Yeah.
Talking about making Kemet black again, right? So I mean, that's up to them. That's not my decision to make.
Shaka Rog just got me like, yo, what if we ran that piece again, bro? In the modern day, let's go.
How do you not learn all the stuff you learn? Like, what sources do you use to learn all this stuff? Because I know fuck all about Kemet and shit.
Oh well, it's okay. Well, let me see. I take you down the road with it. We could do
I don't want to learn from any flat earthers or any retards. Like I want to learn.
Oh no, fuck no. I literally would tell you to go to Sinetta TV, and
I feel like those are those people, though, man.
Yeah, but no, not Sinetta, bro. Sinetta is like kind of like Sinetta. You know what Sinetta is? Sinetta and COE is kind of the same, where it's like different points of this in one realm, and it's up to the people to choose what is truth and what is not. So Sinetta, like I would say, Sinetta made the Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, all these groups. He floated them through the modern age, you know, and brought them into the 21st century, which making, you know, with the music videos and promoting them and all the, you know, this brother's bringing powerful information and it's just utterly bullshit. You know, like, yeah, that's essentially how that's where it is. So when you go to more of the other groups, like let's say if we do like Wujal, Asaro Mutep, Dr. Reggie, you know, hell, even Zion Lex now. I mean, I would say there's a lot of like side scholars. The people that are not famous, you know, the people that are not famous are the people you want to talk to, you want to look at and learn from, you know, because they'll give you the source that you can go look it up yourself, you know. So it's just like an ecosystem for just like different point of views coexisting. Like that's what I like about the park and COE is that like it's like these two realms where like you can have any viewpoint and you be able to debate it, have it out there, you know.
But I'm saying not video wise though. Is there like any literature that you like that you've read?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you start out with the video, they'll like if you go to Dagger Squad, they'll tell you, James Neek. I'm sorry. If you go to Dagger Squad gives out free books to everything that they teach. New Black Knowledge do the same thing. Well, they're more African American based, but like Matep. I'm definitely butchering these names because I'm not in the Kemetic squad. I'm more West Africa, so But yeah, just those are the type of resources that are out there, and I can definitely on Google Hangouts. I'll send you the stuff. Wait, no, James. What Cotton Socks just told you to look up. Do not look up. Do not look up Phil Valentine's, and do not look at Bobby Hermit. They are literally the pseudo. Okay. No, wait. Bobby Herman's different though. Bobby Herman actually just wanted to use. Crap! I need to get something to drink.
Try but Cotton's a G for trying, man. She's obviously she's a white girl that's trying to learn about the black people struggle and stuff. So Cotton, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you think people called you a sellout for having a white internet wife? I have a white internet wife.
Bro, Cotton Socks is mixed race. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
I've seen her in person, bro.
Okay, she's Greek, but
what is with you?
She's Greek? Okay, fine. Whatever you guys think.
Hey, I'm sorry, Con. I haven't talked.
She's my
so passionate in the chat every time.
She's my Christina Aguilera.
Which elder?
She's my Christina Aguilera.
She looks like Christina Aguilera.
No, she's my Christina Aguilera.
Bro.
She's my porcelain princess. Alabaster angel.
Okay.
She said Phil Valentine's is the best.
No, big up Cotton. No, Cotton's a G out here.
Metaphysics. God, why are all
Ultra
physics?
Hey, Ultra.
Yo, bro.
What are you saying? Though you're out here bucking Cotton and that.
I'm a what?
I said you're out here bucking Cotton.
Oh, divorce papers.
Mind you don't chat to her too tough and that. You get me? Like,
I hear you.
Yeah. No, I don't like how you said that. Like, say it like you mean it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, James. My bad. I'll do better. I swear.
All right. Say no more. Don't worry, fam. You're good, fam. You're part of the block, so.
All right, nice. I feel good now.
Okay. Yo, hey, Ultra.
Yeah.
You keep chatting to Cotton, yeah, and absinthe will be the least of your worries, isn't it?
Wait. Let me throw my hat in there. Let me throw my hat in. She's from the Caribbean. Let me throw my hat in there. All right, James, you got a competitor. See, I'm a
hey, back the fuck off, you race traitor. All right. I'm playing,
bro. I'm not gonna lie. Those things, though, even though I know you're joking, it still hurts, though, bro. Ow. Damn. That's when you really love your people, when that shit just hurts. It's like, damn. Ooh.
Hey, Ultra, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You see when people look at your wife here on the roads, yeah?
Yeah.
Don't you feel like converting to Islam and throwing her in one of those one-eyed niqabs?
No, strangely.
Really? Just dashing her in one?
Nah, just no.
Just throwing one over it? No, fair enough.
No. I don't feel like that, you know? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's my problem. Yeah, no.
It's obviously because you're atheist and you have no morals, isn't it?
That's probably what it is.
Yeah. See, one of my bridges, yeah. When we was young, I can't remember what we were doing, but it was summer, and we went central, and And this guy was moving like a dick. Oh, it was Ramadan, yeah. It was Ramadan, yeah. And he was moving like a super dickhead. But obviously, he's fasting. So I'm just thinking like, oh, he can't, he's not eating. And I can't remember, and we're smoking weed as well. He's tapped that. He's not drinking water, but he's smoking weed. Anyway, long story long, yeah. He was he was moving like he was upset and angry and just stressed out. I was like, why are you so stressed out? He's like, blood, it's Ramadan. And look how these chicks are dressed. And I was like, what, is that a bad thing? And he was like, so I learned, he's like, yeah, like, you're not meant to lust. Like, you're not meant to feel attraction or something. I don't know what the technical definition is.
So wait a minute, you have to turn off your physical, your natural.
Yeah, I was like, what kind of tone has your God created for you, bro? Like, what is this, bro?
Yeah, that's a mazza.
Mazza lead.
Yeah, just miss me with it, innit? Like, you
that's
do.
One thing about Islam I don't get. How come the women gotta cover up? How come the men ain't gotta, like, you know, hey, I'm not gonna look at this woman like this. Like, why can't the men have self-control? Why do women gotta, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I always realize. When I look at like Muslims fashion, it's like the woman gotta do a whole thing. And the men just gotta like, oh well, you know,
we bring it back to human rights.
Take that shit. Like, yo, I'd be like, yo, women, hello, you produce Muslims. So like, y'all just say, listen, I'm not wearing the hijab anymore. You know, fuck my ass, and then move on. What they gonna do? I mean, if a million y'all do it, because you know, we all know that, like, you know, damn, I don't think 3 or 4 should do it because you know they're gonna go disappear. But you know what I mean? Like, you know. You know what I mean?
But yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about, human rights. Like, how can man say that women that this country or other countries like this country, secular countries, can't take the moral high ground when it comes to human rights, when you literally force women to do things they may or may not want to do.
There we go.
That's like the number one contravention of a human right, which is not having the freedom to dress how you want to dress or express yourself.
Yeah. And then on top of that, it brings their God into question. Because if Allah created everything, Allah didn't create jeans. He didn't create pants. He didn't create leggings. If he's the God of everything, that means he created everything. G-strings, all right? We welcome G-strings. You know what I mean? He created all this. So why can't the woman, you know, express herself? Your woman is like, for example, we all know that melanated is thick. Like, we all know this.
Yo, I don't know. I'm not uncomfortable with this. I don't know why. Like, I don't.
Like, I'm fully comfortable talking about it.
I saw a sister
fully comfortable talking about it.
And she had like the whole thing on. I'm like, God, this gorgeous sister. Why is she all covered up like this? And it just kills me that you see these brothers walking all loose and free. But then even if we were to look how Islam was done, we all know Islam was done. Okay. If we all look at how Islam was practiced in West Africa, you know, we see that, like, all right, you know, women were able to do their thing. They did their prayers and they went about their life. Why we gotta copy shit from people, you know what I mean, from a peninsula you know what I mean? That like,
no sense.
Wearing hoodies and ski masks in the desert. Shit fucked up. All black.
You know what's funny? I've said from like day dot, thick thighs saves lives, and I stand by that.
Yeah, thick thighs. Did you say?
Yeah.
Like, because I'm saying, like, that's one thing about the black woman that I love is that, like, literally, she's the reason why God had to rest on the 7th day, because she's perfection. And like, here we go. Like, oh, I forgot, James. You like.
No, I'm not. That was smooth, man. That was very smooth. That was very smooth.
No, I'm just saying. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm just trying to get this understanding. This, like, yo, we are the littest people in the fucking world. Why are we always having to conform ourselves to other people's cultures? And like, why can't we do our thing? You know what I mean?
That's the thing. That's the thing. It just takes a small number of us to do our thing. Yeah. And then it's going to catch on. But what will happen initially is you'll get people from the other group who will piss and moan, make up their own dirty narrative, and try and crush what we're in, right? But it won't work because life finds a way.
That's so
I got that from Jurassic Park.
And you know what? Dinosaurs are actually real.
I'm gonna get a pizza.
Sorry, I don't know.
Well, they're extinct now, but whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean, time is. I was about to try to say something really deep, but it's gonna sound retarded, so I'm gonna not say it.
Moving on. Next topic.
But on this topic, but quickly, I just want the level of insecurity is ridiculous. To the point where you're going to cut your nose off to spite your face by not being able to see pretty women all around you. Yeah. Because even if...
Hold on, James. Chemo just changed the conversation real quick. Because Ultra is an atheist. I don't know if you're an atheist, James. But, Chemo made a good point. Atheist is the white man's culture. So...
Yeah, I don't agree.
But see, this is, for me, that's a retarded statement.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Right? Because if you think about it...
Hold on, before you start, we're engaging this because my brother Ultra wants to, but that little pigtailed retard doesn't genuinely deserve it. Right? But because...
You know what? I'm not saying another word. It's done. It's finished. Okay. Yeah. That was it. You just killed it. It's done. Yeah. Sorry, Kemo. If it's who said it? Kemo.
Yeah, get back to Braden Mentel in jail.
Yeah, Kemo, if you're gonna say like insane things, then I'm just gonna take 3 steps away from you. Anyways, just 3 steps back. Yeah, it's crazy. Just to think, everyone, the minute human beings popped up on the planet, every single one of them believed in God. That's the claim you're making, essentially. That is insane. That's an insane thing to say.
Chemo's got a lifetime supply of pink moisturizer.
Come on, I'm not co-signing that pink moisturizer.
What African culture that was atheist before 1492? Well, I only would have for him is the culture that he observed African, because Chemo Ben Israel. So let's find out if Chemo Ben Israel is an African name.
Man said, why not talk about what atheism can do for humanity? Well, I mean, given
that's a dumb question.
It would further, because look at China right now. China's government is made up primarily of scientists and
it's not, but it's a simple,
and they have no religion at all in that country. And it's like they're progressing faster than everyone else.
Yeah, it's the simple. Hold on, one second. The simple claim there is in the absence, because that's what atheism is. Yeah, the absence of said thing. So show us a comparative study where that thing is progressing faster than someone secular. You won't. Yeah. You're going to rely on history. You're going to rely on...
John's in the chat right now. If you look at how the Islanders did, they separated religion from their science. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, bro. I'm in an asshole mood. I'm sorry.
You have to have a comparative study where right now, presently, contemporarily, there is some kind of theocratic society or some kind of society governed exclusively by some kind of religious doctrine is progressing ahead faster than atheism. Yeah, you'd have to provide that. But even when you refer back to history, what's interesting is an atheistic belief. So if you point to some kind of, I don't know, man, some kind of innovation from a period of time, from some specific fucking polymath or some scientist or whatever, mathematician, even then you would have to actually outline their actual belief in the thing that they claim. Yeah. So on a societal level, we need a contemporary study. And then on a historical level, or some kind of historical innovation or something, you also can't definitively prove this person believes, this specific thing or whatever, because unfortunately, if they were heretics or atheists at the time, they would have been punished. So that gives them motivation and incentive to not reveal their true beliefs or lack of beliefs. So it's a weird, the burden's a bit more on you than it is any of us.
On the religious people?
Yeah, of course, because you're saying right now.
But at the same time, but guess what though? At the same time, you can say that all you want, but the fact of the matter is this: religious people have been religious, they're religious now, and they're going to be religious as long as they choose to be religious, no matter how much you try to tear it down, right?
Yo, Eric, we're not attacking you.
The point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is this.
It's not that deep.
No. The point I'm making is this. Okay, you can go either way. Okay, you can choose to be people of faith or not. Right? Now, why can't people of faith, okay, just accept the fact that they're going to be atheists? They're going to be Gnostics. They're not going to be people of faith. On the other hand, why can't atheists, Gnostics, accept the fact that they're going to be people of faith living on this planet Earth?
What's better?
What are you talking about? What's
better? What's better? Well, tell me what makes.
What are you talking about, Eric? Please go.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, no matter how we look at it, we're obsessed with religion or the non-belief thereof. Every time we get on this panel, we talk about anything, it has something to do with religion or the argument against it. We're obsessed with it. Why? Why are we so obsessed with it?
Eric, what does that have to do with atheists accepting that they're going to be religious people?
In regards to black people, Eric, I'm gonna be real, man. We are a very confused people. Like, we are a very confused people where it's like this religion thing. It's not like we just need to stop. We just need to put all this stuff aside and focus on getting money, like, or something, or like, because this all we do is argue. Oh God, that's like,
but not even that, Brad. You know, if people just get in their feelings, when their belief system is challenged or critiqued, and it's madness. It's just madness. It's like, listen, Eric's saying, why don't atheists accept that there are going to be religious people? That's an insane thing to say.
Yeah, and I'm saying the same time. What did I say before that? Why can't religious people accept the fact that they're going to be atheists? Because you're gonna have both types of people. Okay. Now, when you bring the question of human rights into it, right? People have the choice, right, to use their free will and freedom of conscience to think the way, okay, that they choose. If they think, feel, and believe that they want to be people of faith, okay. They follow the tenets of a faith to the best of their ability, and they choose to do it. Not they're forced into it, that they choose to do it of their own volition. Okay, and they're grown folks, leave them the fuck alone and let them do it. Okay, for those who are the opposite end, who are atheists and say, okay, well, I choose not to do them, and if they're adults, leave them the fuck alone and let them do it. What's the problem with that? How am I getting in my feelings by saying that?
No, you good. You good. No, we just talking.
You understand? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you.
I'm not. The thing about the point of matter I'm making is this: I'm not caping for either side. Okay, and I'm not caping for either side. But as I say, as atheist, I agree with anyone who says, okay, well, fine. Okay, if you choose to do that of your own volition, okay, that's on you. We're going to critique it. We're going to question you on it. Okay, fine. I got no problem with that. Okay? But at the same time, the way I look at it is this. Okay, well, if I choose to be a person of faith, okay, of my own volition, as a grown man, okay, don't try to talk me out of it. Don't tell me how terrible it is. Don't tell me how fucked up it is. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's not your decision to make. Okay, ultimately, okay, but ultimately, I'll put it this way. Okay, fine, you can say that all you want, okay? But ultimately, the decision to be made is to be made by me. It's to be made by the individual, right? Not just me, but any individual who chooses to be a person of faith or chooses to be an atheist or not, right? And when we're dealing with grown folks, okay, if we stop trying to, how can I say it? If we stop trying to convince people, well, my way is better than your way, which is what we end up doing time and time again on a daily basis, okay, which is utter insanity, because what does that mean? We're going to be at odds with each other. Some people are going to be at such extremes where we shout and scream at each other back and forth, supposedly as logical, adult human beings. We don't look logical. We damn sure don't look adult. We look more animalistic when we're barking at each other because of decisions about how we choose to live our lives.
We're about to look up atheism. Fine, we're gonna settle this and fucking for all. I am tired of this.
What are you saying, DC Brad? What's better, atheism or religion?
Huh? Say that again, bro.
What's better, atheism or religion?
Well, the thing is that if we look at atheists through the histories, like during the time, let's say the Greco-Roman period, all right, an atheist was someone who didn't follow the state religion. That's it. So it's like, so there was a time in which the Coptic Christians, people who were following this, religion that came out of the Middle East, the Near East, or the Levant, they were considered atheists. So then what do you think? How do you think when we look at the Byzantine Empire, we look at, the Eastern Roman Empire, we look at all these outside forces when the Muslims came, how do you think the Christians saw the Muslims? They didn't respect their religion. They didn't see their thing as, So it's like everyone else, we're an atheist to everyone else. Like a Christian would be an atheist to a Muslim. A Muslim would be an atheist, or a Buddhist would be an atheist to a Muslim. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're not following my thing. So how does that work? How do you, okay, so everyone's saying that oh, these religions aren't like meant to be, controlling and dominating. But I mean, literally Christianity deemed Black people as soulless creatures that are worthy to be enslaved. You know what I mean? And then that comes like after 1,000 years after Muslims were doing it. So it's like, obviously, something that causes us to step back and say, you know what? Let's see if we can let's see if we can do this, because religion has always been just a buffer space for people to figure out things. That's why we say, oh, the sun is a god, the moon is a god, the trees and all that, because we understand nature, the ecosystem, a planet. So we gave it a name, Gaia. You know what I mean? Like we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know about the other planets.
So what you're saying is, when these religions were being made up, we were in the infancy of what we
human knowledge.
Yeah, we were in our infancy. So we did childish bullshit, like deify everything and make up stories for things we didn't understand.
That was it. Like, for example, if
that makes sense to me.
Let's look at like, even with African spiritual systems, I'll tell you, the creation stories are so personal to the individual groups. It's impossible to say, well, mine is more real than yours. I mean, I can tell you the Yoruba believe that the sky, Olorun dropped a chicken and he picked at the ground, and that created humans. You know what I mean? Like, like this is just something that we use as a pastime, something that's a mental number. Like a placebo that, like, we honestly believe that some entity we've never touched or met healed us of something that modern medicine did, or something that, like, if we think something that while we work 40 hours a week or while we work 50 plus hours a week, we think, oh, thank God it's Friday, or thank God I got paid. You worked. So, you know what I mean? Like, who else are you thinking here?
Well, I mean, yeah. At the same time, well, I look at it this way. What do you say to the person like me who is a man of faith, who's a theist, but I know for damn sure that if any member of my family got sick, including myself, okay, I'm going to the doctor for a diagnosis to find out what's wrong.
Yeah, but see, Eric, you don't come on. You don't ever. I've never seen you if you don't follow Bilal. Say, what's your thing?
Baha'u'llah, the Baha'i faith. Yes, go on.
Baha'i faith. I've never heard you tell people that if you don't follow it, you're going to, hellfire, damnation. I've never heard you refer to anything else as pagan, black man.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to do that. You know why? This because
so we talk about religious people. We're not talking about you. We're talking about a certain group. And I know sometimes it may seem like we're generalizing, but we're only talking about a certain group of people. Okay. You know what I mean? So it's just like, let's just stop this. Let's just, you know, I agree with you. Like, let's not argue religion, but there has to be a conversation had about that came to the West African regions and was not pleasant, was not peaceful, you know, did not come with, you know, like, here's the thing. And then on top of it, I know, Eric, you're not about lies. I know Ultra's not about Shaka Ra is not about lies. The G Block is not about lies. If we know there's a historical event that's supposed to take place in the Bible that never did, what do you have then? There's no Exodus. There's no such thing as Exodus. There was never a period where Egypt was destroyed completely and a mass migration of the workforce left. You understand? There's nothing like that. And we don't see anything like that. But people will keep preaching it like it's real. So what do we do with them then? I mean, like, do we simply call them fools for lying to the people? You know what I mean? So it's...
Well, the thing about it is that the problem is this. The problem with this, the problem is this, is that, as you say, yes, some people tend to, what I find is the problem is this, is how people interpret what they consider to be scripture, right? Yeah. And when they talk about the stories, the parables in the Bibles, the Gospels of Christ, and they talk about the Torah, the Ten Commandments, this, that, and the other. Okay, it's like it's like history, and it's like the history of religion. Okay, all empires that have became great have also fallen into ruin. Right? There's not a single empire that has been developed that hasn't been flawed and fallen. And we're talking about some of the greatest empires of all time. Now, okay, we still do have remnants of the British Empire throughout the world. They call it the British Commonwealth. But it's still an empire, but it's not as strong as it was. Now again, empires that were built on the high priest interpretation of scripture, which they transmitted down to the masses, because for the most part the masses were illiterate, or the masses chose not to study the scripture of the faith that they feel that they are so devoutly following, that they don't know any better. They're confused. They're lost. Why? They don't study their scripture. Either they can't because they're illiterate, so they don't read. Okay? But those ones who are literate, what do? They mass up and where? They mass up in the churches, in the synagogues, in the mosques, and other temples throughout the world. And what do? Okay? They listen to a human being tell them what the faith is that they're following, and the tenets that they're trying to develop and to live by. They're telling them, this is how you do it. If you don't do it this way, you're wrong. Rather than encouraging the people, okay, in the congregation to study and learn for themselves. That's always been an issue, has it not?
Damn, bro.
I mean, but I mean, am I lying to you?
No, man. That's knowledge, man.
Yes, this is what I'm saying, and and this is not only what I've noticed. I mean, and this is why also at the same time, I say to people that, and I mean it humbly and sincerely, that I never pretend that I'm the smartest person in the room, because I can always learn from someone else. Okay? Because while I may have more general knowledge than other people, guess what? Other people may have not only more general knowledge than me, but may have more specific knowledge, okay, about that same knowledge which I have only general knowledge of. They can go into specifics, break it down to me, and who knows? They may even change my whole way of thinking,
Yeah.
That's only if they're trying to educate me, not tell me, oh no, you're fucked up because you're a man of faith. You're fucked up because you're Gnostic. You're fucked up because you're an atheist. No, no, no. If you got some knowledge, if you're gonna kick to me, you're gonna tell me some truth, okay, bring it. Show me. Okay? And show me, give me references to where I can go on and do further research for myself. Because once you do that, I tend to trust you. Because you convince me that, hey, you're not only trying to tell me what you think, and what you think I should think, but why. Okay? You're showing me some literature, okay? And even though you may have an agenda, okay, to pull me away from religion or pull me into religion, at least you're showing me some evidence to back up claims that you make or arguments that you make. And as long as you're willing to do that with me, and you're willing to show knowledge to share that knowledge with me, then I feel like you're willing to educate me. You understand? You're willing to pass on some knowledge to me that I didn't have previously. Okay? And I trust a person who will do that much more than I trust a person who says, well, what do you think is better, religion or atheism? Why should I even answer that question? Okay? Obviously, if I'm a theist, I think it's more beneficial to me, okay, to be a man of faith than to be an atheist. But if you say to me, okay, well, look at the wars that were fought in the name of religion. I can say, well, look at the wars that was fought in the name of communism over the centuries as well. But if we can come to some common ground, okay, because we're trying to help each other learn from each other based on evidence that we had, information, data that we can read and study and whatnot, and come back and continue the conversation, I'm all good with that. I can never argue against that because it would be insanity to do so, right? And I'm just saying, you know, when it comes to grown folks, you know, when grown men are speaking with grown men, okay, and grown women are speaking with grown women, and grown men and grown women are speaking with one another, okay, we have to get off of this condescension thing. We have to get off this sarcasm thing, and for me personally, get off this debate thing and have a discussion, have a conversation, show evidence back and forth.
Assalamu alaikum. Can everybody hear me?
And then keep the conversation going rather than debating things.
I don't know if this mic's working, man.
That's the way I look at it. Yeah, I hear you, Carnito.
Okay, cool. Sorry to cut you, Eric, if you're talking.
No. It's
I was interested in what Brad was saying about you know, looking at certain spiritual practices, that their creation myth was like really specific. You there, Brad? You listening? Is he there? Bradley? Brad?
Yeah. I think Brad's here, but he's on mute.
All right. Yeah, like, I just wanted to say that you know, like wherever, like,
what happened to you, man? Where'd you go? Well, you know, you disappeared just as fast as you came in, almost.
Yeah, StreamYard, man. StreamYard's just not good if you're using your phone.
But I mean, but does it just drop people off like that though?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, when you're using your phone, it's garbage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, on the phone. Yeah, but YouTube is YouTube in general is half-assed when you're using a phone. Also, especially when your phone's energy runs low.
There we go.
Well, hopefully,
Eric, what do you think about the UN's Declaration of Human Rights?
What do I think about it? I think that, in order for people to have human rights, you got to have obligations. What do I mean? What I mean is this, okay? You can talk about human rights having rights, right? And well, way earlier, hours ago, I was asked the question, well, Eric, what do you think human rights are? And I say it's people's rights to have all that they need, all the creature comforts that they need in order to live on this planet Earth, not just merely survive. Food, clothing, shelter, education, these types of things. The ability to earn, to through a livelihood, to earn a livelihood and whatnot, pass down legacy to your children if you have children, that type of thing. Okay, without internal or external hindrance to this. Okay, because when we
Eric,
yeah, I'm listening.
I wanted to something just occurred to me. I just wanted to say, whether or not you're kind of like cutting open a cow and trying to read the intestines or divine some sort of meaning from, I don't know, whatever these ancient primitive people used to do. There's one thing that they've all got in common, the fact that they're actually listening. Do you know what I mean? Like they're actually trying to ascertain some sort of feedback from their creator or from the universe, and they're listening. You see what I mean? Like to me, I think like if God wanted to speak to you, he could speak to you whether or not you was like flipping a coin, like or cutting a cow open, or whatever you was doing, or praying, or whatever you was doing. God could choose to like guide you through whatever you was doing, basically. But the problem with atheism is that it kind of like switches people off from that where like even the most primitive, basic, backwards version of spirituality would still be better than, from my opinion, better than atheism. Like I think what atheists are trying to say is that if we take away these superstitions and we take away all these stuff, then people naturally lean towards science. But only the scientifically minded people would. The majority of people wouldn't. Like if you take away religion and you take away that guidance towards being open-minded to, like listening for guidance from a higher power, most people, like if we look at today, for example, most people aren't looking for spirituality because they're just not capable of it. They just don't have that ability. They're just like watching TV, following the Kardashians, on TikTok, on fucking Insta. Like they're just using a different frequency to run their mental processes.
I think everybody, me being a man of faith myself, I believe everybody has potential to do that. Now, whether you choose to use that potential or not, that's up to the individual. Okay, I'll put it that way. See throughout history, and you can certainly see right now in 2020 where you got, the most blatant, the most blatant, how can I say, demonstration of that is that now in Britain as well as in the US, the LGBT community is so prominent that, okay, you've got gay pride parades, right? You've got children as young as like 7 and 8 years old performing in drag in school auditoriums where other little kids and teachers are watching this, and the teachers, the grown folks, are encouraging this. And guess what? The parents, if they want to keep themselves, if they want to keep their children in these particular schools, guess what? They have to accept this. They have nothing to say because the law says to them, okay, you have nothing to say about this. So it doesn't matter if these people are people of faith or atheists, because I'm sure there are a lot of atheists, okay, or Gnostics who are parents, Okay, and I think that they have a moral yardstick. In other words, they get outraged about some of the same things that people of faith in society get outraged with. For example, when you tell their children, hey, listen, when your child goes into school this semester, your child's going to have these colorful books, and we're going to send them home, and you're going to have to read these books, and it's talking about LGBT, and it's talking about transgendering, and it's talking about all this stuff, and this is real. And the reason is because it's so prominent in Western society, where we say that we are some of the most civilized people in the world, supposedly.
Yeah, but what does it mean to be civilized?
Yeah, but that's the thing. What does it mean to be civilized? I mean,
civilianized.
I mean, because the way I look at it is this, okay? Okay, let's say LGBT. Okay? Now, as far as grown concerned, okay, grown folks can decide if they want to join that community or not. Okay, folks, what to do. Okay, but when it comes to children, young, vulnerable, impressionable children, you're going to push on a 7, 8-year-old child, okay, in his or her first or second year of school, LGBTQ values and principles, or you're going to teach them what it means to be transgender. If you're a boy and you feel like a girl, or you're a girl and you feel like a boy, and and you go home and you show this to your parents, and they're shocked. They're not only shocked, they're humiliated. Why? They sent these kids to school, okay? And you got other grown folks who are parents who are teaching their kids this, okay? And as I said before, if you are against this type of teaching, you pretty much have to do homeschooling or send your children to basically a parochial school or faith-based school to keep them away from this. Okay, but if you go to a public school, you have to accept this. Why? Everybody's tax money is paid into this. Okay, you understand? And so therefore, because everybody's tax money is paid into this public school system, okay, when teachers say, okay, this is what we want to teach, okay, then pretty much people can't say no, really, because you got the teachers unions, they lobby, they have representatives in the House of Commons, they have representatives on K Street, in Washington, D.C. for lobbying for this type of education, and like I said, you got teachers union, they have tenure, they're respected, that and the other. And if you go against this point of view that they have in the public school system, they'll try everything they can within their political power.
Shall I tell you something that really scares me, Eric?
Yeah.
There's this game, There's this game there's this game that kids play, right? Called Fortnite. And it's about like being it's like being a soldier, and you build a fort to sort of protect yourself, and you shoot other people, and on every round there's like a storm that you have to avoid. But when you look at the characters, you have to buy a skin, which is a character. You pay money and you buy it.
Right.
The female skin, that every skin comes with a male version and a female version. The female version is always better than the male version. So like faster, more agile. Do you know what I mean? Like performs better basically in the game. Whereas the male one might look like Superman, but like the female one actually is like better. So when you watch these young kids, a lot of males that online playing violent games, shoot 'em up games, in the persona of a woman.
Right.
I find it so scary. Like, every time I see my kids playing it, I'm like, why are you playing as a girl? Why don't you pick the boy character? And they're like, oh yeah, because like, you know, the girl one's faster, or she shoots further, or whatever. And like, I'm seeing it as a consistent trend. I'm seeing it consistently in this game that they're influencing. Like, when you think about how many people play Fortnite, when you think about how many people play Fortnite, the percentage of girls that play the game is very low because of the type of game it is. But every time I go in, I seem to see them playing as girls, and I'm like having a go at them. And they're like, no, Dad, you don't get it. Like, in this game, this is how it is. And I'm like, what, do all your friends play as the female character as well? And they're like, yeah. And I'm thinking, okay, like when I was younger, I used to play Tomb Raider, and I used to play as Lara Croft and whatever. It's not really something to make a big deal out of. But the thing what's scary about it is it's actually being pushed. It's actually being pushed on them. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. Through gaming entertainment, and the thing about it is that what your children are looking at is this: hey, what makes the game more fun? What characters are more fun? Because because the female character is more fun. Why? She's more deadly than the male character. Why? She's more agile than him. Perhaps she shoots more accurately than he does. But when she kicks you in your skull, you're done. You're dead. He kicks you in your skull. You may drop to one knee, okay, but then you can get back up, okay, and fight again. And this is what I'm saying, fighting against another man. So I definitely get I get where you're coming from, and when you think about all these new Marvel movies, particularly Marvel movies now, but they do with DC movies also, but particularly Marvel now. Marvel taking over, at least in Hollywood and in the States anyway. A lot of these Marvel movies now, they have either lesbians or women playing the main character roles now. You know, like Iron Man, Captain America, and all these other different types of roles. It may not be specifically these two, but they have women playing these roles that were traditionally men, because in the imagination of the men who wrote these comics, these people were men. They were superheroes, you know. But at the same time, this was just entertainment for boys and men based on the male imagination, right? Of somebody, somebody great, some great warrior, what have you, okay? And on the other hand, with the girls, okay, it was, it was different, with the girl, it's like the celebrity, the celebrity socialite, the dainty young woman who happens to be an athlete. You know what I'm saying? She is.
I don't know if I can agree with all this, because growing up, I used to use Chun-Li a lot. And I'm as straight as a fucking nail.
Say again?
Growing up, I used to use Chun-Li.
Wait, say again.
Yeah, like growing up, I used to use Chun-Li a lot. I'm as straight as a nail.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But what age? When you say growing up, what do you mean?
Like, I was using female characters.
What year did Chun-Li come out?
When I was
I don't know. I think what year did Street Fighter 2 come out? Because it was only from Street Fighter 2.
I was older. By the time Street Fighter 2 come out, like all the new characters and that. No, wait, was Chun-Li one of the new ones?
Yeah, she didn't come out until Street Fighter 2.
No, I'm thinking of Cammy. Yeah, Chun-Li was one of the original characters.
I mean, the thing about it was,
we were older. We were older. I'm talking about 10-year-olds. You weren't 10 years old.
I'm trying. Yeah, no, I'm just trying. But when I was, for example, when I was, let's say, 8, 9 years old, all right. What I used to do as a kid, okay, I liked automobiles. I had pictures, posters up on the wall I built, I how can I say, okay, my mother bought me cat guns that looked like, the old west, and whatnot. Well, they were cat guns. I mean, she even, it had like a plastic, what do you call that damn thing? The gun belt, whatnot, all that type of shit. I had that shit at home. These guns.
Yeah.
Were cat guns.
You know what?
The only thing that was this. Go ahead,
I had a nice Winchester. I had a Winchester.
Oh, you
know what a Winchester is? It's a rifle. Yeah, a rifle. But it's a cap gun. But like the cocking method was the one where the Winchester, where the trigger compartment is, where you put your finger. It kind of like has a hinge.
Yeah.
Running along the bottom part of the barrel, and it cocked down and up again.
Right.
Like a Winchester.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one as a child. I had one of them. I used to love it. I used to love that Winchester.
I mean,
no one else had one. Like, people used to have machine guns and shit.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of kids in my building, okay, for example, who didn't build models, okay? They weren't into it. I was into building models because I like building, for example, automobile models in particular, the old cars, the old 60s.
You know what I bought for me and my kid? Thing. I bought the Titanic. You know the Titanic, the life.
Oh
the
yeah.
Thingy one, the realistic one. Yeah. Me and my son's been working on that. Titanic model is quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Lego and all that type of shit, man. I mean, Lego is fantastic. It's evolved immensely since the day when I started playing with Legos. I mean, you did have castles and things like that, but I mean,
Eric, you remember Meccano? You remember Meccano? Where it's like Lego, but you could actually have moving parts, like machinery built into it.
Yeah.
You remember that Meccano? We have that.
Yeah.
Meccano.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. But we had what was called an erector set, where you had metal. You had basically they were like metal bars and whatnot, which you could build, for example, you could put it together and you use nuts and bolts, and then you had this battery operated like a little engine and whatnot. Okay, and the thing about it is, depending on what you built, okay, when you connected wires from the erector set to this engine, right? You could move stuff up, and you could move the steel beams up and down and whatnot, or whatever the case may be.
Where did you grow up, Eric? In the States?
I grew up in Brooklyn.
Did you grow up in the States?
Brooklyn, New York, yeah.
Oh, right. Did you used to have Scalextrics? You know about Scalextrics? The model cars that zip around on the electric.
I know what you're talking about.
Did you
I know
start that?
what you're talking about, yeah. Yeah, we had that. We had Scalextrics. I mean, we had Scalextrics. We had
Eric, tell me if you had Evel Knievel, the wind-up one, where the motorbike sits in this like little red square, and it's got a handle on it, and you lean on it, and then you wind it up with a white little handle, and then when you let go of it, the Evel Knievel used to go shooting off. Remember Evel Knievel before he died? Didn't it? Evel Knievel. Did you have one?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I actually did one, man. Yeah.
Fuck it.
I had racetracks, man.
When he died, I was a kid when he died. I was a kid, Eric. When he died, I was a kid, And I remember when I heard that he died, you know what the first thing I thought was? That's what you get for naming yourself Evil, isn't it? I don't know. Man named himself Evil, innit? Why naming yourself Evil, bro? And when you die, no one's got no sympathy for you, motherfucker.
But you know what though? I think, I mean, that was just. But I think basically that was just a name. You know, that was just a name to make him sound exciting. And if you think about what he did, you know, what he put his body through, what he put his mind and body through to do, you know, all these daredevil tricks and whatnot. And, I mean, they estimate that he has broken every bone in his body, perhaps twice.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing that.
In his lifetime. Can you imagine what it's like to break every bone in your body twice? To carry out his craft. You know, his profession. He was a professional entertainer, right? He did a lot of weird shit. Right?
Yeah. Let's put on a big show.
You remember the what was that place? The area was called Snake River Canyon. Okay, and you had and basically the canyon you had one cliff and then you had the other cliff. Okay, and the Evel Knievel, he actually had these rockets and the whole bunch of fly from one cliff over to the other cliff, you know, so fall in between two cliffs, and he dies and the rocket picks up. And I remember the first time I saw this, you know, I was like, man, this man is really out there. He's beyond motorcycles now. You know, he's talking about rockets and flying over cliffs and shit like that. And but for me as a boy, it was exciting because to see a man doing this type of thing, you know. So, I mean, it changed. It has changed so much. Entertainment, okay, changed so much these days. You know, for example, we were talking about. I remember I was on another show, and it may have been a hangout. So we were talking about, you know, all the black men with the extensions and the you know, dreads. And this, like, you know, this, that, and the other. And actually, they're not dreads. They're actually extended braids in their hair. None of them got no real dread.
I'm back. Sorry. I'm a piece of.
Yeah, because I've seen the old Rastaman with the naughty dreads. Okay, and with his naughty dreads, it don't look nothing like twists. It don't look nothing like braids. Okay, that's that man's hair. Okay, but he doesn't comb it. So it chunks up, and the longer it grows, the longer it grows, you know, some have the naughty dreads where they have really the dreads are really, pieces of the dreads are really chunky, you know, in certain areas of the hair, and some other men, you know, when they get it refined, you know, they go to the barbershop and whatnot, and get the how can I say, get it styled and groom the hair for the dreads. It's still long, it's still rough, and the only thing is that these men, they don't believe in combing their hair. It doesn't mean that their hair is dirty and nasty, because their hair usually is not dirty and nasty. Their hair is usually very clean. Okay, their scalps are well oiled, you know, well lubricated, but they just don't comb the hair. That's all, you know. And so when I see these guys, for example, in the NFL, and everybody's got these super long extensions and shit, I'm like, you know, what the fuck is this? Okay, in the 60s and 70s, when you know, in the 70s, when I was watching football, when I was watching, you know, NFL football, for example, you know, and people like, you know, people like Jim Brown and the other black men who were in the NFL, they had afros. Some of them had box cut. Some would have, you know, some would have bald heads, you know, what have you. But I ain't never seen.
Eric, who's that black guy in Eric? Who's that black guy in Enter the Dragon? Was that Jim Brown? That's a different Jim. You know, he's Jim something else. I forget what his name is. But he's Jim as well. He's got he had the best afro, innit? That guy had the best afro, man.
Okay, wait a minute now.
You know the guy I mean, man? Enter the Dragon. Bruce Lee.
Jim Kelly.
Yeah, Bruce Lee.
Jim Kelly.
Oh, you talking
Jim
about
Kelly was a bad man. Jim Kelly was a certified bad man. Yeah, boy.
And he had nice. Oh yeah, he had nice natural. Jim Kelly had nice natural and Davey.
I'm too busy looking good. Yeah, man.
I mean, but you know you had. Yeah, I mean, of course
you know, hey, my uncle, yeah, my mom's brother,
yeah,
my uncle's brother, yeah, he had the fucking sickest afro with the massive sideburns. He looked like fucking Jimi Hendrix, bro. My uncle Fred. My uncle Fred looked like Jimi Hendrix, yeah, and his wife, you know, his wife looked like Yoko Ono. I got a picture of her, like, cause she was from Peru, but she looks like, you know, Oriental. Yeah. She looks like, yeah. So when I see the pictures of them walking through like Stock Newington in like in back in the day, bro, they look like fucking Jimi Hendrix and Yoko Ono, bro. Like they got some mad photos. My uncle Fred with his afro. See, my uncle Fred used to play bass for Eddie Grant. You know Eddie Grant? Have you ever heard of the guy called Eddie Grant? He was a reggae artist. My Uncle Fred used to play bass. He used to play bass guitar for him. Yeah, but before he got signed. Obviously, when he got signed, yeah, he only got signed, didn't it? The band never got signed. Yeah, only he got signed. But he made that tune. You know that tune? Living on the front line. Eddie Thingy, Eddie Grant. There's a bad man still.
Yeah.
Back in the days, the 70s was a mad era, innit? The flares and all that, man.
Yeah. The thing about the 60s and the 60s and the 70s, man. Yeah. I used to wear flare jeans, bell bottom jeans.
Yeah, I bet you did, man.
I used to wear.
I bet you was a cool
guy.
My
used to wear.
What?
Yeah. I mean, my uncle used to wear the platform. My uncle used to wear the platform and whatnot, man, or the long platform. Men gear to dress to impress women. You see, about how they dress. This wasn't men going out there dressing for themselves. And if any men during that age tell you that they dressed for themselves, that they didn't dress to impress the women at the clubs, they're full of shit. Because that's what we do. Think about it. Go to the animal species and look at the peacock. That's a big, beautiful blue and green bird, isn't it? But that's the male that has the colors like that. The females are a beige color. They're very bland color. And if you look at a lot of animals, particularly the birds, okay, and you look at a lot of animals, it's the male ones that are flamboyant. It's the male ones that want to attract the females, and it used to be that way with most of the men in the Western world. And that trend, it's really changing. It's changing, and it's really changing for the worse. You know, because now I think more men and women now each other, and they argue with each other more so than trying to attract themselves towards each other, you know? And that's what makes it so easy for what we were talking about before, you know, the LGBTQ, that type of community or organization gets its political power and rank, you know, from you know, the dissension between I think really men and women as far as what a man, what a woman is, okay, what the two sexes are, and then all of a sudden,
in our society, Eric, in our society now, males are being really stopped from being very manly or being male. Like they're making like the new generation of males to be like subservient to females, even. You know, like they're not like all you see in the papers now is all they're talking about is like males like doing all sorts of psycho shit. All the time they're just talking about rapes. Like males are just being portrayed so negatively in the media, like as if, you know, they're sex craved, like beasts, basically, like or animalistic type males that can't control themselves or have no like higher purpose. And like, you know, it's really sad to imagine that there is a concerted effort to kind of like subdue masculinity. That I wouldn't mind if it was necessary, like if it was a necessary thing, but it just doesn't seem to be. Like, you know what I mean?
I look at it this way: if a man rapes a woman, okay, if a man rapes a woman, he deserves to go to jail for life. Full stop. Okay, take him to court, show the evidence, convict him, lock his ass up, burn his ass under the jail. Okay. If a man, but if a man rapes a child,
is, Eric, when we was younger, we could chirp girls in it. Like we could walk up to girls and just be like, "Yeah, like, can I get your number?" Now that goes down to sexual harassment. You get arrested for that shit.
Oh yeah, you do. You do.
Times have changed so drastically.
Crazy. They really have. Check this out, Carl. I saw a video. I guess about a year ago, right? Now, what they did, what the agenda was, okay. This woman, okay, she just so happened to be a white woman, okay. But what they did was, this woman, she had a nice body on her, I have to admit. Okay, they put her in black jeans, right? Black snug tight jeans, black stiletto heel shoes, right? And one of those, it wasn't like, well, I mean, it was damn near a tank top. You know what I'm saying? The top that she had on, but it was a blouse, okay. But it was a low cut blouse, okay. And what they had her do was they had her walk like I think 2 or 3 city blocks along New York City, okay, where to check out what the male response would be to her, okay, because women were saying, "Oh, we're being harassed, they catcalled, this, that, and the other." They, you know, a woman can't walk down the street and look decent, and look decent without, you know, a guy saying, you know, "Hey, sexy, how you doing?" Trying to get the phone number, you know, all this harassment. Now, you know what? The thing about it is, the thing that irks me about that is not only the agenda, but the thing about it is that if no men would have talked, I mean, very few men said anything to this woman, okay? There were a few men who did, but very few men said anything to this woman, okay? Because immediately the man said everything. If he whispered like that, okay, she'd give him the look of death, like Medusa, okay? You know, "Hey, good morning, dear, how are you?" She gave no reply, okay? She acted as though as though he was irking her nerves for asking her that question. "Oh, you looking hot today. Hot today, mama." Da, 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 da. Okay. She would right on cue, right, make this face as though she's really, really angry. But if she would have gotten, if she would not have received any of those responses, you better believe that particular that video would not have been shown. It would not have been shown publicly. Why? Because she wouldn't have been able to live out her agenda to say that, well, right, I'm just, you know, if I'm just hot, if I'm just kind of sexy, then men are going to be attracted to me. But she wants to condemn men from being attracted to her because she doesn't like the attention because she says she doesn't like the attention that she's getting from men. She doesn't want men whistling at her. She doesn't want men catcalling at her. Then why the hell do you dress the way you are, walking down the middle of the street with cameras on you to see what type of reaction you get? You understand where I'm coming from? This type of shit it's very it's very frustrating to me, and this is something that I learned. This is something that I learned very quickly here in Philly. I remember when I came here as Marine Guard, okay, on embassy duty here. I was talking with the guys here, and the guys were saying, you know what? Listen, when you go, the only way you're gonna really meet girls is if you go to the club, or you go to gonna be, a lot of girls there. Because you walk down the street and you see a girl who's pretty, she's got pretty blonde hair. Maybe she's got, she's got French braid weave through her hair, makes her look pretty, makes her look cute in the face. Okay, she'll give you the look of death like Medusa, and that's how the majority of the young women here are. And I found out for myself, it's very much that way here. They're not all that way. Okay, some of them are just overly promiscuous as well, especially as to how they dress. As the summer season comes in and the weather gets warmer, they do tend to dress in a more sporty style, especially those young women who work out, but the younger girls, I think that sometimes they really don't understand that when you wear yoga pants and a tank top and you got a banging body, men and boys are gonna look at you. They're gonna catch
Whoa.
You understand what I'm saying? That's gonna happen. Yeah.
DC Brad, Lady D,
how's it going?
Walk
on.
Big up.
Good
I
family.
think you've done your dance, Khan. You're getting a bit too happy on this panel, Khan.
Fuck me.
Yeah. I come for you, Khan. Done in your dance today. Black card revoked.
Thanks, man. Cheers. 2 big ones. They're gaming headphones.
The captain's taking over the ship. The captain's take ship. Yeah. The captain.
Big up, Captain.
Yeah.
Big up, Captain. I miss you,
make them know.
That boring talk, I'm gonna kick you off the fucking ship. Listen, I'm not interested.
What you pissed about, man? You sound pissed off right about now.
Big up. You pissed off. You want to cheer yourself up, mate. Yeah. You want to be happy, bruv. Drink a cup of tea, smoke some ganja.
Bro,
lighten up.
If life ever gets that bad, I'm gonna go back.
Them trying to send us to the cemetery. We're not trying to die. We're trying to live. Live our best life.
If things ever get that bad, I'm going back to drugs, bruv.
Yo, you shut your mouth, you juggy. Yeah, we don't promote that round here. Yeah, big up Raheem. Get me. Say no to drugs. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, big up my brother Eric. Yeah,
big up, man. How you be, Captain? How you be, Captain?
Big up. Yo, babe, yeah, chill out, man. Lighten up, man. Yeah, I want you to be happy today, yeah? The captain's on board, yeah? We got Juggy fucking card on board, yeah? I'll soon kick him off. Big up, Belly, yeah?
And you lot driving me to it, man.
Big up. We have to get calm.
Yo, say no to drugs.
Man.
Say no to cars.
Soon. Can't put your camera on, man. I want to see what you look like.
You want to see what I'm looking like today, you mean?
Yeah, I want to see how much of a Milky Bar you are. Let me see. Come, let us see.
Yeah, you ain't seen me before.
Yo, put up your fucking picture, man. Yeah, I want to see how light you are.
Yeah? On the Lazy Boy recliner. You get me?
Shit, Carl, which bumper clock part of you have black in you? Where the black?
Yo, Carl, you the lightest black man I've ever seen, fam.
You ain't seen my dick yet.
You're fucking with bleach.
We don't want to see that. It's like half an inch. Half man, allow it. Take off the camera.
Take off the camera card. Don't let no one take the piss out of you, bro. Take the picture off.
Yeah, bro.
Big up card. Yeah. Salute, rude boy. Yes, your big throat, rude.
Salute.
You no, in your big face. You go. Send some money to Velly now. Yeah. Yo, Velly, put up your PayPal link. Can't do some donation. Yeah. Can't give me up some of that Arab money. Yo, Lady D. Yeah, where's our fuck card up tonight? Yeah, yo,
get him. I got your back.
Really want some of that fucking money, there, bro.
We're not asking, we're taking it by force. Yeah. Reparations up in this bitch today.
Yo, Carl, you have to allow the bleach, you know, fam. Yeah?
This is my granddad. Looking all Egyptian and shit.
Man.
This is my Egyptian granddad.
Oh.
Oh, that's my dad's dad.
Yo, Carl,
my mum's dad, the Ethiopian.
Carl,
Ethiopian side.
No, Carl, hold on a minute. You know I respect you, bro. Do not put your pictures up on the fucking thing no more, yeah? Right? Thank you, fam. Don't put no personal pictures.
You see my whole family now. You see all of them.
Yeah, but I've got a clean heart with you, boy. You got some fuckers who will do some dub and some splashing up with your shit, fam. Don't do that again, fam.
That is true, bro. I was warned years ago. I was warned years ago by friends online that have warned me. Said Eric, never put family pictures online because people will dox it. They will make your family members seem like the devil's incarnate on earth if they choose to do so. So yeah, it's a dangerous thing to do. I mean, of course, you know, if you got a family, you're a young man, you got your live stream going and whatnot, and you know, wifey's around, your children around, you're having the show. You might want to show for about, you know, a few seconds, maybe 10, 15 seconds, you know, just say, hey, this is my family, you know. It's just out of pride, you know, that you would do that. But that 10 to 15 seconds could be the most humiliating time in your life. What? Because of how nasty people could be when they see those pictures of your family. Yeah.
Eric.
Yes.
Do you think human rights will be up in heaven? Yeah. Holy gate. Yeah. Do you think it's human rights up there? That's up there, like any animal.
But we ain't even gonna have our dicks in heaven, let alone human rights. No men, no women up there.
Listen to this, rude boy. Right? You have some people, right, believe that when you die, you gonna go to heaven and have virgins. Yeah. Why would you? You ain't gonna be clean, man. You're not gonna be. Why you go? I don't think it's any justice up in heaven now. I don't think it's any human rights up in heaven. Can't be.
Yeah, don't sound fair to me.
You got nasty, dirty earthlies, yeah, who in 40 years of their life, died and go to this pearly place, pearly gates, through the pearly gates, and into some place called heaven, where everything is going to be all good. So if it's all good, it's going to be Lord. It might be good.
Is it just me or is he breaking up?
Electoral,
Raheem, man's breaking like turbo and ozone, bruv.
Damn, Con. What's up, bro? Con just showed us his whole family.
If you ever want a man to show himself online, just call Lady D, and I always do the job correctly. That's my job.
Lady, Brad, I didn't show you the black ones. I didn't show you the black ones, Brad.
My
mum's
Con, you finish that. Con, shall I tell you what? From now on, Lady D, unmute your mic because you got every right to talk because it's National Women's Day.
Oh, is it National Women's Day?
Lady D, Lady Divine, unmute your mic, please.
International. I'm here. Shut up, Raheem. You blast. Shut up. Just don't say another word.
Hey, show your picture, Raheem. I want to see if you black. Yeah.
Listen, I'm on YouTube. Don't worry about me. Yeah.
I don't believe you black.
What?
Big up, Raheem. Yeah, you black DC. Yeah, I know. I know Eric's black. Raheem.
Right. You know, you can tell a lot about a man by his head shape. You know that, bro.
Yeah, I am.
Eric.
Easy.
Self-esteem reaction.
Easy, Eric. Black man. Black.
Yo, that's exactly how I picture Eric every time he gets on the panel. I picture Eric just like that, sitting in a hoodie, chilling. You probably got a drink, bro. Let me get a drink, Eric. You got a drink somewhere, dude.
Oh my God.
Say again,
Eric.
That's exactly how I picture him every time he goes.
again, man.
Say again, Captain.
Yo, I was gonna say this, yeah. Khan is banned, yeah, for talking in any black discussions. Oh my god. Yo.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. That's cool.
Ban Khan from any
Yo, connect to
conversations
Wi-Fi,
involving
Rambo.
black.
You're breaking in and out.
Why we obviously we knew
Translation, I'll
said he was
translate that
Turkish.
while Rambo gets his connection sorted. I'll translate that. Khan, don't you ever in your life talk about no more black issues. You hear me?
I don't need to say a word.
Okay.
I just stand right next to Respect, and I let him do the talking. I don't need to say a word.
Yo, Khan's an asshole, bro. I don't like Khan.
Can we just acknowledge something though? Fuck International Women's Day. Fuck International Women's Day. That is a divisive. I'll say this is the reason why. Listen, and it's very valid. It is a divisive mechanism to separate us up from our female counterparts. We understand who you are, what you will be, what you've always been. We don't need a month to turn around and say, "Oh, you are great." We already know if you know your woman, you know your woman's great.
Hey, Khan, no disrespect. I don't think you be getting down 5 times a day to pray, bro. So I'm gonna just ask you to pick that up.
Say that again.
I don't think you get down 5 times a day to pray. So I'm gonna ask you just pick that up in a while. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man.
You showed us.
I find it hard to maintain. I can't get them 5 times a day prayers going. Like, it's hard for me. I got work to do, but like, obviously, you gotta try your best.
Yeah, I feel you. As long as you live the tenets, I guess.
Well, you got to establish salah. It doesn't say you have to do 5 times a day. Well, you do have to, obviously, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not gonna get you know how it is, bro. Modern life, man.
That's what I agree with you. I agree. Literally eating a pizza right now. I was
Rich Porter. Sorry, can I just address something? Rich Porter. You'll have to take it for my word. I'm a black man.
I don't believe you.
Fair enough.
I don't understand what the issue is. Like, you could tell from someone's voice. I've never got confused between a black person and a white person. Like, you could tell from the voice, man. I can not know. Remember, like, when James Jones first came out, he was telling everyone he was white. I was like, James, man, like, you're blatantly not white, man. Come on. He's like, shh, don't tell no one, bro. Don't tell no one. I was like, how can people not know, bro? They're playing you, like, they're playing you. You think you're playing them, but they're playing you. And he's like, no, bro, they don't know. They don't know. I was like, wow. Like, how can you not tell from the voice, man? The voice,
James is blatantly black all day long. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
All right, Raheem, you're black. Now wait. I went in the UK. In the black community in the UK, when y'all get sick, do y'all drink ginger ale and go lay down?
I do. I drink warm ginger.
Only Jamaicans,
with
lemon
and lemon and ginger tea. Fresh ginger.
You just say ginger tea?
Yeah, fresh ginger, man. Fresh ginger.
I said ginger ale. You don't drink Canada Dry and go lay down?
Nah, not Canada Dry. That's when you have a bad.
We got another one. We got Canada Dry, I think, but there's a better one.
What, Schweppes?
D&G.
I like Canada Dry. I like Schweppes.
Raheem knows.
Yeah.
I like Schweppes, but I also like the ginger beer too.
Yo, we drink ginger, lime, lemon, yeah. Carl don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's not black.
Where do you think ginger comes from, bro? Comes from China, you joker.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, it's Chinese. Captain, your thing's still messing up, man.
No, bro, it is, man. Raheem, you got to take over the shit,
man.
Yeah,
it is a root. Yeah, ginger is a root plant. Yeah.
Yeah, ginger with some either lemon or lemongrass, man. That would do you good. I don't drink, but other people will turn around and say take a shot of Ray and Nephews when you're not well, along with some, lemon tea or whatever.
Yeah, little hot toddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they call it, hot toddy. But yeah, I don't know. Is that enough for me, Lady D? Is that enough? And Brad,
Hey,
is that enough for me to get my black card back?
No, hold on. Can't broke my heart, man.
You know what?
Black card still revoked.
She said that's so called black card still revoked.
Yeah, you ain't got no right. Get off of the panel and go jerk some chicken or something.
Yo, Lady Divine.
Don't call her that. Call her Chef Boyard Divine.
Hold on. Divine, please unmute your mic. Yeah, watch your mouth. Till you show us your picture, you're not black. So I'm taking your card off you. Yeah. Carl's had the black card for quite a while, so I took his card today.
Yeah, you know what that means, Con. You got to pay full price for your jerk chicken now.
No black issue. Yeah, nothing black.
It's okay, you don't have to trust me.
Last time Rambo put his camera on, he was showing us his tattoos.
Yeah.
Man lost the Kahuma newspaper. He's covered, bro.
Hold on. That is a black man right here, bro. Yeah, black balled fucking man. Yeah.
Big up.
Calm.
Big up.
Show me your picture, bro. Yeah, let me see if we can match my fucking
I showed you already.
Damn.
It's on there, there you go. What do you want me to do? Crack the lens?
Yo.
After we already know what Captain look like.
Hold on. Captain, put some clothes on, bro. He's naked again. Man's always naked, bro.
Captain, black power.
I'm like, you
put some clothes on, man. You got that central heating up too high.
Exactly.
Carl, you're jealous.
Yo, Carl, you just a hater.
He's walking around in his flip-flops and his bucket shorts like.
Yo, Carl, hold on.
I don't want to get ill, man. I don't want to get ill.
Not in my house, bro. Not in my house, Carl. Let me tell you something. My heating is nice.
Go on.
Carl, I bet you live in the tent. Yeah? Fucking liar. Yeah? You just learned to live in the house, 5 years ago, you can't. Yeah, just learned to drive. Yeah, all those years having a camel, you don't really know what you're talking about, do you?
I think it's more cool the fact that I see what
I prefer donkeys to camels, because if you fall off, there's not so much distance between you and the ground. Camels are too high up, man. I get shook. I get worried.
No, big up yourself, God, man. But you're still not black, though, yeah? So I'm not having that shit. Yeah, no more black
for real, Con. When you get some melanin that's like about my kind of melanin, then you can, you might apply and submit your.
Your nose is too narrow. You gotta look at this nose. Once you get this nose right here.
Out of order, Lady D.
Yo, big up the original black nose.
What you gotta say?
Well, that's out of order. You said that we have to be your complexion.
That's right.
Hold on, show me your picture,
Rahim,
man.
I'm not your complexion.
Come on, Rahim.
That's out of order.
Just show us your hand. Put your
Show
hand
your
up.
hand. Show your hand.
I'm not switching on nothing of nothing.
Oh,
I want to see your hand.
If you want to see me go into content over everything, I'm on a few of his videos.
Oh, Rahim, you sound Asian, you know. Rahim, you sound Asian.
See me out.
Wow.
Lady, let me see that face. Look at that.
Lady D is fine.
Gracious.
He's gorgeous. Is that your younger sister? Or is that you?
She's left. I was about to wave to her.
You passed the phone to someone. That ain't her. She looks young. Baby, look about like 22, like.
Rahim, you finished. Rahim, I want to see your face, mate.
There she is.
I'm not finished because I never started nothing.
Yeah, you are. You are. Yes, you are.
Come on, Rahim. Show me yourself.
Baby, you're gorgeous.
Look at that. Hold on.
See me?
Yeah.
Oh, love that. Hey, don't let him
lick that cocoa butter off your skin like as if it was
No, I can't even get
dessert.
it in the picture.
As I said,
Can you see
go
that?
on to content over.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
If you ain't got
Just
Africa,
post
Khan,
the video.
you're not
What is that? Africa? Is that Africa?
Big up
That's
Africa.
Africa, yeah?
Are they all day?
I will have to do Ottoman invasion and have you away.
Was that an innuendo?
They would never see her again, boy. Yeah, she would turn up in one Ottoman village somewhere. He jumped up.
All day, every day.
I am dying. Yo, Raheem, man, show us your face.
Nah, Bridget, I'm midday, man.
Just your hand. Just show us your hand.
Show us your hand, man.
I
You
told
sound
you where you
Asian.
can go and find me, you know.
All right, Raheem.
Bro,
You don't have to show yourself.
Argument with Braden.
Are you?
Go and look at my argument with Braden. Go and see what my
All day, every day.
debate.
What's the video called?
You have to get that video, man.
Who is you debating?
I can't even remember. Just scroll through it, man. Scroll through this thing. I'm there.
Or are you darker or lighter than Real and Maggie?
I'm a bit darker than Real, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember.
You're dark enough then, bro. Don't need to be any darker than that.
Nah, man.
He's dark enough.
You know, I lie.
Nah, Raheem's an Ottoman. He don't want to admit it. No.
Nah. I'm a black Jamaican born. Well, not Jamaican born.
Bro, you black like me. Yo,
Yeah.
Raheem, you black like me, rude boy. You black like your uncle, yeah? Yeah.
Nah, I'm
look at
like.
him.
Oh my God, man. Rambo got Negro features, man.
Yeah, real African, yeah. Yeah, look. Come on, bro.
We got the same nose as mine.
I look better than you young people, bro. You young people look fucked up, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, you look fucked. See, where you been? Come on, look, man. You gotta keep yourself young, rude boy.
Bro.
Eric, you're the lightest person on the panel.
You see that
Even I'm darker than Eric. Eric, light.
What you saying?
I said, even I'm darker than you, bro. You're light as fuck.
Who?
Oh, come on now.
Eric.
You ain't darker than me, Carl. Now, come on now.
Come on, Carl. Show yourself. Come on.
Come on, Carl. Don't do this, bro. Carl, you literally look like a white sheet of paper. Come on, bro. Let's not do this, bro.
Come on, Carl, man. Show us yourself.
Yeah, Carl looked like he called the cops on black kids at game stores. No,
right.
Look.
Con, he only fucks black women from the road so he can get exotic names out of them.
Even man, he's bad. He's bad. Carl, he's finished. Yeah.
You know, Con, you got Ottoman motherfucker. He eat gyro all day, my man.
Con.
Mute yourself.
You got dandruff, lady. Why you scratching your head? Why you scratching your scalp?
I'm literally in bed. Look.
Lady Divine, you got dandruff. Why you scratching your scalp? Stop that,
I'm
sweetie.
not gonna lie, I need to wash it.
No, Raheem, man. Show us your hand, man. Fuck.
No. I've got a link in the back. I've got a link in the back.
Can't you show us a piece of your arm?
Oh,
Show
I
us
knew
your
this
leg
already.
or something, bro.
I mean, I need to wash it.
Oh, I don't want to talk to Raheem no more. Raheem, one of them black guys think he's better than everybody else. I don't want to talk to Raheem.
Well,
I already know his
again, I
type.
think I'm better than everyone else.
He's bald, but he keeps his beard intact.
Man.
Oh,
Yeah, Raheem, man.
Everybody else is black. He found a way to make him look slightly white. You know, everybody else playing basketball. Raheem's playing golf. You know,
Nah, man. I used to play basketball back in the day. Now I don't do much exercise.
Everybody else
walking my dog.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm dying, man. I'm dying, man. Raheem, man. You letting the team down, bro.
Raheem, man. He's literally darker than
Raheem is winning. I'm not letting myself down. Team Raheem is winning.
Show us your piece of your
I got you
man.
right now. I'm about to share my screen. I got you right now. I'm about to share my screen.
Come on.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, share your screen.
I'm in bed.
I can't believe it, you know. Raheem. Yeah.
Trying to get one where they get up on Raheem.
Like,
Here we go. Here we go.
God.
Damn, the cops had to get involved.
What you talking about, cops?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me share my screen. I'm sorry. I'm kind of high right now. I apologize. All right, everyone. We're about to show you what Raheem looks like.
Nah, fuck that, man.
So it's all right. Share. What's up? Oh.
Yeah, Raheem's black card.
Yo, Valley.
I said, fuck that.
Let's let our man spit some. Am I screen sharing?
Mm-hmm. No, it's not actually.
Okay. Yo, Valley. Is Valley working? Is he working on the boiler? It should be 6 o'clock, right?
What's this now?
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Coming in. Let's do this.
All right, here we are. Everybody see this right here? It's braided. This is Raheem right here. This is Raheem.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Raheem. You see the features?
Is that really
I know his
Raheem?
nose.
Yeah,
Raheem,
that's me.
Pharaoh.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He collects marmalade bottles.
Where is he?
Raheem's looking very Ottoman.
I couldn't be friends with him.
Look here, Con. I'm tired of you trying to claim my people. You know, go sit down, man.
Yeah, stop trying to, Rambo. Yeah, stop trying to. You owe Raheem apology for questioning his blackness. All right. Yeah, he most likely goes to operas for fun, but still, because Raheem looked too cultured for me.
What's wrong with opera, man? If you got culture.
I like the
operas
opera.
are cool.
I've been to 2 operas in my life, to be honest.
What ones did you go to?
Opera is sick, If you get into it, it's not so much about the language; it's about the music.
Yeah,
and the story as well. It's got a good little story.
Raheem.
The stories are crazy. Raheem. Opera stories are all excessive.
No, but Raheem, come on, unmute your mic now. I want to talk to you. Yo, opera boy.
You're breaking up, my G.
Yo, Raheem, man.
Yo, you good?
Can you hear me now?
Should I call the nurse?
Yeah. What's going on?
I didn't even know you was into opera now. You shook me up, bruv. You surprised me, bruv. Do you go to horse
I'm
racing?
into everything. I'm into whatever my soul resonates at the time. And I was in Italy and I got the chance to go and watch Madame Butterfly. It was actually really good.
Why not? I mean,
it was sick. It was sick.
I mean, Madame Butterfly is one of the most famous operas, man, in the world. Even though it's about a Japanese woman, committing suicide over her man.
Damn.
But I mean, the way they produce it, yeah, that's what the story was about. Her man, if I understand correctly, but Raheem can correct me because he's actually seen the opera Madame Butterfly. But if I understand correctly, her man was a samurai warrior. Is that right?
Nah, it's a white man coming into China, and the Chinese village girl falls in love with the white man.
Is that what it was about?
Part of the army or something like that. It's sick. It's really good. It's hard to understand, but it was good. It was good.
Oh, and it was Chinese. I always thought Madame Butterfly was
no, it's Italian, but the story is about a Chinese woman.
Yeah, but I always thought it was about a Japanese woman. That's why. That's the thing.
Sorry,
so
Japanese.
It was a Japanese woman.
Type of Anise, man.
I think it was about a Japanese woman though, actually. But anyway, she committed suicide. Why? Because she couldn't see. Eventually, she couldn't marry her white soldier.
Yeah, she couldn't stay with him.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I see that opera. My favorite opera is Faustus. Yeah. The guy sells his soul to the devil.
I've not seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the devil comes to him and offers him all this talent and whatnot. Yeah, and he sells out, and it sells his soul, and then the devil comes to collect.
Yeah,
Quite a good one.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Faustus.
Yeah. That's
you like
why.
Stuff in it.
Othello.
You like
Othello.
that stuff in it.
Yeah. Othello is no joke either. But Othello is no joke either, as far as the operatic performance is concerned. It's quite a famous one too.
I forget who's that blues artist that he said they said that he sold to the devil at the crossroads. That's a good one. But that ain't an opera though. That's
not an opera though.
Yeah.
I forget his name, man. It's a famous guy.
I forgot his name too. I know what you're talking about. I'm familiar with the story, but I just forgot the name the name of the blues man.
Yeah. I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah. No, don't talk about nothing black card. I told you, your black card's revoked.
No,
yeah. But I mean, but yeah, I mean, but the thing about it is man, the production of an opera performance is no joke, man. I mean, there's a lot of glitz and glamour and drama, and of course,
it's like a movie, isn't
the
it?
music. The music just hypes it up, man. It's far more intense than even a very intense Broadway play. It's at the next level above that. You know what I'm saying? Because of all the work that goes into it. Yeah. But I can't afford to go to the opera, man. I couldn't afford to go to the what is it? Carnegie Hall. I couldn't afford to
Carnegie Hall, yeah.
And Dan sure couldn't afford to go to the Metropolitan Opera House in New York City. You kidding me, man? You know what tickets cost to go see opera?
Man.
I mean,
I would recommend everyone go and see at least one opera in their life. I'm not gonna lie.
Definitely.
But I'll look at it this way. I'll put it this way.
Hold on, Eric.
Yeah.
I want to know if you've seen a black opera before. White man, like you sound fucking you. Like you don't want to be European, bro.
Yeah.
Raheem?
No, but Othello.
I ain't seen a black opera. I've seen a black musical.
Rambo, Othello wasn't white.
It's a
Othello was that was in Cyprus. Othello's set in Cyprus.
Yeah,
Othello's a black man. I've seen Othello as well.
Othello's the black man.
It was.
I don't believe none of you. I think you don't want to be European.
Damn it, look it up then, Captain.
I think Eric wants to be a European now. Like, left America to come to Europe. He loves the European lifestyle.
Come on, man. Stop that nonsense.
I'm joking, you, man.
I know you are.
I'm joking. I'm pissing around. I'm just trying to. I've got my friend in the chat. I've got my brother Rich Porter. Get me? Yo, Rich Porter. Any questions you want me to ask up here? Yeah. Yo, big up Cotton Socks. Big up everybody in the chat. You done now. Yeah. Your fucking captains. Yeah, took over the
shit. Shout out to Raheem for being black, though. Yeah. I look differently now.
But you know what though? DC Brad, I'm gonna tell you what I see as an embarrassment to black men and the US of A, even though I'm a fan of the sport. Yeah. In the NFL, over the last decade or so, all of a sudden, damn near every young black man that comes into the league has got these extended braids in his hair, pretending that he's wearing dreads. That shit ain't dreads, right?
I think it's a Florida thing. I don't think that's a whole. I think that's because I've seen a lot of dudes from Florida do that shit.
But you know what though? There are a lot of NFL players from all over the country though who wear that though.
Yeah.
And it's all brothers, it's all black dudes. And I'm wondering why, because the thing about it is this, okay? They give the white man, the black man, and every other man who's playing on defense against them, another body part to grab at to tackle them. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I've seen the cases where guys have had their hair, these extended braids pulled, and as soon as you grab hold of it, the head snap back. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen. I got complaints in the chat. Yeah, we have to talk positive stuff about black people now. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just.
Hold on,
saying.
Yeah.
We were.
I noticed that Raheem.
Yeah, we were.
I noticed that Raheem went very European on me. No,
when, brother? I just went me. I just went me. I have very.
I'm joking with you, bro. I'm joking with you. I'm fucking about with you, Raheem.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
you know
just saying. Nah, but you know, in my life, even on here, I've been called a coon. I've been called this just because of how I speak and the things I'm interested in.
Let me just do this out of love. Are you sure you're not one though?
A
I
coon.
personally never called you one, but I just need to question it.
No shape or form. I am one of the most powerful black people you'll ever meet in terms of my self-esteem.
Raheem, do you see race? Do you see race?
I question that sometimes, Raheem, bro. I really do.
Yeah, I question that too. That's what I'm asking.
What?
Do you see
DC? Say it again.
Do you see race?
Of course. Of course.
No, he doesn't. He only sees black and white.
No, man. I see every race. I see every race for their pros and cons, man. They're pros and cons, not pros and pros.
So what's the positive?
I can't hear you, brother.
Then, Raheem, what's the positiveness about your race?
About my race?
Yeah, what's the positiveness that you could tell the people about your black people?
No matter the situation we're in, we still have time to laugh and joke and rant. That's the best thing about black people. No matter where they are in the world, if you look at Africa, how starving and nothing Africa has, Africa's still full of belly laughs. Same for back home in Jamaica. That's the best thing about black people. We make something out of nothing.
Damn. Yo, Raheem is going black today. He got it. Okay.
No, but it's true, and that's why I get annoyed at people when they turn around.
I need to get his black card back to him real quick.
It's because I think that why I get annoyed at people when they turn around and they say I can't do something because the white man's holding me back or whatever.
Yeah.
I get pissed off because I know we're some of the most creative people on the planet, and the only people that let us down is us. That's it. We're to blame in a lot of our shit, man.
I hear you,
We just don't want to admit it because of fucking ego and pride.
Because every time that
hold on, Raheem. Sorry, brother. Sorry, Eric. Raheem. So I'm the mic, bro.
Yeah, go on, man. Go on.
No, calm down, man. I'm not trying to dish you.
No, I'm just saying, go on, man.
Cool. So what? Yeah, man. You know what? I'm not gonna push you, man. Yeah.
Yo, brother, I really can't make out what you're saying because you keep breaking up.
Oh shit! Listen, sorry, man. I'm not trying to.
Captain, bro, you're breaking up bad.
Yeah, you are. You are.
I'm not trying to break you up. Yeah, big up everybody. Yeah. No, I'm gone. Big up.
No, just refresh, Captain, and come back. It's just your connection. Just refresh.
Yeah, man. But you got Verdi, the fucking arsehole, who give me 20 minutes to.
No, we'll tell him as soon as you get back. We'll tell him you're in the back chat, innit?
Gone.
Yeah, indeed.
Damn, you ain't got going.
Just refresh, bro. Trust me, I'll follow actually.
Captain, go and stick 50p in the meter and come back, man. Make sure you come back, though.
Can I just address something quickly?
I'm ready for you. Watch your mouth, yeah? Watch your
One
mouth.
second. Can I just address something quickly?
I know you love me. Why are you playing like that?
Right, go ahead. What's happening?
Rich, it's just there's someone in the chat. Rich Porter. I didn't say that all Africans are poor. You know, I said that no matter the black people that are poor, even the poor Africans are still full of belly laughs. I never said there weren't rich Africans. There's rich every nation on the planet, and there's poor.
Yeah.
So just
I had to explain.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had to explain. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Captain. Now you back.
That's right, Captain. We hear you now. Go on.
Welcome back.
I can't hear him.
But
I
listen,
can't hear him. I'm going to jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, I had to explain that to my wife when I first moved over here to Finland. I had to explain to her because there were a lot of Somali refugees who were coming over in the early 1990s over here. And I explained to her. She said, "Well, these people, these people, they have cars, they got clothes, they got this, that, and the other." And I said, Video, being a refugee does not mean that you're poor. It means that you're in a situation at home where you can get killed for your political view, your religious view, your cultural view, or whatever. Your life is always on the line. Your head's on a swivel, and you can't turn it fast enough. So you try to gather up your family, and if you can't, you get the fuck out of Dodge. Excuse my French. If you get up out of Dodge, right? And it doesn't mean that you're dirt poor. It doesn't mean that you don't have any money. It means that your life, your very physical life is in peril. Because I mean,
Eric, I'm disappointed though, Eric. Raheem never showed us his hand,
No, hold on.
He's black, bro. He's black.
We want to see a hand, a foot, a toe nail. We want to see something. Come true, Raheem. He's in the back.
Raheem, come true, man. Yo, Velly, I beg you put Raheem back on, bro. Well, go on, fam. Yo, Velly. Yeah. Yo, Velly, big up yourself. I beg you put my man back on.
Captain, so what we're doing, we're vetting all the black people to make sure they claim that they're not claiming to be black and they're not actually black, yeah? Is that what we're doing?
After what Card did, Card pulled the trick over my eyes. Yo, Raheem, can you unmute your mic, please?
Yo,
my brother,
video, man, and see if it ain't
could you do me a favor?
Link, man.
Can you show us your hand, please?
I'm not putting on my camera.
Why?
Lady D.
Yeah,
Lady D. Does a person have to be black to be pro-black?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
Card can't talk nothing about black. He's banned. Raheem, please show us your hand, bro. You make. I mean,
I'm not showing not a damn thing.
Please, for me, bro.
Brother.
For me. Just
have
a
I
finger.
done something to make you mistrust me?
I can't even get interrupted.
Have I done something to make you mistrust me?
Yeah, because Khan's been putting wool over my eyes for months. Yeah,
I told him I was pro-black, and
brother. I'm black.
No, Raheem,
my mother is from Manchester. My father is from Santa Cruz. Yeah, my grandma was.
Which Manchester? Which Manchester?
Yeah, which Manchester?
In Jamaica, man. St. Elizabeth, Manchester.
But Raheem, I still need to see a hand or something, bro.
What, brother? You got the link on there? My hand is on there.
Or an ankle. Show him your ankle.
Nothing.
Well, there you go. That's
you
that.
Can't show me a piece of your flesh. You can't show me a piece of yeah.
Captain said you got to show us your colors.
Yeah, show us your colors. Or you won't be the gang. You can't build a G block without saying that.
No. Wait.
Yo, see me?
He's black.
I'm Raheem Block.
Okay.
I'm Raheem Block. I'm not G Block.
Raheem Block.
Raheem just one of them black dudes. You could tell. You could just tell that Montel Williams vibe about him, man.
That's what I was gonna say. I swear down, I was gonna say that.
Williams, he sees the world.
This is how we do it.
Hold on, Benny, put a lady to buy back up, bro. Yeah, man.
No, that's Montel Jordan. I'm thinking Montel Jordan.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who's Montel Williams?
Raheem,
guy with the talk show.
Montel, he had a talk show. Montel Williams talk show.
Yeah, he did.
Nah, Montel Jordan's closer to the mark, man. Come on.
Okay, check, mic check, mic
We put
check.
Montel Williams on here.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good. So I want Raheem. Are you gonna now, bro? Come on now. You have to come true for me. Until you show me something, yeah.
So
I'm
what
gonna,
do I owe
I'm
you,
going
my
to make
sister?
you go back and shine those tattoos. So you got to show me something.
Mate, listen, no.
Why are you telling me no,
really
though?
Inappropriate.
Like, come on.
Yo, but we all showed
really
us. Yo, we all
listen,
showed
the
us.
guys. You guys have got video evidence of who I am.
No,
you
bro,
can verify
by
the voice.
That's not evidence to show
You can verify by the voice to see if that is me or not. Yeah, you got the proof there. You either want to take it or you don't. It's one or the other, ain't it? But black guy.
So Raheem, you really make me come in with big 90, no makeup, no nothing, come expose my naked.
I didn't tell you to do
look
that.
Look what you want to do now.
I
You want to
didn't tell you to do that.
Making me come on without my fading
you
shit.
guys made all of these decisions yourself. No one asked me, yo, Raheem, you want to play a game called Expose Your Face? Because my answer would have been the same that it was then as it is now. The answer is no. Come on, man.
Yeah, guys, leave it, man. It's getting creepy now.
It's weird.
Yeah,
it's proper weird.
I mean, in the end, that's a grown black man there, and if he says he ain't gonna do it, he ain't gonna do it.
Thank you. And the thing is,
coon train is coming.
To each other, you know?
The coon train is coming.
Lady D.
Oh, stop that, Lady D. Now, come on.
What did Lady
D
say?
The actual fuck.
What did
I
she
ain't
say?
repeating that.
Lady D, say it back, mum.
What did I say?
Take it back.
Show us your.
Say it, man. Say it.
Say what? I was singing that
you just said. I didn't hear you.
Song. The coon train. You know that one that Tariq
yeah.
she did for him. The coon train is coming.
Yeah, Tariq.
You better have your ticket ready, Lady D. Come in there upon that train. I'm in my car driving. Yeah, that ain't for me. Someone said that. Someone's asking if you were naked to put your camera back on because they don't believe.
What about black on black crime? The coon train is coming. The coon train is coming.
The train is coming. Raheem wants to get on
you know what? But see, that's the thing about it. But wait a minute, Lady D, since you
Divine.
Lady Divine, since you brought that up, okay, now what about black on black crown? Crew train is coming. Well, guess what? I look at it this way: any black man living in the neighborhood with a group of black men, okay, who is willing to shoot him in order to take over his corner, okay, and sell drugs on his corner, is the biggest coon alive and deserves to be shot to death on sight.
Oh, wow.
And you know why I say this? Now, you know why I'm saying this, right? I'm saying this because of this, okay? When people say, okay, what about black on black crime? It's something that we can't hide from ourselves. If we're going to develop and build,
brother, no need to interrupt.
Yeah,
That's what Raheem does all the time. Raheem does that to us all the time.
Do what?
But at the same time,
Whoa! Do what? I wasn't even paying attention. What are you talking about? Do what?
In it, you hear me? Good.
Yeah, I just heard
for real.
selling out. What are you talking about?
Raheem, jokes aside, I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie. And this is why me and Anifa will stick it on you more time now, because all time we'll have a conversation, and you'll be like, it's like you just like you want to just turn on us, like pull your socks up by the bootstraps and them talk there. I can't stand that. Like,
well, someone's got to tell you. Someone's got to empower you.
Well, the thing about it is, Raheem.
I've told you all before. You don't realize why I have the things. Why my name is my name. Why my picture is my picture. The things I say to you, then it's calculated for a reason, and it's said for a reason to certain people for a reason.
But Raheem, you know what?
Hold on. Raheem, this ain't the Matrix, mate. Yeah. So Raheem, unmute your mic. Show me your fucking picture.
Yeah, fuck's sake. Yeah.
He ain't gonna do it, Captain. He ain't gonna do it.
I know he is. I know.
Boy, I'll be back.
I know. Raheem ain't breaking for nobody.
But see, the thing about it is, okay, now I'll say this, Lady Divine. I'm with Raheem as far as he says, okay, yeah, bootstrap yourself. You know why? Because I know so many different black men and women, at least stateside, and I'm sure you've all got your standouts in the UK as well, who have done very well for themselves. And I'm talking about outside of the field of entertainment.
Let me say something. I just realized that Raheem's picture is Morpheus.
Raheem, why are you trying to divert the? I mean, Carnito, why are you trying to divert the thing? We're trying to stick it on.
No, because I love Morpheus, but I wanted to stay. Yeah, it took a long time for me to love Morpheus because do you remember he beat up Tina Turner in the other film?
Can't allow it now. Listen to what I'm trying to say to you. This is why it's not even a case of Raheem will say pull ourselves up. But if he's doing that and he's doing that amongst us, cool. But you see, when you're giving somebody like pussy hole, dirty, stinking, crosses, Afghan an opportunity to attack us, now that's when I got a problem with it. Afghan.
But you know what though?
Come on now.
To be honest, you know Afghan is like so far removed from anything related to blackness that he should for shame to even open his fucking mouth, bro.
But that's the thing about it. Black, white, Afghan can't attack the black man and black woman who does well for him or herself. Yes or no?
I don't know what happened with Raheem and Afghan, but like, I wish I was there.
Raheem and Afghan are brethren. That's my point. That's my point. He holds on to Raheem as his little shield when he wants to come and attack the black community. So that's where we have a problem with.
What do you mean? What do you mean? One minute. What do you mean attack the black community? What the fuck?
Have you not heard how much times we had to go toe to toe with Afghan over there, Khan?
Yeah, but like in specific bullshit that he's done, yeah, but I'm talking about in general.
That's my point. Raheem doesn't
stop being quick. Yo, Carl, you have to stop being quick to talk, killer. Yeah, because you're not black. Stop it. Yeah, stop being quick to talk.
Hold on a minute. Me and Lady Divine's having a conversation about one particular person.
Oh, fucking about, bro. Calm down. Yeah, calm down. Yeah,
Do you know the guy, Rambo? You probably have never even spoke to him, have you?
Yeah, of course I know Afghan, the biggest opium dealer. Yeah, come on, bro.
Be careful, because that's the kind of shit Belly used to say to him. Belly used to wind him up about things like that, man. And then it will turn nasty. But it was
me who used to say that first. Yo, Lady.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Lady Divine knows I used to tell Afghan about his Boba Clark Taliban self. Yeah? Stop fucking growing opium. Yeah? Fucking arsehole. Yeah, and he's ashes. He's the biggest ash man.
You're all right about that because it was the Mujahideen who were trying to get rid of who actually damn near got rid of the poppy plant in Afghanistan in 79-80, along with the Russian invasion when they kicked the Russians' ass out of there, which they did actually literally kick the Russians' ass out of there. But you
haven't heard the story. You haven't heard the story, Eric. I saved Afghan and his family. I was out there. Yeah, you know what I mean, yeah, doing from the army, yeah, and I saw Afghan in trouble, and I went and saved him. You never see that Rambo film? You never seen Rambo 3? Oh fuck, man. Yo,
look where this conversation gone now.
Yo, Eric, you ever seen Rambo 3? You ever seen Rambo 3? Yeah, the old school one, man. When he goes when he goes and rescue the Taliban and that, yeah, keep the opium running. Fuck Afghan, man.
Yeah. Oh, Raheem, what do you like about Afghan? Like, what's the endearing qualities that he has?
That's his brethren.
His sense of humor.
No, the man's never disrespected me, so I have no reason to dislike him nor disrespect him back. Simple.
Oh, okay. So it's like if he disrespects you individually, then you got a problem.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So he can say what he wants about black people in general.
I've never personally heard him say anything that I would warrant as offensive.
Oh my God, Raheem, stop lying.
That's fair enough,
don't
though.
do this. Don't
Anything
do
that
this,
I've
Raheem.
thought is inappropriate, I've always called everyone out on. Anytime anyone does something that I think is wrong, I'll say it. I say I believe right is right and wrong is wrong. If I think he's taking it too far, he's taking it too far, and I'll tell him.
Yeah,
My
but
personal experience
Raheem,
is
you're
different to
too
your
far.
personal experience.
But Raheem, you're right. You're right and wrong, or you're too far. Could be at the breaking point of yourself, where I know that you could handle a lot of shit. Yeah. So let's not be lying now. Afghan is a piss taker, especially when he wants to mock black people. And he's very good at it.
He takes a piss out of everyone.
Yeah, but it will
That's my
focus more on
experience.
black people.
I can't judge anyone else by
Come on, man.
I'm showing
Yo.
something. Nah. This is
Raheem,
the
when
problem
I
I
see
have with
you, I'm
everyone.
gonna put you in the headlock. When I see you, Raheem,
Brother, let me finish.
we finished now. When I see you, I'm gonna put you in the headlock. Forget it. I'm gonna put you in the headlock. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll rub your and fucking give you some knuckles on your forehead. Yeah, like what uncles do, and hopefully that will wake you up. Watch when I see you, Raheem. You better know martial arts. Yeah, or Krav Maga or some shit. Because I'm gonna put you in the headlock and give you some conks.
As I said,
Fuck's
unless
sake.
someone shows me something for me to make a judgment on, which no one has, I can't turn around and judge anything by apart from what my experience is. That's how the world should operate in my eyes.
Alright, cool. I leave you
can't
alone.
take up for anyone else if I don't know something's happened. But anytime someone's done something wrong, I've always been there to say, do you know what, you're wrong and you're a dickhead, or you're right and you should feel empowered.
Raheem, when I see you, I'm gonna put you in the headlock. That's all I'm saying, man. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Mingy's finished now. Yeah, I'm not questioning you.
Yeah, I'm done calling out Raheem with Afghan. So let me move on to the next victim of the night. Ezra, where are you, baby? Ezra, I love you, my brother. I'm not
where's Ezra?
Ezra until you say Africa Black Power. Big up the red, black, and the green. Where's Ezra?
No, true, though. Where's Ezra dead, man?
Where's Ezra, man? Look at shit. As Ezra I come for now.
I haven't seen Ezra in a long time.
Ezra's frightened to be African. I wanna get out Ezra. Ezra's not getting away with it. Ezra, I want you.
You said
Ezra. Yo, Benny, you would have put up the odds, yeah, more, because you know I'm gonna win. When I see fucking Raheem, I'm gonna put him in a headlock, bruv. Yeah, cha. Fucking, I thought to give him a DDT. Yeah, fucking hell.
What's DDT? Ain't that flag killer?
Are you an arsehole? Don't you never watch WWF? Oh yeah, WWE.
No, man, I don't watch that shit, bro. That's for kids.
Yeah, when I was a kid, yeah, DDT was the thing, fam. So shut up, fucking hell, Khan.
But where I come from, DDT is what you spray on flies, bro.
Yo, where you come from, yeah, you use rings, yeah. You don't use that, bro. You just use mesh. You don't have no fly spray. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah. Talk about fly spray.
Hold on. Let me get the next victim on the panel. 1 second, bro.
Don't you not have DDT in Jamaica? I thought you had that DDT same thing,
we're gonna try and get Brother Isle on the panel. Brother Isle, I want you Hebrews to come and stand firm in the shit you lot say. Get on this panel, rude boy. Come on, get on it.
I don't mind jumping off the panel if there's any genuine black people want to take my place.
I want these weak Hebrews in the chat to get on the panel and take on the Lady D. Come on, I got you.
So big up, like Israel's place. Yeah, big up Urban. Yeah, get me. Rich Porter, Dano, Grassler TV. Yeah. Oh God, so much people in here. Yeah, man. Big up everybody.
Oh, Captain, by the way, I knew what you meant when you said DDT, by the way.
Hold on. Do not talk with your Corona self.
What do you mean Corona? I went to Estonia, not China.
Yeah, but Estonia is part of Europe. Yeah, so
yeah, but Estonia's only got 4 cases of
Hold on. How the hell you come back into Europe so quick? Yeah? What? And be back with your family with that Corona? Are you nuts? And be up here with your virus? Yo, fam. To come off, bruv. Yeah? Come back next week.
No,
you haven't been screwed or nothing.
No, sharing is caring.
Yo, Ultra, you have not been screened by D Block. I think.
No, Ultra's black. Ultra is black.
Ultra is black. I'm immune to Corona.
Yeah, I don't think any black people have actually died of Corona yet.
Yeah, shout out to the Corona. So all the white people eat all the Chinese food you want. We should put a PayPal together. White people eat all the Chinese food they want. Go to your buffets, go to your boutiques. White people eat all the Chinese food that you like. I beg of you.
Also, as well, big up all the people buying face masks from China.
Hold on. I don't want no typing in the chat, brother Isle. I want one of you weak Hebrews to come on here and explain to me how Esau can get into the tribe, but the Africans can't. Somebody needs to
here we go.
his
Don't
logic.
do this.
No.
Don't bring Hebrews in here.
Listen, Lady Divine. You know why, Ezra?
Brad's killing me.
Please. We're having a good day. I beg you, no, sister.
How that work? Please let me know.
Please, sis, don't bring them in here. Be irritated.
Explain it to me.
Can we talk about Islam real quick, please? Can we talk about Islam?
But African can't get no bringing. Why go on for that?
Can we talk about Africa? Can we talk about Islam?
Hold on. Lady D, please unmute your mic. Quick question.
He always tell people to be unmute their mic.
Lady, please. Quick question. Shit, man. Lady Divine, quick question I have for you. Are you telling me that Carla and Becky could be a part of the Israelites, but an African woman named Femi can't be in it?
No.
That's what they're telling us.
Closely related to.
Hey, I'm done.
They want Becky with the good hair, but they don't want Zulu with the picky nappy cotton wool head. They don't want him.
Yes.
So how that work?
Hey, Kemo,
the slaves weren't taken. The Hebrew slaves weren't taken from Europe. They were taken from West Africa. But there's no relation, I guess. They're just separate people onto themselves that only wore blue. So
I'm done, man. I'm done. Yo, Kemo.
Strong in the morning, bro.
Where's Kemo, man? Make Kemo come on. Yo.
Hey,
Ultra.
DC Brad.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up, Cat?
You know they wore white with the blue trim. You know why they had the blue trim instead of the whole thing blue?
Why?
Because that blue's expensive, bro. That blue's like worth more than gold. That lapis lazuli, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's where the blue color comes from. It's expensive shit, bro. That's why you just see a little trim going around the side. It's just a little trim thing going around the edges.
Yeah, what's up, Cap?
Yeah, we got to stop giving up black cards. I want to see if you're black.
That's right, Baba. I see you in the chat. Come and defend it, Baba. Sorry, card. Black card is not getting here today. Let Baba come through.
I'm really joking.
Let me deal with Baba.
Wait a minute.
Baba's
did you say you want to see if I'm black?
Come true, Baba.
No,
I'm
fucking
right
about Ultra. Big up yourself.
I was gonna say, bro, listen, you would have seen me in the flesh if you did make your way to the last motive, but obviously we know how that went.
Don't worry, I will make it on the what do you call it? Fuck it, I forgot the bus number. That's why you got
185. 185.
No, it's not the 185. What's that original? What's that bus? What originally runs from Camberwell to fucking Lambert Grove?
Lambert Grove, I don't know.
Yeah, what's what's that route, man?
I have no idea, babe. You're fully plugged in. You can't walk off of it.
So you what? You want to 185, yeah? Be careful, Ultra, with his corona self.
Oh man. See
Yeah,
what you did.
Ultra's a corona carrier. Yo, guess what? We got Hebrew Israelite on the panel.
That's right.
Yo,
First
come and
foremost,
defend the thing.
African Black Power.
Yo, Israelite, yo, big up, salute, bro. How are you, fam?
Oh, wait. Before you continue, just quickly, the reason why Ezra's not jumping on the panel is because I exposed him. Sophia Lewis, the dad is a Jamaican and a Hebrew, and therefore, by lineage, Sophia Lewis is a Hebrew Israelite.
Shut up, Ultra.
I'm dead.
See, I knew that.
Yeah, so basically, that's you man's problem, isn't it?
Your head.
Not mine.
Like,
So
and then Ezra said, no, Sophie Lewis is an atheist.
I'm refreshing. I beg you let me back in so I can deal with Brother Ard. And the next Hebrew, I'm going to have them all on the slaughter table today. I'm coming true.
Boy, this is going to be wicked, boy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good night.
Yeah, man.
Because tonight's gonna be a good night. Because tonight's gonna be a good night. Feel it.
Wait, Ultra. Isn't your wife pregnant right now?
Yeah, she's 6
How's
months
everything
today.
Huh?
Yeah, she's alright. Baby's 6 months today.
Wow, congrats, man.
Yeah, no, I'm excited, but I'm a pro at this thing. I've been doing it for like 2 years.
Hey, Ultra, why you acting like you some? Yo, Ultra, behave yourself, you know. Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm a pro, bro.
Yeah. Yo, behave yourself like you're a pro. You're amateur.
Get to know, bro. I've done it for all time. Well, this will be my full time doing this shit, bro.
Is it?
Hey,
Ultra.
Yeah.
Ultra. I need a job. I need a job, man. Cause I'll use your name. Like, go to the garage and use your name.
Yeah, if you do, I get £500.
You get a reference. For real?
Yeah, if I bring someone into the garage, I get $500, and so do you as well.
Is it? So listen,
we both get $500.
Oh, sorry, brother. We've got two for the price of one. Even better.
Oh my God.
We got my brothers first and foremost.
Yo. Big up.
That's a dude.
Even do they using to the panel. Yeah.
This is all in love.
But it's chilling stuff.
I have to call you out. Shalom, first of all.
Yeah,
I have to call you. You Hebrews are taking the piss now. How is it you lot are allowing Neanderthal, Becky with the good hair, and all these type of people to come true into your tribe, but you lot are not accepting Africans? What the hell's really going on around here? And explain this logic to us.
Who's gonna answer first? Me or you, Ndule?
Nah, let me answer first though. We know
okay, cool.
We already know that the street preaching angle, like, you know, Esau, all of that. I don't believe in the New Testament, and I don't believe that Esau is the European, the white man. I don't believe that the brother of our ancestor is the white people. I think that so that's one thing. You know what I mean? Secondly, Japheth, the Europeans, no, they're not allowed, because if you got white skin, you're not allowed to go in the temple or the camp. So it would be hard for you to be an Israelite or in the camp if you was of that descent. That's why you rarely see them. Well, I don't think you even see them breed with anyone from Japheth descent in the Torah. Like, they only breed with people from Shem and from Ham, which are the Africans. And this whole African thing is, in the Bible, biblically speaking, the Africa comes from the word Afri, which where like King Angius was from, Hannibal was from this area called Afri, and because this Roman named Scipius won a battle against Hannibal, then they called it Africa after Africanus, because they have anus in their name, Romans in it, because they love Latin, you know. But that's why you get the word Africa from. So it's only the north part of that continent which was called Afri. So we're all from the same continent, so we can say Africa now, so we all know what we're talking about. But we're from somewhere bigger than that. We're from a big continent, wherever the name is. We're all from that, and Shem and Ham are closer than Japheth. Japheth is more separate. That's why they look different and such and whatnot. So that's my angle. Yeah.
Okay,
So
that's
Africans
your
can,
angle.
yeah.
Right,
And I
big up
believe
on
that.
that.
I believe, first of all, I believe that the Israelites that sold us in slavery are Israelites too. So the same Africans that we beef at and say, oh yeah, you Africans sold us out. It says that you're going to sell yourselves into slavery. So I believe in that prophecy, meaning those same ones that are in Africa now, they got the bloodline as well. Even though you was selling us out, you're still that. You was the prophecy of the people who's going to sell us out. But we're
Okay,
all
but
still
brother,
the same
hold on.
blood.
This is why I have a problem with it, especially when it comes to the book, yeah? Because what I see happening today, and I'm being very honest, I'm seeing a lot of hate going towards the Africans, yeah? My brothers and sisters, yeah? The same ones that I walk and defend daily, yeah? I'm seeing a lot of hate going towards the African family, and it's always a case of, you lot sold us out, you lot did this, you lot. And then from the Africans, I'm hearing a lot of shit like, well, you're not really African. You are how many times removed? How is that serving us any purpose? Like, how are we supposed to handle this?
It's the agenda. I think that the way we handle it is by we can even acknowledge each other in it, because obviously we got the Kemet people who some of them don't believe in the Israelite thing at all. But if they can just acknowledge that, yeah, we all know these people are based in an area where it would have been black people. It would have been an area where if you had some type of albino or some type of white skin form, you'd be run out, you'd be pushed out. It was a negative thing. So all these areas are anti-white, and all these anti-white areas got dominated by non-blacks, basically. The same thing that happened to this so-called Israel, if it's put into the narrative that it's the actual place, the same thing that happened to Egypt happened to Israel. The people came into your land, took over your stuff, took over your identity, and ran you out. That's the same shit that happened to Egypt. Look who's over there now. The same thing happened to Assyria, Babylon, all these areas. It was a curse that in the Bible it says it's going to happen to these main nations. So we're all one people, but we're beefing each other, talking about, oh yeah, you're Ham and you're this. And now it's dumb. That's why I came on this topic, because I like this topic. How the hell can the Europeans be your brothers or be so close to you, but the Africans ain't? When you look like each other, when you read the Bible, the Israelites were only breeding with Hamite, Canaanites, Ethiopians like Moses, all these people, we only bred with them. So we would look like them. Even Esau himself had an Egyptian wife, I swear, a Hamite wife. So what would this mixed race brother look? What would this white brother look like? What would his youth look like if he's going with Canaanite?
So my brother,
they would get
so my brother,
yo.
Would didn't the Israelites mix in with the Canaanites later on?
Yeah, exactly. Which are African or these Hamite people, these dark skinned people. So,
but what's the no? Ask me a question now. Queen Sheba, was she classed as Amorite, European, or was she African, or would we say black?
Yeah, I'd say she's black. Ham.
She was from the Hamite.
Yeah, African, so called.
Okay, so Baba, if I come up to you now and I say to you that I am West Indian, I can be an Israelite, yeah?
There's a chance that you're either Israelite, Egyptian, or Assyrian, because it all happened to that. All the people living in that area, we all got pushed into major Africa, into West Africa. All these names.
Can you provide us a document to prove that, please? There is no proof that happened. After the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD,
proof that happened. Go and ask.
There's no proof that you see West. You see.
All say that they migrated from North Africa and East Africa. So
excuse me. The fall after the fall of Jerusalem, the Jews went north. So when did they go to Central and West Africa?
Which Jews went north? The Jews went all over Africa.
Then you got to show me. Can you give me any kind of proof of that, please?
They haven't got any proof that they went north either. So it's all
yes, they do.
Allegedly, no, they don't.
Can you give us proof they went to Africa, please?
We can give you proof they went to Africa because it's within the names, within the tribe names.
Okay, so name one tribe that is name one African tribe today that is Hebrew.
I can. Ashanti.
You say the Akan?
I can, yeah.
All right, well, this conversation's over. Go ahead, Lady D.
You asked the question and now you want to...
No, you're done. You're done at that point.
You're done. I can do that too. I can talk like that. Come on.
You're done.
Come on.
Oh, Lady D, I'm sorry. I thought this was one of the new ones.
No, we was having a serious conversation and you want to bust up. But I can bust up too. We can all talk like that. Come on, man. You want to keep
come on, Baba, big and serious, Baba, for real. The reason why we're having to have this year because I've seen a lot of complaints in the chat, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. When I'm seeing my brothers like Isle and Ezra and Torok, and they're blatantly disrespecting the African family, our brothers and sisters. I'm not feeling that bullshit, and I don't say anything. A lot of the time I let it slide. But enough's enough. How long are we going to allow this to just continue before we start calling out the divisiveness that's going on within ourselves, much less what we're getting from other communities? Like, that's a mad thing.
Because even if you remove the whole Israelite thing, the fact that they went to Egypt and took all their stuff, took the mummies, took their books, started to use it to develop their countries and all of that type of ancient occult, even the occult mysticism, if you want to get spooky and stuff and go into religion, because some people say that they didn't believe in gods and stuff, but that's a whole nother story. But they took their whole format, all their stuff, just like they do allegedly with the Israelites. They took their thing, took over their thing, act like it's them. You know what I mean? They're not the only people they did it to.
We have proof.
What did you say?
Can you give us a source of that? That's all I want.
Source of what?
Well, I'm still waiting for the source that the Akan people are.
You just said the argument's done, man. I'm not playing with you, but you're on back and forth.
I was waiting for you to have
say the same thing again. Oh yeah. You lost your.
No, you said you could prove it. If you can't prove it, you can't prove it.
You're a joke, man, right?
No. If you said you
just stay listening, you might learn something.
No. I'm
okay, so, you know what? Before it goes that left, because I know we're gonna have to argue this out, but we're gonna argue it out respectively, because clearly, DC, Brad, myself, and Captain have a different point of view from Isle and you, Baba, and it's about time we had this conversation amongst ourselves as Black people, while there's no other people throwing in their little pieces of into the puzzle. Ultra, he's neutral. He's going to be a referee if it gets out of hand. That's what Ultra's going to do. toe to toe and war this shit out today. For real, yeah? Ultra, you ready to referee, rude boy? Oh, good. But let's hear Brother Oz. I know Brother Oz got a whole different view of how he does his Hebrew thing. So, come to you. Let me hear your foolishness now.
To answer your first question about white people being was he saying how can white people be included with Israelites or something like that?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's it.
Oh no, white people can't be included with Israelites. No,
Africans aren't. That's the question.
No, white people can't be accepted with Israelites, no.
Wait, is he asking me that question?
No, I think I wanted to hear how, because remember, with he doesn't belong to a camp of any sort or whatever. So when I'm seeing him and he won't accept Africans, and now he's saying he won't accept whites. So why are Africans not? Forget the whites. I could care less about them. My thing is, why can't Africans get accepted?
Because they're from Ham. Yeah, us as Israelites, it's only Israelites that can be amongst that. When it comes to the faith, it's only Israelites that can apply to the faith.
Okay.
Still trying to find this connection between the Akan people and the Hebrews. Literally,
this is Akan. Akan means smoke. It's a tribe in Judah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Akan Hebrew word right here.
If you look in the Torah, you see Akan in.
But I'm trying to figure out how that translates to.
Then, when you look into when the English went over to, what was it, to where the Ashanti is?
Ghana.
So I'm trying to think of the specific part of Ghana, but obviously
like Kumasi.
Yeah, when they went there, they took pictures in it, and they obviously illustrated certain things of their customs and the stuff they wore, and they noticed that they wear the 12 tribe chest plate on their neck, of each of the tribe symbolism.
Can you give me a source of that, please?
Google. I'm on Google right now. Right.
Okay, cool. Please.
Tribe. Google it. Ashanti 12 tribe. The first pictures, black and white pictures, they're gonna see. Of what I'm talking about. But this is what this is what the white man illustrated. And they
why we listen to Esau though? Aren't the Ashanti saying this themselves?
We wear fringes, right?
Okay.
We sung Kumbaya.
12 tribe.
You see the two pictures?
Oh my life. Look at me. I'm following. This is a rock. So I typed it in. The Ashanti 12 tribes. Okay. So they're Rastafarian sets. So you're a Rasta?
No, I don't know about that. Delete the
okay, well, it says that they have the 12 tribes listed here.
Right, Ashanti 12 tribe. Not
That's
10.
what I did. And the first thing that popped up was Jamaicans.com, Rastafarian orders /sect.
So what images?
Like, yeah, they're all Rastafari. And then there's the Hebrew Igbo. What am I doing going down this rabbit hole?
Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen? Do you see this?
Yeah, you're on a.
Do you see that black and white picture with the chest plate around his?
All right, cool. I'm gonna go on the images. Let me look it up.
Look for that, man.
Here it is.
Welcome back, brother Raheem.
Big up.
All right, so what are we looking? What am I seeing here? Because it just says pin of tribal life, so it's just it's a person. It's just someone depicting what tribal life is like. There's an array of these pictures.
Yes. Now, when you see where that document is from, that illustration talks about the comparisons between them and the Jews and their custom, how they had fringes, how he had the 12 tribe chest plate. Yeah, and how they're from the Akan tribe, which is in the southern tribe of Judah. Do you understand? So
well, then
you get the kingdom of the Judah, but that's a whole nother thing.
Oh, well, don't claim that kingdom. All they did was just raid slaves and they got ran out. What are you talking about?
That don't matter. That's the whole point. They were raising slaves and selling slaves and whatnot, and that's the whole prophecy that we're going to sell each other as slaves. So, boom.
And then you know that they were like wiped out before the. Never mind.
Listen, you can say wiped out whatever you want. You want to prove.
But all these pictures go right back to a Pinterest account that's already Hebrew led. Then they call this person in Ashanti Hebrew.
I didn't tell you to go into the picture. I just said look at the picture of the chest plate.
Yeah, I need to see the source behind the picture. I need to see the source behind the picture, though. You just can't just tell me. I don't do lookership. Like, are the symbols online?
It could be all day, innit? And
we could be. If you could just give me a source.
And you're asking me how is Akan connected?
Because you think. You
know what I think then? Why are you asking me?
No, I'm trying to put this in words, because see, I can deal with the Aboriginals, because the Aboriginals, their scholarship is dumb, but Hebrews, it's like you guys cling to things that are similar and say like, this is Hebrew because Waiuda, or we heard El, or this says Yah, so like you try to cling to it, and I think.
Listen, I just mentioned Yehuda, and you're talking about slaves and stuff.
Yeah, but do you understand that that was just a slave catching kingdom?
So what is that got to do with me pointing that they are the Israelites? What's that got to do with anything? It's like,
so you're not trying to make that claim. You're not trying to make that claim.
Only that.
You're not trying to make that claim.
Other than showing you connections between names, customs, and stuff that the people are doing to show them that they have a connection. That's why I'm giving you the connection.
So I'm asking. So are you saying that the kingdom of Waiuda is connected to the Jews? If not, then I can clearly apologize if I misunderstood.
Yes, I already said that.
So you're saying yes, they are.
Yes, it is connected. That whole area.
But you do. Waiuda wasn't.
That's where all the West Africans say they came from northern Africa. They came from around Egypt area, around Sudan area. All those areas they came from and went into West Africa later on.
But that doesn't make them all Israelites.
I never said that they're all Israel. If you heard my point,
you just said that's where all West. You said that's where all West Africans claim.
The West Indies. I said if you're West Indies, there's a chance that you're going to be from Egypt, Israel, Assyria, all those areas around that fucking area. That's what I said.
Yo, why you getting so hyped? Chill, man. I'm high right now.
Get hyped, bro.
Okay, so let me just be clear.
Baba, that we're not from Africa and that. I know we're African, bro.
Okay, but Baba, this is the problem, and this is where I think this is what we have the major problem with it. Outside of the Hebrew Israelite or the Israelite community, yeah, it's like you lot are not on one accord. One will say one thing. Now, if I let Brother Al speak now, he's gonna have a complete different message than what you got. Let him go through and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
just
I know,
to let him understand.
But I think we should all make each other. I gave a disclaimer that I'm different, and I believe in a different thing. I mean, I ain't come across no one who believes in what I believe. Maybe I should call myself a different name or something. I don't know, but I've got a different interpretation and my theories on it. So I understand why you lot are frustrated. Even if I'm getting frustrated, I understand why you lot are frustrated as well. Because it looks like a sellout thing that we're, you know what I mean, putting each other down in that. But you have to see I'm coming from a different angle, fam. So just open your mind to how I'm dealing with it. You know
and that's why I'd rather talk directly with you guys, and then we can have this conversation open so we can figure out some stuff. Because clearly we're
let's lower the vibration. I ain't trying to argue anything. I ain't trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand this.
My bad.
Okay, so brother Al, come true. Let's hear your thing now. I know you're gonna come with whole next one whole heap of thing. Come true, brother.
Yeah. I don't believe on West Africans are Israelites. Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain to us why you don't believe that West Africans can be Israelites or are Israelites?
I think they're not Israelites because Israelites, to be an Israelite, your father's family has to match Deuteronomy 28 verse 68, and West Africans or Africans don't match that.
So, brother, what do you need? Where is it in the rule book that says that West Africans cannot be? So you're just saying, so North Africans can be, I guess. South Africans could be. East Africans could be, but West Africans can't? Am I hearing correctly?
All Africans can't. No.
Oh, all Africans. So it's not West Africa, it's all Africa now. The whole continent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So where's the rule? Who made up the rule and who gave the commandment or whatever it is that Africa as a whole could not be a part of the Israelites? Where did that come from? Which prophet told you guys this?
God showed Moses. Hello?
Wait, I'm so confused.
Wasn't Lady D meant to be speaking?
You're gonna have to show them a verse if it says that, man.
Yeah, I
need to see a verse.
Describe your thing, man. Go into detail about your belief system, man.
Say it again.
Go into detail about your belief system. What's different from the brother?
Wait. Say the last part. I got the first part, but not the last part.
What is different about your version of being a Hebrew Israelite compared to the other brothers?
Myself, I don't believe that that West Africans are Israelites, but I believe that black people that are the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade are. And the reason I say that because God said to the Israelites, if you break my law, I'll put you into slavery and with a yoke of iron around your neck on ships. And that happened to black people in the Americas. Yeah, and that didn't happen to people in Africa.
So, yeah, but why can there not be people who are still there?
There we go. Who gave that law? Who gave that commandment? God gave that to who? Which prophet delivered that commandment to the people or that law to the people?
Moses.
Oh, so Moses got the message and told the people, the Israelites, that they cannot intertwine or mix or mingle or whatever with the Hamites, yeah?
7 tribes of the Hamites, but not all Hamites. God did say there were 7 Hamites not to mix with, but others we could.
You can't like you're backtracking now, mate. Can we go with the Hamites or not?
At that time, there was 7 Hamites that God showed us not to go with, and at that time, now we can go. Now we can go with Hamites because remember, we went into Egypt, 70 of us, and we grew into a multitude by having children with the Egyptians. So yeah, we can go with Hamites.
Even Moses himself, his wife was
that the same for you, Miss Kappa?
Ethiopia, East Africa, them sides. She was from Hamite lineage. So this whole anti-African thing, I basically think it's the Jewish people involved in it, and they've got these Israelites in America or whatnot confused, going around to spread more and more fucking negativity when people are coming together. Obviously, we got the Kemet people and that coming with their knowledge. We got other West African coming with their knowledge. We got all the African people are coming with knowledge, including if you want to say Israel or not, because it's part of that continent, regardless. So if people want to say it's a myth or it's whatever it is to do with black people, and the fact that it's anti-white and says you can't go in the temple and go in the camp, that's the only book saying that. I don't know what the Egyptian book would say, because it should have said that. Maybe they wouldn't have let the white people in there. You understand? But that's the only book I've seen so far out of the Mesopotamian area, Africa area, that was actually anti that and said, if you got this, you're not supposed to even be around the thing. You understand? So that has to be involved in this black thing, whatever, Black Power or Pan-Africa, whatever you want to call it. You need to have these type of statutes, laws. They took our shit, they made laws. The judicial system is based off of our laws. It's based off of our shit that's from our area. Whether you want to say it's fake or not, it's from our thing, and they're claiming to come to our landmass and take our shit. So if you want to take that L, that's on you, though. It's not on me. I'm claiming everything Africa has to offer. If Egypt has some storylines and some narratives that I could read, other than like Osiris and all that, because I know about a little basic of it, but it's not that specific or intricate, you know what I mean? But we know about their descendants, their children, or stuff like that. It's kind of mystical, do you know what I mean? With the Bible,
Papa, I hear you, brother, because you're clearly making your position and your stance very clear. Like, you're not rejecting nobody. Yeah, cool. Well, nobody that ain't black anyway, from the sounds of it. But I'm specifically talking about the Israelites, especially the Hebrew ones that do. That's the ones I want. I want them to explain their logic and how they got it and how it makes sense in today's world. Like, I don't get it.
How come they don't get to prove it though?
They need to show the verse. Exactly. What verse is it that's saying that you shouldn't be with so anti-African?
Just prove it.
There's one verse in that Esdras. I'll try and get it. Hold on.
We've got another Hebrew ready to jump on. Upper notches coming for our necks.
I know that. That's now or never, isn't it? I haven't seen him in a long time. This is Black people were literally killed for having an intelligence, and this is what we do now.
But DC Brad, isn't it not logical that we sit down and explain this stuff to each other, even for us who don't get it? Help us.
This movement started out of a Pentecostal movement in the South. Okay, I didn't know it made its way to the UK. I didn't know that people from the Caribbean are starting to believe this. God, I heard there are people from the continent are starting to believe this shit now. It's so exasperating.
It's mad. I don't get it.
Done.
White
supremacists don't even have to do shit anymore. It's just like they left the room. Like, have you ever seen that movie The Others with Jordan Peele?
Nah, mate.
Okay, well, it's like there's like the antagonists of the movie, like the bad guys in the movie, had no security. Like there was nothing preventing them from invoking like violence on the world or anything. That's the whole point of the whole point of the movie is like the bad entity had nothing blocking them. And I feel like we have nothing blocking us, but we just continue these stupid ass games. Are we the Kemites? Are we the Hebrews? Are we Aboriginal?
I've heard that Pentecostal theory and that, but you see in slavery, we don't seem to understand this. As soon as a slave got whipped of the Old Testament and they heard what Moses did to free his people and how he saw his person getting whipped, one of his brethren getting whipped, and he stoned that he killed him somehow, and then he freed his people. That motivated people like Nat Turner. You're from America, I'm sure you've heard of him. You see what Nat Turner did? He killed man.
Yeah, but Nat Turner only utilized the Bible because it's the only book he could read.
I just said he killed man, woman, and child like Moses. I don't know if you're on that kind of shit. So maybe you might have to go figure out something, some other faith or something that you can be natural, so you can be calm with, or you can be content with your spirit. But see the slaves that were on killing and freeing their people, they would have all got the Moses thing in their head. It all would have connected to them. The others who would have been shook on some other thing, they might have to pick up Jesus or something else, or pick up some other spiritual system. Only people that are putting in work were the ones that were inspired by Moses and them, and inspired by the voodoo and all them thing there. Understand?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If we know that this shit is like, for example, the Exodus story. There's no historical proof that the Exodus existed.
Yeah.
None. And once you destroy the Exodus, everything falls apart at that point. Hell, prove to me Abraham existed, and that there was some king that married his wife that he thought was his sister. And all. Show me that. Outside the Bible, I promise you, you never will.
What you gotta look at it as, if we could show you true life story that the Israelite exists, then that would make the white Jewish people that are running the world be legit, and that would make it look like their thing's real. But when you see that it's actually black people and the thing's real, then it will backfire on them. So they have to hide.
Then show me. No. But this is the thing, though.
You have to make
it
enslaved
anymore.
Like you don't go into it and don't go into to see what you're supposed to claim, fam, and what is ours is what they took. So
do you understand? This thing is not young. The Hebrew Israelite movement is not a young movement. This isn't like 10 years. This has been around since like the 1860s. Okay, literally, this thing started out of the Pentecostal movement in the South. Black people were trying to justify why we were enslaved, so we attached ourselves to this thing.
So
I didn't know it would have spread like that.
That don't sound like what Moses and them was on. That sounds like Christianity.
Oh my God! Because Moses and them and the African Americans are two different people.
You're getting Christianity and the Torah mixed up, fam.
I'm getting Christianity and the Torah. I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelite movement.
You said it yourself. The Pentecostal church. Nothing coming out of the church could be what the divine thing, what the book is about, fam.
Oh my God!
Baba, what I'm hearing, I don't know if you're hearing what I'm hearing, Baba, but I tell you what I've heard. I've heard from what I'm hearing from DC Brad. He's not talking about the story of Moses or nothing. He's actually talking about the actual Hebrew Israelite movement itself, the whole Hebrew Israelite thing. He's saying that started in the 1800s.
Thank you, sis.
I know. I already heard him say that, but that's for him. That's for him and his people. Us Jamaicans, they've been saying it from slavery. The Rastas and them been saying
wait.
No.
Yeah, but it's under the Rastas thing, bro.
Before the Rastas, who do you think the Rastas heard it from, bro?
So who did the Rastas hear from?
The Rastas heard it from the slaves, their ancestors, who are telling them that they're gonna get freed and that we got someone who's gonna free us, and we got our God that's waiting and he's gonna send people for us. That's the same shit they used to keep the slaves going. Do you understand? I don't know what they were doing in America, but that's what we were doing in Jamaica, fam. We were singing and
you know they were Jews in Jamaica. You know that, right?
I know they were Jews in Jamaica.
Yeah, you know what they were doing in Jamaica though?
So selling.
They were owning black people.
Yes, they were selling them and such. Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I'm trying to figure out how did
the Jewish, not real Jews, fam. These are Europeans. They claim Ashcan. What do you mean? I'm done. You're done. Go do your research, bro. All Europeans.
I don't need. Why do I need to research this?
You're asking me questions and then telling me you're done. You're done because you don't have the fucking knowledge.
Because there's never been any proof. There's people that always say shit to me that,
it's not about what's proof, it's what's given.
The Bantu are all Hebrews. The Akan are all Hebrews. This person's Hebrew. The Rastas told us we're Hebrew.
We're all the same.
This person says
the same books and the same internet and the same research we can get. No one ain't got nothing special. You're not no Mason. You ain't gonna know nothing.
No one has ever provided.
So we got what we're given.
No one provides any proof.
Europeans know they claim Indo-European, and that claims to be Japheth.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Europeans.
You can't be from
we're talking about West Africans who are in the diaspora. Okay, we're talking about West Africans who established several different small island nations that believe they came from the Levant. That's the mental illness I want to address. Then I want to talk about African Americans who literally, for the longest time, okay, we had the church. We never diverted. It's never a time you could find before One West where you would see a group of black people say, "Oh yeah, by the way, we are people in the Bible." Until One West, okay. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, how this mental illness goes on our people.
You're talking mental illness. Even the fact that you just call it the Levant. Who the fuck is calling it Levant?
Oh, I'm not playing the semantics.
It neighbors with Egypt, right? It neighbors borders with Egypt on the same continent, just like Canada borders with America. You're both on the Americas continent, yeah. So it's on the same continent. Don't try to divide the thing. You're coming with your little division and your little new words.
Show me right there. I'll concede to that point. I'll let you have that. Right.
Thank you.
So now you got to prove to me that when the Romans came to Jerusalem to attack you, and to fight you and all that stuff, you now got to prove
Egypt too. Don't forget them.
Okay, Egypt came as well. Yes. All right.
No, Romans attacked Egypt too.
All right, Egypt too. All right, they came at you and attacked you and conquered you or whatever. All right, and the Persians. Yeah. All right, so you have all these people attacking you. Show me from their writings and their descriptions of you that you would have looked like a West African.
I don't know about West African because they wouldn't say you look like a West African.
Or an Ethiopian. There we go. Is that better for you? An Ethiopian.
They say they look like an Egyptian. That's in their scriptures.
I don't care. Tell me where they say the people in Jerusalem or the people of Judah were black.
You ask for evidence. Here you go. The Romans written Paul and written the fucking New Testament said that the Israelites look like Egyptian. So that's your proof.
Tell me that
Romans.
verse, chapter, verse. Go ahead.
Bring it out. That's one thing I like from them American Israelites. Bring it out. Because I like to bring a verbatim scripture.
Yes, a group of Negroes who sit on the side of the road while other Negroes work and yell at Negroes for working. This is
it's entertaining, isn't it? I like entertainment.
Everyone wants to be part of. Crazy.
I like entertainment.
Ones that dress in purple and they look like Crown Royal bottles walking down the street. Let's do this.
Yeah, but you dress in a shirt and a tie, you look like a wizard. What's your point?
What'd you say?
We all copy other nations.
Boy, come on, guys.
I wear I own my own business, so I wear sweats. Okay. Gracious.
And what did you do to get into that business? What education system did you go through? What job did you
do? I went to Howard University.
Money?
You know anything
when
about
you went to get the loan for your business, what did you wear to go to the bank?
I didn't.
Come on, this is all irrelevant. We're supposed to be talking about being African and being
the loan from the bank. Why would I go to the loan? I have family.
You don't have to dress white, mate.
I have family. Why would I need to go to the bank? All I need is $1,200. My mother gave me $600. My father gave me $600. I paid them both back on my first invoice. Next, go. Please, you should be showing a verse though that proves.
Man, you're the black guy who talks like a white man, but you never wore a suit before, so it's all right.
A black man that talks like a white guy.
You sound exactly like a white guy.
I want to see this verse.
Guy wears a fucking suit and a tie. Yo.
Come on.
Yeah, that's me. I'm the black guy.
Welcome back, brother. Can I hear you? Just make sure your mic.
Yeah,
I can hear you. So can we, guys, because I know this is going left, can I just quickly hear from Isle about his team? Because you still ain't really broken down your theory yet. So can you give us your stance as a Hebrew?
To answer your question about the anti-African thing, it's more of like an expression to show difference between Israelites and Africans, because we look so much like them and we're not them. And a lot of us want it to be publicly known globally that, we look like them, but we're not them. And we want to show the difference. Yeah.
Okay, listen, I got the verse.
My comeback for that would be this, because I do it all the time. I wave my flag proudly. I am Jamaican. I am St. Lucian. That's my direct thing, yeah? But I am also a descendant of Africa. So why can't we, if you want to be proud to be West Indian, cool. No one's saying you don't have that right. Everyone's got a right to be proud of where they come from. I'm West Indian to the bone. I ain't a fake one neither. I'm a real West Indian. And I'm proud to say that I'm St. Lucian. I'm half St. Lucian, half Jamaican. Yeah, that's me. But then I don't take away, though, the African thing. So why can't we just be proud to be Caribbeans rather than saying, oh, we don't accept Africans and we're not Africans and they're Hamites? And why all of that? Why have to go down that route?
Again, to show the difference, because we look so much like them, but we're not them. Yeah.
But brother, if you used to take a DNA test today, don't you think you're gonna have some African ancestry in you?
It's gonna say that, but I believe the DNA test.
Oh my God.
I got the verse there. I got the verse in it. So first of all, this is Acts 21:37. Yeah. These are the soldiers, the Roman soldiers. They're asking, they're about to take Paul, and they say, "Oh, may I ask you something? Do you speak Greek?" They ask him, "Do you speak Greek?" Yeah. And he's like, "Aren't you the Egyptian who started the revolt?" Yeah, because he's mistaken for an Egyptian. Aren't you the Egyptian who started the revolt in Titus, in terrorist wilderness, wherever? He says, "No, I am a Jew." And then he's basically said him, "No, I'm a Jew." Understand? So he gets mistaken for an Egyptian.
No. First question you asked him, I love the Greco-Roman. I've studied the Greco-Roman period very extensively. The first thing you asked him was, "Are you Greek?" Or did he say something about the Greek? Say that question.
Do you speak Greek?
Do you speak Greek? And he mistaken him for an Egyptian, correct?
Pardon?
He mistaken Paul for Peter for an Egyptian, correct?
Egyptian.
Yeah. So you do know at this time you have what's known as the Ptolemaic period in Egypt, when the Greeks owned Egypt. So most likely, you understand, you gotta look black.
So this is the theory you're coming with now, yeah?
No. There's something known as the Ptolemaic period in Greece.
Yeah, I know about the Ptolemaic
in Egypt. So
Yeah, but it doesn't make you
like
Egyptian.
how would they look black?
If you're Tomlin, they still know you're Roman, innit? Or you know what you are.
You understand that there's no concept of race, only nationality at this period of time. So if he's mistaken for Egyptian and he speaks Greek, it's because they're, bro, there's a like, bro, they literally, the Greeks literally conquered Egypt at this time, bro.
Yeah, but they don't know he speaks Greek, so you're bringing up Platonian is irrelevant. You must have thought they're asking him Greek because Platonians are in Greek. They're asking him, does he speak Greek?
Yes. So that doesn't mean just because he says, "Are you Egyptian?" That doesn't indicate color.
Brad, can I say
I reckon that's gonna have to stay at that 50-50. It's either they think he's Egyptian or they think he's a citizen of Egyptian. You understand?
All right.
Yeah. To let you know, nation in the ancient days was ethnicity. Like example, nation in this day and age means country, but in the ancient days, nation meant like ethnicity. That's what it meant.
Yeah, so but it's still like no, because like if we look at the Romans, the one thing the misconception about the Romans, especially the Roman military, is that it was just a group of white guys walking around Europe. No, the Roman military was very diverse, extremely diverse.
Okay? Yeah, I know. There was an issue like Cornelius in the Roman Empire.
Roman isn't necessarily white. Okay, though that little province in Italy known as Rome. You do see a lot of Roman writings of people describing someone from Sicily as a foreigner. But when the Roman Empire kicked off, if you had a Roman citizen, if you were a Roman citizen, they didn't care what color you were. So that doesn't, an indication that someone's from Egypt does not mean that they're black or they're dark. They literally would have called them an Ethiopian. They would have referred to them as Ethiopian. If we're going to use the Bible, and since you don't like using the New Testament, you're an Old Testament. I think that is in the New Testament. Amos, the book of Amos, I think it's 9 and 7. Excuse me.
Oh God, I was gone again. Oh, come and stay for once, man.
I was looking at that one. So, you got a little argument there. I'm not gonna lie, but that's them, innit? Not believing that it's the Egyptian. Innit? If they mistaken for Egyptian, for you to throw out no, but the Egyptians had Romans ruling there and Greeks ruling, so it might have been mistaken for a white guy. And they said, "Oh, no, cool. I'll let you have that, just for argument's sake." But if we want to talk about the Israelites being black, there's other verses for that. That I wouldn't go to that verse to prove that I don't believe in the New Testament, so I wouldn't pull that verse. But I thought we were just trying to show that the Romans are onto the Egyptians, they're onto the Israelites, they're onto them. Don't know if there's to argue about. If you want to give that part of Africa to the white people, that's your business. Some of us ain't on that.
Oh boy. I knew this, and this is the thing. You know what I noticed there, Baba? I'm going to be honest with you. Whenever we try to have this Hebrew discussion, it always gets messy. I don't think I can think of one conversation being had amongst black people about the Hebrews and the non-Hebrews that are all black without it being messy. Why can't we ever have this discussion and just come to a agreement of okay?
You know why? Yeah, it's because there's already bad blood. So even I'm hearing Brad, like I got bars for Brad, but I'm hearing the angle he's coming from because he's probably argued with people who have tried to shut this down and tried to shut this down, but it's made him so biased to the fact that he's not even going to open his mind to this side of Egypt might have actually occupied black people and they might have actually took black people's shit and just like they did with the Egyptians. It's not that far fetched, mate. Do you know what I mean? But because you were beef with so much Americans or whatnot, you just want to say nah, it's not. It's these white people. Even when the book says you can't be white and go in the temple or the camp, that must mean something else. It must be white clothes. The man are just gonna make up all kind of excuse for them. You get me? Simple.
Oh boy. Welcome back, brother Eric.
Oh, thank you. I'm just listening now because I don't have knowledge in this area, so I'm listening to everybody else now make their arguments. Show their proofs per se. So if somebody who has more knowledge about this wants to come in and put me back in the backstage, I got no problem with that, because at least I'll learn something.
Yeah, I think my problem is no matter which Hebrew or Israelite I speak to, because some of them don't even like, like Brother Shifa, he doesn't like to be referred to as a Hebrew. He says straight up and down he's Israelite. But no matter which one of them I hear from that, kind of practice the same thing, they all have completely something different to say. And that's the most frustrating part. One will say, I do my thing my way. The other will say, no, I do my thing my way. The others will say, no, but the book. And they're so busy arguing amongst themselves on how this so-called thing's supposed to work that even us outside of the camps or the way of their practicing their thing are confused. They don't even on one accord. So how the hell are we supposed to be on that accord?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't want to sound
there comes to a point where the proofs meet up to a happy medium in which both sides at least have some agreement about the knowledge that they have. It sounds like to me though that people are too busy trying to divide themselves and make themselves distinct as to make their own special mark, or place in the world. I don't know, but it's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Eric, don't you feel that a proper common ground would be us to build on truth?
Of course, because ultimately
I lose my mind on this like kumbayaism thing where it's like, well, because I see this a lot in America, like with Sinet and stuff like that. You could tell he's losing money because he's not going to come out and be the punching bag anymore in the house of consciousness anymore. So he's now trying to do the kumbaya, like these are our brothers. The information is just as valuable as some of the scholars before, and it's just like, what? It's not true. Like it's not true. And that's the thing I always struggle with, especially in America, because there was a time, this, Eric, when we knew how to read, they would lynch us, put a sign around our neck saying this nigga knew how to read. So now we got and brothers out here making up stuff now and attacking people with the actual knowledge and then saying, you let the white man educate you. And it's like, what? Come on. It's like white supremacy ain't got to do shit no more. They just got to just sit back and watch us work because it's just dumb.
But you got to think. But you got to think about it this way too, Brad. It's the problem with it. One of the problems I think is with scholarship itself. Okay.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, if you think about it, men who are scholars as well as women who are scholars, they have large egos. Once they learn something, okay.
Yeah.
Let's say they get a seed of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then they want to say, okay, well, I've got this seed of knowledge. Okay. And if somebody else says, okay, well, fine, you got that seed of knowledge, but let's go deeper beyond that. And if they don't have that knowledge, they'll say, well, it doesn't exist. Why? Because we don't have it. We haven't seen it, right? Proof us that this knowledge exists, And how
that's where I lose my mind at. I'm not gonna lie. When I was in school, there was we listened to a speech by John Henry Clark. And John Henry Clark was talking about the Hebrews, and he said, after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, I saw no evidence that showed that the Israelites went north. When there's clear evidence that they went north, when they popped up like 50 years after it fell. And they popped up in markets like they've been doing all throughout Europe. And it just made no sense. Like he literally said they went down to West and Central Africa. And then when you do see Jews come down to West and Central Africa, they came down, Muslims got kicked out of Europe. And the Muslims like, yeah, y'all can stay with us. I don't understand. And then on top of that, I want to get this book. So I'm going to put this in the chat so everyone can literally read the inhabitant statement that they gave to describe these people, that they were the first white inhabitants into the area. So I just need one Israelite just come up and say, hey, because the Bible even refutes the idea that the Israelites were black when God compared his love to the Ethiopian. If the Israelites were Ethiopians, why would he compare, don't I love you like I do the Ethiopian, like Amos 9:7? Don't I like the Ethiopians? Like, aren't you not what the Ethiopians are to me? That's what I'm just trying to figure out. So just one Israelite, I don't care, in a camp, just say, oh yeah, here's evidence. But you will never see that. Just no one wants to admit that this thing is a Western-made thing. It's not a, I want to say cult, but it's not real. That's it. Like, I'm not like Lady is more divine than she can carry out.
So you know what it is? For me, DC, but it's not even a case of that. It's obviously I love my Hebrew brothers and sisters, isn't it? I love them.
Yeah, I do. It's just I want to wake the fuck up.
I got with them is that their whole separation from the after motherland. I don't understand. Yeah. That's where they look. That's where I'm like, no, okay, that's where we have to kind of part ways now. Can't you gone too far? That's what I can't deal with. Okay. I'll never stop loving them. Okay, I'll never stop bigging them up. I'll shalom them all day. I will even try and learn some of the things, but the separation part, that's where I've got an issue with it.
Just simply say that, like, yo, this is our thing. It keeps me from getting in jail, keeps me off the road. Fine, bro.
Right.
But don't make up shit.
But see,
start making up. Like, the reason why I respect the Muslims, most Muslims, because most Muslims will tell you, you know what? This Shiite, this Sunni thing, this makes me a better person. The Quran makes me a better person. You know what I mean? And they can say that, like, oh yeah, by the way, all of West Africa descends from Bilal. You know what I mean? Like, they don't need to say bullshit like that. But like Israel, it's like the knowledge it mutates. 1 minute we're nothing to do with Africans. Now you have Hebrews coming out saying, oh, well, this whole group is Africans. This whole group is Africans. Yeah. I mean, this whole group is the Bantus are Hebrews.
But is there any written or archaeological evidence of Hebrew Israelites or Israelites, period?
Israelites?
Yeah.
Yes, and I promise you, they don't look like you and me.
Okay, so okay, and so do you think that the Israelites, in their day, were they white or what?
If we go off other historical if we go off the way their enemies describe them,
right?
Go off the historical narrative outside of them, then yeah, you got it. You know, but if you like,
wait, hold on, Brad, pause. Are you telling us that the Hebrews are white?
Sis,
don't play me like that. Now,
during the fall of Jerusalem, right? This is how ruthless the Hebrews are. This is how ruthless these Hebrews are. When they killed the Roman soldiers, they cut off their faces and wore them. Okay, they would take their they would take like literally their flesh. Sometimes, like, because the Romans starved them out, so they used to eat like the soldiers that they would fight and kill. You understand? Like, these aren't pussies. I'm not going to say they're pussies, but you're not going to be able to convince me that if you put one of them in the room with a Western or a Niger Congo African, or someone from the West Indies, or an African American or an Afro Latino, come on, you're not going to hear the same thing. But if you were to ask someone, if you were to ask a Hebrew to go look at this, go simply look up the fall of Jerusalem and show me where they indicate that these people are darker skin and darker face, what Ethiopian means. But, you know, they have to be part of this organization.
Yeah, but you don't have to look at what people say about you. You can see it in your own scriptures where it says about themselves.
And show me in the scriptures. That's all I ask.
Let me show you a scripture of a woman describing that color.
Baba, I need you.
One sec.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I don't even smoke, but Brad Minard, like, you are gonna drive me to start smoking now, because you done really start playing my brain cells right now. Don't mess around, for real. Don't play with my emotions like that.
It's just irritating because it's just like, yo, come on, bro. Like, there's so much going on, but we hold on to this bullshit. You know, it's like, let this go, man. Just let it go. It's old now, man. Like, and the thing is, like, I have to agree with Eric. You don't want to disrespect someone else's thing, but it's like,
yeah. I mean, you know, but the thing about it is, but then I chime in what you said earlier. You know, that when you started investigating, you know, these tribes, let's say the Hebrew Israelites or the Israelites, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You want to start out on the basis of finding the factual truth. Okay. Ultimately, you want to know who these people are. You want some idea of how to describe them. Therefore, you want the archaeological, knowledge, evidence that comes along with it. That puts a human face on them. You understand what I'm saying? Puts a skin color on them. Puts a body type on them. You know, this type of thing. Yep. And then going to the area that they lived in, and what was their culture? How did they structure their society? You know, the way they live. This type of thing. You know.
And the thing is, they weren't like nobodies. Like it wasn't like they showed up, because you will see remnants of the Hebrews within the Persians. You know, they were good with money. That you'll never take that from them. Like the reason why most people hated them is because they gave high interest loans to everyone else but their own people. You know, they were all not in debt, most educated. I mean, hell, even if we go to the Nazis, how they described them. How do you the Nazis hated them because they were both in the working class as well as the most educated and the high-ranking class. You know what I mean?
No, that's not why the Nazis hate.
These aren't some fake-ass people. You know what I mean?
That's not why the Nazis hated them, fam.
That's
Hitler and them will tell you that they're from the Aryan tribe. Yeah, they're from the Aryans. That's Indo-European. I keep repeating to you, but you're not listening. Indo-European, which is Japheth in the Bible.
Okay, so there was a list of meetings. Why are you the list of meetings that were put in place? There was a list of meetings that were put in place to decide on how they were going to do the Holocaust, or what became the Holocaust. They were going to do mobile execution stations. They were going to kill them in trains and things like that. That was the goal. Okay, but when you see two high-ranking generals, one became known as the Beast, and another guy killed himself like later after that. But they described the Jews or the Hebrews or Israelites, whatever you want to say, and they talked about how socioeconomically they are the working class of the country, the most educated, as well as some of the highest ranking, like some of the most wealthiest people in our country. That, you know, so it's
you're still not
I don't have any shame.
You're still not getting my point. What is that got to do with the Aryans and Hitler?
I'm only focused on the fact that
you need to focus on all of the facts,
Israelite.
not only a specific part of the facts. Focus on all of the facts. Yeah, the fact is that they're Aryans, Indo-European, blonde hair, white skin. That's the power. That's their thing. Yeah, and the thing that these Jewish people that are the same people as them, yeah, the same Russians and the same Kazakh Turkish are the same fucking Europeans as them. Yeah, they're wondering, why are you not worshipping the black god thing that says that you can't be white and go in the temple? That's what they're beefing about. One is saying that the white skin and blonde hair is the power, and one is saying that white skin can't go in the temple and blonde hair. Imagine the fucking coincidence, yeah? Blonde hair and white in Aryan is the power for them. But in the Bible, blonde hair and white is a curse. So imagine the Aryans looking at these people, the same people as them, sellouts to them. Same when you call coon and you want to call these names. These are them to them. Coons to them. Why are you not bigging up this thing that buns us out? That's what the beef was about.
Wait. So are we saying that
put that part about
the Jews that were in Germany at that time were black?
But that's part of it too. Don't ignore that part. What'd you say?
Are you saying that the Jews that were in Germany at the time were black?
No, I'm saying they're related to Hitler and them. They're the same people. They look the same, smell the same. They're the same fucking people. Same blood, same Russians. They just one is pretending to be Indian, one is pretending to be fucking African. That's the difference.
Okay, so the ones who are Holocausted, were they the ones that were pretending to be African then?
They were the ones pretending. Yes, they're the ones pretending to worship that God. That God that said white and blonde is not allowed in the temple. That same God, that's the one that they're worshiping. So they're onto them. There's beef with them. How could you be with us, our brothers, when you're calling us a curse? Do you understand that?
Wait a minute. No. Time out. This is
no.
This is not right. This is because
it's not right. It's a fact.
Prior to the Nazis taking control, Germany just lost a huge portion of its country. It lost the First World War and had to concede a lot to other European countries. So I'm trying to figure out. Obviously, they had to get a financial turn. If you read Mein Kampf, he literally blames the Jews for everything, not because of their skin color, but because literally he names them because he says they are leeches who take off the country. Literally,
how did they get that? How did they get in that position? How did they get into that position? By taking an African spiritual system and they put themselves into power, which you don't.
No,
you don't want to pick up your own fucking thing. You want to give it to them. You want to give it to these Europeans that are basically related to them. Hitler and the Jews look the fucking same, bro.
So can I interject?
Why do you believe in their myth, but you're not believing man's myth?
Do
You want to believe them? Yeah, they're the Jews. Stop being stupid, bruv. They're the same fucking people.
Yo.
They're same Europeans beefing each other.
Yo,
Why are they beefing? One is claiming some Indian thing.
Can you guys
one
hear
is
me?
claiming some fucking North African thing.
Yeah, I can hear you, Raheem.
Or Levant, as you want to say, Levant thing. Yeah, which is nothing to do with them. It's not to do with Europe. Okay?
Yeah.
Put
So
that
part
part
of
into
what
the
they're
fucking
saying.
picture as well, and stop ignoring that.
1 second.
Yo, Raheem. I'm sorry. Couple, can you not hear Raheem?
No, I can't. Sometimes that happens. I might have to jump out.
1 second, Raheem. Raheem is talking. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, you gotta kind of go in and come back out. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Raheem.
Yeah. So just for clarification, what he so part of what he has said historically is actually true. So I tried to explain this to Walter the other day, but he got too caught up in his feelings to want to listen for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened is you had a group of people who are a warlike people called the Khazars, who were Europeans they had no land mass of their own. They were a nomadic group of people. Yeah. And what happened is they ended up settling in what is now known as Israel. So when they settled in Israel, they were warring against each other, and the leader, I don't know if the title was king or whatever, but the leader decided to adopt a spiritual faith in order to contain and rule, and that was Judaism. So what had happened is they learned Judaism from the Ethiopians. Funny enough, they learned the religion of Judaism or Israel from the Ethiopians, and then when consecrating Israel as a holy land, they had to call upon the same tribe from Ethiopia to come over and give its blessing to basically make Israel the holy land for Jews. So part of what they're saying is right. The other half, obviously, I can't comment on.
Raheem, though, can you do me a favor? Can you just show me that? That right there is something I've never heard before.
Give me a second, 1 moment.
Gotcha.
I'll look it up and I'll find it for you.
Look, Raheem's coming through with something. We got another Hebrew. Welcome, God of Jacob, bro.
Oh, yo, I haven't heard you in a minute.
Blessings. Greetings.
Greetings, brother.
Yo, big up.
Yeah. What's good, Eric? Yeah, this pretty interesting.
We're just trying to come to some understanding on how this thing works and why are Africans excluded. That's all it is.
Really, it's not about African exclusion per se. It's about us rallying together and looking out for us. And that's what it's all about. That's thus saith the book, and I hear, I think Brad quoting scriptures like Amos 9:7, which is really not loving on the Ethiopians. He's doing a comparison. Actually, if you go look at it, if you go to Zephaniah 2:12, he's slaying those same people that you say he loves. So when you have no understanding of what's going on, you say silly shit like that. But as far as me coming out of the One West doctrine, it was taught to us that way. It was an old doctrine that has I would say progressed in the years since the old regime has kind of changed. There used to be strong sentiment, at least when my father was heavily in it, and he goes back to the 80s and 90s and stuff like that. He used to record most of their old 90s tapes. That was him recording everything. But nevertheless, it was a strong doctrine under that leadership at that time. As you can see now, most of the camps that branched off are not so anti-African, or they don't hold those same sentiments, because with this information age, you can see with technology and stuff, you can see that there were Israelites still over there in that continent. So you have to be careful who you call a Hamite, who you do this and who you do that. The Bible says, I think it's in Matthew the 15th chapter, he says he will separate the sheep from the goat. So we just can't haul off and call everybody Hamites at this time. So as you can see, as new leadership comes in and teachers, that message is going to gradually change. I think it was a hot button issue back in their time, as they were coming into this thing, as Brad called it, a movement. Israelite is in the Bible. It's not a movement. It's just coming back to your identity, So the message is getting more clearer. But that's where we stand on it. And if you actually go to the Bible, I think it's Deuteronomy 7:1. It tells you 7 nations that were abominable to the Israelites. It didn't include all of Africa per se, as we want to call it today. But I deal strictly with the scriptures, and that's kind of where I'm based off of. So.
Right. So as blacks, are we saying when we use the terminology are we talking mainly about the Caribbean and the Americas?
Right. Well, this still holds true today in most of the One West camps. So when I say One West, most of these camps you see in America are branch off from the original teachers in Harlem, right? So when we say Israelites, we talk about those Black Americans and those Caribbeans mostly. We call them Benjamites or whatever. If you don't agree with the chart, make your own, and that's what we say all the time. But technically, it's coming from the schoolhouse perspective. It was the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native American Indians. Those Blacks being those in Americas, Afro, down in South America, and Caribbeans. We classified them as Israelites. Plus, you had the scattered Israelites that were still or remain on that continent. So when I say we, that's the we I'm including.
Boy, so this is where it gets sticky for me, bro, because no matter what, yes, I'm Caribbean, yes, I'm proud, and I know there a lot of Black Americans feel the same way I do when, like, I eat Brad or melanated goddess, whoever, and they would say, yeah, they're Black Americans and they're Caribbeans as well because they come from, that some of them's got Caribbean ancestry, but then they also include their African, bro, and that's the bit that I don't think they're.
Yeah, but you know what it is? It's you look at this African thing, like, what does that mean? Africa, I just said it's from one country. Are you not all claiming to be from one country? Are we all claiming the
We're
continent?
not saying we're from one country.
Africa's
we're saying
not
that
a country, though. It's a
country. It was named after a country, though. That's my point.
But we're talking about in context of today. It's a context of thousands of ethnic.
Go by, that's different. That'll be different. But this name's got a lot of confusion to it, so that's why I think.
No, it doesn't. It's literally people describing themselves from a landmass.
Comes from Scipio defeating Hannibal. Over Africa. What the fuck is anus in man's name? The name, bro. You're from Afrikaners. Don't just cut out the anus, bro. You're from Afrikaners if you're claiming African, or just claim Afri. But no, we want to keep claiming this name, and it's got stigma to it. Just like when we say we're Israel, you don't like hearing us say that. We need to all come up with one name.
When we say Africa, everyone knows when we say we use the word Africa and we use the continent and we say Africa, yeah. Everyone knows what we're talking about. When we start doing what you guys doing, it gets confusing.
We know we're not from Algeria, though. That's the thing I don't think you understand. We know we're not from the north. What kind of fuck shit is that?
You don't know you're from the north. You lot gave up the north. Why are you giving up the north, bro? You lot want to give up. See, are you not seeing it? I hope everyone that's listening is seeing this. You're giving up the north, bro. That's the whole point. It's us against.
We're giving up the north.
And you don't. We're not giving up.
Do you know that North Africans rarely refer to themselves as Africans? They refer to themselves.
I'm not giving up the north. The original inhabitants of those areas were man's peoples, innit? That's what we're telling you. That's what man's.
So you're saying that North Africa is the only inhabitants of Africa?
I'm telling you the reason that there's so much fucking emphasis on North Africa, Afri, that part that was the whole of that part, is because we're all from there originally. That's where you get the word Africa from. Afri. It's in the Bible. It tells you when Scipius beefs with Hannibal over that part.
We're not talking about Afri.
That's a fact that happened. You have to talk about Afri if you're saying Africa.
Thank you, Raheem.
I can't hear Raheem though, but you have to repeat.
No. He sent me a link in the back chat.
Oh. No, the back chat.
Yeah. That's all I want. It's just sources. That's it.
Yeah.
But you have to understand.
Everybody knows by now that Scipio, we got the name from Scipio in them, and it's because of Afri. It weren't called no Africa.
Okay, so how about this? We'll do it this way. Since you want to get hung up on the Afri or Africa thing, so be it. Okay.
But we can't say that because everyone knows Africa. Even the 2-year-old or 1-year-old, like they know Africa. When you start going into all these semantics on the original words and why that just causes confusion.
Yeah, but that's the point. Because you put so much emphasis on this Africa, it makes you think, oh, we're all from this Africa place, fam. We're all from this continent. And we're all tribes from different parts of this continent, fam. So we all got parts of this continent to claim. We don't all have to claim North Part because you don't want to like that name, fam. We can claim.
Why does it seem like your section is more trying to claim everybody else as part of your group? Then why don't you see? Why aren't there?
Because our section's been taken over.
Why aren't there Hebrews popping off other Hebrews?
It's been taken over by these foreigners.
Say again. You said why is what?
Why are there Hebrews able to say they come in like in small groups to be like, oh yeah, that ain't me. I believe what I believe. But it's like, if we go by the Bible narrative, didn't God punish you as a collective nation? If the lawgivers didn't maintain themselves, they were punished just as the prophets were. They were punished, either the praise team, you know what I mean? Like, I'm saying praise team, but they were all punished the same. I'm trying to figure out how one group can say that, all right, I stick by the Bible. Another group tries to go off the historical narrative. Another group tries to literally make shit up as they go along. Then another group,
I haven't seen that.
Another group comes in, and it's just like
you're talking about the church you attend. I haven't seen that. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about the Christian church.
No. You gotta be kidding me. You know for a fact there's RBG Hebrews, Kemet Hebrews, Voodoo Hebrews.
Yeah, but here's the thing about what you're saying. Doctrinally, we're going to be similar almost to a certain degree.
How?
We got
guys who claim it, but they only claim the Hebrew side from the aspect.
Bro, I've been to so many of these camps and fellowship with some of these brothers. Doctrinally, we're going to be similar in fashion. But my whole thing is, I'm just addressing like whatever Capo show you ain't gonna agree with anyway. So it serves no purpose to keep going back and forth with you.
No, I want to see.
But Lady D, I'm talking to Lady D right now. As far as the One West thing, we don't ask you to believe us. We just like every other group that put us there. You really don't have to follow that doctrine. It was portions of that doctrine that my father didn't like, and he ended up leaving because of some of the teaching. When you get to a certain degree and understanding this word, do you really need to be a part of a camp per se? No. So there's some stuff that he disagreed with adamantly, and he left. So the doctrine is what we came up on.
I get your point. I do get your point. I think where it is where it comes from us. Like, all right, say for instance, I was just walk around everywhere, and I want to just like say big up the Caribbean, then it looks like I'm just trying to like dismiss that African heritage as well. If I start saying big up Africa, then we get told, oh, you're not African. You don't come directly from the continent. You're not this. You're how many times removed from the continent? Why are you big in Africa? Let Africans speak on Africa. So I'm like, well, hold on. We can't win. We're damned if we do, and we're damned if we don't. What do we do?
Right. And let me tell you something. I've been to Africa, all over that continent, right? And I've experienced some of that, you know what I'm saying? Where you're not really this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. So can't nobody tell me. Had I not been there, you could say whatever you wanted to, but I've seen those sentiments. So for somebody to come up to me and tell me that we don't, there isn't a difference, it's not a real big difference, but they will throw that out there, and we do the same thing too. So what I'm saying is we are different. I don't care. We may look alike. We all got nappy hair, but there is some differences, and to promote this kumbaya, everybody is everybody, I think it's disingenuous. It's weird to me.
Oh boy, I don't know. I don't know what to do now.
Look, I'd have been to Senegal, South Africa, Ghana, all these places, and yeah, you can keep trying to sell me, let's get together, but it's when you boots on the ground and you can see stuff for yourself. Everybody ain't that welcoming like you think.
No, I understand your point and I receive it. Don't get me wrong. I do understand your point and receive it. It's just, how do we figure it out from here? Like, what do we rep? What are we supposed to be repping, and what is the right way to rep it?
I rep the Bible right now. Like I said, if you black, I'm with you. You know what I'm saying? If you want to throw up your RBG and all that stuff, cool. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I do, and one thing you see me up here, I never really engage a so-called Hebrew Israelite online, because I feel like, we need to debate that somewhere else. Even when Schiff up here, he'll say some stuff, and I'd be like, I don't want to say nothing. Or even if Capo was to say something, I'd be like, nah, maybe we can exchange emails or something. So I wouldn't do that, but I will defend it against somebody who's coming against it, and that's a whole different thing. I'm sure Capo will do the same thing too.
Yeah. I just guess that, what it is. I think once the Hebrew brothers and the Israelite brothers get together and become one accord, it'll be more easier for us to understand it, and then whether we accept it or not then. But at the moment, because it's so much confusion in-house regarding, the Hebrews or the Israelites, it's hard for the rest of us to say, okay, we can see clearly. We'd have one camp saying, whether it's IUCPK, whatever the hell they call themselves, they're doing one whole thing about the Hamites. Captain Desoriat will be going off. And then you got the ICUC, whoever that rotted, them is our next breed of nutters. Then you got, it's like, come on, man. Like, then you got like brother tying them over here. They're Africans and they're doing a whole next Hebrew. Come on, man. It's confusion. What are we supposed to think?
Yeah, I just think if it's confusing, then you should go with whatever's good in it. Right now, to me, it's like, cool. The slaves right now, them in Libya and all them areas. You get me? They're the slaves right now. They're the closest to the Israelite. And I mean, a lot of people in life, they had their time where they could refer to a storyline like Spartacus or something where it's like your people are going through something and you want to do something inspiring. So your motivational, it's like a fairy tale, but you know what I mean? So everyone needs to have a storyline or something. So I think the Israelite thing is good for that, even if you don't believe in it. Like this, I don't know about the New Testament and that in it, but I'm not gonna go into that. But definitely the whole Torah and that is inspirational for people who are going through stuff and they want to rise up and whatnot. That we've seen a fucking nation do it. We've seen a nation that's Kazakhstan or Ashkelon or wherever they're from in the Russia Caucasus, and they've been able to come and take over something next to Egypt and Levant and that, and take some shit from there, take a little bit of stuff from Egypt, take some stuff from Samaria, and build up their nation till they're running the road. So we need to, I don't know what nations we need to pick. I think Egypt should be in it. I think Israel should be in it. And I think even some fucking Sumerian shit should be in it. And if someone's got some West African stuff I don't know about, come and bring me on it. If someone's got some Chinese shit I don't know about, bring me on it.
They were in there for like 3 centuries. So that would mean that, okay, if they were black, they sure as hell got white.
Who was what? What are you talking about? I'm confused.
All right, so the no, I'm reading your the links, right? So if we were to go off the narrative that they're black,
yeah,
because it seems like
no, the Khazars aren't black.
No. Because I see that the Khazars. Excuse me. Because I'm looking at their
Turkish one.
Yeah, because he Raheem wrote, if you were to Google what the Khazars look like, it will show you pics of the Orthodox Jews.
Yeah, these new ones, these Jewish, not the Israelites one. Ancient.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. A picture of the ancient Israelites. I just don't see it.
No,
I think the only way you can see that,
I
think they got.
I'm just saying how the Khazars came and adopted.
They got, but they've got the museum. I remember Zulu. If you know Zulu,
and then
came up. He went museum.
Made it
pictures
the larger thing when originally it was.
They
were Jewish. Say it again.
Sorry, no. Capo. Yeah, you can't hear Raheem. Raheem was saying. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Raheem.
Yeah, I was saying that my source isn't that the Israelites were black. That it was how the Khazars took over Judaism and have pushed Judaism into the forefront and taken the landmass, but they still needed black people to consecrate their land, basically. That was what happened. That was my point, anyways. But look into the history of it, and there's videos on YouTube you can see which go into it a lot more than what I've put down, and some of the sources that I've given you go into. But it's very interesting because I think it's a Jewish scholar who came up with it, and basically, since they came up with that, the Jews have been trying to refute the thing, and it goes through periods and times where it's accepted, and then it's not accepted, and it's accepted. It's really interesting, rather.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this one right here that talks about if you take a look at the Jewish population living in Israel today, you'll probably be struck by the huge variety of physical traits millions of people calling themselves Jews have been gathered together over 2,000 years, being scattered throughout the world. Northern Europe, the Mediterranean basin, North Africa, Ethiopia, Persia, and the former Soviet Union in the America, and the list goes on. So I would never see. The thing I'm trying to understand is like, when does the West African come into play? You know what I mean? Like
West African was never
the Caribbean. the Caribbean.
West,
you know, how do they get
the West African comes into play where all that shit.
One second, Capo.
The Ethiopians link is to
Capo. You can't hit Capo. You have to go out and come back in because you can't.
Cool. I'm gonna jump out this one.
So where it comes to West Africa, funny enough, the predominant religion when it comes to being associated with West Africa is actually Islam. In comparison to the two. And yeah, exactly. Instead of that, so it's actually interesting that it would be that, but no, West Africa and the slaves. That it goes into. I think it's a story of the tribe of Shabazz. I think it is where that's about how basically West Africa was Muslim and people came along, took them, and then you get the slave trade. Whereas the East African story is the story of, as I said, like the Ethiopian Jews going across, the Kazakhs taking over, taking over the religion and pushing that to the forefront of things. I don't know how we've gotten that Israelites were from West Africa, when logically, if you look at it in terms of geography, they would have been closer to East Africa, if anything.
Oh, so hold on. Let's just be very clear right here. You said something crucial. If we're going to look at it from the way you're doing it, from what I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might have took it in wrong. West Africa, predominantly Muslim.
That's the story.
Right. East Africa, predominantly Jews.
That's the story, yeah.
Right. So North Africa, what?
Islam as well.
Okay, then East Africa will be, I guess, where they say the Israelites, yeah?
If we're gonna go like by geography and just trying to use common sense as best as we can, it would make sense from where all the things are that the East and perhaps also North Africa, well, definitely North Africa because it's mentioned in the Bible, would have experienced Judaism as opposed to being an Israelite. Well, as opposed to being an Israelite compared to the West Africans who wouldn't have been, because there's no mention of that, if that makes sense.
Oh boy, it just get more sticky. What you gotta say now, Israelites?
And like in the Bible also indicates, like even in Exodus, even though there's no historical reasons to find that it, even though there's no historical findings that it's true, the Exodus, I mean, no matter what, the Bible shows that the Israelites left Africa. There's nothing that shows them returning, let alone coming back. Like
no, well, to be honest, it doesn't. So you can look at it two ways. You have the Exodus, where you have the Jews coming out of Egypt, but the Bible does also say, out of Egypt I have sent my son. So when Jesus was growing up, allegedly he was in Egypt learning all the things to do with like himself and how to be himself in Egypt. So that if you use that kind of logic, it should mean that there are a foundation for Israelites to be there, especially Jesus being of Israelite descent.
Yeah, but that I mean that's a collective. I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, 1 second, brothers. Baba's in the back, Feli. Can you please let him back on? Thank you. Go on, carry on.
So yeah, like using it that way leads you to believe that there should still be an Israeli, I guess you'd say, Israeli foothold in Egypt for that to be true.
So hold on, you see with the Moses, because remember the Israelites hold Moses very dear. So Moses was he was taught, grown, everything in Egypt, yeah? And he came for the Israelites. So what are we saying?
That it's possible that there are Israelites in Egypt.
Okay.
No, there's actually recorded documents that shows that there was Israelites that like had like a financial district, and that like you see the rise of Nebuchadnezzar during his reign, that he reached out to these people to help run their finance. Like these aren't just like some run-of-the-mill people that pop out of nowhere. It actually has some historical basis to them. It's just you now have the thing I'm now giving to the people who look like me, who claim to be them, is now show me how they ended up in the Caribbean, how they ended up in the Americas. You know what I mean? When the same people are still wandering around, you know, like how are you, you know, yeah, that gets confusing for me.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look up some other bits and pieces in the New Testament about Egypt. So bear with me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I don't know, because I hear a lot as well about this whole story of, you know, the Israelites claiming that they were put in bondage in Egypt and all of that stuff. You know, they'll put a slave into slavery. So, like, how do we get to all of that? Where did they come from with all of that?
So they're using the West African slave trade, in my opinion, out of a position of misinformation to justify the prophecy that was about, if you're not obeying Moses' commandments, he'll see you in shackles. God will see you sent in shackles. Whereas if you actually look at it as it through a historical context, as a whole, the whole of Africa at some point went through slavery. So if you want to justify it that way, you can say that East Africans have just as much a right, if not more, being closer to it, to where these events happened to, than the West Africans who went through the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh boy, just not get sticky. Now I'm getting educated. Okay. Please, Bendy, I don't know if you're listening, bro. Bubba's in the back. Please let him on.
But what we also have to remember is a lot of the kingdoms that we have now aren't actually the same as what we have in terms of like modern day. So like Ethiopia stretched past, I think it stretched past Iraq, or was on the borders of Iraq and stuff like that. The kingdoms that we have are different. They're shaped so much different now to what they were back in the day.
Okay, I just need one of my Israelite brothers on here so they can help see if they agree with that or not, because I don't know. To be fair, I can't say yay or nay.
It's just frustrating.
And Veli, God of Jacob is backstage as well. Please, Veli, where you? I would be backside. Veli, where you there? Come on. Yeah, I'm lazy. Come, let the people them on. You know, I'm always causing trouble, right? DC bad. It's in my blood.
Yeah. I'm not gonna,
that's another thing.
I don't want to sound like I'm being skeptic here, but the Hebrew Israelites understand that if they can prove their claim, they would literally change the face of history.
Definitely.
This would not just be something that just be overshadowed. You're talking about 2,000 years worth of history that would just be like, oh, wait a minute. So like, I kind of want them to prove it's right. It's just, I've never heard them do it. I just hear someone say, oh, white man this, white man that. You know.
Esau.
He saw all this, but I want his wife, you know.
Oh God, I love it when they be running at the people then. But I'm not gonna lie. I want Brother R to come back on, because I noticed that Brother R likes to talk a lot about Iraq, and that's where we come from, Iraq, and I want that another thing explained. Like, where did that come from then?
It's gone quiet. Is anyone speaking?
No, I'm here.
Oh no, sorry, I was looking at the chat. I'm looking at what Brother Al's putting in the chat. Oh boy, I just want them to talk. Belly, let my brothers on, man. Belly, let my people go. Let them on the bloody track, man. Shit.
Yeah, I just realized Kimo's been talking mad shit about me.
Belly's gonna pass up my clock in 2.3 seconds.
Oh God. This is funny. I don't know why people think Carlton's an insult. All right. Black people.
Yeah, if anything, Belly, put me to the backstage so I can listen because I'm trying to learn myself. I'm kind of confused.
Eric.
Have the knowledge.
Yeah, Eric, I'm commissioning.
Are you?
I'm going to commission.
You are commissioning.
Oh, yeah, I got. They found out I had a degree, and they were like, "Yeah, can you?" So they want me to. My MOS is going to be like an MP or something. I'm gonna probably stay.
Did you say MP?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna be on the military police force then.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 12. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. But I get that loan forgiveness though.
Mm-hmm. Because the thing about it is that I'm just thinking if you're thinking about going into any manner of security or things like that, on a higher scale than being like security guard, but I'm talking about policing on an upper scale. Military police is a great place to start. It's a great starting point. But see, the thing about it is that people, I think a lot of people don't understand that when, for example, I can only speak to the stateside, when people go into the military and whatnot, and they learn these different skills, there are a lot of skills that they can take into the civilian sector with them, especially when you're talking about, leaving stateside and going to another continent, okay? And you're talking about policing from the local level on up to dealing with, security forces within different distinct governments, within countries on the continent of Africa. There's a lot that you can take with you. But when you take it with you, you humble yourself to the point and say, hey, listen, this is what I know, these are the skills that I have, the experience that I have. Can this apply here and how? In the sense of policing ourselves, governing ourselves, arming ourselves, and securing ourselves within our land, within the borders of our, respective land masses, on the continent. So I'm just thinking like this. If you take it from like the individual and group level of people who are leaving, let's say from the States, and they go, they do the year return thing, and then they get service. Okay. You had the celebration, you had the niceties and all that type of thing. Now it's about, okay, well, how can the skills, whether you're from the military or economics or politics or whatever, how can you use, okay, on individual and group level, those skills that you've learned stateside, how can you apply them on another continent in a way that is not threatening? You understand? That's not seen as life-threatening to people in governments on the continent of Africa. How they can actually use it to govern themselves, not so much against anybody else, but to develop their own countries, develop their own military force, to develop different types of technology, stuff like that, that will be used, okay, for those countries in their own way. In other words, the information that they get, they can mold it into a form of governing themselves. They can use it as a form of using technology to advance, their country's form of civilization and bring about prosperity and some modicum of freedom to themselves as in governing themselves out external influences, if you will.
Oh boy. Okay. Brother, can I just quickly just clarify something? Because I asked about Iran and brother I was in the chat and he gave me the Genesis to look up. So I'm gonna read it out and tell me if you don't agree with this then. So it says, and Terah took Adam his son and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarah, his daughter-in-law, his son Abraham's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go to the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran, which I guess is Iran today. So, brother, that what we're not. Hold on. So the people that are there, are you saying that that's the Caribbeans? What is he saying? This is where this whole Bible stuff gets so confusing.
I don't know what he's saying. I don't know.
I'm confused. Then he says, yes, Google image Abraham and Isaac's tomb in Israel. Google image Prophet Ezra grave in Iraq. I don't know. Man, this is complicated.
To be honest, do you know what I think?
Yeah.
I've realized it's like growing and growing and growing in my journey.
Yeah.
That all of these accounts are potentially correct, whether it be that something's happened across the sea in Americas or whether it is in China. The reason why I think this is because if you, like, I was speaking to Turok, and I know some people think he's mad, but the brother speaks a lot of sense when you listen to him behind the trolling. And he gave the example and showed facts of 10 Commandments being in New Mexico. And if you look at the comparisons, where the commandments are found in the Americas, what they have in America, so Egypt and Sinai over that side of the world, you're traditionally linked with the pyramids and leaving the area where the pyramids were. The same goes for Moses in Egypt, pyramids and people leaving where it is. South Mexico, in Mexico, you have a pyramid. Then you look at the landmass. Both have different types of climates, ranging from forest to sand. Same for the American area. Then, as I said, you have the linking facts between the second oldest version of the 10 Commandments was found in Mexico, was originally archaeologically dug up in Mexico. It's like there's a potential that these places were allowed to go through the same thing to then justify the whole thing of every nation being sent a prophet and every nation having the chance to experience and understand what God's message is, and then people can choose to deny or not. That's the way I've been looking at it as of late, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. My brain, my mind boggles. I'm not even going to lie, Raheem. I'm not even going to pretend I understand all of this when I clearly don't.
It's actually really simple if you really think about it. Because it's like what I said the other day when Walter was going off on one. If you look at the Bible is one man's story, throughout the whole of it. Yet the world was entirely populated. But it's one man's genetic tree just going through time. Why can the same not be for all these other places in the world? And what is the story of our tree? Where's our book that we have
And
written?
that's the point, because that's what I keep hearing. When you talk to the Hebrews and I mean all the Israelites, yeah, they will tell you that is our book. We are the Israelites. So, but how do we know this?
We don't know this. We could be related to the woman who grabbed onto Jesus's robe. We could be a distant cousin of Mary. We don't know. We genuinely don't know. But that's what I find is interesting, and that's why I believe all religions are a control stick, because it's a family tree thing that is being used for control mechanisms.
Well, yeah, to a degree, but then at the same time, though, if you go off, let's say we leave the biblical text and we leave religion, okay, off of it, okay, governments do the same thing, right?
Yeah, but where were governments originally founded around? What were governments originally founded around?
I think religions. I think governments were founded. Me myself, I think governments were founded on religious principles. If you ask me,
yeah,
now, I'm only speculating and I'm assuming this, but you know. But if you think about it, yeah.
Go on.
No, I'm just saying that if you think about it, some form of what we would say is a religious practice or tradition, and and developing culture and things like this along human civilization, the long line thereof, religion has had some type of influence on it.
Well, I think that the government any government couldn't have started without religion, to be honest.
Well, I mean,
if you look at it throughout history, the majority of the original leaders were leaders because of a theocratic agenda. Whether you go to China or the tribes, the leaders of tribes in Native America, and everything in between, there was always something divine about these people that were in power. And even if you go into the polytheistic religions, you'll still have a leader God who is above everything. There's always, and then everything trickles down from that. There's always religion before there is anything. In the Bible, again, it says that Jesus will have a government on his shoulders. How are you going to have a government before a government was a government? You understand?
Yeah.
And that's when they're talking about Jesus, when he was going to come at that period in time, when they said his name was Emmanuel and he shall be called blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we were going over that story the other day, actually. Yeah, so I remember that.
So government is in my eyes, and from that reasoning, government is founded upon a divine inspiration and a divine understanding, and then moves into the earthly realm of how do we make sure that everyone is obeying by what I believe. Because if you look at the laws, what you have, a lot of them are written out as commandments and testaments in like Deuteronomy, where it's like, if you're ill, you got to eat this. If you know, there's certain rules, lifestyle rules given in all of these aspects.
Brothers, 1 second quickly. Let me just quickly adjust the chat, because I'm noticing there's a lot of typing and trolling, and I see my sister Cotton Socks is calling out the haters. And you know what? Let me address this Duncan Lucas guy, Duncan Lucas. So he writes in the chat, you are not Israelites, and it's that simple. Okay, cool. We can accept that. So say you're right and we're not Israelites. Remember what Brother Raheem was just saying? He was just saying it's one man's story, and the generations after him and so on, it continues. Cool. Even in that story though, Duncan Lucas, even if that's not us, we'll accept that. But even if it ain't us, it still ain't you, because you do not fit the descriptions of that one man's story and his descendants after him. You don't have bronze skin, you definitely don't have woolly hair, and you definitely don't fit those descriptions. So we can say it ain't us, but then we can also say it ain't you either. How about dealing with that? Okay. Sorry, Raheem, you can continue.
But I mean, Raheem, I you know what? I tend to agree with you. I tend to agree that go back in time, even cultures, the way people form their lifestyles with the traditions, the rituals that they follow, and advancing their civilization within, let's say, their own landmass or tribes or whatever. Religion has an influence on it. I mean, even when it comes down to diet, what type of foods you're allowed to eat, what types of foods you're forbidden to eat.
Exactly.
And the reason,
because all religion is a naturalistic way of life. It's what it's originally meant to be. But then it usurps according to whatever man wanted it to be, knowing that it's a control mechanism. Because if you have something where everyone will stop killing each other and everyone will start working hard and everyone will start growing and understanding certain things, it's in your advantage. It's why they didn't keep they didn't keep transatlantic slaves locked up 24/7 in a cabin somewhere. They let them have sex. They let them jump and sing songs in the evening and have every Sunday off, because they realized the better you treat these people is the more that you'll get an output.
Well, yeah, because you have to give them, I'll put it this way, they have to have a certain form of comfort, or even reconciliation with the conditions that they found themselves in, that is those people who were enslaved, in order to continue wanting to live life from day to day. So, and if you think about when we talk about divine right of kings, things like that, where did that notion come from?
It comes from God.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It comes from some type of.
Can I just address something? Walter's in the chat and he said that the government was Rome. No, the government at the time of Jesus' birth wasn't actually Rome. The government was Judea under King Herod. The Romans came in much later.
That's a
Do
fact.
your research before you start talking. This is why.
But he will say, you know what he say, bro? He gonna say King Herod was a hired king under the Romans. That's usually
yeah, that's the argument. But
they'll fall
there's
back
no
to
such
that.
thing as a hired king. King Herod did all of. King Herod got to the position he was in by murdering his brother and his other family members.
But you know they fall back. You know they fall back response though.
Yeah, he's a fool, Walter. Walter argues from an emotional standpoint because he's offended that his religion's being critiqued.
And shattered as well.
But if you think about it, I mean, even people have gone to the extremes of, for example, even how can I say, disowning members of their family for the sake of their religious traditions and things too. And families have clashed over this, over generations or over eons, if you will. In other words, that religious influence had more influence than, any non-religious form of governance, even defense of your nation against another one that may come and attack you because of what you have, what they don't have, and what they want to get from you. I mean,
well, before there was organized religion, you had localized paganism. You never not at any point in human history had some form of worship. Cavemen, when they used to come out of the thing, like you can use, even if you want to go the scientific route, cavemen used to come out of their caves and be in awe and adoration at the sun and the moon and the stars and the beasts that roam the land, so much that they personified them and made pictures. Man has always looked to divine inspiration and from its sense, from its own limited consciousness, in order to justify its being here and in order to understand its being here and form every relationship that we have ever had, be it political or be it spiritual. We've always looked for some unknown that we try to solve.
Yeah.
One second, but can I just test that everyone's mic, that I can hear everyone. I'll welcome back, brother. Welcome back, God of Jacob, brother.
Thanks, thanks. Yeah, my battery's
check.
Oh, wicked. What up, Jacob?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Check.
I can't hear him. I knew it. Let me come back. Veli, let me back in,
Check. Can you hear me?
please.
Maybe I'm low.
Nah, she couldn't hear you, bro. She's gone now. And Walter, please, when someone's losing an argument, they start saying names. So when you come with some evidence and some talk that you can back up without trying to throw an ad hom in there, maybe we can converse. Maybe you can come out of your emotions and we can have a discussion.
Yeah, you know what? Because I listen to everybody, you know, especially guys who got that outside of the Bible history. I always pay attention to them because, you know, I'm pretty much Bible based. If you come in the Bible, then I'll tangle with you. But outside of it, I listen to, you know, like Raheem's and the Chemos and the Ezra's and all you guys who got that, you know, attached outside of the version, missing pieces. So
well, that's the only way we're gonna understand the whole picture, brother. Because I'm doing the same thing from everybody else here. I'm learning literally from everyone. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Yeah, but you know,
that's the thing.
What?
Because I mean, in the end, none of us know it all. We all have bits and pieces of information, bits and pieces of evidence. You know, that we're trying to cobble together to make into a whole. And and the only way you can do that, rather than debating one another, is discussing it with one another. Everybody brings their delil to the table, per se. Okay? Yeah. And then all of us who are concerned with that, we go through it. And we pepper the people who bring the delil with them. We pepper them with questions, and then they say to us, "Oh, well, okay, fine. Don't take my word for it. And here's the evidence. Okay, you want to go deeper into more evidence? Then fine. Start from here, and then go deeper. See what you find, and then bring it to us, and let's discuss it again."
Hey, Eric, let me tell you this, man. Hey, when I went to Israel, Haifa, we pulled in out there, right? It was some of them Jewish brothers who was telling us we are the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? We didn't bother them enough. They was coming up to us like, it's like, yo, what do you know? And they know it to a certain degree, in my opinion, because they was basically telling us. You know what I'm saying? And it was crazy. And when I went to Rome, right, we went to the Vatican, right, and I was on the VIP team with the captain and them, and they were showing us pictures and stuff that they don't show to the world per se. But half of them statues, brother, they was black people. And when I was coming home telling people this, they was like, I said, bro, if you get your VIP tour, some of those paintings, some of those statues, they were black people. I tell people that we couldn't take pictures though.
Yeah, I mean, they're held. I mean, if you think about it, man, the Vatican. Okay, I'm sure that in that vault under St. Peter's Basilica is a whole lot of shit that would be shocking to people, you know, if they were able to peruse it and study it. You know, like you say, you study these photos that they showed to you of a lot of people who are black. There were a whole lot of black popes. You know, I got a buddy over here in Finland. He's a Roman Catholic. He's always been Roman Catholic. You know, and he goes, he's taking he's taken quite a few trips to Italy, and always when he goes to Italy, he always makes his way to Vatican City. He always makes his way to the Vatican and whatnot, and learning more and more about the Roman Catholics or Roman Catholicism, however you want to label it. And he was saying, he said to me, Eric, I mean, you'd be shocked.
Yes.
How many black popes there are? There are many of them, and they are known to the popes of the last, let's say, the last half century or so. They know about this shit,
bro. They pray to that painting that be up there. That the black baby Jesus and the Black Mary. They be bowing down.
The Black Madonna and Child, yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a lot. It's a lot of eye-opening stuff. I tell everybody, man, try to get over there. You will see some stuff that's not, if you can.
Just wait till coronavirus leave, yeah?
Yeah, they start running up out of there.
Remember that we've got trouble. Our trouble brother Esau is back. I love him, but he gives me big trouble.
Big up.
Issa, you better leave Melanated Goddess alone, man.
Peace and love to the panel. Yeah, no. She unfortunately she crossed the line and she had to be told, bro. She crossed it too many times, and that was the last straw, bro. That was the last.
Y'all go ahead and break bread and get back at the table, man, and get it.
Nah. I ain't gonna eat none of that poison bread, none of that poison wine. Grape juice. No. That's too. You all are gonna learn though what it is.
Big and serious question. When are you gonna come to the Israelite way of life? Because you're in the wrong camp, apparently.
He's a natural Israelite.
I'm already an Israelite.
I'm born an Israelite.
I'm already a Hebrew. I was into the Hebrew Israelite thing from my own version from since 17. But I mean, I've always been like on that thing. It's just a matter of when you study the scriptures. I think God of Jacob might be afraid to get that work when I was going to demonstrate for him from the Bible that clear cut according to the Bible that the covenant will turn from the Israelites to the Ishmaelites. So it's kind of easy work.
It's so easy. It just ain't in the Bible, but it must be in the Quran.
No, the Bible. It's the Bible.
You must got a new Bible. That Bible that came out yesterday. It ain't English, but I got.
Well, yeah. Don't worry, bro. I mean, it's all there. It's very easy. What it is, I normally don't try to do into black religious stuff. Like, for instance, between us, like I said, my whole thing is, about black people waking up to a certain enemy ideology that black people think are their friends. That's mainly been my focus. You get me? So.
Oh yeah. But like I was telling our brother earlier, I don't usually argue with black people on the panel about scriptures.
You got no harm in worrying about that with Brother Isle. I think Brother Isle's already on that. He's been on that bandwagon from day jump. So.
No, my brother, bro, he cracks me up, boy. I'm glad he gave up on them sisters. I remember he had two Birmingham women.
I wasn't trying to check them. No.
Listen. No. I'm saying you used to burn them, like gun them every day.
Oh yeah, I've cutting. Yeah.
You get me, bro? And I was like, wow, my brother's got 5 of them. Like, there ain't gonna be nothing left. You ain't even leave the bones, bro. You singeing them to charcoal, bro. It's like, wow. yeah. Nah, it's good you left that alone.
They try to scam me then, because they couldn't scam me. They try to make lies about me. Example, the whole thing about me, the whole rumors of me being Somali and all that started with them. So, because they were scorned because they couldn't get money out of me, that's when they start rumors and all that.
So what you say, brother? You're no longer Caribbean. You're now Somali, yeah?
I was never Somali.
Well, you know what? His picture though, he does look Somali. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I always admit I look Somali, but I'm not.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's people in the Caribbean I've seen that could pass for Somali too, bro. So.
Yeah, that example. Remember Shaggy and Rick Rock?
Who?
Remember Shaggy and Rick Rock?
Mm-hmm.
Remember how Rick Rock looked a tiny bit Somali, but he's Jamaican.
Yeah, no, I know it's similar to what's his name. Somalis kept claiming what's his name again? Puff Daddy as well, or P Diddy.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Yes, remember, I'm still a genuine.
Okay, yeah. No, you know what? To be honest, a lot of them. Even as a guy that was at the park, and I think he's Caribbean, and he definitely looked like Somali, bro. Really like proper, and he wasn't. When I asked him, I was shocked to find out now he was Caribbean. So. But I mean, it does show that Somalis are probably mixed, like the Dougla thing. And if you know what Dougla is, like the Coolie and the black mix up.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, so all of that, you know what I mean? But look, we got Awa Yashrallah. Shalom, my brother. Yeah, man. I mean, at the end of the day, bruv, what you lot don't understand is, even, you know what, this is something for you Hebrew Israelites to understand, yeah? For God of Jacob, that the Sunni thing has the Sahaba, the companions, taking over the role of the black Hebrew Israelites in Islam too. So, you know what I mean? There's a lot of problems with that ideology. But what I think for us Israelites anyway is that, have you looked, all right, Isle, have you seen that brother in the park? The crazy one in the park.
Cussing that guy saying that he's a devil.
Yeah. Have
yeah, I see it. But you know the man are Hamites, they're not even Israelites.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Don't go to the park and say that, my bro.
Say
what? you seen how the man's like? I met him in it. He wasn't, bruv. He wasn't that bad when we first met him, bruv. I don't know. Like he's like, you can't even. I haven't seen no one really have a conversation with him. He's on. You know what the problem is here? When you see a lot of us black people shouting, you know how black people get when they're hungry, innit? So when we've been here for a while, we've been there for a while, bruv. You're hungry and it's cold.
Turn up in it,
bruv. This is why I don't go in the winter time. Yeah, it's cold and you're hungry and you're black. That's it. It's all over, bro. You just
he said game over.
Yeah, blood. No, but he pushed some ginger Sunni. Some ginger Sunni. And that's what I'm saying. If I was there now, I'd have banged that Sunni in his face. I'd have kicked him up. You can't be pushing a black man like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, a bloody monkey, bro. Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's
all right. Big and serious that is, I notice that you've been getting a lot of hate for the stuff that comes out your mouth. And don't get me wrong, a lot of it is actually, I can understand why they're vexed and they're cussing ground with you. But you see, obviously, I've spoken to you before on another panel, but I've never spoken to you like over here. So can you again explain for us why is it that you think being a Sunni and being black is very detrimental to us as black people?
Okay, so basically,
without disrespecting though, please.
Yeah. No, that's problem. Yeah, I'll do it professional. Don't worry. So how it works is this: if you just think of any ideology that can be like Christianity, for instance, let's say if it's taken over by black people, they can blackanize the thing, and it can roll from there, and they can use it as a black supremacy ideology. Right, like Nation of Islam, they mix things, and the black man was God, and so on, and it's not true Islam, but they've made it a black thing. So I'm saying, likewise, Sunniism has done that about 1,200 years ago, and it was the political arena that done that. So they could not say it's a white people thing because they were mixed themselves. So the Arabs, were generally by that time mixed, but the Prophet's family, they were still black in that time. So 1,200 years ago, when they were enslaving black people from Africa. So the black Arabs were still around, but the ruling Arabs were majorly mixed. They would be like what we call quarter caste. So majority, 3/4 of the European, right? But they were teaching these hadith from the Sunni hadith, saying the Prophet had black slaves, saying that the Prophet was white, his armpits are white, all these different things that they tried to make up to instill an idea that the Arabs originally were white, and that those people who were black Arabs, they look like the slaves. You know what I mean? So they tried to literally diss the Prophet's descendants and family because of their complexion. But from there, they, because they enslaved white people as well, but there wasn't a thing of them being inferior based upon complexion, right? But they did make a thing of being inferior based upon blackness. And that continued all the way down to today. That's the difference. So I'm saying, because Sunniism is not, it's the fact that it changed from the original Islam, which was the Prophet having almost like 12 prophets after him, but they're not prophets, they're successors, right? Whereas they follow a warlord called Abu Bakr, and they claim he's rightly guided and righteous, all that stuff, but their own books show that this is garbage. The first thing he did was start killing other companions, right? So what I'm saying, when we come down to today, right now, today, the Sunnis are following the interpretation. This gets to the crux of the matter. In Sunniism, you cannot be a Sunni and be a black man and interpret Islam, the Quran and the Hadith from your perspective, because that would mean you'd have to reject the foundation of Sunniism, which is Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. So once you follow them three there, you have to accept the scholars that come after them, which are anti-black scholars who don't care about black people. They had fatwas that said if you say the Prophet is black, you should be killed. So it's absolutely damn ridiculous when you have this idea that, you know, color doesn't mean anything. If color don't mean anything, then why can't you say or believe the prophet's black? They said to kill. Imagine that they go and kill
Right, but
you.
hold on. Before you go any further, Issa, and the reason why I can kind of remember, kind of agree with you in a sense, and this is why. I remember, I don't know if it was a couple of years back, Brother Callum, Titans TV, he did a show about the color of Muhammad. And wow, that caused controversy. I don't know if it's still up now, but he did a thing and he done a whole breakdown. When I said the outrage of the Muslims was a joke, it was mad. I remember that a couple of years ago. So that's where I can kind of see where you're coming from. Okay, I don't like when you start doing the big disrespects and whatever, but I do understand your point and why you have to go hard in order for us to get it. I get it.
The reason why it's a big disrespect, because listen, you just mentioned Kalam, right? So I was with Kalam when he set up the show, right? The Titans TV. I was right at the beginning. So when I start to see certain men claiming to be down for black Pan-Africanism, pro-blackness, black nationalism, and the youth and all of that, and then they're getting these pagans, these Sunni rats, against Kalam for teaching truth. Kalam does something, he says something about Tommy Robinson, all of a sudden all of his work is down in the bin, apparently. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is where my issue, where, you know, even what's her name, Melanated, doing what she's doing on that guy's channel, right? You lot don't want me to call him his name, but you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, he got all of these cyber mercenaries who were Sunnis, who are non-black, anti-black Sunnis. They're the ones that kept hacking Kalam's channel, kept causing him problems, so that the brother was like, you know what, let me just leave the thing. So I'm saying, here's somebody that was promoting professional information in the community, but we have a certain coon that's leading the things against him and then leading things against Sarah. Then I'm saying, look, none of us are perfect, so fair enough. If somebody says, you know, I've liked certain things that Tommy Robinson says, or I like something, so what? The majority of what they're saying is beneficial stuff. You say, oh, I disagree with that point. How many things with these bloody other coons that we disagree with in their behavior? So my thing is, in particular, you know, what is being seen is that the Sunnis are always siding with people that they know and can tell are anti-black. That's one of the things that you will always notice. Like, the more pro-black you stand, the more they're going to be at enmity with you. And for me, it's like, my issue, you know, with what's her name, Melanated, was that she literally was on that panel and made mention of something that was opposite of what I've said, which is, I've made it clear that my whole thing was never to call the black people between the Sunni versus Shia. That's not the issue. The issue is always look at their behavior versus you. Now, isn't it interesting? I want you to think about this. The thing got so heated where people were going on like they're going to stab Jedi, but yet people are still like, nah, it's not a Sunni thing. Huh? It got to the point where, so what would have happened if they actually had blades, them guys that were chasing him, or anyone else in that crowd, if they actually had something? Then what would people be saying now? Oh, no, it's just the bad ones. Well, how did it get to that point in the first place? So you lot going to wait until something really happened before you lot wake up? All right, you carry on. So yeah, I mean,
I got a sidebar question just for a second. That I kind of. Hey, where is heaven according to Islam, man? Who's going to be the king in heaven?
King, as far as I mean, you might have the way we have it is the prophets are the leaders of their people, so they will be around, you know, the prophet, so to speak. So whichever prophet came to them, they will be the leaders of that. But then it appears that the prophet and the imams are going to be the leaders of all. But I mean, it really, I don't think to us, the way it's described, it don't matter. Like, if we're having 72 big busted ladies, I don't really care who's the king as long as I got my arena. But we're really kings of our own realm. That's kind of the thing that's going on there.
So heaven gonna be on earth?
Nah, whole different new realm of existence, basically. Yeah.
Full of 72 virgins per man.
Oh, hold on, pause. Everyone pause. The king has entered the building. Big up, Bank Boy. Where you been? Sorry, I had to acknowledge the king. Sorry.
What Bank Boy is a king, is he?
You never know.
Is Bank Boy king? Yeah. All right, Bank Boy. Nice.
Shut up your mouth, man. Gosh.
I never had no problem with him. He's cool, man.
Hey, you said so the Arab imams are going to be over the children of Israel in heaven. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I mean, that's all. I mean, there's nothing. You know what? There's nothing that actually describes it in that way. So let me just go with that. We know for sure that people will be going with whoever their leader was. So whatever prophet you're under, that will be the people them you're with. Simple as that. I mean, so, but I mean that those are details which, you know, they would appear minor because no one really care. Do you know what I mean? If you think about it, if we lived in a government, even on earth as it is now, that is really good, you don't really care what the government is doing, you know, as long as things are good for you and good for the world and stuff like that. So, yeah, man, that's a minor issue.
So when I hear that, if somebody say that the Quran came to confirm the Bible, I could say not really, right?
Well, you could say it, but it wouldn't be a fact. You know what I mean?
Well, if we talking to two different types of heavens, that's kind of off, right?
No, because your book, you know, I mean, I feel sorry for you in it. Obviously, your book has problems in it. So you got all kind of issues with your book. You got a crystal city coming out of the sky, 12 gates or something. You know what I mean? 144,000 chosen people that have not been with women. So you know what? Actually, forget about your heaven. You ain't going.
But you know, the 144,000 is not all of the people. You know that, right?
Well, all I know is it says 144,000.
That's the ruling government. 12 from each tribe.
Well, of course you're gonna say that.
No, the Bible says that.
That's the ruling government. Where's it say that the ruling government?
It's gonna be I think it's Revelation.
Yeah, where's it say that the ruling government?
Oh no, that's good. That's a precept. You precepted with Isaiah.
Thank you very much. So you switching and shape shifting from here to there. I understand that.
Switching and shape shifting.
You're always trying to make links with everything.
Listen to what you just said. If you go to Revelation 7, there's going to be the seal, right? And then there's going to be the multitude that goes down further. So there's more people just off that chapter alone.
Yeah. No, I mean, but it don't say 144,000 in Isaiah, does it?
It says the ruling government, but I'm saying it's just going to be 144,000, right? I said if you keep reading down, and then there's the multitude. So not just 144, just to
right, you know,
get you on par.
I can't remember the last time I read that thing, but geez, you know what? This makes me laugh. A lot of these things are so old to me.
But my whole premise was so we can't say that y'all confirming us, and if y'all talking a different tone or singing a different note, right?
Well, I mean, what you have to remember, my brother, is when you have books like I have, but they're not with me right now, but you have. I think it's the Apocryphal New Testament, the Lost Books of the Bible, and the Forgotten Books of Eden, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls. All kind of I read so much on this thing, bro. And you've got different writings of all of these concepts of the heaven, what the hereafter is going to be like, of what different interpretations of Moses' life, extra stories about their lives. I mean, it puts your whole book out of sync. Like, a lot of your interpretations, you know, they go wayward. So, you know, you can't really rely on it.
Which one goes wayward? Which one goes wayward?
Your hadith does the exact same thing.
No, but that's what I'm saying. This is the difference. We're dealing with the Quran, right? The hadith. This is the problem. The Sunnis have the thing where their scholars make up the idea of hadith, this, that, but the Quran is the same. When it comes to the hadiths in relation to the true Muslim Shia, what we have is the Quran is the measure for that. So it doesn't match up to the same thing.
But the Quran isn't the same.
What do you mean the Quran isn't the same? Same as what?
different versions with different translations, which have in turn have different meanings. So
Right,
they're
so-
not the same.
So you said a different version. Yeah, different translations generally mean nothing, brother. When you go back to the Arabic,
Oh, it kind of does mean something. So you can't say that it doesn't mean it. If it omits a word or adds a word or has a word with two different or has two different words with two different meanings,
yeah,
then it's not the same, is it? It's
no, but
a
bro,
different version.
hold on, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. When you're studying it, you're not going to study it in a translation. You see what I'm saying?
So can you read fluent Arabic?
I can read Arabic. Yeah. That's not the issue. The issue is when you're dealing with classical Arabic. Obviously, you have to deal with the dictionary that deals with classical Arabic. But I mean, it's not difficult today, bro. You have to remember when you've got internet, fam. Yeah, you've got things where you get word for word translations and you get the dictionary. Like it's very.
Yeah, but the translations are all different. It depends on who translated it.
Right. Listen to what I'm saying to you, my brother. I'm saying to you, when you get word for word, it means you can now take the Arabic word and go to the dictionary and see the various meanings that are associated with that word. You can also use the concordance to see the usage of that word in other verses. So I'm saying the whole process of determining the meanings is much, much easier. That's what
I
I'm
have
saying.
to disagree because what's
Go
his
on.
name? Always talks about Malcolm not meaning what the right hand possesses, and he will go on a spiel about what it means if you break down the words and in what pretext and context it is. But 100 other Muslims, be them Shiite, Malcolmite, Sunni, or Sufi, will all say they mean different things. So how can you turn around and say, "Oh, it's 100% all the same" when it clearly isn't?
Brothers, I didn't say same. Listen to what I said. I said you can determine the true meaning easier. Now, when you're dealing with a Quranist like the unfortunate brother Maverick or Ahmed, what you have to remember is he is still on a journey as a Quranist. Like, for instance, he messed up big the other day. He come at me telling me that the Prophet made these errors and so on, and he quoted a verse where it says he frowned and turned away. So I said, where does it say it's the Prophet? Because if you're a Quranist, that means you don't look at the commentary, right? Now, in the Sunni commentary, it says it's Prophet Muhammad that turned and frowned away. In the true commentary, it says it's someone else, which is one of the Sunnis'
True
gods.
is a matter of perspective, because I'm
No,
sure
hold on,
Sunnis will see it as true.
Hold on. You keep debating on every subject. I'm still speaking on the specifics of when you're saying and using a guy like Ahmed. I'm saying he's still on a journey where he's coming up with stuff and he's learning as he goes along. So he's literally right. The words right hand possess are not there, but he doesn't understand the expression. So, for instance, the Quran says Allah's hand is on their hand. Now, you know when people like put their hands all in one space, like one on top of the other. Now, we would call that like an oath. I'm giving my hand, I'm saying something, right? So it says Allah's hand is upon their hands. This also the term where we're talking about the right hand possess, it means an oath. So this is what it's saying with the oath of your hand. Do you get me? So this is how the term became translated as right hand possess, as well as the fact that, how can I put it? You're in authority, as well as there's a contractual responsibility, right? But I'm saying when you're dealing with Ahmed, it's going to be any Quranist, you're going to have serious problems. Like as a community, they're very young and they're still learning. I've come across so many Quranists who start off with rejecting all hadith, then they say they only accept mass transmitted hadith. So it's like, he's still learning, bro. So yeah, he's not a good example to use. You should try it yourself. In fact, you could just go through the process yourself. It's really not that difficult.
I've got a Quran.
No, I'm saying the whole process.
Whatever it is.
I've got a couple of them as well.
I've got two. In fact, I've got two Qurans. One in full English translation and one both.
Raheem, 1 second, bro. Veli, Bank Boy's in the back. Can you let him on, please? Sorry.
Cool. Yeah. So what I was saying, for me, is something where I was fed up with different translations. Number one, relying on other people's translation that I meet. So, for instance, I'm reading something, I'm using what I read as my evidence, and then somebody's telling me, no, it doesn't say that in Arabic, and I'm always reliant. So I thought, I've got to learn Arabic for myself to read it. And by the time I got to a good degree, internet and all these different websites and dictionaries are all available now. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, it's kind of an easy thing. And what's the problem? What you don't see behind the scenes, Raheem, is this: a lot of the scholars of the past, they're actually being reduced to rubble, bruv. Like, people are really seeing that they're chatting nonsense. So what you don't see is there's upheaval. For instance, if you ever look on Speaker's Corner where Shamsi goes against Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah, right? They really, you know, a lot of people from outside wouldn't understand what's happening. But Muhammad Hijab was basically telling him, look, we're not in that time period where you can, you know, go with the fixtured thing that you're saying. And then he started to say, well, what about this scholar? And what about that scholar and this scholar? And you will generally find the Sunni religion is made up with the opinions of scholars. And it's falling apart because people, you know, back in the day, it was, yeah, that great scholar said, and everyone would follow it. But now a lot of people can read for themselves. Simple as that, bro. So it's falling apart, it seems. Man.
So there's no Sunni scholars?
No, they're still there. What my point
Shiite
is,
scholars, sorry.
Yeah, of course. There's loads of ayatollahs. There's loads. The different.
So
here's the difference.
Do you not follow their teachings?
Hell no. What for? I got the Quran myself, bro. I don't need them for that.
But that's been a bit disingenuous then, Esau, because if you're saying that, you know, they're falling apart at the seams of, you know, by their scholars and that, the same could be then said for the Shias, right?
But I'm not. Listen, I don't subscribe to the Shias. That's what I'm saying. It's not. I'm saying to you.
Okay. Hold on. That makes no sense. Then how can you be a Shia if you don't subscribe to Shia scholars' train of thought?
I'll tell you why. Because by following the Quran and the authentic hadith, which are in both Sunni and Shia collections, right? So the hadith collections don't belong to Sunni nor Shia. They're collections of hadith, right? So by reading them, you will be able to confirm that Imam Ali, who the Shias are labeled after supporting, is the rightly guided caliph. So the term Shia came later. Do you get what I'm saying? It's some term they, you know, I don't need to subscribe to the term Shia. I just follow the Quran and the family of the Prophet as I'm told to. Simply starting with Imam Ali. You understand? So it's not made up by scholars like that. What happens is whenever.
So it's your own branch of Shia.
No. It's not that. What it is, I refuse to accept any cultural additions. So, for instance, here's an example. When, let's say, Islam goes anywhere, it will merge with the culture naturally, and there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes the culture will bend certain things to fit the culture. So that's happened in Iran, for instance. So much so that Iranians, Pakistanis, all these different Shia people are rejecting the interpretations of the Iranians because they've used their culture to suppress some of it. But the thing that keeps it, let's say, legitimate at the core is that they agree that the Quran is the foundation to measure hadith. Now, Sunnis have never done that because Sunnis can't. It will fall apart if they use the Quran as the foundation. So, yeah.
So then how can the train of thought be that a Shia is to measure hadith against the Quran to see the true value of it, and if it's Sahih, I think the word is, or not? How can you then turn around and say, well, I'm choosing not to subscribe to any hadiths and still be a Shia?
No, I didn't say I don't subscribe to hadith. Right, let me say it again. So I accept. All right, listen, I never said I don't accept hadith. What I'm saying to you is this: the hadiths are reports from the Prophet and from his 12 successors, right? That's what hadiths are in Islam. In Sunniism, they generally have hadiths they claim are from the Prophet, right? That's their main focus, so they say. So the problem with the Sunni hadith majorly is they are made up to fit the Sunni doctrine after it's been made up. So it's kind of like I've made up something, now I have to attribute these sayings to the Prophet to fit what I want him to say. Example, Abu Bakr, he stole the leadership, right? Now, they then said he's a rightly guided caliph. They have to make this up later. The Prophet never said this. The Prophet never appointed him. The Prophet didn't say he has this big status over the believers and so on. He never said he left the Quran with Abu Bakr's family. He said he left the Quran with his family. This is in Sunni books and opposes them. Most Sunnis never heard of this in their life until the modern era of printing press and the internet. One of the oldest videos, or one old video I have in Speaker's Corner, is this guy. When I'm saying the Prophet said I leave the Quran and family, he said, "You lie. This is in Shia book. I just opened my photo and I said, "Look," and he read it. He's like, okay, I wrong. I said, "Yeah, you bloody right, you're wrong, you idiot." Do you get what I'm saying? So it's a thing where I've studied both of them, bro. I was a Sunni in it. So I know what the hell I was. I knew what I came from. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Issa, I'm still trying to find out what did the Quran confirm in my book.
What did it confirm? I'll tell you what it did confirm. It confirmed that you lot are hard-headed. It confirmed you don't pay attention. You kill prophets, all kind of. You went astray. Let me see. It confirmed. Yeah, bro. Oh no, here we go. Shakara. Yeah.
So we needed your book. They're gonna tell us we was a stiff-necked people.
Not in those exact words. What does it say?
Does the Quran confirm the Israelite prophets or the house of David?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, for real. So
you lot are making sorry to cut you, brother Eric, but you lot are making Issa run for my questioning. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. We're not having that today. I want to know, why does Issa believe that the Shia way of Islam is more beneficial to black people than the Sunnis? Like, what makes?
I mean, Issa, you're lucky today, brother.
Hold on. What you have to remember?
Sorry, Eric. You can get him after this last question.
I'm not even really promoting. My thing is not to promote, and this is what certain people have tried to say that I'm doing. I'm not promoting to black people. What I say is the Islam of the Quran. That is just my response to questions. All I have been doing is telling black people, beware of these people that pretend they're Muslims, called the Sunnites, because they have nefarious intentions towards you. And despite many demonstrations over and over again, certain black people are hard ears. But then there's a lot of black people that are not. This is why, you know, I mean, I'm kind of like, okay, this little internet community that we have here, they might be hard ears, but trust me, black people, white people, all kind of people outside this internet community, they hear me. You get me? And the amount of appreciation that I've got, I honestly thought most people knew what Sunni and Shia were. Like, they literally thought they were the same thing. It's just, you know, that one's from another country and that one's from that. And it's just more of a tribal thing. They didn't know that they were two different religions holding the same name. Do you get me? So, you know, and if one thing I always hear is that people, when they meet Shia, they always say, yeah, there's always something different about them, their manners and the this and the that. And I say, yep, that's because at the end of the day, when you got the truth, you don't have to run around like the Sunnis and start lying and shape-shifting and cussing out with people when they ask you questions that pin you down. Do you get what I'm saying? So you look at the backlash that came against Veli, where Khan is complaining on Veli's show about how Veli runs his show. Like, I mean, you're in the man's show. Like,
oh, come off it. Now we can't use Khan's example. Khan's always complaining because Khan's. I can still hear him in the back of my head.
But it's not just him. No. But they were doing that to Kalam. No, but he's just one. I'm saying what you have to remember is he's not even an orthodox Sunni. Like, he's not a Sunni like that. But I'm saying they've done the same to Kalam. They always do it. And I'm saying they were always trying to tell black people what you should do. When G Circle turned up, they started to tell black Sunni. First, they tried to tell them they shouldn't be doing it. Then they tried to tell black Sunnis, you shouldn't be joining the G Circle. And they've always tried. I don't know if you lot been there. So many different fights, big fights, almost come out because of Sunni pagans. They literally, when they had a G Circle one time,
been there, you can blatantly see me on camera in the midst of all the madness. What do you mean? If
right? I don't remember if you were there with the fighting time though.
Yeah, I was speaking to you in the park. I don't know if you remember. I was actually speaking to you quite a few times in the park.
Okay.
But it's a while ago. I haven't been to the park for a long while. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I hear that. I mean, what my point is that I don't know. After, like, I don't like take that long to learn these lessons. You get me? Like, for me, after I see the pattern of these people and their behavior, like, I mean, to me, once a man tell a next man he want to finger Ibati and he want to rape him, and then the woman comes and says that's their culture, blood. I'm out of there, blood. You're gonna see dust, bro. You think I'm lining with them anymore? No way, because remember, he was friending this guy up. He was gonna have him in his music and all that kind of thing. Yeah, this was his guy. This was his brethren. And then all of a sudden, man turn on him and tell him about I'll bully him. Nah, blood, I can't. I would have to look at these people sideways, bro. Never again. So yeah, I mean, black people, I'll keep telling you, look, bro, do not go to Jacob. If any Sunnis invite you to their masjid, make sure you stand against the wall, my brother. Don't trust these people, man. Seriously, don't trust these people. Nasty, whatless people, bro. Serious. Where's Bank Boy, by the way? Where did he get to?
He's in the back, but I don't know where Bloody Veli yet. I don't know. He's on a lazy tip today. I don't know where he's at. Veli, let Bank Boy on, please. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you, I was going to ask Issa. So when you was in the Sunni fold, what was your experiences as a black man? Can I ask you that? Do you mind?
Okay. So when I converted, to be honest, as a collective brotherhood, it was absolutely awesome. So I'm not gonna lie, it was like we would be linking up like like all the time. We'd be eating with the brothers, like, you know what I mean? It was weird. It come about so quick, and yeah, I don't know. It was just bare talks we were going to, etc., etc. Gradually, you see differences start to occur with different opinions. And you see subtle racism coming about, you know what I mean? But I don't know, it was just a time. Remember, this was Malcolm X time, or the Malcolm X movie coming out. It was before the year 2000, where everyone thought it was going to be some big jihad or Jesus coming back or some kind of thing. Yeah, but it was all right in a sense. It was just that people were showing insincerity. So, for instance, the Sunnis that I was around, which was the Salafi specifically, they were the ones about evidence. So they would say, when a man makes a claim, they have to show you evidence from the Quran or the authentic hadith. They can't tell you what my imam in Pakistan or my imam in Iraq or my imam in Saudi. No, that don't work. We want to know what the source is from the Quran and the hadith. So because I then started to follow that process, whenever I come across a hadith they didn't like, they'd be like, you're not a scholar though to interpret. You're not this, you're not that. And I'm saying, well, that may be so for some hadith, but some of them, you can't escape the words. They're so clear that your Sunni thing is wrong. Then you get me. So for instance, Aisha in the Quran and in the hadith is a clear enemy of Islam. You get what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? That was it. That thing had to be thrown in the bin.
Hold on. Sorry. You just said something there. Okay, so when you say clear enemy of Islam, how? Because the way we're always told it whenever we're hearing it is she's quite glorified, she's quite hold to a high status. So where would you get the whole enemy of Islam thing from?
So in the hadith, imagine in the Sunni authentic hadith, the Prophet gives a speech, points to Aisha's house, and says from there comes the side or fitna, the what do you call it? Tribulation from the side of Satan's head. Like, so he's literally saying that Aisha is this problem causer, right? But not just that, the Quran tells you, it says, if you two turn in repentance, so it's Aisha and another wife, repentance to Allah, it then stops the condition and says, in fact, your hearts are firmly fixed on this plot that you've got, which is in the verse before. So this is chapter 66, verse 4 I'm reading from. And then it says, but if you support each other against him, meaning the Prophet, then supporting and protecting and defending the Prophet is Allah, Gabriel, the righteous believers. And furthermore, the angels under the Prophet, the righteous believers on the side of the Prophet, and the angels as a collective, then obviously Aisha and Hafsa are on the opposite side. So if they're against them, then that's it.
Wow. You know, I find that a bit shocking. And the reason why, because when I look at the black sisters that convert over to Islam, the ones that I know of, I notice that they tend to be named Aisha. Why is that? Or Khadija? What is that about?
Right, so Aisha is the most well-known wife. She's one of them about her age and all that kind of bare lies she tells. The bare hadith they get from us garbage. Now the reason is because they call her a scholar. Sunnis call her the scholar of their religion. But how can your scholar of Islam be described as an enemy in the Quran and you're still a Muslim? That's this. I mean, this is retarded as hell. So I mean, obviously they big. You know, she's bigged up in Sunnism. So obviously, you know, you're going to name yourself after the one that they claim is the most beloved to the Prophet. But remember, when they made up this stuff, they didn't have printing press. So this was made up years, hundreds of years ago. Now printing press come about. They want to say, well, don't listen to the Shia. They will cause doubt in your heart. This is what they were telling me. But I was like, no. The same way how when I was talking to you, when I was Christian, if I didn't listen to no one else, I'd still be up in the church chatting nonsense. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I had to listen to different things for me to decide what I think is the truth. So very simply, you find they've named themselves after Aisha or Khadija, which the Prophet described as his best wife, but she died before he married anyone else. Saying she was the one that helped him right at the beginning.
Okay.
So that's the one who he had kids from. You know what I mean? That's the first wife. Aisha is more. It was a political marriage. They want to make it was a love marriage. There's no love marriage there. She was an enemy from time, brother. And she weren't no little girl. She weren't no pickney. That's again. You know what I mean? So Cotton Sock says, did Muhammad divorce her? No, he didn't. And the reason is in chapter 66, you find two other prophets whose wives are going to the hellfire, the wife of Noah and the wife of Lot, but they weren't divorced either. This is the thing. They weren't divorced. The prophets divorcing wives is not the same as us. Do you get what I'm saying? Because, for instance, you can have...
What do you mean not the same? So then when the marriage is not done, no?
Yeah, no, what it is, no. How it works is this. A prophet can only divorce a wife if Allah tells him so, to do so. Because the wife of a prophet can be a major problem because she can, when you divorce her now, not only have you broken the tribal link, just think, the way in which those ancient people work. If you marry from a tribe, let's say of 1,000 people, if you divorce them, that tribe, half of them or the majority might just say, well, bun you in it. Do you get what I'm saying? Because remember, marriage back then was a way of, even now, they marry like kings, marry princess or whatever else to form political links. So when he married her, it formed a political link with Abu Bakr's tribe and gave Abu Bakr status. You know what I'm saying? But she herself, Aisha, was a damn devil, according to the history. Isn't it? Look at the example. One time, another wife sent some food for the Prophet, peace be upon him. Aisha took the plate and dashed it on the flipping ground. Is that the behavior of a Muslim woman? And the Prophet said, she said, said whatever. And the Prophet said, right, you have to give exactly what she gave for that expiation of that. Bare things she done, bro. Following Aisha, you see, Zubaydah. Zubaydah's a million times better than Aisha. This is the problem people don't understand. When you're talking about,
they have a problem with us when we say we know, like, say for instance we stand up for Zubaydah in certain things or whatever. Oh, now we're supporting, and I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Look at this. People don't know Aisha. The Quran says to the wives, and stay in your houses, right? Now that may not mean literally literally be confined in your house like a prison. Aisha came out of her yard and led an army against the fourth Sunni rightly guided caliph. Now that's Imam Ali, who we say is the first. Now, what the hell is a wife doing fighting a rightly guided caliph? Do you get what I'm saying? That don't make sense. I just want to big up my brother Ezra, Rich Porter. Yeah,
no, don't be bigging up Ezra. Ezra, your 9 night is tonight. Jump on this panel. Your dance done.
Oh, Ezra, Lord of mercy, Lord of mercy.
Blasting.
No, but I want to get
Jump
Rich
on
Porter.
The panel, Ezra.
Yeah, Rich Porter's getting cooked like halal chicken. Sorry,
no, Rich Porter ain't getting cooked red, black, and green all day.
Kosher chicken. He's getting cooked like kosher chicken today, bro.
He's not getting cooked nothing. We're gonna done Ezra's dance. We're going to baptize him in the name of Jesus, and we're gonna lay him to rest in peace today. You are African, Ezra. Accept it.
So Ezra says, where was Africa 1,000 years ago? This identity didn't exist, is it? Ezra, just to ask you, what flavoring are you using? Hebrew flavoring or Caribbean, Jamaican flavoring, jerk seasoning? What are you using to cook Rich Porter, bro? We have to deal with this guy. What's happening? Yeah, Rich Porter's like, yeah. Oh, here we go. Rich Porter talk about buried, bro. That's only in your voodoo ritual, which you must have buried a chicken leg in your voodoo doll or something like that with Issa the Black Tilek, and you hypnotize yourself, Rich Porter. No. Sorry, my brother. Yeah, we gonna cook you good, Rich Porter. Rich Porter, actually, just jump on the panel, bro.
You don't must want this place to done today for real. You know, if Rich Porter ever hits this panel, everybody's done, including mine.
Nah, bro. Listen, when Rich Porter come on, all of a sudden the YouTube by itself, you know, it comes up with subtitles, bro, to understand what the hell he's saying. Just like it does with Rambo. Right?
Hold on, Ezra, you calling me Lady Duppy now? All right, Ezra. Rest in peace, Ezra. Ashes to ashes and blood clot, dust to dust. Your dance gone today.
Lord of boy. Yeah, no, we're gonna see. I mean, I do think black people need to try and understand Wagwan when it comes to the term African, because this is something we got from the Europeans and they drew the boundaries and the borders. So why is it something we invest in so hard as an identity? Very problematic. Just pimento, bruv. Come on now. You need more, bruv. You need to. Pimento ain't gonna remove the evil demons they possess with, my brother. We need to use garlic. We need, bruv. I love garlic still. Clove, bruv. Really get some proper pepper on them, bruv. What do you call the thing again? What's that hot blasted Mexican pepper? Yeah, bruv. Give them some pepper, man. You're gonna see them have that unholy spirit removed from them, bruv. They're gonna be shaking and convulsing, doing all kind of crazy stuff. Isn't that right, Rich Porter? Give you some holy water, some incense, burn some incense around you, bro. Brother Torok, what's going on? What's going on, Brother Torok?
Brother Torok, you better stop that flipping blasphemy in the chat, Torok. Don't let me start on you next year. Stop it, Torok.
Yeah,
when I hear, I'm not gonna let it rest until I hear you lot start beat out the RBG. When I hear you lot say African Black Power, I'll leave you lot alone. Until then, all of you done. All of you done.
Right. Well, let's. Right. Let me explain something to you. Do you lot know that red, black, and green is an Islamic flag? Do you lot know?
Stop your foolishness now. You want to turn everything into, you're
done too. No, right. Hold on. Which country did it come from? Hold on. Which country? Do you not even know which country does that come from? In Africa, you know?
But it's not a country. It's a representation.
Hold on, no. I'm saying before it got to there, where was it originally?
Where was it? Enlighten me, please, Issa.
Okay,
please.
So Sudan. If you check the Sudanese flag originally, where was the other one? Was it Nubia? Basically, we know that this particular flag, which I think Marcus Garvey and a few others, they took it on based upon the symbolism. Right? So you know what it means, right?
Red for the blood, black for the skin, green for the land. Of course.
All right. Yeah.
All day
Right. So this is what I'm saying, and there's no problem with us expanding it to that. But I'm just saying, unfortunately, we need to. But why is it you hold on to the name African? Like, once you know that's from a peckerwood, like, why would you keep the name? Like, why not call it something else?
Listen, you, Mr. Shia, you're questioning us on red, black, and green. Don't do that. All of you are going to get
Mr. Shia, I'm eating black today.
One by one. All of you. I'm smoking all of you out of here.
The Islam of the Quran. That's what you have to remember. When it comes to the Quran, you lot.
Listen. Let me tell you something. RBG. Forget the religions. Forget all of them books you lot are twisting and warring over. Remember your people, your land, and your blood. That's all you need to know. You don't need no religion behind that.
People, I mean,
your land and your blood. That's all you need to know, and war it out to your death.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that will never work. You know why? Because you don't have an organized strategy of survival, of defense, and governance. So I'm saying this is why people go to Kemet, they go to Voodoo or Ifa or something like that, as systems of organization of their life, and by means of governing the land. Because once you've got the land, what are you going to do? You don't even know. Unfortunately, a lot of people that say this stuff, they don't have no ways of dealing with the reality that we're in. I mean, we could say RBG all day, but if you ain't got no land, we got blood. and yeah, we got black skin, but what the hell has that got to do with anything? We need to have a strategy of defense against these devils. Simple as that.
I agree. Hey, Lady D, what's the significance of yelling RBG?
Go on, brother Jacob.
Oh no, I was just asking you a question. Why is it important for every black person to, ballyhoo this RBG thing? What's
it's your identity. It's you. There's no book. There's no law. There's no prophets. There's none of that you have to follow in that. It's you. You represent your RBG.